Chapter 391. Your Majesty, the 200 subordinate races led by the Carl tribe can no longer hold on, and the second line of defense in the star field has been breached. Let them leave behind the guard force, and return with the race flagship first. Yes, Your Majesty. Queen Mingwe looked at the red dots on the star map one after another, and her brows were furrowed into a shape. Originally, the Ming Empire had occupied this star field, but 3 months ago, countless space gates were opened around the star field. Countless warships emerged from the space gate, thousands of times more than the total number of Ming Empire's warships. For a time, the star field that Ming Empire had just occupied was attacked frantically from all directions. In 3 months, only the core defense circle of the entire star field had not been breached, and the rest of the defense lines were all lost. However, as a huge empire that ruled 4,700 affiliated races, had more than 30,000 life planets, and nearly 1 trillion warships, even in the face of such a crazy attack, it was not something that could be destroyed just because it wanted to. Your Majesty, all the life planets in the core area have been collected. The flagships of 529 civilizations of the affiliated races have not returned, and the rest have been integrated into the mothership. Well, notify all the special evolutionists of the affiliated races to return to the mothership, and let the prophet predict the safest breakout route. If the prediction cannot be guaranteed not to be interfered with, let them use the real prophecy. Queen Mingwe said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty. After a while, Queen Mingwe opened the communication and said to the screen, Xiaowu, how long will it take to break through the 5th level civilization? Mother, it will take at least 1,000 years to break through the 5th level civilization. The speed of technological integration of all disciplines cannot be accelerated at all. 1,000 years is already the fastest speed. This does not include the time for the mothership to upgrade. It cannot be faster at all. The 5th princess on the screen said seriously. Try to speed up. The only way to solve the dilemma now is to achieve the 5th level civilization. Okay, Mother, I will do my best. Well, if this crisis is resolved, I will agree to your marriage. Thank you, Mother, for your grace. After closing the communication, Queen Mingwe sighed slightly and continued to look at the big screen. The star map was already full of red dots, and the outermost life planets had been occupied. However, the loss of those life planets did not make Queen Mingwe feel distressed, because all the life planets outside the core area were life planets of subordinate races. And all the life planets occupied by the Ming Empire were in the core area, and now they have been collected and are orbiting around the mother planet. So now the only thing Queen Mingwe is worried about is that the enemy's fleet is still increasing. Since the space gate was opened 3 months ago, the space gate has been opened every day, and a large number of fleets fly out to join the attack. Otherwise, with the strength of Ming Empire, it cannot lose the territory of one line of defense in just 3 months. Now the second line of defense has also been breached. Time passed slowly, and 10 days passed. The second line of defense of Ming Empire was completely lost. Now, except for the core area, it has been occupied by the enemy. However, at this time, the flagships of all the civilizations of the Ming Empire's affiliated races have returned to the core area and entered the mothership. The Ming Empire's mothership is the huge steel planet, which is more than 100 times the size of the sun, and is also a giant in the universe. Now there are more than 5,300 life planets around the Ming Empire's mothership, and there are countless planet fortresses circling outside these life planets. The planet fortresses and the mothership are connected by energy channels, forming a huge protective shield. Your Majesty, the prophet has used the true prophecy, and the evacuation plan is ready. You can evacuate now. Let's evacuate now. The Queen of the Moon nodded. According to the Queen of the Moon's order, the huge mothership began to move. When the mothership moved, the surrounding cosmic void was rippled. Your Majesty, according to the evacuation route, in 10 days, you will encounter 300 billion warships. The mothership must get rid of the siege of these warships within 3 days, otherwise the surrounding space gates will continuously send warships, and keep the mothership trapped inside the star field. How is the plan arranged? There are 3 plans in total. The first plan is to let the prophet use the true prophecy to directly break through the encirclement. The second plan is to use a super large-scale space chain reaction bomb to directly blow up a star system in front, at the cost of 1 ability of the protector. The third plan is to concentrate forces to rush into the enemy fleet, then open the protective shield, take back the planet fortress, use the life planet as a shield to prevent the enemy from attacking, and then burst the attack power of the mothership to break out. Queen Mingwe thought for a while before she said, execute the third plan. Yes, Your Majesty. After Queen Mingwe gave the order, the entire Ming Empire began to operate at high speed. Inside the mothership command hall, countless staff members were passing messages. But if you look closely, you will find that there is no man in the entire command hall, all are women. That's right, the Mingwu Empire is a matriarchal society, and the highest power is in the hands of women. The reason is simple, men can't beat women. Women in the Mingwu Empire have an 80% chance of awakening a special ability, which allows women to overwhelm men in all aspects. Whether it is learning ability, work ability, or hands-on ability, as long as humans can do it, women are better than men. So from ancient times to the present, women have always been in power in the Mingwu Empire, and even now, there is no change. When the mothership was moving rapidly along the evacuation route, all the fleets of the Andromeda Galaxy native civilization races that attacked the Mingwu Empire began to move in the direction of the mothership's evacuation. After all, they came here through the space gate to destroy human civilization. If the mothership escapes, it will be difficult for them to organize a second siege like this. Although the space gate is easy to use, it consumes a lot of energy. When civilizations above level 4 cannot take action, the operation of these space gate equipment is all provided by the energy of level 4 civilization. If the siege of human civilization this time cannot destroy human civilization, if they want to open the space gate again for a large-scale siege, they must use all the energy reserves of all level 4 civilizations. But in that case, when other civilizations and races attack the homes of these level 4 civilizations, they will have no way to resist. Chapter 392. Your Majesty, the enemy fleet has entered the main gun range, the locking system has been activated, and the attack can be launched at any time. Attack in 10 minutes. Yes, Your Majesty. Queen Ningwa felt a little scalp tingling when she looked at the overwhelming warships on the big screen. After all, there were too many warships. Even with the power of the mothership, it would not be easy to be surrounded by these warships. It's like countless ants attacking an elephant. Even if the elephant can crush many ants every moment, it still has to kneel in front of the overwhelming ant swarm. 10 minutes later, the mothership, which was 100 times the size of the sun, began to attack. In an instant, countless dark cracks appeared in the void of the universe. These cracks were like thin lines that penetrated the void of the universe. However, after these dark lines hit the fleet's protective shield, they cut through the protective shield in less than 5 seconds and then penetrated the entire fleet. All the warships on the straight line of the dark thin line were split in two, and then torn into powder by the space distorted by the space cracks. One attack by the mothership destroyed more than 15 billion warships and broke the protective shield of tens of millions of fleets. This terrible attack is simply terrifying. If there were not too many races besieging the mothership, otherwise, with the attack power of the mothership, the number of warships below 100 billion would simply be a meal. But now the number of warships that the mothership has to face is basically impossible to count. All civilized races within tens of thousands of light years around have sent out fleets, and even the local civilized races facing other civilizations have sent out fleets. It is conceivable how powerful the resistance the mothership has encountered is. 15 billion warships are nothing to such a huge blocking team. However, the mothership's attack was not to destroy the enemy's warships, but to pave the way for the prophet's true prophecy. After the mothership's attack, an indescribable wave enveloped all the fleets of civilized races that came to snipe the mothership. This wave could not be detected, and no one felt it. But after this wave dispersed, these fleets that came to block the mothership seemed to unconsciously expand their defense lines and change their sniper formations to allow the mothership to break through better. Seeing this, Queen Mingyu's tense face also showed a smile. It turns out that the sniper fleets all form fleet formation force fields. When the mothership approaches, they can directly start the fleet formation mode and charge, using the space force driven by the fleet formation to snipe the mothership and force it to stay here. After all, the space force driven by tens of millions of fleets and more than trillions of warships cannot be countered even by the mothership, and it will definitely be intercepted here. But now, because of the space-cutting weapon of the mothership, the opponent dispersed the formation force field and scattered all the warships in a line. In this way, the space-cutting weapon of the mothership could not cause great damage to the fleet. After all, there was only one warship in a straight line, and there was no chance to pass the candied hawse to the space-cutting weapon. Such a change is equivalent to a 10-meter thick wall that instantly became 10 centimeters thick, and the remaining resistance can be basically ignored for the mothership. This is the power of the prophet's true prediction. Otherwise, the prophet does not have the ability to directly predict that the other party cannot intercept or fail to intercept. But if the prediction is that the other party's fleet cannot form a joint force, and there is a sufficient reason, then the true prediction can be used. Otherwise, even if these civilized races want to avoid the attack of space-cutting weapons, It is impossible to completely change the formation like this. But now the various civilized races that are blocking the fleet are already arguing. Who cares about this matter? Anyway, it is not the responsibility of a civilized race to fail to stop the mothership. But if the formation is not changed, it is estimated that it will be destroyed by the space-cutting weapon before the mothership arrives. As the mothership slowly approaches, all the interception fleets begin to slowly transform the formation, but no one dares to directly open the formation force field to drive the space force to block the mothership. Instead, they stay in place to open the formation force field, and the space force driven by it forms a wall to block the mothership. However, the power of this is too far from the power brought by the formation force field impact, so even if the mothership hits this wall, it is still moving slowly, just a little slower. Your Majesty, the force field nodes have been calculated, and the fleets that need to be destroyed have been marked. Move the life planets, and execute the plan in 1 hour. Yes, Your Majesty. According to the order of Queen Mingwei, the life planets began to move one by one, and the locations where these life planets were moved were all the locations where the enemy fleets would attack. However, all these actions of the mothership were blocked by the space force between the two sides, and the sniper fleet did not notice the movement of all the life planets. An hour later, all the planetary fortresses on the outer side of the life planets that were moved retreated to the inner side of the life planets, so that the life planets were closely attached to the protective shield. But in the next second, the protective shields on the outer side of these life planets disappeared instantly, and the space force triggered by the opponent's fleet destroyed these life planets within a few seconds. At the moment these life planets were destroyed, the fleets of more than 100 civilizations, more than 7 trillion warships, stopped attacking instantly, and the protective shields also disappeared in an instant. Then these warships were wiped out and shattered by the surrounding space force like cosmic garbage. Such a change scared the remaining sniper fleet, especially after seeing the wreckage of more than 100 life planets. No matter how stupid these civilizations were, they knew what the Ming Empire did. That is to use the rule that life planets cannot be destroyed to eliminate these civilizations. You should know that among the more than 100 civilization fleets that were destroyed just now, not only those fleets were destroyed, but all the people of these civilizations were also wiped out by the rules of the universe at that moment. Although the Ming Empire also paid the price of a population limit of more than 1 trillion, it wiped out more than 100 civilized races in that instant, so the Ming Empire made a profit no matter how you look at it. At the same time, after the remaining civilized races discovered the Ming Empire's approach, they all retreated and no longer used the power of space to intercept the mothership. If the Ming Empire used such means again, they would not be able to bear it and would definitely be caught. Although they came to intercept the mothership, it was for the entire race. Even if all their fleets were destroyed, their race was still. If they don't come to encircle and suppress the Ming Empire, then their race will be destroyed by the advanced civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy, so they must come. But now it's different. If they don't attack the mothership, they may be destroyed by the advanced civilization, but if they attack the mothership, they will basically be destroyed 100%, so even a fool knows what to choose. So now these fleets only dare to use energy attacks at a long distance, but dare not approach the mothership to use space power to intercept. This time, the speed of the mothership increased again and returned to normal speed. It can be said that at this time, the encirclement plan of the Andromeda Galaxy has basically failed, but it does not mean that the Ming Empire will have an easy time in the future. Chapter 393. Within the event horizon of the Andromeda Galaxy's core black hole, inside the huge mechanical disk, the seats that were originally full, only 7 seats had people who had not left at this time, and the people in the rest of the seats had already disappeared. On the projection in the center of the hall, the scene of the Ming Empire's mothership breaking through the interception was being played. A bunch of idiots, they can all die, useless waste. It's really disappointing. After paying such a huge price, and gathering so many fleets of civilized races, they haven't destroyed this human civilization yet. Not only did they fail to encircle and suppress, but they also used such a stupid strategy to wipe out more than 100 civilized races. They are simply hopeless. After seeing this situation, the people on the 7 huge seats spoke up. Peyote, aren't you 3-eyed people resourceful, and can see the future? Why don't you say anything? Caesar said to the 3-eyed Peyote, who had been silent. What am I saying? Do you want me to say that this human civilization finally wiped out your Morty civilization because you, a fool, made a mistake in command? Peyote said disdainfully. You are looking for death. Enough, it's already this time, and you are still arguing here. Are you really going to wait until you are destroyed by other civilized races before you are happy? The man in the middle of the 7 people said sternly, interrupting the quarrel between Caesar and Fiodi. After the man in the middle spoke, the others were silent. Since the encirclement and suppression failed, there is no point for us to sit here. We cannot intervene in the battles of low-level civilizations, and we cannot pass on the information we know. There is no point in staying here, so let's go back. The man in the middle said, "Aye," and a beam of light shone down, pulling him away. The other people also looked at each other, turned on the tractor beam and left here. Caesar was covered by the tractor beam, and he did not forget to glare at Fiodi fiercely, but in the face of such a situation, Fiodi simply ignored it. When leaving the hall at last, Fiodi took a deep look at the civilizations that were wiped out by the rules of the universe. One of the civilizations was called the Kursi civilization. "Boss, all life planets outside the star field have been occupied, and no enemy has been found," Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. "Well, notify Zhang Lei and ask him to send a fleet to attack the opponent's core area." Xiang Qian nodded. "Okay, boss." Since all the people of the Kursi civilization suddenly disappeared 5 months ago, the Earth Federation has been sending people to take over the life planets, but has not launched an attack on the core area. Now that all the life planets outside the star field have been occupied, he issued an order to attack the core area. In fact, this attack order is almost the same as the receiving order. 5 months ago, all the people of the Kursi civilization disappeared for no reason, which shocked Xiang Qian and his team, who thought something was wrong. But as time went by, Xiang Qian was sure that the Kursi civilization had been wiped out by the rules of the universe. Now all the people of the Kursi civilization in the Andromeda galaxy have disappeared completely. As for why the Kursi civilization was wiped out by the rules of the universe, Xiang Qian didn't know, but he thought it should be related to the fleet that was sent out. Xiang Qian was not prepared for this sudden happiness. Originally, the Earth Federation planned to capture the life planets bit by bit, and then slowly develop, using the human wave tactics to attack the core areas at multiple points. In this way, they would train their troops and develop at the same time, and then attack the core areas after all the life planets were consumed. However, this sudden situation disrupted the Earth Federation's plan. Although it cannot be said that it is bad that the Kursi civilization was wiped out by the rules of the universe, it also made the Earth Federation feel a little frustrated. After all, the first line of defense was not broken by the Earth Federation, but given up by the other side. Not to mention the core area, the entire Kursi civilization was wiped out by the rules of the universe before the battle, and the Earth Federation didn't even have to work hard. But no matter what, the Earth Federation will soon increase its development speed at an explosive rate after gaining a star field. In the next year, the Earth Federation was busy accepting the legacy of the Kursi civilization. The complete defense system in the core area, and the first line of defense that can be used after repair. If the Earth Federation were to build these defense systems, it would take many years. Now all this time has been saved. After counting all the resources in the H199 star field, Xiang Qian knew that the time for the Earth Federation to take off had arrived. Apart from anything else, the more than 37,000 life planets alone could raise the population limit of the Earth Federation to a crazy level. With a population of more than 370 trillion, even if all the people of all civilized races in the Earth Federation were to have children at home every day, it would still take thousands of years. It can be said that with this star field, the Earth Federation no longer needs to attack other star fields. As long as all the resources of this star field are fully digested, the strength of the Earth Federation will increase exponentially. So after a brief discussion, Xiang Qian issued an order to increase the population with all his strength. All civilized races in the Earth Federation no longer restrict population fertility, and there are various benefits and subsidies for having more children. But the Mandi tribe had no interest in this rule. After the war, all the Mandi tribe members returned to the wisdom and began to adjust their mental strength. They did not plan to have children at all. And Reglos could not have children even if he wanted to, and had no way to enjoy the fruits of this war. The remaining humans, the 4 races of Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, and Pabodalong Civilization, could not use the population limit of more than 370 trillion even if they gave birth crazily. At this time, it was also a pain to have too many life planets. There were countless life planets, but they could not be used. It was depressing to see them. In the next 100 years, the population of the Earth Federation doubled under the policy of crazy birth, but the birth rate also began to decline. After all, who wants to continue to have children after giving birth to 2 or 3 children in a row? In such a situation, Xiang Qian and the patriarchs of several civilized races have no way to deal with it. After all, You can't force people to have children. At the same time, the population explosion is also putting more and more pressure on the Earth Federation continent. So now the area of the Earth Federation continent must also begin to expand. In order to adapt to the future population, the area of the Earth Federation continent will increase fivefold, that is, 1 trillion square kilometers. While the Earth Federation easily seized a star field and was undergoing great development, other civilized races were still desperately attacking star systems one by one, and had obtained enough life planets and various resources. Chapter 394. 4,300 years later, a fleet of the Earth Federation arrived at the outskirts of the mother planet of the Kursi civilization. The star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located is a star field that is more than 3 times larger than the H199 star field. However, after the Kursi civilization was wiped out by the rules of the universe, this place became a ghost den, quiet, and without a single person. The fleet of the Earth Federation easily broke through the defense circle and arrived in the outer space of the mother planet of the Kursi civilization. Boss, the exploration fleet has arrived at the home planet of the Kursi civilization. After receiving the information, Shinkong immediately reported to Xiang Qian. Have you arrived? Then land on the home planet and look for their scientific research data. After recalling for a while, Xiang Qian remembered this matter. After all, sending out the unmanned exploration fleet was 4,300 years ago, and he had long forgotten it. Okay, boss. By the way, send me the data collected by the exploration fleet along the way. In an instant, the big screen displayed the data collected by the exploration fleet in the past 4,300 years. Xiang Qian clicked on the star map classification and began to check the precise data collected along the way. During the 4,300-year voyage, the exploration fleet encountered many star systems. Although the detectors could detect these star systems, they could not obtain accurate data. They could only get the data by getting the spacecraft close to these star systems. Xiang Qian opened files one by one. These files were all photos and internal data of various star systems. However, after reading hundreds of such data, he found a problem, that is, these star systems were all controlled by the Kursi civilization, so now these star systems are all ownerless, and they only need to go over to receive them. If Xiang Qian had some ideas before, now 4,300 years have passed, and the H199 star field has not been exhausted, how can he have time to care about these star systems? After a while, Xiang Qian closed the file display and opened the star map. Then he asked Shinkong to draw the territory currently known to belong to the Kursi civilization based on the data taken by the exploration fleet. As a result, a huge area was displayed on the screen. The number of stars in this area exceeded 40,000, and the number of resource planets was incalculable. Although the Kursi civilization has been wiped out by the rules of the universe, Xiang Qian is not happy at all. The Kursi civilization is only a 4th-level civilization. The star field it occupies is so large, and its strength is so strong. How strong must the more advanced civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy be? How could these local civilizations be wiped out in 50,000 years? Let alone other things. If the Kursi civilization alone is not wiped out by the rules of the universe, with the strength of the Earth Federation, it will take at least 10,000 years to destroy the Kursi civilization. Then the Earth Federation can only destroy 4 civilizations in the remaining 30,000 years. Then according to the number of civilizations remaining in the Milky Way, taking the average value, a total of 50,000 civilizations can be destroyed in 50,000 years. However, the number of native civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy is calculated based on the size of the Andromeda galaxy. The number of civilizations born there should be twice that of the Milky Way. In other words, the number of native civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy is at least more than 200,000. With this calculation, it is basically an impossible task to destroy the native civilization races of the Andromeda galaxy in 50,000 years. Boss, there is a problem. Shinkong interrupted Xiang Qian's thinking and said anxiously, What's the problem? Xiang Qian was stunned and asked, Boss, take a look yourself. Instantly, a dialog box appeared on the big screen. Please select the required technology category, matter, life, energy, dimension, soul force field. Xiang Qian was speechless after seeing this dialog box. These disciplines were too general. Especially the soul classification, which was also a discipline that he had never heard of. Of course, it could also be that the Earth Federation's technological level had not yet reached the level of studying soul technology. This dialog box was obviously created by the rules of the universe. Otherwise, he did not believe that the Kursi civilization could have such a technological level. If it had, the Earth Federation would have been destroyed long ago. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and clicked on the dimension classification option. After all, the Earth Federation has a decent level of technology in the three disciplines of matter, life, and energy. As for soul and force field, they are not the disciplines that the Earth Federation urgently needs at present, so only the discipline of dimension is what the Earth Federation needs at present. But after clicking on this dimensional technology classification, Xiang Qian collapsed. Origin 1-dimensional technology information, 2-dimensional technology information, 4-dimensional technology information, 5-dimensional to 11-dimensional technology information, and 0.12-dimensional technology information. Xiang Qian looked at these dimensional technologies. He really didn't know what to choose. What made him speechless was that the Earth Federation didn't seem to have any research on these technological projects except for the 2nd and 4th dimensions. At most, they only proposed the existence of these dimensions in theory. Xiang Qian looked at these classified information and wanted to click the option of the end point of the 12-dimensional technology information, but he thought about it and gave up. With the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is simply as difficult as ascending to heaven to study 12-dimensional technology. It is like sending all the information of the Earth Federation's galaxy battleships to a first-level civilization. It is a problem whether the first-level civilization can understand it. The technological gap is too big. Fortunately, there was a return option below the dialog box. Xiang Qian pressed it, and the screen once again showed the previous 6 categories. This time Xiang Qian clicked on the soul category. He didn't want to select the information of this subject, but wanted to see what categories the soul subject actually had. Methods for condensing spiritual will and raise spiritual will, methods for condensing soul seeds, methods for merging soul and matter. The relationship between soul and rules. Xiang Qian was immediately confused when he saw these categories. These high-sounding subject names are very awesome at first glance, but unfortunately, he didn't mention any of them, and the Earth Federation currently has no theoretical exploration of these subjects. From this, we can see how advanced these subject classifications are. Well, for these subjects that you can't even understand what they are about after reading the catalog, just take a look and go back to look at something more realistic. When Xiang Qian clicked on the material subject again, he could understand the classification catalog this time. This material classification can be said to be all-encompassing, from basic materials to mechanical power, from the microscopic composition of matter to the research data of extreme celestial bodies, and the classification catalog alone is several pages long. Next, Xiang Qian classified some energy and life. These classifications were the same as material classifications, and all of them were several pages of classification catalogs. Xiang Qian spent more than an hour just reading through the catalogs of several categories. Starry Sky, call a meeting of major experts in major disciplines of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian decided to leave this professional matter to professionals. He didn't know what to choose. Chapter 395. When Xiang Qian showed the science catalog to the scientists in the conference room went crazy. At this time, Xiang Qian realized how stupid he had done. The scientists in front of him belonged to different disciplines, so each scientist wanted to get the scientific and technological information of his own discipline. It was impossible for a scientist studying biology to give this opportunity to a scientist studying energy. So Xiang Qian found so many experts, and in the end, not to mention giving him advice, there was a big quarrel in the conference room. There was no other way. Xiang Qian could only send these scientists away and call in the Earth Federation's think tank, asking them to make a comprehensive analysis based on the current situation of the Earth Federation and decide which subject information would be better. Although the think tank's elites were not scientists, they were relatively familiar with cutting-edge technology and knew which technology would be most helpful to the current strength of the Earth Federation. Even if they were not sure, they would go to the Academy of Sciences to ask. For 3 full months, the think tank analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of each subject and then evaluated the development of the entire subject. This assessment is not to evaluate the development potential of the discipline, but to evaluate the war potential. After all, the discipline data that cannot be transformed into weapons is not very important to the current Earth Federation. Only the disciplines that can be transformed into powerful weapons are the first choice of the think tank. Is this the result of your assessment? Xiang Qian looked at the information reported by the think tank in surprise. The technology classification finally selected by the think tank was not the discipline Xiang Qian imagined, but the discipline they had never considered. Yes, this is the result of our comprehensive analysis, and it is also the most powerful result for the Earth Federation at present. The think tank elite replied. Then tell me, why is the first one, Life Classification Cosmic Alien Beast Discipline Monomer Race Life Evolution Data. Xiang Qian asked curiously. Okay, Chief. This subject was chosen because if Reglos can evolve, the overall strength of the Earth Federation will be the largest. According to our understanding, Reglos has absorbed enough energy in the past 4,300 years. Now according to the civilization level, Reglos is already a level 4 peak civilization. However, when reaching the peak level 4 civilization, Reglos encountered a serious problem, that is, the direction of evolution. Although the single-type alien beast civilization evolved very quickly in the early stage, it encountered a big bottleneck after reaching the 4th level civilization, that is, it did not understand any technology. And if Reglos wanted to evolve into a 5th level alien beast, he needed to choose the direction of evolution. These evolutionary directions require professional knowledge. If Reglos did not understand anything, he would not be able to grasp such changes at all. In the past few thousand years, the knowledge that Reglos has learned is still far from enabling him to evolve, and he is not sure whether he can succeed in breaking through the 5th level of evolution. But with this information, Reglos may evolve immediately. When Reglos reaches the 5th level, it will be a leap forward for the strength of the Earth Federation. That is why we put this information first, of course. The risk is also very high. After listening to the answer of the think tank elite, Xiang Qian also began to think about the feasibility of this plan. But after thinking for a long time, he found that if he chose this, he could only gamble on luck. If he succeeded, everything would be fine. If he failed, the Earth Federation would get nothing. Then why is the second option soul classification spiritual will and race spiritual will condensation method? Are you going to bet that this information can help the Mandi tribe break through the 5th level civilization? Xiang Qian continued to ask. Yes, there is this relationship, but it is not all. In the past 4,300 years, the Mandi tribe has synchronized all its members, and now all the members of the Mandi tribe have been integrated into the Wisdom Race flagship. However, the Mandi tribe has reached a bottleneck. Although the computing speed of the Wisdom has reached more than 8 million times that of the starry sky, there has been no progress in other aspects. But with this information, the Mandi tribe may be able to break through the 5th level civilization. Although it is unknown how much the Mandi tribe will improve the strength of the Earth Federation after becoming a 5th level civilization, one thing is certain, that is, after the Mandi tribe becomes a 5th level civilization, it will be of great help to the scientific research of the Earth Federation. At the same time, if they do not choose this subject, and let the Mandi tribe explore on their own, it is estimated that when other civilized races in the Earth Federation have already broken through to the 5th level of civilization, they are still at the 4th level of civilization. After all, there are traces to follow for other disciplines to break through the 4th level of civilization. As long as the accumulation of science and technology is sufficient, it is entirely possible to break through the 5th level of civilization. But the breakthrough of the Mandi tribe is completely untraceable. Now that they have this opportunity, although it may not succeed, even if it succeeds, it may not be a practical help to the improvement of the combat effectiveness of the Earth Federation. But the Mandi tribe still has great potential. According to the analysis of our think tank and private inquiries to some scientists, the evolutionary direction of the Wisdom race, coupled with Vicadia's predictive ability, is likely to become a causal weapon after reaching the 5th or 6th level of civilization, so we definitely rank this subject second. Everyone knows the potential of the Mandi tribe, but Xiang Qian does not think that causal weapons can appear in the 5th level of civilization. After all, the law of causality is too heaven-defying. Vicadia uses the real prophecy, which consumes vitality. Since the causal weapon is a weapon, this drawback must be eliminated. So you can imagine how terrible a civilized race that can use the real prophecy without limit is. Even if this civilized race does not have a warship and has no defense. But this race is invincible, thinking that no attack can reach it, and its words can determine the life and death of a civilized race, so there is still fun. Even if causal weapons have limitations, and the limitations are very large, as long as they do not consume vitality, causal weapons are absolutely killer weapons, and they are killer weapons that destroy balance. The third-ranked life category, biological science information, was chosen to allow the Earth Federation to break through the 2 civilizations with the deepest accumulation of level 5 civilizations. Yes, after all, there are 2 biological civilizations in the Earth Federation. Choosing this information is the safest and most cost-effective. Okay, I know you go back first. Xiang Qian looked at the ranking given by the think tank and was very troubled. 3 types of information involve 4 civilizations and races, and they all have advantages and disadvantages. It is really difficult to choose. Chapter 396. After a long time, Xiang Qian called the leaders of the other races together. Since he couldn't make a choice, let them choose for themselves. At the top of the civilization guardian tree, Xiang Qian finished explaining the matter, and sat there drinking tea, handing the problem to Regtros, the Mandi tribe, the Green Star civilization and the Pabatalung civilization. Sephiroth also sat on the side and watched and drank tea with Xiang Qian. Anyway, he was just a spectator at this meeting, and had nothing to do with the Silver Wing civilization. The room was silent for a long time, and Reglos spoke first. With this information, can I break through the 5th level civilization? I don't know, there is only a 50% chance at most, but with this information, the direction of your evolution will be clear, and you won't be clueless like now. Xiang Qian said to Reglos' projection. After hearing Xiang Qian's answer, Reglos stopped talking, and no one knew what he was thinking. In this information, is it the complete biological subject information, or just a part of the biological subject information? Lucen also asked. I don't know either. Currently, no civilization has obtained such information. We can get this information, because the Kursi civilization was wiped out by the rules of the universe. We can be considered to have picked up a bargain. We don't know anything about other issues. The Cadia has predicted it, but it can't predict anything. Xiang Qian said helplessly. Lucen and Dilong looked at each other after listening. Lucen said, if that's the case, then we don't want it. If the information inside is all the information of biological civilization, it will be very useful to us. But if it is only part of the information, then it is meaningless. The research progress of biotechnology is very fast now, and it is only a matter of time to break through the 5th level civilization. Anyway, the Earth Federation is not in any danger at present, so we don't need to be too anxious. Xiang Qian didn't say anything after listening, but just nodded to the two of them, which was considered to be approval of their choice. In fact, Xiang Qian also thought so. Compared with the information of biological subjects, he was more inclined to the evolution of Reglos and the breakthrough of the Mandi tribe. After all, there are traces to follow in the biological subject. As long as time and effort are spent, one day you can break through the 5th level civilization. But the Earth Federation can't help much with Reglos' evolution. At most, it can provide all the scientific and technological information. The rest is up to him. If he has this information and his evolution direction is clear, then the Earth Federation can help more. Now we don't know how to help. We have no idea at all. Not to mention the Mandi tribe. If the Earth Federation can help a little with Reglos, it can't help the Mandi tribe at all. After all, the direction of the Mandi tribe's breakthrough is not the same as the Earth Federation's. Let alone helping, it's good enough if they don't make trouble. Therefore, Xiang Qian still prefers the first two options, but this involves other civilizations and races after all, and Xiang Qian can't decide on his own, which will affect the internal unity. Now that the Green Star civilization and Pabatalong civilization have taken the initiative to withdraw, it is definitely good news for Xiang Qian. As for the remaining Reglos and Mandi tribe, it doesn't matter. For Xiang Qian, it's good for which of them gets the information. Finally, Kaya, who had been silent for a long time, spoke. Regtros, our Mandi tribe really needs this information. Now we have no other way to go. If you can give up this information, then on behalf of the Mandi tribe, I decide that I will always owe you a request. In the future, when you need the help of the Mandi tribe, even if it is absolutely dangerous, our Mandi tribe will do our best to help you. If there is a probability when you break through the 5th level civilization, our Mandi tribe will use the true prophecy to ensure your absolute safety. When Xiang Qian heard what Kaya said, he knew that he was really going to spend a lot of money. If there is a chance that Regtros can break through the 5th level civilization, then the price that the Mandi tribe will have to pay to use the true prophecy to help Regtros will definitely be very huge. But now Kaya said it without thinking, you can imagine how much the Mandi tribe needs this information now. Okay, then I will withdraw and give you the information. Anyway, I am not in a hurry to evolve now. Regtros was a little embarrassed by what Kaya said, the Alliance said. If you want to say who is the most innocent in the entire Earth Federation, Lei Fengtros is definitely ranked first. Even the middle school students of human civilization are more cunning than Regtros. Although Regtros is huge, he really regards the Earth Federation as his home now. Before, Xiang Qian always regarded him as a killer, and did not let him go. So far, except for the few times when Regtros just joined the Earth Federation, since leaving the Milky Way, he has been hanging next to the Civilization Guardian Tree to serve as the sun for the Earth Federation continent. In addition, during the first few thousand years of interstellar travel, Reglos was dormant, and his spirit entered the Earth Federation network to cooperate with the Earth Federation's entertainment activities. As a result, Most people who appeared later always regarded Reglos as a mascot, and had no idea how terrifying it would be if Reglos, who had been hanging in the sky, exploded with all his strength. If it came to popularity, Xiang Qian and the others combined were not as good as Reglos. Thank you. Kaya stood up excitedly and bowed to Reglos. Okay, that's it for the data. But the contribution of the Mandi tribe should be divided equally among Reglos, Green Star Civilization and Pabatalong Civilization. After all, the rules must be followed. Xiang Qian said. No problem. Kaya answered in great pain. Compared with the development of the Mandi tribe, the contribution is nothing. If the Mandi tribe really breaks through and becomes a level 5 civilization after obtaining the data, then they can get as many contribution points as they want. Shinkong, connect to the Kursi civilization host, select the data needed by the Mandi tribe, and then transfer the data directly to the wisdom. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Boss, the data selection is complete, and the transmission has begun. Shinkong replied quickly. Okay, there is nothing else to do. Don't forget to urge the people to have children when you go back. So far, only 2/3 of all the life planets have been used, and there is still 1/3 empty. This cannot be wasted. Xiang Qian said to several people before leaving. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, several people showed helpless expressions on their faces. 3 months later, the Mandi tribe announced the closure of the Wisdom Race flagship and officially began to condense the race's spiritual will. Chapter 397. After the Mandi tribe shut down the Wisdom Race flagship and focused on concentrating the race's spiritual will, the progress of the Earth Federation slowed down significantly. Without the Wisdom's computing, many scientists felt uncomfortable. After all, the computing speed of the starry sky is 8 million times slower than that of the Wisdom. The gap is too obvious, especially in the modeling of the universe. However, there is no way to do this. Xiang Qian dare not say that the computing speed of the starry sky is the top among the 4th-level civilizations, but compared with other civilized races, the computing speed of the starry sky is definitely not slow, and it is definitely faster than the central host of most civilized races. Unfortunately, after getting used to the computing speed of the Wisdom, the scientists have been spoiled. Even if the core equipment of the starry sky was replaced 18 times in a year, and the speed increased several times, it was still too slow for the scientists. Xiang Qian looked at the report submitted by the Academy of Sciences requesting the increase of the core components of the starry sky, and rubbed his forehead helplessly. Starry sky, if you increase the core components according to this report, how much can your computing speed be increased? Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. 0.72 times. Forget it. Send the report back and say that the new technology is being tested and no core components will be added at present. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. What's the use of increasing the computing speed by 0.72 times? It's better to wait until the Mandi tribe has gathered the spiritual will of the race. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian nodded without saying anything and continued to read other reports. 2 hours later, a report submitted by a think tank attracted Xiang Qian's attention. The report proposed that the Earth Federation should consider expanding the scale of the star system ring and start migrating all the life planets in the H199 star field. In this way, after 300 years, when the population of the Earth Federation is basically saturated, the Earth Federation can take all the life planets and go directly to the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located. Otherwise, according to the current development speed of the Earth Federation, after 50 years, the Earth Federation will be constrained by the resources of the H199 star field, and the development speed will stagnate significantly. So now we must start preparing to go to the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located, otherwise it will be too late to make temporary preparations for the voyage with more than 30,000 life planets. After reading the report, Xiang Qian thought for a while, and approved it. With Xiang Qian's approval, the industrial power of the Earth Federation began to explode, and the parts that had been designed long ago were produced frantically. As for why the equipment manufacturers were not used to produce the parts, it was because the star system ring that was more than twice the size of the solar system would tire all the equipment evolvers to death if it was produced purely by hand, and the time required was also in the unit of 10,000 years. That's right, after the expansion, the galaxy battleship is twice the size of the solar system, and the resources required to build a star system ring alone are an astronomical figure. For the Earth Federation, building a star system ring is nothing. As long as there are resources and time, it can be built. The only troublesome thing is to adjust the gravity and magnetic field between more than 30,000 life planets and 5,000 stars, so that all the force fields inside the entire galaxy battleship are unified. Although there is a formula for the grand unified theory, as long as there is data for each planet, it can be directly calculated by inputting it into the computer. However, there are too many planets joining the Galaxy Battleship this time, and the Galaxy Battleship can only move by gravity after completion, so the position of each planet is very important, and the Galaxy Battleship must produce a unified force field. Concentrate the masses of all the planets together, and then connect to the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy, so that the huge gravitational force of the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy can pull the Galaxy Battleship to move. Otherwise, the total mass of the Galaxy Battleship after expansion will make it impossible to use the Galaxy Battleship even if the Andromeda Galaxy does not block the curvature navigation. After all, the total mass is too large. Within the range of the size of 2 solar systems, loading so many planets has already pushed the bearing capacity of the space to a limit, and it is impossible to enter the curvature navigation state. Not to mention breaking through the particle flow engine, it is simply a dream to push the huge Galaxy Battleship. So in order to design the orbital route of the planet and unify all the force fields, the Earth Federation spent more than 300 years. After the calculation was completed, the huge fleet was dispatched and began to drag the planet. Time passed bit by bit. When the Earth Federation built the Galaxy Battleship, a thrilling chase continued 40,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation. The Ming Empire mothership, which is 100 times the size of the Sun, has been hunted for more than 4,000 years. Its outer planetary fortress has been completely lost, and even the hull of the mothership has suffered varying degrees of damage, looking very embarrassed. The life planet outside the mothership has now become the core of the battle. The hunting fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, fearing that they would accidentally blow up the life planet, did not dare to open fire at full power, and could only chase behind the mothership, using the energy of the long-range attack message mothership. But the effect was too poor, and it could not threaten the mothership at all, resulting in the Ming Empire not suffering much damage. If the pursuit continued like that, it would be a question whether the Ming Empire could be destroyed even in 100,000 years, let alone 10,000 years. So more than 3,000 years ago, a civilized race came up with a solution, which was to seize the life planet, and then get the life planet out of the control of the other party's mothership. The other party used the life planet as a shield, so why not just take away all the life planets? Therefore, in the following 3,000 years, the fleets of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy began to send out countless cannon fodders to rob the life planets. Anyway, they have a large number of warships. Even if one of the 100 warships can deliver cannon fodder to the life planet, it is an extremely large number. Moreover, the Ming Empire simply cannot intercept such warships. When these warships swarmed in and rushed to the front of the mothership, they delivered the cannon fodder to the life planets. The Ming Empire did not react at all for a while. When they also sent troops to reinforce, more than 300 life planets had already escaped the control of the Ming Empire. It was from then on that the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy turned back to the disadvantage, and began to fight a war of attrition with the Ming Empire. Even if a warship was blown up, the number of deaths was calculated in tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands. But for the control of a life planet, let alone 100,000 people, even if 1 million people were thrown in, it would not make a single wave. In 3,000 years, more than 1,000 life planets outside the mothership have completely turned into meat grinders, and the number of deaths on both sides cannot be calculated at all. Your Majesty, several prophets have come to the same conclusion. Only when we reach the X-3371 star field can the crisis be resolved. How long will it take to get there? Queen Mingwe asked. About 36,000 years. Queen Mingwe did not speak after hearing this, but just thought quietly. 36,000 years is too long for the Ming Empire, which is under attack every moment. The battle for the life planet for more than 3,000 years has wiped out the population of nearly 200 affiliated races. So it is a question whether the Ming Empire can survive until then in more than 30,000 years. 3 days later, Queen Mingwe looked at the star map on the big screen and slowly issued an order to go to the X-3371 star field. If Xiang Qian was here, he would see that the X-3371 star field on the star map is the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located, where the Earth Federation is going to go. The choice of the two human civilizations at this moment is really a coincidence. Chapter 398. Is there still no news from Wisdom? Xiang Qian frowned and asked. No matter what method is used, it is impossible to connect to Wisdom. Do you want to use physical means? Shinkong said immediately. No, keep sending connection requests to Wisdom at all times. Once there is news, tell me immediately. Xiangqian shook his head and said, "Yes, boss." After Xingkong's projection disappeared, Xiangqian looked at wisdom on the screen and frowned into a Chuan font. 3 days ago, the wisdom host suddenly disconnected from the starry sky, which surprised Xiangqian. Although the wisdom has not been in contact with the outside world for 3,000 years, the host has been connected to the starry sky, allowing Xiangqian to know some basic information about the wisdom. But 3 days ago, the wisdom suddenly disconnected, and no message was sent before the disconnection, and there was no problem with the wisdom itself, which is puzzling. Since the Mandi tribe began to gather the spiritual will of the race, the wisdom has been closed for 3,000 years. During this period, the starry sky could only get some information based on the data fed back by the wisdom host, and could not even contact Kaya or Vacadia. At the beginning, Xiangqian was also very worried. He even asked Zhang Ying to predict it, and the conclusion was that there was no problem. 3,000 years had passed in a flash. He had already gotten used to the state of the wisdom, but he didn't expect such a sudden change. After half a day, Xiangqian turned off the big screen. He had no choice but to leave it to fate. In 3,000 years, the Earth Federation had completed its construction mission in the H-199 star field, and the H-199 star field had been digested by the Earth Federation. Now it is preparing to migrate to the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located. The Galaxy battleship has been upgraded in the past 3,000 years. The overall area has reached twice the size of the solar system, and the equipment has been updated to the peak technology level of the 4th level civilization. It can be said that before the Earth Federation broke through the 5th level civilization, the combat effectiveness of the Galaxy battleship had reached a peak. A month later, Xiangqian and Lugason sat on the top of the civilization guardian tree, watching the Galaxy battleship move bit by bit. As the Galaxy battleship moved, the surrounding planets were crushed by the huge space distortion force. After these planets exploded, the debris was attracted by the huge gravity of the Galaxy battleship, and then crushed by the force of space, and this happened repeatedly. In the end, a layer of interstellar dust cloud appeared outside the Galaxy battleship. The cloud wrapped around the Galaxy battleship, and kept rolling under the action of the force of space, like bound water vapor, which was quite spectacular. "Boss, all the equipment of the Galaxy battleship is running normally, and the gravitational traction acceleration is stable. It is expected to reach the mother planet of the Kursi civilization in 5,300 years." Xingkong appeared in the small room, and said to Xiangqian. Xiangqian nodded without saying anything. His eyes were on the screen. "I don't know what happened to the Mandi tribe. It's been more than 3,000 years, and the wisdom is still closed. It was disconnected more than a month ago. Could there be any problem?" After a while, Lusun said, "Who knows, but the only thing we know now is that the Mandi tribe has not encountered any accidents. After all, we have a civilized race contract. If there is a problem with the Mandi tribe, we will know it at the first time. Now I just hope they can gather their racial spirit and will quickly, and it doesn't matter whether they have made great achievements or not." Xiangqian said, "If I had known this, I would not have given that opportunity to the Mandi tribe, otherwise this situation would not have happened now." Dilong also said, "It's meaningless to say all this now. By the way, have you two tribes made a plan to break through the 5th level civilization?" Xiangqian looked at Lugason and Dilong and said, "No, the 5th level civilization is not as easy to break through as we thought. So far, the accumulation of science and technology has reached a bottleneck. It will take a lot of time to truly study the biological discipline thoroughly." Greensun replied, "Don't worry, anyway, with the current strength of the Earth Federation, it is more than enough to protect itself. I have asked Starry Sky to send out several exploration fleets, targeting some large star regions. The destruction of the Kursi civilization was due to the obliteration of the rules of the universe, so it must have been caused by their sudden mobilization of the fleet to leave. Since the Kursi civilization was obliterated, it is possible that other civilizations were also obliterated. If you are lucky, you may be able to get some information." Xiangqian closed the screen and said, "The chance is too small." After Sephiroth finished speaking, the atmosphere became cold, but he didn't care. Xiangqian didn't care either. After all, this matter was just a matter of luck. The chance was not small, but slim. After a while, several people left the room and returned to their own races. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. The Galaxy battleship had abandoned more than 200 stars with exhausted energy, and the voyage had reached 1/5 of the distance. There were some lonely star systems along the way, but the Galaxy battleship didn't pay attention to them. The current Earth Federation no longer cares about the interests of these star systems. Even if the Kursi civilization in these star systems has been wiped out, the Earth Federation can take over these planets effortlessly. But even so, the Earth Federation has no interest in taking them over. To put it bluntly, the time wasted by the Earth Federation in taking over these planets exceeds the value of these planets themselves. Just like a billionaire, if he sees $1 on the ground, he will never bend down to pick it up. The journey was peaceful without any disturbances, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. But on this day, the starry sky suddenly appeared in Xiang Qian's eyes and said, "Boss, we have discovered a fleet of other civilized races, and it is currently 6,300 light-years away from us." "Well, how come we have only discovered it now? Isn't the scanning limit of the detector 10,000 light-years?" Xiang Qian asked curiously. "They have interference devices, and they were able to detect the other party this time, and they were able to confirm it through gravitational fluctuation detection." Shinkong replied immediately. "Give me the information." Soon, the fleet information was displayed on the big screen. Xiang Qian was a little speechless after reading it, because the opponent's target was also the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization was located, and the distance to the mother planet of the Kursi civilization was 300 light-years closer than the Earth Federation. The opponent's sailing speed was about the same as that of the Galaxy battleship, and it might be a little faster. Therefore, the opponent must have arrived at the mother planet of the Kursi civilization earlier than the Earth Federation. After reaching this conclusion, Xiang Qian was a little depressed. Why didn't they take action before? And now that the Earth Federation came out, someone came to pick peaches. However, the only thing that made Xiang Qian happy was that the opponent's fleet strength could not be compared with the Earth Federation. This fleet is composed of 12 civilized races. The number of fleets is also more than 3 billion, and there are also Galaxy battleships. But compared with the current Earth Federation, it can only be said that they are too weak. Chapter 399. The current Earth Federation has more than 10 billion warships, not to mention that the opponent's Galaxy warships are just like basketballs and eggs compared to the Earth Federation, not to mention that this does not include the combat effectiveness of biological transformation weapons. If we really compare them, the gap between the two sides is simply huge. Although the number of civilizations on the other side exceeds that of the Earth Federation, the number of life planets they have is far less than that of the Earth Federation. According to detection, the number of life planets on the other side is at most 1/12 of that of the Earth Federation. Now everyone is a level 4 peak civilization, and the number of people is the actual combat power. Therefore, the disadvantage of the small number of civilizations of the Earth Federation has been eliminated by the huge population. Moreover, the Earth Federation is a multidisciplinary civilization, which is much stronger than other civilizations at the same level. So after seeing this fleet, Xiang Qian was just depressed for a while, and did not have any other thoughts. For the current Earth Federation, this fleet can only be regarded as a trouble, not a threat. "Shinkong, are they civilized races from the Milky Way?" Xiang Qian asked. "They are civilized races from the Milky Way, 5 of which are evolver civilizations, and the rest are pioneer civilizations. They are also civilized races that have escaped the pursuit, and their potential is relatively large." Shinkong quickly gave the answer. When all the civilized races in the Milky Way attacked the native races of the Andromeda Galaxy together, Shinkong had already saved the information of all the civilized races in the Milky Way. Now, by comparing the data sent back by the detection equipment, we can know the identity of the other party. Then contact the other party, and tell them that I want to talk to their senior management. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "Okay, boss." 5 days later, Shinkong was officially connected to the other party, and could make a video call. "Hello, Mr. Xiang, it's nice to see you again." After the other party's Civilization Alliance decision-maker, Peria, was connected, he smiled at Xiang Qian and said, "Hello, Mr. Peria. I am also very happy to see my comrades, who fought side by side with me again, which makes me more confident in completing the task of issuing the rules for the operation of the universe. I wonder how many civilized races are left in our galaxy that escaped." Xiang Qian also said with a smile, "There should be many, but everyone got separated during the pursuit. I know of more than 300 civilized races, and I don't know the rest. If I remember correctly, there should be many civilized races that left with the Earth Federation at that time." When Pelia asked this question, the smile on his face disappeared. It seems that the Milky Way suffered a great loss. The other party has only seen more than 300 civilized races, which is just a drop in the ocean for the entire Milky Way civilization. Of course, it is also possible that the other party is like the Earth Federation, hiding in a remote place, and focusing on development without contacting the outside world. Well, More than 1,000 civilized races followed us away, but we separated on the way. I don't know how they are now. Xiang Qian thought for a moment and said, By the way, Mr. Xiang, I wonder if your Earth Federation's goal is this star field. Pelia couldn't help asking when he saw Xiang Qian was still talking to him. Xiang Qian looked at the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization was located on the big screen, nodded and said, Yes, our Earth Federation's goal is the mother planet of the Kursi civilization. In the past 10,000 years, our Earth Federation has been fighting with the Kursi civilization. 2,000 years ago, we used the rules of the universe to let them destroy a planet with life. As a result, you have seen that they were wiped out by the rules of the universe, and now our Earth Federation is going to take over their home planet. Xiang Qian directly took the credit for the annihilation of the Kursi civilization on the Earth Federation. Anyway, the other party didn't know, so they just pretended to be a tiger. If the other party wanted to occupy the star field where the home planet of the Kursi civilization was located, then the Earth Federation would have a reason to attack them. After all, it would be morally justified. Although morality is completely useless in the universe, it always sounds better. In fact, even without this title, what can the Earth Federation do? They can't stop it. After hearing Xiang Qian's words, Peria's face changed immediately, but soon he returned to a smile. He first praised the strength of the Earth Federation, and then talked about the threat of the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy, and the civilizations of the Milky Way should unite. He also proposed that the Earth Federation needed help, such as allocating some life planets to their alliance, supporting scientific research projects, etc. Xiang Qian sneered in his heart after hearing this. If he agreed, he would be stupid. But on the surface, he still said, These are all conceivable, but after all, the Kursi civilization was conquered by our Earth Federation, and we paid a great price for it. So I hope you will not enter the star field where the Kursi civilization is located. But our Earth Federation is not unwilling to help friends. After our Earth Federation reaches the star field, we will divide 1/10 of the life planet for you as a help to you. Thank you very much for the generosity of the Earth Federation, but can we make a copy of the information gradually stored in the mother planet of the Kursi civilization? After hearing this, Peria's mouth twitched, and he continued to smile. No problem, we can give you a copy of the information, but we have to wait until our Earth Federation arrives at the home planet of the Kursi civilization and sorts out the information before copying it to you. Xiang Qian nodded. No, we should arrive before the Earth Federation, and we can sort out the information for you. No, if you dare to enter the home planet of the Kursi civilization before our Earth Federation arrives, it means an invasion of our Earth Federation. Are you ready for this? At this point, everyone knows what's next. Now the other party is closer to the mother planet of the Kursi civilization than the Earth Federation, but the other party's strength is not as good as the Earth Federation. Even if they are allowed to enter the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located first, they can't do anything in 300 years. When the Earth Federation reaches there, it will definitely attack them. After all, in 300 years, even if the other party tries their best to pack up the life planet, they can't take away much. Once they have a falling out with the Earth Federation, they will have no choice but to leave there in disgrace. However, Xiang Qian does not know whether they know that there is a subject information in a civilization host, or whether it is optional information. If they know, it means that they have obtained a piece of information, but this possibility is not high. After all, if they can obtain the information, their strength cannot be so poor. The current situation is obvious. The Earth Federation is strong, but it arrived in the Cursiwan star domain later than the other party. But in just 300 years, the other party can't take away too many resources. So now it depends on the other party's idea, whether to obtain the scientific and technological information of the Kursi civilization, and then pack up the life planet with all their strength and leave before the Earth Federation arrives. Or to negotiate with Xiang Qian, obey the arrangements of the Earth Federation, and then use scientific and technological information in exchange for the support of the Earth Federation. As for Xiang Qian, there is no need to consider anything at all. He is only responsible for giving multiple choice questions and letting the other party choose. This is the benefit of absolute strength. Chapter 400. Peria was also very angry about Xiang Qian's strength, but he had no choice. The Earth Federation is much stronger than them, and they have no chance to fight against the Earth Federation head-on. Although everyone now has a common enemy, the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, in the face of absolute interests, that fragile alliance relationship is not much thicker than plastic wrap. Mr. Xiang, our alliance can slow down its advance and wait until you arrive before entering the star field. But we also need your compensation. Otherwise the consumption and wasted time along the way will be too much of a loss for our alliance. Finally, Peria compromised. Xiang Qian was not happy when he heard Peria's answer, but felt a little disappointed. Because the other party gave this answer, it means that they don't know what kind of scientific and technological information is in the host of the mother planet of a native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the Earth Federation is, the other party will not miss this opportunity. But now, the other side's reply clearly revealed that they didn't know this news, that is, they had not received the same scientific and technological information. That's no problem. We can exchange our scientific and technological information with you. At the same time, when we arrive in the star field, we will give you 1,000 life planets and 100,000 resource planets. But you must start slowing down now, otherwise I will think you are lying to me. Xiang Qian made a final test. If the other party was lying to him, it would be impossible for him to agree to this condition. If he really gave up, then it didn't matter whether he slowed down now or later. But what disappointed Xiang Qian was that Peria nodded in agreement without even thinking about it. What else can we say? It seems that the other party really doesn't know this information. So after dealing with it for a few words, Xiang Qian asked other senior officials of the Earth Federation to take over the specific matters. He didn't need to worry about exchanging information or anything like that. The only thing to pay attention to is to closely monitor the other party's actions. Even if the other party has some small moves, Xiang Qian will not expose them. He just wants to know whether the other party knows the secrets in the host. If the other party makes some small moves, it means that the Earth Federation is likely to obtain another piece of information. Do we really want to give up? After Xiang Qian closed the communication, a person next to Peria asked. Impossible. The host of the Andromeda Galaxy's main civilization Mother Star contains information about breaking through the 5th level civilization. We can't give up. Although the Earth Federation is very powerful, our alliance is not as good as them, and we can't compete for that information openly. But it doesn't mean we give up. We can send remote control equipment to get there to invade the host to obtain data, and our galaxy battleships will start to slow down, and at the same time exchange technology with the Earth Federation to improve our technological foundation. Pelia said with narrowed eyes. What if the Earth Federation finds it? The man said hesitantly. Do you think the Earth Federation can find a spaceship that is tens of meters in size, equipped with stealth equipment, and powered by kinetic energy, thousands of light years away? Peria asked back. It shouldn't be possible. Even if they are at the peak of the 4th level civilization, they can't have such detection technology. That's fine. Anyway, we just want to get the data, not to destroy the host. As long as we are not discovered by the Earth Federation, there will be no problem. Okay, I do it now. Soon, several invisible unmanned small spacecraft were launched like electromagnetic projectiles, and disappeared in the vast sea of stars in an instant. Time passed slowly, and 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The technology exchange between the Earth Federation and the other party is almost completed. Xiang Qian did not take this technology exchange seriously, but he did not expect that this technology exchange would be a timely reign for the Earth Federation. Originally, the Earth Federation had very little accumulation in several major disciplines, except for biology. After all, the research of one civilized race, and the research of several civilized races together, to learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses are still very different. But this technology exchange has basically doubled the current academic foundation of the Earth Federation, and many things that the Earth Federation has not studied have been completed. Although the other party's technological level is not as good as that of the Earth Federation, they have more civilizations and races. There are more than a dozen civilizations, and races are all civilizations of different disciplines. The effect of supplementing the overall technological foundation of the Earth Federation is simply unimaginable. So later, Xiang Qian also attached great importance to this technological exchange. In fact, compared with Xiang Qian, Peria was the most surprised. He did not expect that the Earth Federation had such profound research in so many disciplines. If the Earth Federation supplemented the technological foundation, then for Peria and his alliance, it was a rapid technological advancement. In the end, the leaders of several civilizations including Peria felt a little embarrassed. The Earth Federation helped them so much, but they still tried to steal the data of the host of the Kursi civilization. This was a bit too much. Especially since this kind of torment on conscience lasted for more than 2,000 years, they really couldn't stand it. So on this day, Xiang Qian received a communication from Peria, and the content of the communication made Xiang Qian dumbfounded. In fact, 2,000 years ago, we launched several unmanned stealth spacecraft to steal scientific and technological data from the mother planet of the Kursi civilization. At that time, I really didn't know that the Earth Federation would open up so much technological information to us, allowing our technology to develop by leaps and bounds. So we are very sorry. Today, on behalf of the Alliance, I apologize to the Earth Federation. Those unmanned stealth spacecraft have been detonated by us. Even if the technological information in the host of the Kursi civilization can allow our technological level to rise again, we will have no idea. I am really sorry. Please forgive our Alliance, Mr. Xiang. We are very sorry. Pelia brought the leaders of other civilizations in the Alliance and said very sincerely on the communication. Xiang Qian stared at the big screen in amazement. This plot was different from what he thought. Shouldn't it be that they secretly stole the data and found that there was nothing in the host of the Kursi civilization, and then turned around and ran away after finding out that they were fooled? Then the Earth Federation stood on the moral high ground and hunted them down, and finally obtained all their technological data and the news about the host they knew. But now, they actually came to apologize to the Earth Federation. Could it be that the communication was opened in the wrong way? Or maybe the civilized races in the universe still have the most basic trust, and doing good things can make the other party feel guilty. But it seems that the Earth Federation did not do anything good, and this misunderstanding is a bit big. Ahem. Since it's destroyed, forget it. We are still friends. Let's let this little misunderstanding go. Xiang Qian said righteously, but in fact, he was still a little uncomfortable with this sudden turn. Good people, the Earth Federation is full of good people, just let it go, without saying anything simply. Pelia, and the leaders of several civilized races were instantly moved by Xiang Qian's tolerance. As a result, the next day, Xiang Qian received news that Pelia had sent a lot of scientific and technological information that their alliance had kept in the bottom of the box. After receiving this news, Xiang Qian instantly became Spartan. Chapter 401. While Xiang Qian was having friendly exchanges with Peria, another human civilization, the Ming Empire, which was 30,000 light years ago, suffered great losses. The native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy have been chasing the Ming Empire's mothership for nearly 10,000 years. However, during this 10,000 years, the fleets of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy can go to other star systems to replenish resources and troops. But the Ming Empire is not like that. In the first few thousand years, the Ming Empire was able to maintain its advantage, but 6,000 years ago, after these fleets began to attack life planets, the advantage turned into a disadvantage. In 6,000 years, 400 civilizations of the Ming Empire's affiliated races have exhausted all their military forces. Except for scientists and young people who stayed to restore the vitality of the race, there are no soldiers left to mobilize. However, the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy have continuously replenished their forces from various star systems, and there is no shortage of soldiers at all. Now it is still 30,000 years to sail to the safe place predicted by the Andromeda Galaxy. According to the current war losses, it is still very difficult for the Ming Empire to hold on until then. Your Majesty, all the stars that have consumed their energy are ready, and can be launched at any time. Calculate the exact position, and launch immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. The Queen of the Moon looked at the stars launched around the mothership on the big screen, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Although the energy of these stars has been consumed, the energy contained in them is still very huge, but they can no longer absorb energy, otherwise the mass of the star will drop rapidly, and the gravity of the core of the star will not be able to restrain the power generated by nuclear fusion. At that time, the entire star will explode as a supernova, which will be a disaster for the mothership. Now there is no way to deal with these 10 stars. Because the Ming Empire cannot compete with the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy in terms of military strength. So they can only use a special method, which is to detonate 10 stars at the same time, and use the power of supernova explosions to destroy the warriors attacking the life planets. Although in this way, those life planets will also suffer great trauma, and the soldiers of the Ming Empire will also be severely damaged. But as long as the life planets are not destroyed, then this loss is still bearable for the Ming Empire. After the 10 stars were launched, they were attacked, but ordinary attacks could not break the protective shield outside the stars. And if they wanted to use the fleet formation force field to gather huge space power to attack the stars, if a supernova exploded, the entire fleet would be destroyed. So these fleets could only retreat slowly, and stay away from these stars. However, the warships could retreat, but the landing ships heading to the life planets could not retreat, and could only speed up and rush towards the life planets. However, before these landing ships reached the life planet, 10 stars had already exploded into supernovas. The landing ships were instantly destroyed by the huge energy shock wave, leaving no trace. At this time, in the core command hall of the Ming Empire mothership, the gravitational wave data was displayed on the big screen. The gravitational wave data on the entire big screen was like a radar, showing the gravitational waves emitted by the supernova explosion debris around the mothership in 360 degrees. As long as the debris of these supernova explosions threaten the life planet, the mothership will launch the most powerful attack and destroy these debris as soon as possible. After all, the Ming Empire wants to use the power of supernova explosions to eliminate the power of the native civilization races in the Andromeda Galaxy, not to commit suicide. As the debris of supernova explosions that threaten the life planets were destroyed one by one, Queen Mingwe also breathed a sigh of relief. Although this plan is very dangerous, the effect is still good. At least all the landing ships around the mothership have disappeared, and the surface bases of the native civilization races on the life planets have also been destroyed. Only the soldiers underground survived. Moreover, the ionizing radiation cloud after the supernova explosion can also effectively prevent the other party from sending landing ships. It can be said that within a dozen years, the Mingwe Empire can breathe a sigh of relief and slow down. In fact, the Queen of Mingwe dared to issue this order, and it was guaranteed. At least there were several prophets and protectors among the affiliated races of the Ming Empire. The true prophecy and racial protection alone could block several fatal crises. This is the biggest confidence of the Mingwe Empire. But even so, the loss of the Mingwe Empire was not small. At least all the life planets basically became dead planets, all the flowers, plants and trees died, and all the water resources were evaporated. In addition to the special properties of the life planets themselves, these life planets are not as precious as a resource planet. Xiao Wu, how are the preparations for breaking through the 5th level civilization going? Queen Mingwe opened the communication and said slowly. Mother, the 5th level civilization cannot be broken through in a short period of time. Although the technology of all disciplines has been studied, and the 4th level civilization technology tree is complete, there is still one last hurdle to break through the 5th level civilization, that is, race transformation. Because our Ming Empire involves too many disciplines, it is impossible to extract the essence of all disciplines, transform the race genes, and upgrade the race flagship in a short period of time. And many resources are insufficient, and it is impossible to break through the 5th level civilization. The 5th princess on the screen said lightly. Then can't the subordinate race break through the 5th level? Queen Mingwe frowned and asked. The conditions for the subordinate race to break through the 5th level civilization have been met, but there are great risks, because once the race transformation is confirmed, it will be irreversible. If the breakthrough fails, the entire civilization race will be destroyed. Queen Mingwe thought for a while after listening, and then said, I will let a subordinate race cooperate with you later. When they break through the 5th level civilization, collect all the key information for breaking through the 5th level civilization. I understand, Mother. Okay, go and do your thing. After hanging up the call, Queen Mingwe showed a deep look of fatigue on her face, but the fatigue disappeared in the blink of an eye. Notify the affiliated race management department to select a civilized race with the lowest racial potential, and let them cooperate with Xiaowu to break through the 5th level civilization. Queen Mingwe said to the woman beside her. Yes, Your Majesty. Then Queen Mingwe began to issue orders to adjust the defense of the life planet, and then check the loss of the mothership and the reserve of resources. It can be said that Queen Mingwe is dealing with various things every day except sleeping time. In the blink of an eye, 15 years have passed, the impact range of the supernova explosion has passed, and the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy has once again launched an attack on the life planet. Chapter 402. Inside the Ming Empire mothership, in a huge space, a 4th level civilization race flagship quietly floated there. Around the race flagship, countless huge mechanical equipment were transforming the hull of the race flagship. How long will it take to complete the hull transformation? A large group of people walked under the race flagship, and the young woman in the lead asked. Your Highness the 5th Princess, it will take another 7 months to complete the transformation of the race flagship. A female assistant next to her said to the 5th Princess of the Ming Empire. Well, how is the Vulcan civilization preparing? The 5th Princess continued to ask. It's ready. As long as the race flagship is transformed, they can break through the 5th level civilization. It's ready. Go back and tell them again, and check what they are going to do carefully. I don't want the plan that cost 1/10 of the resources of the entire Ming Empire to fail because of their mistakes. Yes, Your Highness the 5th Princess. The 5th Princess led a group around and left. On the way back, the 5th Princess received a call from Queen Mingwe, asking about the Vulcan civilization's plan to break through to the 5th level of civilization. Mother, the Vulcan civilization has already prepared. Their civilization race flagship will be transformed in 7 months, and then they will be able to break through. But the only thing I am worried about is that the Vulcan civilization's technology tree is a complete copy of our Mingyu Empire's technology system, and it is not developed by them at all. If the technology tree does not match the system of their civilization when breaking through the 5th level civilization, accidents are likely to occur. The 5th princess replied, "Can't even you solve this problem? Can't the fusionists fuse all technology trees? Can't you just help them solve this problem?" Queen Mingwe frowned and said, "It's useless, I tried it. The technology tree fused by the fusionist, after being fused together, is the most suitable unique technology system for the fusionist's own race. I am not a member of the Vulcan civilization, so I cannot transform the unique technology system suitable for their civilization. In this regard, apart from the efforts of our own race, outsiders can't help at all. Unless the other party is a human civilization like our Mingyu Empire, they can fully receive our technology tree." The 5th princess explained, "Let's do this first. If the Vulcan civilization fails to break through, then stop this plan." After listening to this, Queen Mingwe didn't have any good ideas, so she hung up the communication. 2 hours later, the 5th princess returned to her palace. As the 5th princess of the Mingyu Empire and a special evolutionary fusionist, her status can be said to be second only to the Queen of Mingwe, so her palace covers a large area. Even if you want to see it from a distance on the spaceship, you can't see the edge at a glance. Such a large palace requires a lot of people to clean it, but the Mingyu Empire is a matriarchal society, so all the people who clean the palace are men. When the 5th princess got off the spaceship and walked back to the palace, a male servant accidentally threw up the dust on the lawn while mowing the lawn, and then the dust fell on the 5th princess's shoes by coincidence. "Mercy, 5th princess, mercy." The servant knelt on the ground and begged for mercy after seeing this. But the next second, the 5th princess's genetic nuclear force-armed arm suddenly appeared, and then an energy attack hit the servant's chest, directly knocking him out dozens of meters, lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. "Carry him out, and throw him to the bottom of the mothership." After saying this, the 5th princess walked into the palace without looking back, but no one saw that when she turned her head, there was a trace of panic and tension in her eyes. "Yes, Your Highness the 5th princess." After the 2 female guards finished speaking, they used a garbage truck to pick up the male servant and sent him to the waste recycling station. After the automated waste recycling station sent the object, it sent the male servant to the bottom of the mothership through the gravity tunnel, which was the garbage dump of the waste recycling station. The moment the man appeared in the garbage dump, several people waiting around the garbage dump quickly took the rescue equipment and began to rescue him. For a level 4 peak civilization, as long as the brain is not shattered, even if the body is destroyed, it can be saved. Moreover, this person only had a hole in his chest, exposing his internal organs, which is basically a minor injury. "Be gentle, it hurts me to death." The injured male servant woke up quickly after being put into the treatment equipment, and then looked at the people around him carrying the treatment equipment unsteadily, and immediately spoke. "All right, your little injury is nothing. The last time Xiaoqi came back, half of his body was gone, and he didn't scream like you." The person carrying the treatment equipment said with a smile, not caring at all. After a while, a hidden door appeared under the garbage pile. Only after entering the door can you see the shadow of the 4th level civilization, otherwise the garbage pile just now does not look like a 4th level civilization. Finally, in a hall, several people put down the treatment equipment. At this time, everyone in the hall came over with a smile and greeted the people in the treatment equipment. "Xiao Chong, you are back. How was your experience this time? The women in the 3rd sister-in-law's palace are beautiful, right? Tell me quickly, did you hook up with someone? The injury is not serious. It seems that the 3rd sister-in-law showed mercy." A group of people said to Xiaoqiang in the treatment device with a smile. "Xiaoqiang, you have worked hard." At this time, a person walked in front of the treatment device and said with a smile, "Third brother, I'm fine." This time the 3rd sister-in-law showed mercy. "I am the one with the lightest injury. By the way, take the thing out quickly. If it grows into the flesh, I will have to undergo surgery, which will be even more painful for me," Xiaoqiang said with a smile. "Okay, when everything is over, I let Ziqing cook for you, and then we have a good meal." The man called the 3rd brother nodded vigorously, and said sincerely. Soon, a chip the size of a grain of rice was taken out from the wound on Xiaoqiang's chest. Then Xiaoqiang was carried down to rest, and a large group of people surrounded the chip, waiting for the reading device to translate the content in the chip. But after reading the content of the chip, everyone's face was not good. Mother seems to have discovered something. You have to be careful. The battle outside is very fierce. I don't know if I can hold on. I miss you. The password for the second level host authority is. The public management authority is. The list of male servants in the core area is. Except for the first sentence said by the fifth princess, the rest of this information is all the core information of the Mingyu Empire. However, the fifth princess's words that the mother planet seems to have discovered something are too lethal to them, and they are worried. Third brother, what should we do? Third sister-in-law seems to be in danger. Should we launch it in advance? Yes, I think the internal power of the Empire is empty now. It is a good time. Why don't we launch it now? Okay, this matter can't be so hasty, and things haven't reached any stage yet. Don't rush it. The third brother frowned and said, and then he closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Everyone didn't say anything after listening. Anyway, the third brother has expressed his position. What else can they do? Chapter 403. Mother, the Vulcan civilization has completed its preparations for the breakthrough, and can start at any time. Please give the order. The fifth princess whispered behind Queen Mingyu. Yes, connect to the communication of Vulcan civilization. Queen Mingyu nodded, and said to the people around her. Yes, your majesty. Soon, the image of the flagship core of the Vulcan civilization appeared on the big screen, and the patriarch of the Vulcan civilization was holding the civilization raised scepter, and waiting for Queen Mingyu's order. Are you ready? Queen Mingyu said calmly. Please rest assured, your majesty. All the people of our Vulcan civilization are ready, and will definitely succeed in breaking through. The chief of the Vulcan civilization said respectfully. Well, let's get started. Queen Mingyu nodded and said, Yes, your majesty. The picture inside the Vulcan civilization's race flagship disappeared, and was replaced by the picture of the Vulcan civilization's race flagship slowly leaving the mothership. After all, no one knows what will happen when breaking through the fifth level civilization, and no one can predict it. If the breakthrough is made inside the mothership, what if something goes wrong and the mothership is damaged? So even if the battle outside is fierce, the process of Vulcan civilization breaking through the fifth level civilization must be carried out outside the mothership. In order for Vulcan civilization to break through the fifth level civilization this time, the Mingyu Empire has invested a lot of money. The materials for transforming the race flagship alone reach 1/10 of the Mingyu Empire's material reserves, not to mention the defense circle set up to prevent the enemy from destroying it when the Vulcan civilization breaks through. For a big project like this, the Mingyu Empire can only experiment once. If it fails, even with the foundation of the Mingyu Empire, it cannot afford a second failure. Are you worried? Queen Mingyu said lightly while looking at the big screen. A little bit. That problem has not been solved yet, and it is very likely to fail. The fifth princess also looked at the big screen and answered. Really? I thought you were worried that the Vulcan civilization would fail, and my promise to you would be invalidated. Queen Mingyu said without turning her head. Your majesty, your words are too kind. Ziqing dared not hope for that. After hearing this, the fifth princess' pupil shrank, and she answered calmly. After hearing this, Queen Mingyu did not speak, and the command hall fell into silence for a while. Soon, the Vulcan civilization's flagship began to emit light, which meant that the Vulcan civilization had begun to break through. At this moment, everyone in the command hall was attracted by the big screen. After all, the success or failure of the Vulcan civilization was related to the fate of the Mingyu Empire. At this time, inside the Vulcan civilization's flagship, all the Vulcans were shrouded in the light emitted by the civilization raised scepter. Under the shining light, the bodies of the Vulcans began to change. The genetic nuclear force weapons fused in the body began to transform into the most basic particles, which quickly merged into the gene chain and rapidly changed the structure of the gene chain. At the same time, the lines on the civilized race scepter also began to change. The lines spreading from the bottom to the top began to grow, and continued to spread upwards. If you can see the inside of the civilized race scepter, the most subtle situation in the lines, you will find that those lines are basically composed of formulas and data. It can be said that this pattern is the materialization of the Vulcan civilization technology tree. When the pattern on the scepter of the civilization race stopped spreading, this pattern began to appear as an illusory projection, and then the projection penetrated the bodies of all Vulcans. When the pattern penetrated the body, it would leave a shadow on the gene chain. At this time, the evolution of the gene chain itself, plus the gene nuclear force armed particles, and the pattern shadow, the three forces began to entangle together, and the gene chain began to mutate wildly in an instant. Under normal circumstances, no matter how the gene chain mutates, it should be complete and will not break. However, the gene chain formed by the Vulcan people under these three forces has broken gaps, as if something is missing, which leads to the incomplete structure of the gene chain. When the Vulcan civilization broke through the fifth-level civilization, that kind of light could not be concealed, so the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy, after seeing this situation, all launched a crazy attack on the position of the flagship of the Vulcan civilization race. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. The defense circle formed by more than 2,000 civilization races, and tens of billions of warships had begun to show loopholes in the suicide attack of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet. After all, no one knows the horror of the fifth-level civilization better than the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race, so now seeing the situation of the Vulcan civilization, they are no longer afraid of accidentally hurting the life planet, and they are attacking with their lives. Fleets, battle formations, force fields, carrying huge space forces, rushed madly towards the defense circle. At this time, the mothership's firepower was already fully opened, and black cracks that cut through the space appeared in the universe. However, no matter how strong the mothership's attack firepower was, the fleet of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race was determined not to retreat, and launched an attack despite the huge firepower. At this time, the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race had only one thought, that is, they must not let the other side break through, otherwise, when the Andromeda Galaxy's native fifth-level civilization race could not leave the central area, no civilization race outside the Andromeda Galaxy could resist the fifth-level civilization. If these civilized races were afraid of harming the life planet and affecting their own race before, they don't care about it now. Because once the Ming Empire breaks through the fifth-level civilization, they will be exterminated soon, so now they have only one idea, that is to interrupt the other party's breakthrough. The idea of the Ming Empire is even simpler, that is to let the Vulcan civilization break through the fifth-level civilization, and then end the current crisis of the Ming Empire. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this time, the light on the flagship of the Vulcan civilization race began to slowly disappear. Seeing this situation, the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy was desperate. They thought that this was a successful breakthrough. But at this time, in the Mothership Command Hall, Queen Mingwe and the 5 princesses were more nervous than them. Whether it succeeds or not depends on what happens next. 3 minutes later, the light outside the flagship of the Vulcan civilization race disappeared. According to the speed of the light disappearance, it will take about 5 minutes for the light inside the race flagship to disappear. At that time, it will be the time for the Vulcan civilization to wake up. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. At the core of the Vulcan civilization flagship, the chieftain of the Vulcan civilization slowly opened his eyes. Successful, our Vulcan civilization has become level 5. Before the chieftain of the Vulcan civilization finished speaking, a look of fear appeared on his face. Crack. The civilization ray scepter in his hand began to break, and then turned into powder, and disappeared into the air. At the same time, the genes of all the tribesmen of the Vulcan civilization began to collapse, and even the civilization race flagship began to break. Under the gaze of everyone, the Vulcan civilization race flagship from beginning to end, like a weathered rock wall, was blown by the wind and turned into powder, and drifted in the void of the universe. Chapter 404. Seeing this, the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy were all dumbfounded. When they saw the light disappear, they thought they were doomed, but they never expected a sudden turn of events that confused them all. When the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy stood there and stopped attacking, the command hall of the Ming Empire mothership was also silent, and everyone stared at the big screen in a daze. Impossible, how could it fail? How could this happen? The staff inside the command hall exclaimed in disbelief. This blow was too great for them. Originally, they were counting on the Vulcan civilization to break through level 5, and then eliminate external enemies, so that the Ming Empire would be out of crisis. Who would have thought that after spending so much energy, and consuming so many resources, the final result would be like this? At this time, even the muscles on Queen Mingyu's face were twitching slightly, showing her extreme inner restlessness. Only the 5th princess was still calm. After all, at the beginning, she did not have much fantasy that the Vulcan civilization could successfully break through. As the saying goes, there is no despair without hope. In the main command hall, only she can keep calm. Notify all affiliated races to withdraw the mothership and increase the military force input to the life planet. After a while, Queen Mingwe spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. After the staff below started working, Queen Mingwe turned around and said to the 5th princess, Do you know what went wrong with them? The specific situation cannot be seen, and we have to go back to analyze the data. But I still insist on my judgment that it is a problem of incompatibility between the technology tree and the civilization race. The fifth princess hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. If this problem can be overcome, can we break through to the fifth level of civilization? Queen Mingwei continued to ask. I don't know. If this problem is solved, it should be possible to break through, but there is only an 80% chance. The fifth princess thought for a while and said, Well, you go back first. Queen Mingwei nodded and said, then turned to look at the big screen and ignored the fifth princess. Yes, mother, Ziqing will take her leave first. The fifth princess finished speaking and slowly left the command hall. After the fifth princess left, Queen Mingwei closed her eyes and mobilized the genetic nuclear force in her body. An invisible wave began to spread outward from her body and soon swept across the entire mothership. You are quite good at hiding. After a while, Queen Mingwei opened her eyes and sneered. Notify Xiaowu and let her summarize the experience of this failure. Next, I will let the Kalei people cooperate with her. Yes, your majesty. The fifth princess received the notification when she was halfway back to the palace by airship. However, when she saw the Kalei people, her pupils shrank quickly and her arms trembled slightly. Your Highness, the fifth princess, are you feeling unwell? The guards around the fifth princess asked immediately after seeing this situation. Huh? It's okay. The Vulcan civilization failed to break through, and I'm not in a good mood. The fifth princess also knew that she had lost her composure, and she reluctantly put away her ugly expression and said calmly, Your Highness, this matter has nothing to do with you. It is the problem of Vulcan civilization itself. Your Highness wasted so much time. Okay, stop talking. I want to be quiet. The guard nodded and stood behind the fifth princess respectfully. He was very surprised why the fifth princess was so abnormal today. When she returned to the palace, the fifth princess saw the male servants working in the yard, frowned, and then knocked them all down with a wave of her hand. Throw these people to the bottom of the mothership and replace them with another group. I am annoyed by these people. The fifth princess said and walked into the palace. Yes, your highness the fifth princess. After this group of people were sent to the recycling station on the bottom of the mothership, the people waiting below were caught off guard. After a long time, they finally rescued all these people and took out the storage devices inside their wounds. Third brother, what happened? Why did third sister-in-law drive all the people down at once? Yes, third brother, even if you want to communicate, you don't need to drive so many people down. Stop arguing. Third sister-in-law must have her intentions for doing this. Let's see what third sister-in-law says later. A group of people were shouting in the hall. After all, what happened today was too abnormal. After a while, the man in white, who was called the third brother, looked gloomy after reading the contents of the storage device. Third brother, what's wrong? Did something happen to your third sister-in-law? Yes, third brother, why do you look so bad? The third brother raised his head, took a deep breath, and said, Queen Mingwei is going to take action against the Kalei people, and the executor is your third sister-in-law. Instantly, the people in the hall exploded. That old witch is so vicious that she actually let my sister-in-law attack my mother's race. It's simply murderous. Yes, brother, why don't we go pick up my aunt first? We can't let anything happen to her. Yes, let's go pick her up. My brother scratched his head, waved his hands at everyone and said, Come back, saving people is useless. Queen Mingwei asked Ziqing to help the Kalei tribe break through the 5th level civilization, but Ziqing said that the success rate is only 1 in 10, which is basically suicide. Today, the Vulcan civilization failed to break through the 5th level civilization. All the tribesmen, including the civilization race flagship, were turned into ashes. Even if the people were brought in, after the Kalei tribe failed to break through the 5th level civilization, all the people would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. After hearing this, everyone had no choice. The Kalei tribe was destroyed, and it would be useless even if the people were brought out. The civilization race flagship and the civilization race scepter were destroyed at the same time, and the entire race would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. This is something they all know. Third brother, if it doesn't work, let's do it now. Someone suggested. No hurry, Ziqing said it can be delayed for 10,000 years, so we can't be impatient, it's not time yet. Shuqi, go and lock up all those who are not our own people, and check them carefully before locking them up to see if there is anything. Then notify Uncle Da to send the others over. Don't use other people this time, just send our own people. I guess Ziqing is afraid that some of these people are unreliable, so she cleared them all at once. The third brother thought for a while, and said, "Okay, third brother, I go find Uncle Da now." "Xiao Lu, go call everyone to the meeting." "Yes, I go right away." While they were nervously calling everyone to the meeting, Queen Ningwa closed her eyes, and didn't know what she was doing. After a while, Queen Ningwa opened her eyes, but at this time her face showed a disdainful smile, and she whispered, "Xiao Wu, you still can't keep your temper." Chapter 405. Boss, they have left the star field. Yes, I understand. By the way, tell the top leaders of the Earth Federation to continue to encourage people to have children. The current population growth rate is too slow. If it continues at this rate, when will we be able to occupy all the life planets? Yes, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he also shook his head, and sighed helplessly at the nearly 100,000 life planets displayed on the big screen. Now the Earth Federation has arrived at the star field where the mother planet of the Kursi civilization is located, and Pelia and his team have also left with 1,000 life planets. As for the data in the host, Xiang Qian brought Peria into the core hall of the host at that time, so Peria also knew that the host data of the Kursi civilization had long been taken away by an unknown civilization race. So Peria did not stay and left here with 1,000 life planets. However, occupying the Kursi star domain, although it has a great promoting effect on the Earth Federation. But the number of nearly 100,000 life planets cannot be completely occupied in a short period of time. After all, the population of the Earth Federation cannot grow so fast. Moreover, after so many years of reproduction, many people don't like to have children. After all, the lifespan of human beings is now more than tens of thousands of years. The total number of people in a family can exceed tens of thousands, which is too many. Two equally young people stand together, and one of them may call the other an ancestor. That picture is too beautiful. If it weren't for the law of the Earth Federation that newly married couples must have one child, it would be a question whether the Earth Federation can have so many people now. Therefore, the population problem is the biggest problem facing the Earth Federation now. The remaining Earth Federation has no shortage of combat power or life planets, but it is relatively lacking in scientific and technological information, but that cannot be quickly improved in a short period of time. The only problem is to increase the population. This problem has made Xiang Qian's head bigger for 2 or 3 times. In fact, not only Xiang Qian, but also the patriarchs of several other civilized races are worried about this problem. The Earth Federation developed step by step, and there was no interference from the Andromeda Galaxy's main civilization around it. Such days passed in the blink of an eye for more than 3,000 years. On this day, one of the exploration fleets sent out by the Earth Federation before it departed from the H-199 star field finally sent back a message. When the exploration fleet was 10,000 light-years away from the target, it turned on the detector and scanned it, finding that except for the movement of the planets, all the warships inside the star field were stationary. Has it been confirmed? Xiang Qian said excitedly, looking at the dead silent star field on the big screen. It has been confirmed. As long as there is no problem with the exploration fleet's detection equipment, or the other party has special hiding means, then this news should be true. Shinkong said immediately. Well, let the exploration fleet monitor this star field at all times, and notify me immediately if anything happens. Yes, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen excitedly. He wanted to let the exploration fleet go directly to that star field so that he could get the scientific and technological information in the host. But unfortunately, even if the exploration fleet went at full speed, it would take more than 10,000 years to reach that star field. If during this period, spacecrafts of other civilizations entered that star field, Xiang Qian could only watch and could not do anything. So Xiang Qian could only pray that no other civilization would take a fancy to that star field. After a while, Xiang Qian turned off the screen, stood up and left the office, and went to the Academy of Sciences. So far, the Academy of Sciences of the Earth Federation has been expanded 3 times. When the Academy of Sciences was first built, Xiang Qian did not expect that the Earth Federation would have so many scientists. But after occupying a star field, Xiang Qian realized how wrong he was. Now the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences for just one discipline occupies an area as large as the total surface area of 3 life planets. The number of scientists in the Academy of Sciences, which has the least number of people, is already close to 1 trillion. In the field of biology, where scientists from 3 races gather together, the number of scientists has exceeded several trillion, and with the increase in the population of the Earth Federation, there is a trend of continued increase. It is estimated that it will not be long before the Academy of Sciences will expand again, but Xiang Qian is very happy about this expansion, and he wishes it would expand every day. Xiang Qian came to the Academy of Sciences of Biology, which has now been converted into a huge factory, where the racial flagship of the Babadalong civilization is undergoing transformation. Now we can see the form close to the cell, but we don't know how long it will take to complete the transformation. Shinkong, where is Lung Ning? Xiang Qian asked after arriving at the School of Biological Sciences. The boss lady is at the Research Center number 263, Area S, Research Center for the Origin of Life. Shinkong answered immediately. Xiang Qian immediately used his authority to call a shuttle, and quickly went to Lung Ning's location. When he saw Lung Ning was observing a gene structure diagram that was magnified tens of millions of times, and from time to time, he lowered his head to write something in a notebook. Why are you here? Don't you care about the transformation of the race flagship? Xiang Qian came to Lung Ning and asked. Who said I don't care? I came here to transform the race flagship. One functional gene is incompatible with another gene. Forced fusion will cause mutation, so I came here to find a way to solve this problem. Lung Ning saw Xiang Qian, put down the notebook and said, How long will it take to transform the race flagship? Xiang Qian frowned and asked, I don't know. The later we get, the more problems we will encounter. Now there are 30 million research centers just to study and solve the problem of genetic structure. If the problem of genetic structure is not solved, the race flagship cannot be transformed at all. Now the number of new problems discovered every day is 3 times the number of problems solved. If we continue at this rate, tens of thousands of years will be considered a short time. Ling Ning shook his head and said, It's so serious. Isn't biology the subject with the highest level of science and technology? How can we still encounter so many problems? Xiang Qian said in surprise. There are many problems. In fact, many small problems are things we didn't notice before, or we didn't think of. Some problems have been solved by other methods before. Now these problems can't be solved by the power of other disciplines, so we have to start research again, which is very troublesome. It's still because the civilization level has been improved too fast, and the technology accumulation is not enough, otherwise how could such a problem occur? After listening to it, Xiang Qian knew where the problem was. The technological development of the Earth Federation is carried out in 3 steps. Every time when the civilization level is broken through, there will be various problems. These problems are not big problems, but they have to be studied from the beginning, which is very troublesome. If the Earth Federation relies on time to upgrade to the peak of the 4th level civilization step by step, it will never encounter so many troubles. This is the importance of technological accumulation. Yes, but we didn't have so much time before to slowly study these technologies that purely use biological disciplines to solve problems. They were all completed by other methods. Now we can only make up for it. Ling Ning nodded. Let's go, stop here today and go home. Yes. Time passed quickly, and 5,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the exploration fleet suddenly scanned the information that countless fleets and a super-large planet fortress were fighting 10,000 light-years away. Chapter 406. Xiang Qian and Lu Gusan were standing at the top of the Civilization Guardian Tree, looking at the huge fleet on the big screen with serious expressions. Since they found this fleet 2 days ago, they have not left this room. Originally they still hoped that the direction of this huge fleet would change, but after 2 days, they have been able to confirm that the direction of this fleet is heading straight towards the Cursiwin Star region. After reaching this conclusion, the first thought of several people was to evacuate immediately. As for resistance, don't joke, they could overwhelm the Earth Federation with just the number of warships. Now this fleet is still 25,000 light-years away from us, but it will take us 18,000 years to digest all the life planets in the Cursiwin Star domain. If we want to take away all the life planets, we need to transform the galaxy warships. The total time is not enough, so we can only take away 1/3 of the resources of the Cursiwin Star domain at most. We have to keep a safe distance of at least 8,000 light-years from this fleet, so we only have 17,000 years to prepare. Xiang Qian said. If that huge planet fortress is destroyed, I wonder if those warships will open the space gate to attack us. Sephiroth suddenly said. It's hard to say, maybe it's really possible. Ludgerson said immediately. After Ludgerson finished speaking, several people didn't speak. After all, this possibility is very high. Because within 30,000 light-years, besides the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, there is only one outsider, the Earth Federation. So in this case, who else can this fleet attack if not the Earth Federation? Then we can only transform the galaxy battleships while collecting life planets. If that huge planet fortress is destroyed, we will evacuate immediately and retreat to the area where we landed in the Andromeda Galaxy. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "But we are a little far away from there. They can stop us by opening the space gate. What should we do then?" Sephiroth said something again. "Then we can only fight with that civilized school, push the life planet as a shield, and fight with them," Xiang Qian said helplessly. The other people did not speak, because facing such a huge fleet, with the current strength of the Earth Federation, even if it develops for tens of thousands of years, it will not be able to fight. Of course, if the Earth Federation has a 5th-level civilization, it will be different. But unfortunately, the Earth Federation has just touched the edge of the 5th-level civilization, and it is too early to break through. In fact, the Earth Federation still has a hope, that is, the exploration fleet can obtain the scientific and technological information of the host in the mother star of that star field. In that case, the Green Star Civilization or the Pabatalong Civilization may be able to break through the 5th-level civilization within 25,000 years. It is not certain who will run away by then, but this can only be regarded as a hope, not as a bargaining chip. What if the exploration fleet does not find the information, and the information has been taken away by other civilizations? At that time, when preparing to evacuate, the loss will be great. So at this time, the information cannot be used as a bargaining chip for the Earth Federation. After confirming the evacuation, the Earth Federation began to move, and the huge industrial power erupted again, and the galaxy warships changed every day. Xiang Qian did not need to pay attention to the problems of the Earth Federation. He observed the battle between the huge fleet and the huge planet fortress every day through the exploration fleet. Now he can be sure that the fleet sent by the Kursi civilization must have attacked the civilized race with a huge planet fortress. At the same time, he could also guess why the Kursi civilization was wiped out by the rules of the universe. But Xiang Qian was not optimistic about that civilization race, or the alliance of civilization races. After all, they could not collect any resources when they were besieged. Sooner or later, the huge planetary fortress would be breached due to energy exhaustion. Xiang Qian did not think that after the planetary fortress was breached, the flagship of the 4th-level civilization race would be of any use surrounded by so many warships. At that time, there would be only one way to go: death. Now Xiang Qian only wanted that civilized race to hold out for a while longer, at least to consume a little more of the enemy's strength, and by the way, to help the Earth Federation buy more time. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 5,000 years had passed. At this time, the Earth Federation's exploration fleet had already arrived at the dead star field, and it only took 80 years to reach the mother planet. After 80 years, if the data of the host inside the mother planet was not obtained by others first, then the Earth Federation would have the hope to compete with that huge fleet in 20,000 years. If there is no data in the host, then the Earth Federation can only run away. At the same time, the big screen inside the command hall of the Ming Empire mothership showed the picture of the Earth Federation exploration fleet sailing. "Can you confirm which civilization sent these spaceships?" Queen Mingwei asked seriously. "Your Majesty, according to the judgment, these spaceships are likely to come from this star field 20,000 light years ago." Queen Mingwei looked at the Cursiwan star field displayed on another screen, and then looked at the spaceships on the big screen. Her face was very ugly. Originally, the Ming Empire also wanted to obtain the data in the host of the mother star of this star field, but their speed was not as fast as the spacecraft of the Earth Federation. Now the spacecraft of the Earth Federation still has 80 years to reach the mother star, while they need at least 600 years to reach that star field. The gap is too big. The Ming Empire is a civilized race that has obtained the data of the host of the mother star of a native civilization race in the Andromeda galaxy. Of course, it knows how important the data inside the host of the mother star of a native civilization race is. Especially since the native civilization of this star field was wiped out by the rules of the universe because of their Ming Empire, the data that should have been theirs was now taken away by others under their noses, and they couldn't stop it. It's conceivable that Queen Mingwei was depressed. Notify the prophet to use the real language to destroy those very ships. After a while, Queen Mingwei spoke. "Yes, Your Majesty. Letting the prophet use the real prophecy to destroy these spaceships is a very high price, especially in this case where there is no external help. Letting several very self-destruct, the price paid is even higher. But compared to the data in the mother planet's mainframe, all this is worth it. After all, their Ming Empire already has all the scientific and technological data of a subject. As long as they get the scientific and technological data of another subject, many affiliated races will be able to break through to the 5th-level civilization. Instead of the current situation, the data of one subject is a copy of the Ming Empire's technology, resulting in incompatibility of the technology tree and failure of the breakthrough." Half an hour later, An invisible wave enveloped several exploration ships of the Earth Federation. Chapter 407. Boss, Miss Zhongying has something urgent to contact you. Xingkong suddenly said to Xiang Qian. Put it in. Xiang Qian frowned, and a bad premonition appeared. Oh no, someone used the real prophecy on the 4 exploration ships we sent out. The communication was connected, and Zhang Ying's image said to Xiang Qian anxiously. Using the real prophecy on the exploration ship, what is the content of the prophecy? Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. He thought of many possibilities. After all, the Earth Federation was in danger, but he didn't expect that someone would use the real prophecy on the exploration ship. The prophecy says that the energy system inside the exploration spacecraft will explode due to a malfunction, leading to the destruction of the spacecraft. Zhang Ying answered immediately. What a pit in the brain. Using the real prophecy on several exploration spacecraft. What a waste of time. This was Xiang Qian's first thought. But the next second, Xiang Qian's face changed, and he immediately shouted that it was not good. Starry Sky, contact Green Jerson immediately, let the Protector take action, and protect the exploration spacecraft sent by the Earth Federation. Tell him to hurry up. Xiang Qian also said to the Starry Sky in a hurry. Yes, boss. After the Starry Sky disappeared, Xiang Qian said to Zhang Ying, you lock on those spaceships now. When you feel that you can't use the prophecy on the exploration ship, stop it. If the opponent's real prophecy is about to be launched, you immediately use the real prophecy to stop it. Yes, I know. Zhang Ying saw Xiang Qian's face, and knew that the matter was very important, so she closed her eyes without saying anything nonsense. Xiang Qian turned his head and looked at another screen, where several exploration ships were flying to the star field's mother star. He was very nervous. If these exploration ships were destroyed, the scientific and technological data would be gone with the Earth Federation. That star field was nearly 20,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation. If these ships were destroyed, there would not be enough time to send more ships there. It could be said that these ships carried the hope of whether the Earth Federation could break through the 5th-level civilization. If they were destroyed before reaching the mother star, Xiang Qian would be furious. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. For Xiang Qian, these 3 minutes were more difficult than 3 years. He was afraid that the screen would show several spaceships exploding. Fortunately, just after 3 minutes, Zhang Ying opened her eyes and said, it is no longer possible to predict those spaceships. At the same time, Xingkong appeared in Xiang Qian's office again and said to him, Boss, the Protector has already protected those spaceships, and the true prediction has expired. Huh? Xingkong, tell Green Sun to let the Protectors protect these ships until they reach the mother planet. You must also monitor the status of these ships 24 hours a day and turn on all scanning equipment. If there is a fatal threat to the ships, tell me immediately. Yes, boss. Zhang Ying, you should also be ready before those ships reach the mother planet. If there is a problem, you must be prepared to use real language. Xiang Qian turned to Zhang Ying and said, Yes, I understand. After the Earth Federation resolved the crisis, Queen Mingyue's face was very, very ugly. Your Majesty, the true prophecy failed, and the other party has a protector. This report made Queen Mingyue almost vomit blood. The other party has a protector, which means that special methods are useless against several spaceships. And conventional methods, they can't use, and they can't reach. They can only watch these spaceships arrive at the mother planet and get the data in the host. Send a signal to those spaceships, and tell them that we, the Ming Empire, want to communicate with them. After a while, Queen Mingyue's face looked better, and after calming down, she spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. Now that the Ming Empire can no longer prevent the other party from obtaining the information, the only way to get the scientific and technological information is to exchange it. Now that the other party's spaceship has not yet reached the mother planet, the Ming Empire can still use various means to make the other party choose the scientific and technological information that the Ming Empire needs. If the other party has already obtained the scientific and technological information by the time they arrive at the mother planet, then things will be difficult to deal with. Especially if the other party may encounter such a situation for the first time. What if they choose a subject that looks high-end and cannot be matched with the information obtained by the Ming Empire? That would be a pitfall. Or if the other party directly chooses the information that the Ming Empire has obtained last time, that would be even more pitfall. Although the probability of this is very small, it is not impossible. Now the Ming Empire urgently needs a second piece of information to fill the technological gap and allow a subordinate race to break through the 4th-level civilization to resolve the current crisis. Otherwise, if the fight continues like this, the Ming Empire will really not be able to hold on. Boss, a civilized race claiming to be from the Ming Empire wants to contact our top leaders. Ming Empire. Humph, the real prophecy is not working, and it has started to choose negotiation. Take it in. Xiang Qian said with a cold snort. The next second, the picture displayed on the big screen made Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwei stunned instantly. Human civilization. Human civilization. Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwei exclaimed at the same time, looking at the big screen in disbelief, and they were stunned for a while, not knowing what they were thinking. Ziyu, Queen of Mingwei Empire, human civilization. Queen Mingwei spoke first. Xiang Qian, President of Earth Federation, human civilization. Xiang Qian followed. After they finished speaking, they paused again, as if they didn't know what to say next. In the vast universe, Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwei both felt a strange feeling when they met the same human civilization. It felt a bit like finding an organization. Humans were no longer alone, and they were very happy. But because of their own interests, they couldn't trust each other, but they wanted to compete for their interests, but they didn't know how to start. It can be said that this feeling is very contradictory, which also caused Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwei to look at each other through the big screen, but not speak. In the end, it was Queen Mingwei who spoke first. I'm sorry, I didn't know that those ships were yours before. If I had known earlier, I would never use such means. Please don't mind, Chairman Xiang Qian. Queen Mingwei apologized first, and then pointed out that everyone is a human civilization. If she had known earlier, she would never take action against human civilization. It can be said that this short sentence contains too many things, directly bringing the relationship between the Ming Empire and the Earth Federation closer by countless times. And she took advantage of the feelings of fellow countrymen in the vast universe. No, your method is normal. If it were me, I would do the same. Everyone is fighting for their own race. There is nothing to apologize for. Xiang Qian also said with a smile. However, his words sounded like forgiveness, but in fact, it distanced the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire. The subtext is that although everyone is a human civilization, it doesn't matter what means they use for their own interests. So you don't need to build relationships. I don't buy it. Chapter 408. Chairman Xiang Qian, I would like to ask if you have obtained a complete set of subject information. Queen Mingwei seemed not to hear the indifference in Xiang Qian's tone, but continued to ask enthusiastically. Yes, I have obtained a complete set of subject information. Xiang Qian continued to smile, and said that there was nothing to hide. If you don't know that the mother planet has such information, only a fool would attach so much importance to the exploration spacecraft. So there is no need to lie about this, and there is no point in saying it. That's great. I wonder if I can know which subject you chose for the first time. Please don't get me wrong. We in Ming Empire also got a copy of the information. But at least 2 subjects are needed to break through the 5th level civilization, so I want to know what subject you chose for the first time. If possible, I would like to exchange the subject information we chose for your subject information. I wonder if Chairman Xiang Qian agrees. Queen Mingwei asked expectantly. There is nothing to hide about this. The subject classification we chose last time was soul classification, the data on the spiritual will, and the spiritual will of the race. If you want to exchange, I agree on behalf of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian said without any hesitation. Xiang Qian knew that the other party wanted to exchange, but the weird classification he chose last time would probably be useless even if it was given to the Ming Empire. Now the Ming Empire has a complete set of subject information. As long as it gathers another complete set of subject information and makes the 2 subjects match, it can allow the subordinate race to break through the 5th level civilization and solve the current crisis. But now Xiang Qian is sure that the information in the hands of the Earth Federation cannot match the other party's information at all. Then the other party's only chance is the information selection at this time. So when negotiating the terms later, he can use all his strength to blackmail. As for the 1 in 10 million possibility that the information in the hands of the other party can match the information of the Earth Federation, it will not be a disadvantage for the Earth Federation. However, this possibility is too small, which can be seen from Queen Mingwei's face. That's right. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Queen Mingwei was stunned for a few seconds. She carefully observed Xiang Qian's expression, and found that he was indeed not lying. This gave her a headache. The first subject chosen by Ming Empire was basic particle physics, which is a general term for basic material science, particle physics, chemistry, and other subjects involving particle changes. After all, basic materials are the foundation of all subjects. Among 100 civilizations, 99 civilizations will include this subject when choosing the direction of subject development. So Queen Mingwe also thought that this was the subject that the Earth Federation chose for the first time. The main reason she asked Xiang Qian was to unify opinions with him, and see what subject the Earth Federation was going to choose now. If there was a civilization among the subordinate races that could match the subject that the Earth Federation had chosen now, then she was going to exchange all the scientific and technological information of the Ming Empire with the Earth Federation for this information. With more than 2,000 subordinate races in the Ming Empire, even if the Earth Federation could choose with its eyes closed, there should be a civilization race that could match it. But how could she have thought that Xiang Qian would choose such a weird subject for the first time, which was beyond the normal thinking of normal people? This gave her a headache. Since the first subject chosen by the Earth Federation was soul classification, then for the sake of matching, they would continue to choose soul classification after only choosing 90% now. But among the more than 2,000 affiliated races of the Ming Empire, there is not a single civilized race that studies soul technology, so how can the Ming Empire match it? I don't know what subject information Chairman Xiang Qian is going to choose this time. Queen Mingwe didn't know what to say. Of course, it's the soul classification, the relationship between soul and rules. Last time we were going to choose that data, but in order to gather the spiritual will of the race, we chose the first data. Now we have the opportunity to choose this data. But don't worry, as a human civilization, even if you only have data on one subject, we will exchange 2 complete data with you, so you don't have to worry about this. Xiang Qian's words were so frank, but it didn't make sense to Queen Mingwe. Xiang Qian's words were too fake, and Queen Mingwe felt something was wrong at the first moment. Both sides knew what the Ming Empire was in, so Xiang Qian said this on purpose, and Queen Mingwe felt that Xiang Qian seemed to be doing it on purpose. Thank you very much for Chairman Xiang Qian's generosity. I don't know when we can exchange information. You should also know the current situation of our Ming Empire. So the sooner we get the information, the sooner we can get out of the predicament. Queen Mingwe said this anxiously. Her purpose was to know whether the information that the Earth Federation exchanged for the first time was soul technology. If it was soul technology, then the Ming Empire would have to be prepared to bleed heavily, or simply not be able to exchange the information. If not, it means that the information that the Earth Federation chose for the first time was definitely not soul technology. Okay, since you are so anxious, then we can exchange now. Xiang Qian answered without thinking. Thank you, Chairman Xiang Qian. I will arrange for someone to prepare the information and contact you in 15 minutes. After speaking, Queen Mingwe hung up the call. Looking at the dark screen, Queen Mingwe was upset. Seeing Xiang Qian agreed so readily, could it be that what he said was true? If so, things would be difficult to handle. Prepare the basic particle physics information and exchange the information with the other party later. After a while, Queen Mingwe spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. While Queen Mingwe was struggling, Xiang Qian was very happy. The Ming Empire was simply here to give benefits to the Earth Federation. Soon the Earth Federation would be able to obtain 2 complete sets of subject information, so there would be no more obstacles for the breakthrough of Green Star Civilization and Pabatalong Civilization. As for whether the Ming Empire wanted the biological subject information, it had nothing to do with the Earth Federation. It was up to them to take it or not. It wasn't the Earth Federation that was begging them. It was a seller's market now. 15 minutes later, Xiang Qian asked the Starry Sky to connect to the Ming Empire, and at the same time, he sent the soul technology information up. This soul technology may be a treasure to some civilized races, but it is useless to the Ming Empire. Soon, the communication between the 2 sides began to connect, and the information was transmitted to each other. Queen Mingwe opened the received information as soon as possible, but she was disappointed. The Earth Federation did not lie to her. This information was not researched by the Earth Federation. The content of the information is not something that can be studied by the current level of technology, and the content of this information is completely different from the technology system. Although there are traces of the technology system, the core is different. Seeing this, Queen Mingwe gave up. Now she has to think carefully about how to make the Earth Federation give up the choice of the second information to meet the needs of the Ming Empire. Chapter 409. A few hours later, the exchange of information between the 2 sides ended, but Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwe did not immediately connect the communication. Xiang Qian was waiting for the other party to take the bait, while Queen Mingwe was thinking about countermeasures. Shinkong passed the information to the Academy of Sciences, so that scientists can consume and absorb it as soon as possible to prepare for the breakthrough of the 5th-level civilization. Xiang Qian flipped through the information and said to Shinkong. At the same time, Queen Mingwe also passed the information to the 5th princess, asking her to use the ability of the fusionists to integrate the technology and the information into the scientific and technological system of the Ming Empire. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, and Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwe had no contact with each other, as if they had forgotten each other. However, Xiang Qian was not in a hurry about this. After obtaining the information, the Earth Federation's technological level had obviously improved. Even the speed of the transformation of the race flagships of the Green Star Civilization and Pabadalong Civilization had been significantly improved. Now the civilization guardian tree of the Green Star Civilization has expanded more than 5 times, covering an area of 1/20th of the Earth Federation continent, and the height has reached 50,000 kilometers, which is simply covering the sky and the sun. Even outside the galaxy battleship, it can be clearly seen, it is too eye-catching. The flagship of the Pabadalong Civilization has now become a huge cell, and monsters are hatched from the cell from time to time. In order to deal with the attack of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet, even if the life planet is used as a shield, it will require countless people to fight desperately. Xiang Qian certainly can't let people die as cannon fodder, so he can only use countless small monsters and use human sea tactics to deal with the attack. Everything in the Earth Federation is developing in a good direction, but the situation in the Mingyu Empire is getting worse and worse. Although the soul technology was integrated into the Mingyu Empire's technology system by the 5th Princess special ability, the soul technology is too advanced, and the spiritual will of the race requires the concerted efforts of all the people of the race to be successful. Unfortunately, the Mingyu Empire is not very harmonious, so although the soul technology is very advanced, it is of no use to the Mingyu Empire. As for the use of subordinate races, there is nothing like it. The subordinate races of the Mingyu Empire do not have a race like the Mandi race, so even if they get the soul technology, it will be useless. Queen Mingwe is also helpless about this situation. The information provided by the Earth Federation is true, and the soul technology also teaches step by step how to condense the spiritual will of the race. But when Queen Mingwe saw this information, she felt that the Earth Federation was slapping her in the face. Since the Earth Federation dared to exchange this information, it means that the humans in the Earth Federation are very united, otherwise this information is just waste paper. Then the Mingyu Empire, which is also a human race, is far behind the Earth Federation in this regard. They are both human civilizations, so why is the gap between the two sides so big? Time passed little by little, and the Earth Federation exploration spacecraft shown on the big screen of the Mingyu Empire mothership was about to reach the mother planet. But now Queen Mingwe has not thought of any way to persuade the Earth Federation to give up the choice of soul technology and choose the scientific and technological information needed by the Mingyu Empire. Xiaowu, how is the breakthrough preparation of the Kalei people going? Queen Mingwe said to the 5th princess beside her. Mother, the problem faced by the Kalei tribe is the same as the reason for the failure of the Vulcan civilization. There is no solution yet. If you force a breakthrough, you will definitely fail again, the 5th princess said. Failure to break through. Got it. Xiaowu, you go back first. Queen Mingwe suddenly thought of something, and immediately waved her hand to the 5th princess and said, Okay, mother. After the 5th princess finished speaking, she was very confused, and didn't know what her mother thought of. After the 5th princess left, Queen Mingwe said, Connect to the Earth Federation and tell them that I want to communicate with Chairman Xiang Qian. Yes, Your Majesty. Xiang Qian was having lunch when he received the call, so he asked Shinkong to reply to Queen Mingwe first and contact her later. After he finished his meal, he sat in the office and thought for a while before saying to Shinkong, Connect to the Mingyu Empire. Soon, Queen Mingwe appeared on the big screen. I'm sorry, Queen Mingwe, I kept you waiting for so long, Xiang Qian said apologetically. It's okay, I'm sorry for disturbing you, Queen Mingwe said with a humble attitude and a smile on her face. I don't know what Queen Mingwe wants to talk to me about. Is there any problem when consolidating the spiritual will of the race? We, the Earth Federation, are quite experienced in this regard. In fact, it takes a long time to condense the spiritual will of the race. It took us more than 5,000 years to complete the first stage. Xiang Qian brought the topic directly to soul technology, and was determined that he would not talk about anything else unless Queen Mingwe spoke up. No, that's not the question. In fact, we have only done a simple study of soul technology, and have not put it into practice in depth. In fact, I came to see Chairman Xiang Qian today to seek help from the Earth Federation. I hope that the Earth Federation can give the Mingyu Empire some help because the Mingyu Empire is also a human civilization. Queen Mingwe did not talk to Xiang Qian and said directly, Well, we in the Earth Federation also understand the situation of the Mingyu Empire, but unfortunately, the distance between us is too far, and our Earth Federation is not as strong as your Ming Empire. So I'm sorry, although we also want to help you, we are powerless, I hope you understand. Xiang Qian's smile immediately faded. I understand. In fact, given the distance between us, even if you arrive, our Ming Empire may not be able to hold on until then. So the only way now is to break through the 5th level. But now, we only have a complete subject information, and soul technology is too advanced to be the cornerstone of breaking through the 5th level civilization. So I beg the Earth Federation to look at the human civilization, and hope that the subject information you choose this time can match our subject information. Queen Mingwe said sincerely. Xiang Qian did not speak after listening, but stared at Queen Mingwe. After a while he said, I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. Because this second piece of information is also very important to our Earth Federation. To break through the 5th level civilization with soul technology, we also need other information. So I can't agree to this request. I have to be responsible for the hundreds of billions of people in our Earth Federation. If we don't choose soul technology this time, it will be difficult to have such an opportunity next time. In fact, the Earth Federation has no need to rush to break through the 5th level civilization, because there is a chance of failure in breaking through the 5th level civilization. If you are not well prepared, it is easy to fail. The only result of a failed breakthrough is the disappearance of the entire race. In order to solve the current crisis, our Ming Empire once let the subordinate race try to break through the 5th level civilization. But even if the flagship of the 5th level civilization race has been transformed and the discipline and technology system has reached its peak, it still failed. When the subordinate race failed, the entire flagship of the civilization race, along with all the tribesmen, slowly disappeared in front of my eyes. It can be said that without the current crisis, our Ming Empire would not choose to break through the 5th level civilization at this time. If the Earth Federation can help our Ming Empire choose a set of supporting subject materials, we will exchange the scientific and technological materials of Ming Empire's 11 subjects, plus the precautions for breaking through the 5th level civilization and the experience summary of the failure of the breakthrough in exchange for that information. Queen Mingwe said seriously. I can't make the decision on this. I need to discuss it with other senior officials. I will give you a reply after we finish the discussion. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said, he really didn't know that there was a failure in breaking through the 5th level civilization. This surprised him a little, so he had to think about it carefully. Okay, I hope you can help our Ming Empire, because we are both human civilizations. The Queen of Mingwe did not bother to argue, and said cheerfully. After hanging up the call, Xiang Qian walked to the window of the office, and looked at the Wisdom Race flagship in the distance. After hearing what the Queen of Mingwe said just now, he immediately thought of the Mandi tribe. It has been such a long time, and there is still no news from the Mandi tribe. Does it mean that they have failed to break through the 5th level civilization? Thinking of this, Xiang Qian's mind was a little confused for a while. Chapter 410. Early the next morning, Xiang Qian took a spaceship to the top of the Wisdom Race flagship. Starry Sky, send a final request to the Wisdom Race's main brain. If the gate is still closed, we will force it to open. Xiang Qian stood on the bridge, looking at the Wisdom Race flagship that had been silent for more than 10,000 years, and said to the Starry Sky, Yes, boss. Yesterday, after Xiang Qian finished talking with Queen Mingwe, he called Lu Sun and others to a meeting. The content of the discussion was whether to forcefully break open the Wisdom Race flagship and enter the interior to see if there was any problem with the Mandi tribe. In fact, Xiang Qian could directly run to the Wisdom and forcefully open the door, but he was afraid of what other civilized races might think. After all, the Wisdom is now in a dormant state, and forcibly opening the door of the Wisdom is actually the same as invading. So he called everyone to a meeting. The result was obvious, unanimous approval, and Xiang Qian also asked Shinkong to transmit the content of the meeting to the Wisdom in real time. But unfortunately, the Wisdom still did not send any message. Boss, Wisdom didn't respond. Well, then force the door of Wisdom open, Xiang Qian said immediately. Soon, several industrial spacecraft arrived at the location of the hatch of the Wisdom Race flagship, and began to dismantle the hatch of Wisdom according to the design drawings of Wisdom. In less than an hour, the hatch of Wisdom was opened, revealing a dark passage. Starry Sky, enter the passage, and move towards the core hall of Wisdom. The small spacecraft that Xiang Qian was riding quickly entered the interior of Wisdom, and quickly moved towards the core position of Wisdom. Along the way, Xiang Qian had been observing the situation inside the Wisdom. Now all the energy supply inside the Wisdom should have stopped. Anyway, Xiang Qian did not find any light along the way. Even the internal security door needs to be cracked by force, Otherwise it cannot be opened with the password when the energy supply stops. After destroying all the way, it took Xiang Qian 3 hours to reach the core area of the wisdom. At this point, the small spacecraft can no longer move forward, and the passage in front can only accommodate shuttles. Xiang Qian got on the shuttle and continued to move forward. An hour later, he finally arrived at the core hall, where the main brain of the wisdom was located. Here, Xiang Qian finally saw the light. The main brain of the wisdom was indeed still running, but it was running unconsciously. Because the core intelligence of the wisdom was Vicadia, the wisdom had no other intelligent systems at all. The main brain of the wisdom was just like a computer in the current Earth era. Even if it was equipped with communication software, it could only receive messages, but could not reply when no one was around. Vicadia. Kaya. Xiang Qian shouted twice, but the empty hall only echoed his voice, and there was no response at all. After Xiang Qian turned around, he did not find any clues, and there was no news even in the main brain of the wisdom. Once again sitting on the shuttle, Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to go to the inside of the wisdom, where the Mandi tribe's gene nuclear power source pool was located. Now he could not be sure whether the Mandi tribe had been in trouble. The only thing that could determine this situation was the gene nuclear power source pool. If the gene nuclear power source pool dried up, it meant that the Mandi tribe was finished, and even if it was not finished, it was not far from being finished. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian finally stepped into the hall of the gene nuclear power source pool after breaking through the last security door, but the situation in front of him made Xiang Qian stunned. Now the water in the Mandi gene nuclear power source pool has dried up, but the spring in the middle of the pool is still gushing vigorously. Above the spring, a polygonal crystal gem is madly absorbing the genetic nuclear power spring water sprayed from the spring. Around the crystal gem, a group of gray mist is floating around the crystal gem. We need gene nuclear force. Xiang Qian suddenly felt Vicadia's voice in his mind, but only the first few words were clear, and the rest was completely inaudible. But Xiang Qian understood the meaning. Looking at the situation in front of him, even a fool would know that the Mandi tribe needed gene nuclear force liquid. Shinkong immediately mobilized the gene nuclear force reserves of all races in the Earth Federation and send them here as quickly as possible. Xiang Qian immediately said to Shinkong, "Yes, boss." In one day, hundreds of spaceships of the Earth Federation carried a large amount of genetic nuclear power liquid and transported it to the genetic nuclear power source pool of the Mandi tribe through pipelines. But the crystal gems above the Mandi tribe springs were like black holes, madly absorbing the genetic nuclear power liquid. Even dozens of huge pipelines could not fill the genetic nuclear power source pool. As the crystal gems madly absorbed the genetic nuclear power liquid, the gray mist around them also quickly chose to be absorbed by the crystal gems. Seeing this, Xiang Qian probably knew what was going on. That crystal gem should be the collective spiritual will of the Mandi tribe, and those clouds of mist are most likely the souls of the Mandi tribe. Only when all the gray mist enters the crystal gem can the Mandi tribe complete the condensation of the spiritual will of the race. However, this condensation requires genetic nuclear power, and the genetic nuclear power of the Mandi tribe is not enough to support the condensation of the spiritual will of the race, so it has been silent for so long. Knowing the problem, Xiang Qian was no longer afraid. All he had to do was wait. According to the size of the fog and the absorption speed of the crystal gem, it would take no more than 2 months. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and there were only 2 months left. After dealing with the Mandi tribe, Xiang Qian began to think about the Ming Empire. As for the question of whether the failure to break through the 5th level civilization would lead to annihilation, Xiang Qian still didn't believe it. Although he didn't know whether the Mandi tribe was breaking through the 5th level civilization, at least they were not annihilated. So Xiang Qian planned to wait for the Mandi tribe to wake up, ask about the situation, and then contact the Ming Empire. Anyway, there was still some distance before the exploration flight reached the mothership, which was enough time to wait for the Mandi tribe to wake up. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Xiang Qian and Lugason came to the Mandi tribe's gene nuclear power source pool, waiting for the Mandi tribe to wake up. When the last trace of gray mist was absorbed by the crystal gem, the crystal clear crystal gem began to emit a brilliant light. After Xiang Qian and the others were illuminated by this light, they felt a sense of comfort from the bottom of their hearts, and they were much more energetic. "I am so happy to see you again." Kaya's voice appeared in the minds of several people. The next second, several people's eyes blurred and appeared in a place with birds singing and flowers blooming. "Welcome everyone to the spiritual world." Kaya stood in front of several people and said with a smile. Chapter 411. So we are in a dream now. Almost. Dreams and spiritual space are actually similar places, except that one is uncontrollable and the other is completely controllable. Xiang Qian and his companion sat on the ground, listening to Kaya's description of the Mandi tribe's condensation of the spiritual will of the race. In fact, if Xiang Qian had not come to the interior of the wisdom 3 months ago, the Mandi tribe's spiritual will of the race would have been successfully condensed, but it would have taken a long time, and the loss would have been immeasurable. Just as Xiang Qian thought, the gray mist around the crystal gem was the soul of the Mandi people. But in Xiang Qian's view, it was just a cloud of mist, which was caused by countless souls gathering together. If the gene nuclear force fluid is not replenished in time, many souls will slowly dissipate. Although the Ray's soul crystal can protect the soul, it cannot quickly accommodate all souls without the gene nuclear force fluid. Xiang Qian asked several major races to replenish the gene nuclear force fluid for the Mandi people, which indirectly saved many Mandi people. And now Xiang Qian and his companions are in the inner part of the Ray's soul crystal, the spiritual space, where all the members of the Mandi tribe will live in the future. By the way, is Vicadia okay? Xiang Qian suddenly asked. The voice he heard 3 months ago was transmitted to Xiang Qian's mind by Vicadia using the true prophecy. However, because of the soul crystal, Vicadia's consumption is too great, and he has not woken up yet. It's okay. If Vicadia still has a human body, then this true prophecy is enough for him to die once. But now Vicadia is a soul body, and he consumed too much soul power when using the true prophecy. Now the members of the Mandi tribe have gone to help him replenish his soul power. It is estimated that he will wake up in a few days. Kaya said nonchalantly, as if it was a trivial matter. Replenish soul power? Xiang Qian asked doubtfully. Yes, in fact, when special evolutionists use special abilities, they consume soul power. This is also the reason why even the development of biotechnology cannot prevent the consumption of the original energy of the special evolutionists' bodies. Because the body's energy is the external manifestation of soul power. With the current level of technology, it is still impossible to replenish soul power. But now we, the Mandi tribe, can do it. As long as Vicadia uses special abilities, and does not die directly, then no matter how much soul power is consumed, each of us will give him a little, which is enough for him to recover. Xiang Qian was speechless after hearing this. Does this mean that, to some extent, as long as Vicadia uses the true prophecy, and does not exceed a certain limit, he can use it unlimitedly? This is too much, don't play like this. Then everyone chatted for a while, and then asked Kaya to send them out of the spiritual space. However, when leaving, Regtros did not leave with everyone, but decided to stay here. Because in the outside world, his huge body can't move at will, but it doesn't matter in the spiritual space. So he planned to stay here for a while. When Xiang Qian and others woke up again, their bodies were still in the state when they entered. Shinkong, how long has it been since we entered the spiritual space? Xiang Qian asked. Boss, 35 seconds have passed since you entered the spiritual space. Xiang Qian and the others looked at each other after hearing this. They didn't expect that the flow rate of time in the spiritual space was different from that in the real space, or that the speed of thinking was many times faster without the restraint of the body. They didn't need to study the specific situation, and scientists would explore it. Now that it has been confirmed that the Mandi tribe is fine, the next step is for Xiang Qian to discuss compensation with Queen Mingwe. The Mandi tribe has not yet broken through the 5th level civilization, but the difficulty of breaking through the 5th level has been overcome by the Mandi tribe. So there is no need to consider the Mandi tribe when selecting information, just follow the original plan. Xiang Qian returned to the office, sat in a chair and thought for a while, and said to the starry sky, connect to the Ming Empire. Yes, boss. Queen Mingwe looked at the several exploration spacecrafts on the big screen and felt very irritated. It has been more than 3 months since I last spoke to Xiang Qian. Now the exploration ships are about to reach the mother planet, but there is still no news from Xiang Qian. Your Majesty, Xiang Qian of the Earth Federation sent a communication. Do you want to connect? Connect immediately. Queen Mingwe was alert and answered quickly. Soon, Xiang Qian's figure appeared on the big screen. Hello, Chairman Xiang Qian. I wonder how you think about the last matter. Queen Mingwe didn't waste any words and asked directly. We have discussed this repeatedly, but before that, I would like to ask, what kind of technological information does your Mingwe Empire need? Xiang Qian said calmly. We need mechanical technology. Queen Mingwe said immediately. Now she was relieved. Since Xiang Qian asked this, it meant that the matter was settled. Mechanical technology? Sorry, mechanical technology is completely unnecessary for our Earth Federation. If your Ming Empire needs biotechnology, then we can still talk about it. Xiang Qian directly rejected Queen Mingyue's proposal. Although the combination of mechanical technology and basic materials science can help Silver Wing civilization break through to the 5th level of civilization. However, the current accumulation of Silver Wing civilization is too shallow, and it is not as deep as the accumulation of Green Star civilization and Pabadalong civilization. Moreover, if biological technology is chosen, both races can break through to the 5th level of civilization. However, if mechanical technology is chosen, only Silver Wing civilization can break through. Therefore, whether it is from the perspective of cost-effectiveness or comprehensive consideration, choosing biological science is definitely more cost-effective than choosing mechanical science. Biotechnology. Okay, biotechnology is fine. If the Earth Federation chooses biotechnology, then our Ming Empire will take all the scientific and technological information to make up for the losses of the Earth Federation. Queen Mingyue thought for a moment and nodded. As a Ming Empire with more than 2,000 affiliated races, as long as it is not a very niche subject like soul technology, basically you can find a corresponding affiliated race. Although I trust Her Majesty Queen Mingyue very much, as the leader of a civilization, I must make full preparations. So when our Earth Federation exploration spacecraft arrives at the mother planet, I will choose biology. But because the distance between us is too far, we cannot sign a civilization race contract. So in order to ensure the smooth transaction between us, I plan to let the Prophet make a true prediction for you, and the content of the prediction is that you will transmit all the scientific and technological information to us completely. Of course, you can also use the same method. I wonder how Her Majesty Queen Mingyue feels, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Xiang Qian had thought of this trading method a long time ago, otherwise only a fool would trade. If there is no guarantee at all, it is not called a trade, but a scam. Don't say that it is all human civilization. Where is the trust between people? These things have long been lost in the universe, like moral integrity. Don't talk about integrity. In the face of racial interests, it is normal to become a beast. Chapter 412. After finishing the call with Queen Mingyue, Xiang Qian was very happy. He didn't have to pay any price, and easily got all the scientific and technological information of Mingyue Empire. This was no different from pie in the sky. Of course, this was also like other pie in the sky, not so delicious. Mingyue Empire got the information of biology, plus Mingyue Empire itself had the experience of breaking through the 5th level civilization, so Mingyue Empire will soon have a subordinate race breaking through the 5th level civilization. If the Mingyue Empire has a 5th level subordinate race, and has destroyed the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, what will the Mingyue Empire do next? Of course, it will destroy the Earth Federation, or conquer the Earth Federation. Anyway, it is impossible to let the Earth Federation, which has all the scientific and technological information of the Mingyue Empire and complete information on 3 disciplines, live so freely, because the potential of the Earth Federation at this time is too great. As long as the Earth Federation is given time, it will be easy to surpass the Mingyue Empire. No one would let such an enemy live, but when they were in the Andromeda Galaxy, they were still friends, but it was hard to say after leaving the Andromeda Galaxy. So even if it was Xiang Qian, after the crisis was resolved, he would choose to destroy the other party as soon as possible. If the Earth Federation did not have a level 5 civilization after the crisis was resolved in the Mingyue Empire, the strength was too far behind the Mingyue Empire. Needless to say, being annexed by the Mingyue Empire would be considered a good thing. This is why Xiang Qian chose biology instead of mechanics. If he chose mechanics, there might be several civilized races in the Mingyue Empire that could break through with 2 complete subject materials. But if they choose biology, the growth of Mingyue Empire's strength will definitely not be as strong as if they choose mechanical subjects. The Earth Federation is just the opposite. Even if Mingyue Empire has more affiliated races using biology data than the Earth Federation is not without the ability to fight. Time passed slowly, and on this day, the Earth Federation's exploration spacecraft finally arrived at the mother planet. Under the nervous gaze of Queen Mingyue, Xiang Qian chose the biology data, and after copying a copy of the data, the 2 sides began to trade. At this time, both the Earth Federation and the Mingyue Empire used the real prophecy. As long as the real prophecy was not broken, neither side would be deceived, even if they wanted to take advantage of the situation. A few hours later, the data transmission between the 2 sides was completed. Thank you very much, Chairman Xiang Qian, and thank you for the help of the Earth Federation to our Mingyue Empire. Although I know that what I say next may be too much, I still hope that after breaking through the 5th level civilization, the Earth Federation can send a fleet to help us deal with the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy. After the transaction was completed, Queen Mingwe requested again. Well, I can't decide this matter alone. But as a human civilization, I believe others will also have intentions. When we break through the 5th level civilization race, if there is no special situation, our Earth Federation will decide to send troops to help you. Xiang Qian said seriously, as if it was true. Then I will get rid of Chairman Xiang Qian, thank you. We are all human civilizations, and it is right to help each other. There is nothing to thank for. After hanging up the call, Xiang Qian felt his face stiffen. What he said just now was too fake, and he himself didn't believe it. As for whether Queen Mingwe believed it or not, it had nothing to do with him. In fact, Queen Mingwe asked the Earth Federation for help not because she lacked combat power, but to find out whether the Earth Federation had the ability to break through the 5th level civilization in a short period of time, or to find out the speed at which the Earth Federation could break through the 5th level civilization. But after Xiang Qian said this, Queen Mingwe didn't know what the strength of the Earth Federation was, and whether it had the ability to break through the 5th level civilization. It can be said that from the time the two sides communicated with each other until now, the Mingwu Empire really didn't know the specific strength of the Earth Federation. Because so far, the scientific and technological information that the Earth Federation has handed over to the Mingwu Empire is only soul technology and biological science. But these two types of information are obtained from the protagonists of the Mother Planet, and they don't show the level of the Earth Federation at all. The only thing that can show the strength of the Earth Federation is those exploration spacecraft. However, based on the scan of the exploration spacecraft, the Mingwu Empire concluded that the Earth Federation is not a threat. After all, the technological level of the exploration spacecraft is not worth mentioning for the Mingwu Empire. But Queen Mingwe doesn't think so. A civilized race with a technological level of only the peak of level 4 civilization, and not reaching the critical point of breaking through level 5 civilization, will choose soul technology. But no matter what, the Mingwu Empire has now given all the technological information to the Earth Federation. Even if the Earth Federation's technological level was not good before, with these data, it will be able to catch up with the Mingwu Empire in a short time. Xiao Wu, how long do you think it will take for the Earth Federation to reach our current technological level? Queen Mingwe said to the 5th princess. Mother, as a human civilization, the Earth Federation can directly consume our technology tree, so I estimate that it will not take more than 100 years for their technological level to catch up with ours. The 5th princess said. Is that so? I understand. You go and help those races break through to the 5th level of civilization. We don't have much time left. Now our biggest enemy is no longer the fleet of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy, but the Earth Federation more than 20,000 light-years away. Queen Mingwe said. Then the matter of the Kalei tribe. Give up the plan of the Kalei tribe and focus on helping those biological civilizations break through. Okay, mother. After the 5th princess left, Queen Mingwe frowned and said, Have the targets been determined? A figure appeared behind Queen Mingwe and said respectfully, Your Majesty, there are still some targets that have not been locked. How long will it take? After hearing this, Queen Mingwe frowned even more deeply. Your Majesty, please give me another 500 years, then I will give you 10,000 years. After destroying the fleet of the native civilization races in the Andromeda Galaxy, I need you to lock up all the personnel. Do you understand? Yes, Your Majesty, please rest assured. The 5th princess who left knew nothing about this matter. After she returned, she immediately spread the information that the crisis of the Kalei tribe had been resolved, and then began to study the information of the biological subject, preparing for the work of several subordinate races to break through the 5th level civilization. Time passed bit by bit, and the Earth Federation and the Mingwu Empire were rushing to prepare for a breakthrough to the 5th level civilization. Just as Queen Mingwe said, the biggest enemy now is no longer the native civilization race fleet of the Andromeda Galaxy, but the Earth Federation. For the Earth Federation, the biggest enemy is not the Mingwu Empire. Chapter 413. 100 years after the deal with the Mingwu Empire, the Earth Federation had mastered all the scientific and technological information of the Mingwu Empire. Just as the 5th princess said, the Mingwu Empire's technology tree was not at all inconsistent with humans, and was easily accepted. During these 100 years, all human scientists had to do was study, and then turn the information into their own things. After another 500 years, the information on biology was also studied. It can be said that the biology discipline of the Earth Federation has now stood at the top of the 4th level civilization, and there is nothing left to study. At this time, the Earth Federation began to concentrate its efforts to help Green Star Civilization and Pabatalong Civilization break through to level 5. Among them, Pabodalong civilization was afraid that it would be slower because they had to take into account more and integrate basic material sciences. At this time, Green Star civilization began to truly prepare for breaking through to level 5. 50 years later, the plan for Green Star civilization to break through to level 5 had been planned, but when Xiang Qian saw the plan, he once again showed a helpless expression. To break through the 5th level civilization, the necessary points are the subjects of race development, which must be studied thoroughly. For example, although the Green Star civilization was specialized in biology, it was biased towards plant classification. If you want to break through the 5th level civilization, you need to study other classifications such as animals and cells. However, this difficulty is not a problem for the Earth Federation, which has obtained the mother planet host data. As long as the Green Star civilization understands the data thoroughly, there is no difficulty. The second point is the integration of the race population and the race flagship. Before the 5th level civilization, the population limit is the rules of the universe. Only when there are enough life planets can the population limit be broken. At the same time, the birth of the tribe has nothing to do with the race flagship. But after the 5th level civilization, the population limit is lifted, and the population can be born from the civilization race flagship. For example, before the increase in population could only be achieved by giving birth to children, then after the 5th level civilization, there is no need to give birth to children, and the population can also be born from the race flagship. At the same time, after reaching level 5 civilization, the race flagship is no longer the main force in the battle. Because if the race flagship of level 5 civilization is destroyed, the entire race will disappear directly, and there is no second choice. As for other changes after breaking through level 5 civilization, the Earth Federation does not know, and these data are still transmitted by the Ming Empire. The breakthrough plan of Green Star civilization is to make the most conservative breakthrough based on the Civilization Guardian Tree. After all, the breakthrough of the Civilization Guardian Tree has a complete framework. As long as the Green Star civilization follows this framework, it can break through smoothly. However, the only thing Xiang Qian could not have imagined was the genetic change of the entire race of the Green Star civilization. Under normal circumstances, breaking through the 5th level of civilization can change the genes of the entire race. This change is based on the race's specialized disciplines, so that the tribe members are closer to this discipline. However, the genetic change of the Green Star civilization is completely based on the template of the elves in human novels. Even the gene nuclear power source pool was named the Fountain of Life by the Green Star civilization after it merged with the Civilization Guardian Tree. And the birth of the Green Star civilization tribe, like the legendary elves, came from the fruit on the tree. Xiang Qian didn't know what to say about the Green Star civilization's plan. However, the Green Star civilization liked it, so the plan was finalized. For the next 3,000 years, the Green Star civilization has been preparing and collecting materials needed for the breakthrough. And Pabodalong also completed the breakthrough plan for the 5th level civilization 1,800 years ago, and the transformation of the race flagship has also entered the final stage. After obtaining the information of the Ming Empire, and the complete information of the biological subject, the transformation progress of the Pabodalong race flagship was smooth, without any technological bottleneck restrictions. However, compared with the step-by-step breakthrough of the Green Star civilization, the Pabodalong civilization is much more troublesome. It needs to study a series of issues such as what form the tribe will appear in the future after the people are integrated into the race flagship, what route they will take, etc. Finally, after comprehensive consideration, the Pabodalong civilization chose to develop multiple arms, focusing on quantity rather than quality, that is, the insect burst flow. This is to make up for the gap in quantity of the Earth Federation, and also to take into account the protection of the 5th level civilization race flagship. When the Green Star civilization and Pabodalong civilization were preparing to break through to the 5th level civilization, the Mandi tribe was not idle either. In fact, if the Earth Federation was the closest civilization to the 5th level civilization, it was definitely the Mandi tribe. After the soul crystal that condensed the spiritual will of the race, some characteristics of the Mandi tribe were almost the same as those of the 5th level civilization. For example, the population growth. Now the people of the Mandi tribe are already in the soul state, it is impossible to reproduce. Therefore, the birth of the Mandi population requires the soul crystal to complete. Now the Mandi tribe is already breaking through to the 5th level of civilization, not preparing for it. With the help of the Earth Federation's infinite gene nuclear power fluid, the Mandi tribe's soul crystal is fusing the Wisdom Race flagship with the Mandi tribe's home planet. Now, thousands of years have passed, and the Wisdom Race flagship has less than half of its volume left, and the home planet has long been fused with the Soul Crystal. According to Xiang Qian's prediction, in a maximum of 8,000 years, the Mandi tribe will break through to the 5th level of civilization, and it will be the kind that is not dangerous. While the Earth Federation was developing step by step, the Ming Empire was not so leisurely. Nearly 4,000 years had passed, and 5 of the 7 affiliated races selected by the Ming Empire were ready. As long as the civilized race flagships were transformed, these civilized races could break through the 5th level civilization. Mother, we don't have much supplies left. If we want to transform 5 race flagships, the mothership's resources will be exhausted in 10,000 years. The 5th princess said to Queen Mingwe. Don't worry about that. How long will it take to transform the 5 flagships of the race together? Queen Mingwe said seriously. It will take about 3,000 years. Princess Wu thought for a while and said, what is the probability of them breaking through the 5th level civilization this time? The success rate is at least 80%, and the remaining 20% depends on themselves. Well, then start the transformation immediately, and try to complete it within 3,000 years. I understand, Mother. Time passed bit by bit, and 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, the 5 race flagships have been transformed and are ready to break through the 5th level civilization. They can break through at any time. Queen Mingwe looked at the 5 race flagships on the big screen and listened to the voice coming from her ears. Break through immediately. Queen Mingwe said. Yes, Your Majesty. Boss, the leader of the Green Jerson tribe said they are ready. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. I understand. I rush over now. Xiang Qian immediately got up and left the office, heading for the Civilization Guardian Tree. Chapter 414. Beside the Civilization Guardian Tree, Xiang Qian, Sephiroth, Dilong, the projection of Regtros, and the projection of Kaya stood there, all sending their blessings to Green Gosen. Although there was no danger in the Green Star Civilization breakthrough this time, every time other civilizations and races broke through, everyone would come to send blessings, which has become a routine of the Earth Federation. Okay, time is up. Thank you everyone. We will go to breakthrough first, and come back to talk later. Green Gosen said with a smile. Xiang Qian nodded, then turned around and boarded the spaceship, leaving the area around the Civilization Guardian Tree. After the spaceship left, Lu Xun returned to the inside of the Civilization Guardian Tree and entered the core of the race flagship. Level 5 Civilization, Breakthrough. As Lu Xun raised the Civilization Race Scepter, the familiar light appeared from the Civilization Race Scepter again. When the light enveloped the entire Civilization Guardian Tree, the evolution of Green Star Civilization began. Under the illumination of the light, the Level 4 Civilization Race flagship of Green Star Civilization began to merge with the Civilization Guardian Tree, and the figures of the Green Star Civilization people slowly disappeared, turning into a group of phantoms. The genetic nuclear force was armed with the most basic particles, and merged into the genetic structure of the Green Star people, rapidly changing the genetic structure. At the same time, the bodies of the Green Star people were also merging into the Civilization Guardian Tree. While the genetic structure was changing, it was also rapidly merging into the genetic structure of the Civilization Guardian Tree. Finally, when the genetic structure slowly formed a circular spiral state under the change of the 3 forces, the genetic structure stabilized. At this time in the outside world, the Civilization Guardian Tree grew rapidly, 100,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers. Finally, when the Civilization Guardian Tree rose to a height of 1 million kilometers, it stopped growing. At the same time, the crown of the Civilization Guardian Tree also expanded a lot, covering the entire Earth Federation continent. When the Civilization Guardian Tree stopped growing, a pool of water appeared at the root of the tree below. The roots of the Civilization Guardian Tree also began to secrete a light blue liquid. When the pool was filled with this liquid, small fruits began to grow on the branches of the Civilization Guardian Tree. These fruits were 3 meters in size, which was inconspicuous for the entire Civilization Guardian Tree. But inside these fruits, there were the genetic seeds of the Green Star people. Xiang Qian and his companions were sitting on the spaceship, watching the rapid changes of the Civilization Guardian Tree under the cover of light, and they were a little worried. Although it was almost certain that the Green Star Civilization would break through the 5th level civilization, they had all seen the video of the Ming Empire failing to break through the 5th level civilization, and the entire race flagship turning into ashes. So before the Green Star Civilization successfully broke through, they were still a little worried. Boss, the Ming Empire is also breaking through the 5th level civilization. When the Green Star Civilization broke through, Shinkong appeared beside them, and said to Xiang Qian, "Show the picture." Xiang Qian said immediately. When the big screen showed the 5 4th-level civilization race flagships outside the Ming Empire mothership shrouded in light, Xiang Qian and his companions couldn't help but take a breath. I still underestimated the Ming Empire, Xiang Qian thought in his heart. He had already overestimated the Ming Empire as much as possible before. After all, with the strength of an empire, how could it not have a solid foundation to resist the existence of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet? But now, Xiang Qian discovered that the foundation of the Ming Empire was even deeper than he had imagined. Even if it was a biological civilization, and it was an affiliated race that met the conditions for breaking through the 5th-level civilization, the Ming Empire could find 5 in a short period of time. It is conceivable how many affiliated races the Ming Empire itself must have. If I could use a true prophecy to directly predict their failure to break through, that would be great. Ti Long looked at the big screen and muttered. But no one paid attention to him, because what he said was complete nonsense. If the prophet had that kind of strength, then why would they compete with each other in terms of technological strength or civilization level? They could just compete with the prophet directly. Xiang Qian and his team were paying attention to the civilization guardian tree while paying attention to the 5 civilization race flagships on the big screen. As time went by, the Green Star Civilization's breakthrough to level 5 civilization also came to an end, and the light emitted by the civilization guardian tree slowly disappeared. When the last ray of light disappeared, the trillions of fruits on the civilization guardian tree suddenly opened, and the Green Star people in the image of elves floated around the civilization guardian tree, which also meant that the Green Star Civilization successfully broke through the level 5 civilization. When the Green Star Civilization successfully broke through the level 5 civilization, the Ming Empire also came to an end. 5 civilization race flagships were shrouded in light and grew rapidly. These 5 civilization races were in the shape of giant multi-segmented insects, white bone monsters, aggregated cells, ordinary battleships, and meatball mother nests. From the status of these race flagships, it can be seen that none of the 5 affiliated races of the Ming Empire are auxiliary civilizations. All of them are offensive civilizations. Your Majesty, the 4th defense circle can't hold out. Request support. Use space-tearing weapons, and never let the other side break through the defense circle. Queen Mingwei immediately issued an order. After the 5 civilization race flagships began to break through, the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet began to attack desperately. This time, the Ming Empire was under great pressure. To defend 5 areas at a time, basically all the Ming Empire's warships had been deployed. Now there is a loophole in the 4th defense circle, and only the mothership can be used for support. But now on the large screen in the command hall, the mothership energy reserve display screen shows that the mothership only has 27% of its energy reserve. With the support of the mothership, the 4th defense circle finally repelled this wave of charge. But before Queen Mingwei could breathe a sigh of relief, a huge beam of light that could penetrate the universe directly broke through the defense circle outside the 3rd defense circle in the distance and hit the aggregated cell-like race flagship fiercely. After the race flagship was hit, the light disappeared instantly, and the race flagship that did not break through began to shrink and decay, and finally turned into powder and dissipated in the void of the universe. And the billions of warships that sent out that beam of light attack had lost power and floated in the universe like scrap metal. This also shows how much the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet paid for this attack. Before Queen Mingwei recovered, a beam of light appeared again in another direction, penetrating the universe. However, before this beam of light hit the race flagship, the light on the surface of the 4 race flagships finally disappeared, which also meant that they had completed their breakthrough. Boom! The huge beam of light hit the multi-segmented insect-like race flagship fiercely, directly hitting the unprepared race flagship with a severe scar, and the forelimbs of the giant insect were directly shattered, and the flesh and blood were instantly evaporated. Before the Ming Empire launched a counterattack, the race flagship that looked like an ordinary battleship slowly dissipated into the void of the universe as if it had weathered. For a moment, one of the 5 civilization race flagships of the Ming Empire was destroyed, one was damaged, and one failed to break through. Only 2 remained intact. Counterattack, destroy all enemies. The anger in Queen Mingwei's eyes was clearly visible, and she roared after she came to her senses. Chapter 415. Following the order of Queen Mingwei, Ming Empire began to counterattack. The flagships of all subordinate races, the white-boned giant beast that had just broken through, the meatball-like mother nest, and the injured multi-segmented insects all began to counterattack at the same time. Compared to the flagships of the 4th-level civilization races that gathered together to activate the formation force field to launch an attack, the flagships of the 5th level races, except for the mother nest hiding in the back, the white-boned giant beast, and the multi-segmented insects directly rushed into the fleet of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy and began to kill. With the defensive flagship of the 5th level civilization race, especially the biological civilization, the strength of its flagship race is no less than that of the 5th level alien beast civilization. Like the white-boned giant beast and the multi-segmented insect, they are all biological single-body civilization races, and more than 80% of the strength of the entire civilization race is concentrated on the flagship of the civilization race. After the white-boned giant beast and the multi-segmented insect rushed into the endless warship group, regardless of whether there was a protective shield on the warship or the surrounding attacks, they slapped it down, and no matter what kind of defense, it was all shattered under the pressure of space distortion. Because the multi-segmented insects had injured their forelimbs, they began to use thousands of hooked limbs to grab warships and devour them. As more and more warships were devoured, the injured parts of the forelimbs began to heal slowly, and the missing forelimbs began to grow. In less than half an hour, they had recovered to their full strength. While the white-boned beasts and multi-segmented insects were charging, the meatball mother nest was not idle either. It stretched out its tentacles and salvaged the wreckage of the warships in the void of the universe and swallowed them. Not long after, monsters were hatched one by one, rushing madly to the battlefield and launching attacks fearlessly. As the meatball nest swallowed more and more debris, more and more monsters were hatched. This also made its killing speed begin to surpass the white-boned beast and multi-segmented insects. The Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet did not retreat in the face of such an attack. They knew that their retreat would be useless against the enemy, who had broken through the 5th level civilization, so they might as well fight to the death. However, they knew that even if they gathered all their strength to attack the 5th level civilization race flagship, it would be useless, so they hit the 4th level civilization race flagship with all their strength, which also caused the Ming Empire's affiliated races to be destroyed if they were not careful. After seeing this situation, Queen Mingwe had to order the flagships of the 4th level civilization races to start retreating. Losing one or two subordinate races was nothing, but facing the counterattack of the crazy native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy, there was no need to let the 4th level civilization races perish together with the enemy. As the flagships of the 4th level civilization races retreated, all the warships of the Ming Empire began to push forward, but the number of warships of the Ming Empire was too far behind that of the fleets of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy. This also led to the fact that except for the 3 flagships of civilized races in the universe that could fight intact, the other forces of the Ming Empire would die if they participated in the battle, which made the Mingwe Queen's spaceship angry. Your Majesty, a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation has successfully broken through to the 5th level civilization. At this time, the news of the Green Star Civilization's successful breakthrough reached the ears of the Mingwe Queen. Yes, show the screen, the Mingwe Queen said. In an instant, the screen showed the situation of the Earth Federation's galaxy warships, and it was easy to see on the screen that the huge civilization guardian tree on the Earth Federation continent. Plant civilization. Civilization guardian tree. The Earth Federation actually has such an extreme auxiliary race. It seems that the Earth Federation's control over the subordinate races is even stronger than our Mingyu Empire. Have you confirmed it? Is there only one civilization that has broken through to level 5? Queen Mingwa said, looking at the civilization guardian tree. Your Majesty, it has been confirmed that no light was found when other civilizations broke through. Well, I understand. Let's not worry about it for now. Mingwe took a last look at the civilization guardian tree and turned off the big screen. In fact, Queen Mingwe was a little jealous of the Earth Federation's control over its subordinate races. She didn't know if the Earth Federation had a controller. Even if there was a controller, before conquering the subordinate races, if the subordinate races had already determined the direction of civilization development, even if they were completely obedient to her, they could not change the direction of civilization development. Now that the Earth Federation has a civilization guardian tree, it means that this civilization had already determined its development direction in the 4th level civilization, or even earlier. Otherwise, the civilization guardian tree of biological single discipline and plant extreme auxiliary civilization will not appear in the civilization race technology tree of multidisciplinary development. As time goes by, the battle between the Mingyu Empire and the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet is only 3 level 5 civilizations left. The other warships of the Mingyu Empire were all destroyed, and the flagship of the level 4 civilization race could not go out and perish with the enemy when the enemy was crazy. So now there are only 3 level 5 civilizations left in the universe, still persisting. However, the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy were also stupid. Their warships could not break the defense of the flagship of the 5th level civilization race. So now they saw the flagship of the 5th level civilization race, and could only count themselves unlucky. Before being blown up, they chose to trigger the power of space to self-destruct. At least this would have some effect. Otherwise, their attacks on the flagship of the 5th level civilization race would have no effect at all. At the same time, the fleet of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy began to concentrate their forces, and all the operators and logistics personnel of the warships landed on the life planet. Anyway, they are doomed to fail, so it is better to consume more power of the Minghui Empire. No matter how many people are left on the warship, they will explode in the end, so it is better to let these people attack the life planet. Anyway, 3 level 5 civilizations cannot destroy so many warships at once, and they still have time to counterattack. Although the white-boned beasts and multi-segmented insects are powerful, they can only destroy 1,000,000 warships at most in one attack, and now these warships have to be careful when they explode, otherwise they will be swept by the space fluctuations, which will be troublesome even if they are not injured. In this way, if they attack 20 times a minute, even if they can destroy 5,000,000 warships at a time, they can only destroy 100,000,000 warships a minute. And how many warships are there in the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race in the universe? At least it is calculated in trillions. Even if so many warships are lined up for them to kill, it will take a while, and this period of time is the last chance for the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race to counterattack. At the same time, at the bottom of the Minghui Empire's mother planet, a large group of people looked at the powerful 5th level civilization in the universe on the big screen, and their faces were very serious. Everyone, get ready. When all the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy are wiped out, it will be the time for Queen Minghui to take action against us. Now, seize the last moment and start the action according to the plan. The third brother said to the people below. Well, we will go now. When the Minghui Empire and the fleet of the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy were fighting the final battle on the top of the Civilization Guardian Tree on the Earth Federation continent, Xiang Qian and his companions, including Chief Greensun, who had just broken through to become a level 5 civilization, were watching the battle on the big screen with great interest. Chapter 416. Level 5 civilization is indeed powerful. Even the newly broken level 5 civilization is no longer something that can be made up for by the number of level 4 civilization warships. Xiang Qian said with emotion, as he looked at the giant white-boned beasts and multi-segmented insects rushing through countless warships on the big screen. Now they look powerful because they are facing the level 4 civilization warships. In fact, among the 3 level 5 civilizations, the strongest is still the ugliest meatball mother nest. If there are enough resources, it can fight against several white-boned beasts. In the 5th level civilization, this kind of civilization race that relies on a single race flagship to fight is actually the lowest level of the 5th level civilization. Such a white-boned giant beast, even if there are 4 or 5 of them, can't break the defense of the Civilization Guardian Tree. How can it be called powerful? Lu Jizhen said contemptuously. Then what kind of development model is the strongest in the 5th level civilization? Dilong asked immediately. Hearing this question, everyone also turned their attention from the big screen to Lu Sun, wanting to hear what he said. On the road, he organized his words and slowly said, because the entire race and the civilization race flagship are integrated, once the race flagship is destroyed, the entire race will be destroyed, so it is unwise to use the race flagship to fight after being called a 5th level civilization. Like the 2 affiliated races of the Ming Empire, they are relatively low-level civilizations among the 5-level civilizations. If they want to improve their combat effectiveness, they can only think of ways to improve their race flagships. Although they are biological civilizations, they are not good at producing biological weapons. Like the meatball mother nest, it is a civilization that is 1 level stronger than these 2 civilizations. Although it seems that its main body has no defense power now, in fact, its main body should be able to transform into some kind of giant beast at any time. In addition, the speed and quality of its biological weapons production, once it develops, the 2 civilizations combined are no match for it. The most powerful 5th level civilization is a civilization that can defend itself and send out powerful combat forces equivalent to the white-boned beast. Such civilizations are all multidisciplinary civilizations, and single-disciplinary civilizations like us basically don't have to think about it. After listening to this, several people, except Xiang Qian, were a little disappointed. However, the direction of civilization development had been determined when it broke through the 4th level civilization. It cannot be changed now. It is just a pity at most. The next 3 days passed, and Xiang Qian and his men were still watching the development of the war in the Ming Empire. At this time, the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy had already sent most of their personnel to the Life Planet, and the Ming Empire had to send all its troops to deal with it. For a while, the battle on the Life Planet was even more tragic than the battle in the void of the universe. After sending personnel to the Life Planet, the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy began to wander around, and no longer launch desperate attacks, because that would have no effect. As a result, the lethality of the 3 level 5 civilizations of the Ming Empire suddenly dropped sharply. In the void of the universe, once all the warships were separated, even the level 5 civilization races could not carry out large-scale annihilation. Moreover, as they had just broken through the level 5 civilization, they did not have weapons like map cannons, so in addition to the meatball mother nest that was still hatching small monsters, the white-boned giant beasts and multi-segmented insects could only run around. In the blink of an eye, more than a year has passed. The battle focus between the Ming Empire and the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy has always been on the Life Planet, and 1/3 of the warships in the universe have been destroyed by the 3 5th-level civilization races. In this year, the population loss of the Ming Empire is more than double the total population loss in the previous 10,000 years. It can be said that the war potential of the Ming Empire has been greatly consumed at this time. Many affiliated races have already fought for their wealth. Basically, except for scientists and special talents, they have all been sent to the battlefield. But even so, the war on the Life Planet cannot be ended in a short time. Life Planet number 1668, a very ordinary life planet in the Ming Empire, but in this year, the population killed in the battle on this life planet has exceeded 150 billion. Among all the life planets in the Ming Empire, the battle on this life planet can be said to be relatively tragic. Life Planet number 1668 requests support. An enemy hatchery has begun to mass-produce biological weapons. It must be destroyed in a short time. Inside the command hall of the Ming Empire mothership, a distress signal came from a combat center. The command center has received it. Support will arrive within 3 days. After the female officer in the command center finished speaking, she immediately began to check the remaining force data, and then sent a support application information to the mainframe for approval. After summarizing all the information, the mainframe began to plan the support force and support intensity. The number of support troops varied according to the crisis level. 3 days later, the mothership support troops began to head to the major life planets. When these landing ships travel from the mothership to the major life planets, they will be attacked by the enemies of the life planets. Although the attack intensity is not very strong, each time the support troops are deployed, there will be nearly 1/10 of the losses. In this support force, there are 15 landing ships going to the 1668th life planet for support, and it is interesting that all the people inside these 15 landing ships are men. Damn, I knew that the place where we are supporting must not be a good place. Life Planet number 1668, a deadly battlefield, an abyss of life. How many support troops have died there in the past year? We don't know how many days we can survive if we go there. The places where those women support are all places that are about to win, and the places we go are all places of death. What kind of world is this? In a landing ship, a strong man cursed. What is there to say? Everyone knows that this is clearly asking us to die. When we are almost defeated, those dead women will come to pick peaches. Another one continued. Alas! I heard that there is a human civilization 10,000 light years away, but that human civilization is ruled by men. Although women have a lower social status than men, they live much better than us. If I have the chance, I really want to live in that human civilization, at least I won't be discriminated against. It's all nonsense to say anything now, let's survive first. All the people inside the landing ship were silent. In their opinion, surviving, from the time they were assigned to the 1668th life planet for support, their lives had entered the countdown. Soon, the landing ship passed through the atmosphere and quickly landed on the surface of the life planet. At this time, in the underground base of Life Planet number 1668, the people in the command hall received the news of the arrival of the landing ship. Xiao Lu, you go pick up the people, and then settle them down. If there are any problems, deal with them immediately. I know, this is not the first time I pick up people, don't worry, third brother. Chapter 417. After the 15 landing ships landed, all the support troops walked out of the landing ships, wearing genetic nuclear weapons. No enemies were found within the surrounding 1,000 square kilometers, not even our own people. Is this the 1668th life planet? Why is it so quiet? Could it be that we have come to the wrong place? A person looked at the display on the radar and said in confusion. In fact, it was not only him, but all the support troops were very confused. After all, the abyss of life is not called for nothing. A life planet with more than 100 billion people in a year cannot be so quiet. Is the battlefield underground? After all, if the battlefield is on the ground, it is easy to be attacked. Someone said. It is very likely, but where are we going now? If we accidentally rush into the enemy's territory, we will die. What's the hurry? The message has been sent. A map will be sent to you later. Everyone stay alert. The commander interrupted the discussion and said with a frown. In fact, as soon as he arrived here, the commander felt something was wrong. It is impossible for the life planet number 1668 to be so quiet. Even if the battle was concentrated underground, the ground couldn't be so clean. At least it's not an exaggeration to say that there were corpses everywhere. But the life planet number 1668 in front of us was similar to a holiday villa, extremely quiet, and there were not many traces of fighting on the ground. This was the most suspicious thing. Beep. Finally someone is here to pick us up. The internal communication device received the communication sent by Xiaolu, asking them to wait where they were, and he would be there soon. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, Xiaolu appeared in front of the support troops. However, what surprised the support troops was that Xiaolu did not turn on the genetic nuclear force weapon at all. Instead, he appeared in front of them wearing an ordinary combat uniform and driving a hovercraft. If it were not for the life planet number 1668, they would have thought that the person in front of them was not a soldier at all, but a rich young man from a family who came out to play. Hello, brothers of the support troops. You can call me Xiaolu, because I am the sixth child in my family. Okay, no more nonsense, let's go to the underground base first, and we will talk about other situations when we arrive, Xiaolu said with a smile. After Xiaolu finished speaking, no one in the crowd moved, but looked at their commander. Please show me the core code. The commander said to Xiaolu. Okay, this is my code, you can ask the host to identify it, Xiaolu said with a smile, and directly projected the core code of the genetic nuclear force weapon. This code is the code set when each genetic nuclear force weapon leaves the factory. Even if other civilized races copy clones, but do not have the genetic nuclear force weapon code, they will be judged as enemies. It is also the best anti-infiltration method. No matter how similar you clone, even if you have all the memories of the clone person, you cannot forge the core code of the genetic nuclear force weapon. Beep. Code confirmed, affiliated. After the commander finished scanning, the host immediately gave the answer. It was obvious that the other party was one of his own. But why he was dressed like this on the life planet number 1668, why the situation here was so weird, that was not something he could think of. Anyway, as long as he was one of his own, there would be no problem. So far, except for the clones, no normal person has ever defected to the enemy. So as long as you can be sure that they are your own people, then you can completely trust them. What is the situation here now? After confirming Xiaolu's identity, the commander put away his guard and asked curiously. It's hard to explain what's going on here for a while. It's not safe on the ground. Let's go back to the underground base first, Xiaolu said with a smile. Okay, please lead the way. Xiaolu led 15 landing ships slowly into the passage of the underground base. At this time, the Ming Empire host received the news that the support force lost 8 landing ships and was frantically blocked by the enemy. Please continue to support. The situation captured by the exploration equipment was the same as the report. The 8 landing ships had been turned into space junk, and the remaining support forces were besieged by countless monsters. The soldiers in the landing ship looked at the underground base tunnels full of maintenance robots. It was not like a war at all, but a bit like a post-war reconstruction. Otherwise, who would cultivate these tunnels at this time? It was for defense, so it was better to blow them up. After they arrived at the life planet number 1668, they saw all very strange situations, which were completely different from what they had imagined. This drastic contrast made their brains a little bit difficult to use. More than half an hour later, Xiaolu brought 15 landing ships to the ship hangar of the underground base. The 15 landing ships docked at the berth according to the instructions, and the soldiers took back their genetic nuclear weapons and lined up in order. When everyone stood up and waited for the arrangement, Xiaolu came to the crowd and said with a smile, "Welcome to the number 1 base of the rebel organization. Our rebel organization has been committed to resisting the oppression of women. Our goal is to let us men have the same social status as women. Our slogan is that we men can do what women can do, and we men can do what women cannot do." Silence. A group of people looked at Xiaoyou's expression, as if they were looking at a mental patient. As for the flowers and applause, there was no movement at all. Haha, are you shocked by us? Don't worry, you brothers will also be one of us in the future. If you want to return to the mothership, then I'm sorry. I can only tell you that you can't go back. Since you came here, even if you don't join us, you have no way back. If our rebel organization succeeds, then you will have a good life. If our rebel organization fails, then I'm sorry, no one knows what will be waiting for you. Xiaolu didn't care about everyone's reaction at all, and continued to talk to himself. But what he said made everyone's face change greatly. That's right, they didn't know what the rebel organization was, but as long as they came here, they had no other choice. With the social status of men in the Ming Empire, no one would listen to their explanation. What is your organization going to do? Is this planet under your control now? How do you control this planet? How did you deceive the mothership host? The commander of the support force asked. You will know our organization's plan later. As for this planet, it has indeed been occupied by our organization. As for how we control this planet, and how to crack the mothership host system, you don't need to know. Now everyone can go to the lounge to rest. There are many brothers who came here before you. I hope you can get along well. If you need anything, you can call the base master, but I hope everyone will not cause trouble, otherwise the consequences will be serious. Master, send them to the rest area and arrange rooms for them. Xiaolu turned and left after saying that. A group of people looked at each other and followed the master's instructions to the rest area. Anyway, they would not do anything before they figured out the specific situation. After all, no one is stupid. Third brother, I've got it done. When will the next batch of support troops arrive? Xiaolu returned to the command hall and said to the third brother, who was looking at the overall situation of the life planet. It's almost done. Take people to planet 17 to help. The battle there is almost over. The third brother didn't look back and continued to look at the big screen. Okay, then I go and prepare. Well, after 5 hours, I will block the monitoring of the mothership host. You only have 3 hours. If it exceeds 3 hours, your existence will be exposed. The third brother said seriously. Brother San, don't worry. This is not the first time we have done this. Xiaolu also nodded seriously. Brother San said unhappily, I trust everyone else, but I don't trust you. I asked you to pick up the reinforcements, but you went directly in combat uniforms and drove a hovercraft. After returning to the base, you didn't explain the specific situation to them. How can I trust you? Hee. Anyway, when they get to the rest area, there will be old people to explain to them. It's a complete waste of time for me to explain to them. Okay, go and get ready. Chapter 418. Ah, so soon, there are new people. The people in the rest area said in surprise, when they saw a large group of support troops coming in. The support troops were also surprised when they came to the rest area. This is a huge underground space. The sky projected by the dome, using holographic simulation technology, looks very real. There is also the fragrance of grass in the air, and it feels the same as on the surface. As soon as you enter the rest area, you can see a large fountain pool, and many people are chatting around the pool. We have arrived at the rest area. Your housing has been transmitted to the terminal. Please check it yourself. I wish you all a happy life in the rest area. After the base host finished speaking, the image disappeared. A large group of people suddenly didn't know what to do next, and they all stood stupidly at the entrance of the rest area. Hey! Why are you standing there stupidly? There are bars, entertainment cities, and fitness centers here. You can find them according to the terminal. Do whatever you want. Don't stand there stupidly. The people around the fountain pool looked at the support troops, standing there stupidly, and immediately said to them. The commander was the first to react, but he did not open the terminal to go to those places. Instead, he walked to the pool and said to the person who reminded them just now, Are you also a member of the resistance organization? You can say yes, or you can say no. In fact, what difference does it make to be here? Just stay here with peace of mind. If the resistance organization succeeds, we can get out. If the resistance organization fails, we can only wait to die, or live a life worse than death. The man said to the commander. Then what are we doing here? Why did the rebels imprison us? The commander asked puzzledly. Imprisonment. Hee, don't think too much. I am the same as you. It can be said that everyone here is a support force. The rebels did not imprison us, but protected us. If you did not come here, but went to the real battlefield, how many of you would be alive now? The support troops were silent after hearing this. After all, the other party was telling the truth. If they really went to the battlefield, Their chances of survival were very slim. Then when the rebels fight against Queen Mingwei, we don't have to go to the battlefield either. Fight against Queen Mingwei, don't be ridiculous. The rebels don't even have a warship. What can they use to deal with Queen Mingwei? What we have to do now is to stay on the life planet and wait for the top leaders of the rebels to negotiate with Queen Mingwei. The rebel organization does not want to replace Queen Mingwei, but to improve the status of us men and turn Mingwei Empire into a parliamentary system. Queen Mingwei will never agree to this. She will definitely send troops to attack us. I don't know whether she agrees or not, but she dare not send troops to destroy us because we are on the life planet. If she pushes us too far, we will destroy the life planet, and we will all die together. So we will definitely have to solve the problem through negotiations in the end. Destroy the planet. The commander was relieved after hearing that the rebels had this trump card. After all, they are also members of the Mingwei Empire. If they destroy the life planet, then the Mingwei Empire will definitely lose 100 people. How many people are left in the Mingwei Empire now? No more than 30 trillion people. Then as long as the rebels occupy 30 life planets, the Mingwei Queen will not dare to act rashly. After all, the annihilation of the universe rules is random, and the Mingwei Queen does not dare to bet that she will not be annihilated. Then the support troops blended in easily, just like the people who came before, doing what they wanted to do every day, which was easier than living in the mothership. Send the reserve troops again, and we must regain control of all the life planets within 3 years. The Queen of Mingwei looked at the life planets flashing red dots on the big screen and said angrily, "Your Majesty, the source of troops is exhausted, and there are no soldiers available now. What about the subordinate races? Let them continue to send troops." "Your Majesty, the troops of the subordinate races were sent out half a year ago." After hearing this, Queen Mingwei frowned and said, "How many troops can be mobilized now?" "Your Majesty, 339 life planets have been captured now, and the 5.2 trillion troops on these planets can be mobilized at any time. The only thing left is your guards, and the rest of the troops have been mobilized. Concentrate the troops and take over the planets one by one. As for the planets that are at a disadvantage, just give up for the time being." Queen Mingwei said helplessly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Following the order of Queen Mingwei, all life planets began to enter the defense phase, waiting for rescue. At this time, in the command hall of the underground base of life planet number 1668, the man watching the big screen flashed a hint of surprise in his eyes, after seeing the changes in the dispatch of troops. Then he said to the people below, "Notify planets number 5, number 7, and number 10 to eliminate the enemy immediately, and then switch to the defense phase." "Okay, third brother." After the man called the third brother finished speaking, he sat on the command chair, closed his eyes, and an invisible wave emanated. On a life planet 4.6 million kilometers away from life planet number 1668, the battle here is basically coming to an end, and the troops of the Mingwei Empire are about to destroy the enemy's resistance. However, as the invisible wave swept across this life planet, the detection equipment of the main brain of the Mingwei Empire mothership detected that the troops of the Mingwei Empire suffered heavy losses when attacking the enemy's base. After that, the enemy began to counterattack, although the main brain received a signal requesting support. However, due to the order of Queen Mingwei, the main brain could not provide support and could only let the troops on this life planet defend and wait for the final rescue. But 10 days later, the main brain received the last signal that this life planet had been occupied by the enemy, and all the signals of its own personnel were interrupted. In this case, the main brain could only mark this life planet as a planet that was not worth conquering in the early stage. In this way, at least before the Mingwei Empire occupied other life planets, it would not attack this life planet. But the real situation on this life planet is that the troops of the Mingwei Empire completely destroyed the base of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy 10 days later, and occupied this life planet. And their request to return was also denied by the main brain, and they were asked to stay where they were. More than a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Queen Mingwei looked very unhappy. In the past month, because there was no support, more than 30 life planets have been occupied by the enemy. Originally, this was nothing. As long as there was time, the Mingwei Empire could always take back these life planets. But after she asked the main brain to count the number of soldiers killed on these life planets, she immediately felt that something was wrong. In just over a year of war, the number of soldiers killed on these 30 life planets exceeded 7 trillion, which is more than the normal number of soldiers killed on more than 100 planets. Just think about it, and you will know that there is something wrong. But the monitoring of the main brain shows that everything is normal. In front of this data, that even a fool knows is abnormal, the main brain shows that everything is normal, so there is only one explanation, that is, the data of the main brain has been tampered with, or the main brain has been controlled. Queen Mingwe closed her eyes, and invisible waves began to scan the entire mothership, especially the area where the main brain was located. But she scanned for a long time, but did not find any abnormalities. When she was about to finish the scan, she suddenly saw a small base at the bottom of the mothership. Send people to the bottom of the mothership, arrest everyone there, and put them in jail. Queen Mingwe opened her eyes and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Half an hour later, Queen Mingwe received a report that there was no one inside the base at the bottom of the mothership. "No one? Call up the surveillance footage," Queen Mingwe said in surprise. When she scanned just now, she found that there were many people there. How come there was no one there so quickly? Soon, the big screen showed the situation on the bottom floor of the mothership. However, the big screen showed the same scene as what Queen Mingwe saw. There were indeed people on the bottom floor. On the contrary, the troops that arrived at the bottom floor to capture people were not shown on the big screen. Queen Mingwe immediately closed her eyes and scanned the bottom floor of the mothership again. As a result, the result of her scan was exactly the same as that shown on the big screen. This shows that her special ability and the mothership's main brain were all deceived, but as the controller of the special evolver, she was deceived in her own territory. Queen Mingwe's face finally changed. She felt that things that had always been under her control were suddenly beyond her control. Chapter 419. After a while, Queen Mingwe thought of something and immediately said, "Bring Xiaowu here." "Your Majesty, the fifth princess is conducting scientific research experiments." "Should we call her out now?" "When did she start conducting scientific research experiments?" Queen Mingwe immediately had a bad feeling. "Your Majesty, the fifth princess conducted scientific research experiments 3 days ago. Go in and find her now." Unfortunately, when the guards entered the laboratory, they did not find the fifth princess at all. After checking the monitor, it turned out that the monitor showed that the fifth princess was doing research in the laboratory. This was ironic. "Catch all the people who were investigated before," Queen Mingwe said angrily. "Yes, Your Majesty," the guard in the shadow behind Queen Mingwe whispered. But 3 hours later, Queen Mingwe received news that all the people had disappeared. Some were sent to fight on the life planet, and some disappeared in the research institute. Anyway, no one was caught. Good, very good, very good. The Queen of Mingwe was so angry that she said 3 good words at once. However, no matter how angry she was now, she couldn't find fault with the other party, because there were still native civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy that had not been eliminated, so she could only suppress her anger and issue an order to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible. At the same time, the authority of the mothership's main brain was also restricted, and many things could only be ordered manually. Although the speed was slowed down, there would not be such a big loophole as before. The moment the authority of the main brain was changed, the fifth princess of the underground base of life planet number 1668 knew it. "Third brother, mother changed the authority of the main brain. It seems that we have been exposed," the fifth princess said to the third brother. "It's discovered. Now we have completed the transfer. Even if we are discovered, it doesn't matter," the third brother said with a smile. "Third brother, do you think mother will agree to our conditions in the end?" the fifth princess said worriedly. "Whether she wants to agree or not, she must agree," the third brother said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Whether it is the battle in the universe or the battle on the life planet, it has entered its end. However, at this time, in the command hall of the underground base of the 1668th life planet, many people are holding a meeting using virtual projection. If Queen Mingwe was here, she would find that the people who appeared in the projection were all members of all the affiliated races of the Ming Empire, including 3 representatives of the 5th level civilization who had just broken through. They were discussing something with the leader of the rebel organization, the third brother. If Queen Mingwe could see this, she would be furious. In the future, when the 3 civilizations break through to level 5, Ming Empire will consume a lot of material reserves, but now they are discussing how to deal with her. 3 days later, the meeting was over, and the third brother also walked out of the meeting room tiredly. "Third brother, how did you talk? Did they agree?" "Third brother, do they agree with our plan?" A large group of people surrounded the third brother and asked. "Okay, the plan is going well for now, but there is still one problem that has not been solved." The third brother frowned and said, "What's the problem?" "Strength, overwhelming strength. Neither we nor those affiliated races have overwhelming strength. We can only contain them, But we don't have decisive power. Under such circumstances, Queen Mingwei will never accept our conditions. The third brother said slowly. Everyone had no choice after hearing this. They said that the rebel organization had no strength, but they also had strength. But they couldn't fight the Ming Empire with real swords and guns, because no matter who won, the Ming Empire would lose strength. And many of their wives were still in the mothership. Even if they wanted to fight, the people below would not agree. So they could only occupy the life planet to prevent the Mingwei Queen from making any rash moves. As for the subordinate races, let alone, they were bound by the civilized race contract, and although they were powerful, they had no way to attack the Ming Empire. Moreover, they dare not confront Queen Mingwei openly, and can only collectively put pressure on Queen Mingwei. And after their rebel organization succeeds, they have to re-sign the civilized race contract, and the terms of the contract must change all the terms of enslaving them, and even the subordinate races must leave the Ming Empire. So the rebel organization will not regard them as allies at all. According to the plan, once their rebel organization succeeds, the terms of the civilized race contract will not change. Okay, don't be pessimistic. We actually have a natural ally, but if we want to persuade this ally, our Ming Empire will have to spend a lot of money, and we might even invite a wolf into the house. Third brother, are you talking about the human civilization 10,000 light years away? The fifth princess suddenly thought of something and asked immediately. Yes, that is a human civilization similar to our Ming Empire, and they have a parliamentary system. If Queen Mingwei really doesn't agree to our conditions, then we can only join the human civilization. Anyway, we are all human civilization, and we can quickly integrate into it after joining, and there will not be any major friction. And in that human civilization, men and women are equal, so everyone does not have to worry about the current problem. The third brother nodded. Everyone was silent after hearing this, and now they are very entangled. They want to maintain the strength of the Ming Empire, but they don't want to be annexed by the Earth Federation, but they want to get the social status of the platform. It can be said that at this time, it is normal for 10,000 people to have 10,000 different ideas. Okay, don't think too much. Things haven't reached that point yet. There's no point in thinking too much. Just take it one step at a time, and we see how Queen Mingwei reacts next. After the third brother finished speaking, the group of people dispersed, and no one knew what anyone was thinking. In the blink of an eye, a year and a half had passed, and all the warships in the void of the universe had been destroyed. The entire force of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet was now only the guards on 219 life planets. As long as all the enemies on these life planets are killed, the Battle of Ming Empire will be completely over. At this time, Queen Mingwei also completely figured out which planets the rebels occupied, and she was just waiting to conquer the planets occupied by the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy before attacking them. 5 months later, Queen Mingwei looked at the big screen and said coldly, Yuxing, I admit that I underestimated you. But I want to know, how did you create those illusory scenes, and let those scenes successfully deceive the main brain? Then let me introduce myself to you again. My name is Yuxing, your daughter Ziqing's boyfriend, a special evolver, a deceiver. The third brother said with a smile. Chapter 420. Special Evolver Deceiver. Are you the first generation of special evolvers? Queen Mingwei looked at Yuxing in shock and said in disbelief. That's right. Yuxing said with a smile. After a while, Queen Mingwei calmed down her shock and slowly said, Did you come here today to tell me this? Or do you think that occupying a few life planets will give you the capital to fight against the Empire and make me compromise? No, your Majesty has misunderstood. Although I am very confident, I am not so arrogant as to think that I can make your Majesty compromise with a few life planets. I just want to express my views on the current situation of the Empire. If your Majesty has time, can you listen to me? Yuxing slightly mocked Queen Mingwei and said calmly. You are self-aware. It happens that I have time now. I also want to hear what constructive questions you can say. Queen Mingwei didn't care about the sarcasm in Yuxing's words at all, and said calmly. Okay, then I talk about the current situation facing the Ming Empire. Yuxing said. After the battle with the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, the Ming Empire's resource reserves can only last for 10,000 years, and the energy reserves are only 27%. The population is less than 23% of the peak period. The power of each affiliated race has been exhausted. It is estimated that in 6,000 years, all the resource-depleted motherships of the Ming Empire will also fall into crisis. Of course, although the Ming Empire has consumed a lot, after the elimination of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, the crisis has been resolved and it can develop peacefully. However, there are still two problems to be solved. The first problem is the rebel organization I lead. If we are not eliminated, it is impossible for Minghui Empire to develop rapidly. The second problem is another human civilization 10,000 light-years away. No matter how powerful that human civilization was before, after receiving all the scientific and technological information of our Minghui Empire, their technological level will definitely catch up with our Minghui Empire in a short time. In addition, they have scientific and technological information of 3 complete disciplines, a subordinate race that has broken through the 5th-level civilization, and a complete star field. It is estimated that the opponent's strength has now surpassed our Minghui Empire. So I think with your Majesty's wisdom, you will definitely be willing to change the social status of us men in the Minghui Empire, so that we can make better contributions to the Minghui Empire. Yuxing first talked about the current situation of the Minghui Empire, and then pointed out their role. It can be said that at other times, the Minghui Empire does not lack these people at all, but at this time, they are indispensable. After all, the increase in population does not appear out of thin air, but is born. But now the number of men in the mothership is pitifully small, and most of them are scientists, and most of these people are family people. So without them, it is basically impossible for Minghui Empire to restore its population to its peak. As for cloning or test tube babies, it is impossible. The population created by biotechnology has no soul at all, just a pile of carbohydrates. Otherwise, if they occupied tens of thousands of life planets and directly used biotechnology, the population would reach the peak in less than a year. What would they need natural people for? Therefore, at this time, the population of the rebel organization is very valuable. And just like he said, there is a human civilization not far away, and that is the biggest threat. That's your opinion, it's just nonsense. Queen Minghui sneered. If your Majesty doesn't agree, it's fine, but I want to know, how does your Majesty plan to solve the current crisis of Minghui Empire? Yuxing said indifferently, he didn't think Queen Minghui would compromise easily. If that was the case, he would be surprised. Since you asked, then I will let you know, and make you despair. The human civilization 10,000 light-years away is the cornerstone of the rise of our Minghui Empire. If it is a level 4 civilization, 10,000 light-years is a long distance without the ability to navigate in curvature. But with the technology of a level 5 civilization, 10,000 light-years is only a short distance. A level 5 civilization can reach there in just 100 years. The Queen of Minghui said disdainfully. Does your Majesty think that you can destroy that human civilization with 3 level 5 civilizations? Yuxing frowned and asked. She didn't expect Queen Minghui to pay attention to that human civilization, and under such circumstances. Didn't she always tell you? It's not 3, it's 5. 5. Is your Majesty going to use up the last resources? Then the mothership's resources will be exhausted within 500 years. If it fails, the Minghui Empire will be in real danger. Yuxing frowned even deeper. He was really scared by Queen Minghui's plan. The resources of the mothership can now push the last 2 biological civilizations to level 5, but by then the resources of the Minghui Empire will be exhausted. If these 5 civilized races do not destroy the human civilization, then the Minghui Empire will be seriously injured, and it will also have to be wary of the revenge of that human civilization. Humph! Short-sighted, isn't the situation of the Minghui Empire dangerous now? Internal and external troubles, resources are exhausted. Even if we don't attack the human civilization now, will they let us go? Yuxing stopped talking immediately. Queen Minghui was right, but this approach was too radical, and he did not agree with it. But it must be said that if Queen Minghui destroyed the human civilization, the dilemma of Minghui Empire would be solved instantly. At the same time, Minghui Empire had the supplement of the population of that human civilization, and they were not so important. It can be said that at this time, the game between the rebel organization and Queen Minghui is no longer something they can decide, but it is up to the human civilization 10,000 light-years away to decide. Queen Minghui won, Minghui Empire recovered and its strength doubled, and the rebel organization would be eliminated by Queen Minghui. That human civilization won, Minghui Empire was annexed. According to the system of that human civilization, the rebels neither lost nor won, Queen Minghui just compromised in disguise. However, the object of Queen Minghui's compromise was not their rebel organization, but another human civilization. Yuxing had to admire Queen Minghui's decision. This was indeed the strength of a civilization leader. If it were him, he would never be able to issue such an order under such circumstances. After the communication between Queen Minghui and Yuxing ended, Queen Minghui did not order an attack on the life planets controlled by the rebel organization. And Yuxing did not let the rebel organization make any irrational actions. Everything depended on the result of the battle 10,000 light-years away. Chapter 421. The strength of the Ming Empire is indeed strong. Although they suffered heavy losses, they still destroyed the fleet of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race. Xiang Qian said with emotion. Yes, the next step is our battle with the Ming Empire. Lucen also said. After the last warship of the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race was destroyed by the white-boned beast on the big screen, several people in the room sighed. By the way, after breaking through the 5th level civilization, it can break through the limitations of space, interference fluctuations, and sailing curvature. What is the current speed? Xiang Qian asked. At most 100 times the speed of light. Although that kind of space interference fluctuation cannot limit the 5th level civilization from performing curvature navigation, that kind of fluctuation still interferes with space very seriously, so the highest speed can only reach 100 times the speed of light. However, this speed is only temporary. The long-distance navigation of the 5th level civilization is no longer a curvature navigation method, but a dimensional navigation method. But now the time to break through the 5th level civilization is still short, and dimensional navigation has not been studied yet, and it will take some time. Lucen said immediately. Well, 100 times the speed of light is already good, at least it is enough to travel within the Andromeda Galaxy. In this way, it will only take us 100 years to reach the location of the Ming Empire. In such a short time, the Ming Empire cannot recover. Xiang Qian nodded and said. We are also ready, and can break through at any time. At this time, Dilong said. We are also almost there. In a maximum of 80 years, the mother planet and the wisdom will be integrated. By then, we will be a level 5 civilization. Kai's projection also said. Well then, Dilong, you guys should do a final check, and then prepare for the breakthrough. After that, leave 100 years to adapt to the changes and rapid growth of the 5th level civilization, and set off 100 years later. Xiang Qian nodded. The Earth Federation did not take the 3 5th level civilizations of the Ming Empire seriously. After the Mandi tribe broke through the 5th level civilization, it was no longer the auxiliary civilization with no combat power, but became the most powerful combat force of the Earth Federation. Previously, the Cadia had demonstrated the current strength of the Mandi tribe, and the performance of the Mandi tribe at that time shocked everyone in the Earth Federation. After the Mandi tribe had enough computing power, they changed some physical changes in the universe through Cadia, and the destruction that broke out was simply terrifying. This was before the Mandi tribe broke through. When the Mandi tribe broke through the 5th level civilization, their strength would at least increase tenfold, and then it would be really terrifying. So the Earth Federation didn't care about the 3 5th level civilizations of the Ming Empire at all. Of course, if Xiang Qian and his team knew that the Ming Empire now has 2 affiliated races that are about to break through the 5th level civilization, I don't know if they would still think so. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. On this day, after the final inspection, the Pabo Dilung civilization decided to break through the 5th level civilization today. Xiang Qian and his team said some words of blessing to Dilung in front of the huge cell mothership. Okay, everyone go back and prepare to attend the celebration dinner later. Dilung said with confidence, as if breaking through the 5th level civilization was like playing, and it was not difficult at all. Okay, stop pretending, wait until you complete the breakthrough before you brag. Lucen said with a smile, as a biological civilization within the Earth Federation. In private, Lucen has the best relationship with Dilung, so there is no scruple to joke. I'm not bragging. Don't forget what kind of abilities the special evolvers of our Pabo Dilung civilization have. Dilung said with a smile. Everyone was speechless when they heard it. Well, a civilization with a guide can indeed be so willful. Even if they encounter any accidents during the breakthrough, the guide can still help the civilization break through at the critical moment. This is equivalent to an insurance. When Xiang Qian and his companions boarded the spaceship and left, the race flagship of the Pabo Dilung civilization began to emit light. An hour later, Xiang Qian and his companions saw through the big screen that the huge cell began to split. 1 split into 2, 2 split into 4, and the classification continued uninterruptedly. In the end, these countless cells actually formed a strange single-cell organism with a nucleus. Normal single-cell organisms are divided into animals and plants. Animal single-cell organisms are composed of cell nuclei, cytoplasm, and organelles. The organelles include mitochondria, Golgi bodies, ribosomes, and cell membranes. Plant single-cell organisms are composed of cell walls, cell nuclei, and cytoplasm. Of course, its organelles also include mitochondria, Golgi bodies, ribosomes, and cell membranes, but they have an additional chloroplast. But now this strange nucleated single-celled organism contains all the characteristics of animal single-celled organisms, and plant single-celled organisms. Xiang Qian looked at this long single-celled organism and felt that it looked like the most famous single-celled organism on Earth, the grass-covered insect. Greengissen, why are the forms evolved by your biological civilization in the later period so strange? I can still accept the white-boned beasts and multi-segmented insects in the Ming Empire, but what are Dilong and the others doing? How did they become like this? Xiang Qian asked the Greengissen beside him. It can't be said to be weird. It should be said to be in line with the law of biological evolution. The civilization guardian tree of our green star civilization is a plant, and it is a plant with particularly strong compatibility, so we don't need to consider the form of the civilization guardian tree when developing technology. But as the Pabatalong civilization, after breaking through the 5th level civilization, we must consider laying the foundation for the future 6th level civilization. Although the biological civilization of the Ming Empire looks very powerful, with white-boned giant beasts and multi-segmented insects, they actually do not leave room for breaking through the 6th level civilization. Only the meatball mother nest has room for future development, and the remaining 2 civilized races are basically useless. Green Jerson said to Xiang Qian. Is there a deep meaning behind the shape of this single-celled organism? Xiang Qian asked. Yes, the evolution of organisms follows a law, from the most basic biological molecules to single-celled organisms, and then to multi-celled organisms. From algae and invertebrates, to various plants and various organisms, all follow the law. The white-boned beasts and multi-segmented insects of the Ming Empire seem to be more powerful than this single-celled organism, but their future development potential has been determined. The future development prospects of single-cell organisms are still very broad. They can develop like multi-cell organisms, and can become plants or animals. It can be said that any advanced organisms are developed from single-cell organisms, so the future Pabatalong civilization will have countless choices. Even if the choice is wrong, it can be degenerated and restarted, and there is no impact at all. And for a stereotype civilization like the white-boned beast, it is impossible to make a new choice. And the most important thing is that single-cell organisms grow and reproduce the fastest, and the speed of violent troops is also the fastest. Of course, this is under the condition of sufficient resources. Greengissen explained clearly. At this time, Shinkong suddenly appeared and said to Xiang Qian, Boss, there are 2 more civilizations in the Ming Empire that are making breakthroughs. Chapter 422. Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the 2 shining race flagships on the big screen, and their faces were not very good. One of the 2 race flagships was in the shape of a jellyfish, and the other was in the shape of a plant seed. After seeing the 2 civilization race flagships, Lucen immediately judged that the 2 civilization races that were breaking through were stronger than the 2 civilization races of the white-boned beast and the multi-segmented insect. At this time, Xiang Qian's face also showed a serious expression, and the smile just now disappeared instantly. Although Xiang Qian looked down on the 3 level 5 civilizations that Ming Empire had previously broken through, he had to admit one fact, that is, with the strength of the Earth Federation, it would not be a problem to deal with 3 level 5 civilizations. But if the opponent had 5 level 5 civilizations, it would be hard to say. If the Pabatalong civilization attacked Ming Empire, according to the previous plan, it would probably not come back after going. It seems that the previous plan will be invalidated. Xiang Qian muttered to himself. Others also heard Xiang Qian's words, and everyone understood that if the 2 affiliated races of Ming Empire successfully broke through, then the plan to attack Ming Empire would have to be invalidated. If the Ming Empire attacks us, how many level 5 civilizations will they send? At this time, Sephiroth suddenly spoke. Several people were stunned and immediately began to think about this question. If it was said that the Ming Empire would not attack the Earth Federation when it saw that the Earth Federation had 2 level 5 civilizations, it would be hard to say now. After all, even if Xiang Qian and others did not know the specific situation inside the Ming Empire, they could still get a rough idea by casually calculating. For the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, the Ming Empire has consumed too much of its war potential. Although the Ming Empire is supported by the 5th level civilization affiliated races, and is not in danger, it is unknown how many years it will take to recover to its peak state. That is not something that can be replaced by a few 5th level civilization affiliated races. It is the potential of a race as a whole. Even if the Ming Empire has a deep foundation, it cannot recover in a short time. At this time, the Earth Federation, which is also a human civilization, is the best medicine for the Ming Empire to recover to its peak. There is no better way to make up for the shortcomings of the Ming Empire than the Earth Federation. It just so happens that the Mingyu Empire has more level 5 civilizations than the Earth Federation, and is stronger than the Earth Federation. So what is the result? I think it is very likely that the Mingyu Empire will send 4 level 5 civilizations to attack our Earth Federation, leaving 1 level 5 civilization to guard their mothership, and the level 5 civilization left to guard their mothership should be the Meatball Mother Nest. In this case, we will face the White Bone Giant Beast, the multi-segmented insects, and the 2 civilizations that are about to break through. If there are only 4 level 5 civilizations, with the strength of the Earth Federation, if we study them carefully, we may not be able to keep these 4 level 5 civilizations, Lu Jizhen said. At this time, Bacadia's projection closed his eyes, and after a while he opened his eyes and said, "The Mingyu Empire has blocked the Prophet's perception. It should be their protector who took action. Then, there is nothing to say, the Mingyu Empire's attack on us has become inevitable." After listening to Lu Xun and Bacadia's words, Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said, "Lu Jizhen, how many level 5 civilizations can the strongest defense state of the Civilization Guardian Tree withstand?" I can't say anything about other level 5 civilizations, but even if all of these 5 biological civilizations come, they can't break through the defense of the Civilization Guardian Tree in a short time, Lu Xun said confidently. Bacadia, can your Mandi tribe break through the level 5 civilization within 100 years? Xiang Qian asked Kai again. No problem, 90 years at most. If there are no special problems, 80 years is enough. Kai looked at Bacadia. The 2 sides communicated with each other through thinking, and then spoke. Since the Mingyu Empire is attacking us, if we don't let them stay, we will be too sorry to the Mingyu Empire. After the Babadalong civilization breaks through, we will study it carefully to see how to eliminate these 5-level civilizations at the lowest cost. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen and squinted his eyes. Although the plan to attack the Mingyu Empire was cancelled, the Mingyu Empire's attack on the Earth Federation was another opportunity for the Earth Federation. The Mingyu Empire still underestimated the Earth Federation. It is estimated that even if the Mingyu Empire knew that the Earth Federation had 2 5-level civilizations, it would not take it too seriously. But if the Mingyu Empire knew that the Earth Federation had another civilization that was about to break through level 5, would it attack the Earth Federation again? Just as Lu Jizhen said, the Mingyu Empire would basically send 4 level 5 civilizations to attack the Earth Federation. Even if it was 2 to 1, the Mingyu Empire would be able to win. Especially after the Mingyu Empire saw the Civilization Guardian Tree, it must have thought that the Earth Federation's attack power was insufficient. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian sneered. He really wanted to know what the Mingyu Queen would look like when the Mingyu Empire's level 5 civilization arrived at the Earth Federation, and found that the Earth Federation was not a tortoiseshell, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex. More than an hour later, the Babadalong civilization successfully broke through, and became a level 5 civilization. 2 hours later, the light of the 2 civilization race flagships on the big screen disappeared, and they also successfully broke through and became level 5 civilizations. There is nothing much to say now. Next, it depends on when the Mingyu Empire will send troops, and when the battle will start. 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Xiang Qian did not contact Queen Mingyu, and Queen Mingyu did not contact Xiang Qian. At the same time, the 5 level 5 civilization-affiliated races of Mingyu Empire were constantly testing in the void of the universe, which can also be said to be exercises. Anyway, the Earth Federation and the Mingyu Empire were very peaceful in the past 10 years, and everyone was familiar with the rapid development of the 5th level civilization. Finally, at noon 10 years later, Shinkong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, "Boss, the 4 5th level civilizations of the Mingyu Empire suddenly told the Earth Federation to move forward." "Show the screen," Xiang Qian said calmly. It can be said that he has been waiting for this day for 10 years, so there is nothing to be surprised about. Soon, the big screen showed the video of the 4 flagships of the 5th level civilization races, the white-boned beast, the multi-segmented insect, the green-light jellyfish, and the plant seeds, breaking through the space barrier and entering the curvature navigation state. At the same time, there are various data after they enter the curvature navigation, the most obvious of which is the data of 100 times the speed of light. Chapter 423. Your Majesty, another civilized race in the Earth Federation has broken through to the 5th level of civilization. Show it. Queen Mingyu's face changed, and she said immediately. Soon, a crystal ball emitting light appeared on the big screen. The diameter of this crystal ball was not very large, only a few thousand kilometers, and it was gradually getting smaller as the light flickered. When the light disappeared and it became a 5th level civilization, the diameter of this crystal ball was less than 1,000 kilometers. Compared to other flagships of level 5 civilizations that are millions of kilometers in size, the size of this crystal ball is too small. Of course, for level 5 civilizations, the size of the flagship is not important, the main thing is the combat power. But Queen Ninghui couldn't figure out what type of civilization this crystal ball is. It is said to be a material extreme stellar civilization, but it does not have the unique radiation and particle flow of extreme stellar civilization. Although gravity can be shielded, as the most basic physical rule of extreme stellar civilization, it cannot be changed unless a layer of isolation equipment is wrapped on the outside of the flagship. But now this civilization that has just broken through cannot be equipped with such equipment, and the main body of the race flagship is exposed outside. If this civilization is an energy-type ultra-high particle aggregation civilization, its race flagship is too small, and it is not as big as an energy civilization should be. After all, the smaller the volume, the less energy is stored. A level 5 civilization does not have the ability to open up a small universe, and it is impossible to store all the energy in this small universe, so the possibility of being an energy civilization is also ruled out. As for mechanical civilization, it is even more impossible. Which mechanical civilization would build a civilization race flagship like this? After thinking about it, Queen Ninghui still couldn't figure it out. In fact, Queen Ninghui now has another idea, that is, the Earth Federation is lying. Now the 4 level 5 civilizations are still 3,000 light years away from the Earth Federation. With the strength of the 2 level 5 civilizations of the Earth Federation, it is simply impossible to resist the attack of 4 level 5 civilizations. Then this false breakthrough may be that the Earth Federation is bluffing, and wants the Ming Empire to withdraw its troops. As for whether the main brain detected the other party's breakthrough is real, it is also possible that Yuxing cooperated with the humans of the Earth Federation and deceived the main brain. Queen Ninghui stopped considering the specific situation after thinking for a long time. Anyway, it has come to this point, and the Ming Empire has no way out. Even if the civilization of the Earth Federation has just broken through to the 5th level of civilization, so what? In the end, there will still be a war. So after reading it, Queen Ninghui no longer cares about this matter. At the same time, at the top of the civilization guardian tree of the Earth Federation continent, Xiang Qian and his companions were talking and laughing happily. Kaya, your new ability is pretty good, almost like a real person. Xiang Qian looked at Kaya's body made of particles, and said with a smile. Well actually, if I wanted to, I could use various particles to condense a real body, but that's not necessary at all, and it's a waste of time. Now, wherever I want to go, I can instantly condense a body there, which is much more convenient than using one body all the time. Kaya said, as he dispersed the binding force attached to the particles in his body, and his body disappeared in an instant. After the Mandi tribe became a level 5 civilization, the Mandi tribe members were no longer limited to the soul crystal, and could only project mental images. Now, as long as the Mandi tribe members are within the range of the soul crystal, they can instantly gather various particles in the surrounding space, and condense a body, which is equivalent to a real virtual projection. If you want to be more realistic, you can also use supercomputing power to arrange and combine various particles according to the biological data of the Earth Federation to form real matter and create a real body. Okay, everyone sit down. Now that the Mandi tribe has finally broken through the 5th level civilization, we must also implement the plan to deal with the Ming Empire. After Xiang Qian sat down, he put away his smile and said seriously. The other people also sat down and listened carefully. Our Pabatalong civilization has no problem at all. We have been raising troops for 80 years, just waiting for them to come to us. Dilong was the first to speak, and he was also the most excited one. Since joining the Earth Federation, the Pabatalong civilization, as an evolutionary civilization, has not achieved any success so far. This has to be said to be an irony. So since the war with the Ming Empire, the Pabatalong civilization has been preparing intensively, just to perform well in this battle, otherwise it will not be able to stand up in the Earth Federation. Dilong, don't worry, it's a question whether it will be your turn to play. Kaya said with a smile, his tone full of confidence. Well, after this breakthrough, does the Mandi tribe have any new abilities? Xiang Qian looked at Kaya in surprise. He knew that Kaya was not a boastful person. Since he dared to say so, it meant that he was absolutely sure. There are no new abilities, but the original abilities have been improved a lot. It's not very clear just by talking. Why don't you try it yourself? Kaya said confidently. Okay. Several people looked at each other and nodded. The next second, Xiang Qian and his friends entered the spiritual world of the Mandi tribe, but this time, they appeared not on a planet, but in a cosmic void. They stood quietly beside a star, looking at the star field in front of them. Next, the Cadia will demonstrate the true combat power of our Mandi tribe, Kaya said to the group. The Cadia appeared in front of the group the moment Kaya finished speaking. He didn't say anything nonsense. He nodded to Kaya and Xiang Qian and said hello, and then started to act. In the name of the Prophet, the star system in front of me will be destroyed by the space storm in 10 seconds, the Cadia said loudly. The next second, as the Cadia used the true prophecy, invisible fluctuations began to spread outward from the star system in front of him, and it didn't stop until it covered the entire star field. Under normal circumstances, true prophecies will also emit such fluctuations in the real universe, but we cannot capture such fluctuations with our naked eyes or any instruments. But in the spiritual world, this invisible fluctuation will be displayed, which will allow everyone to see more clearly, Kaya explained on the side. As the invisible fluctuations enveloped the entire star field, the orbits of hundreds of thousands of stars and tens of millions of resource planets in the star field suddenly made small-scale adjustments. This adjustment was tiny, and unless a special scanning was performed using particularly precise instruments, this subtle change could not be felt. But after all the planets in the entire star field made this subtle change, the basic forces in the universe began to undergo complex and huge changes. And with this change, space chaos began to occur. When this space chaos became intense, a space storm broke out in the star system in front of us. The space force brought by the huge space storm instantly destroyed the entire star system, leaving no meteorite behind. Butterfly effect. True prophecy. Could it be? After watching the whole process, Xiang Qian said in surprise, with a light of disbelief in his eyes. Chapter 424. Vickerdale looked at the surprised crowd and said with a smile, "It is not wrong to say that it is the butterfly effect, but it is not completely correct. The result of the true prophecy will definitely occur, and how it occurs has something to do with the butterfly effect. It can be said that before the true prophecy was launched, the trajectory of the universe was normal, and after the true prophecy was launched, this trajectory changed a little, and it was this change that caused the result of the true prophecy." However, Xiang Qian frowned again after listening, and then asked, "No, if the result of the true prophecy was produced in this way, I would not be very surprised. But there is a question. If the result of the prophecy is not to act on the universe, but on intelligent life, how does the effect come about?" Xiang Qian immediately asked his biggest question. For example, if Vicadia used a real prophecy and predicted that Xiang Qian would speak the truth on the next question, then when the result came about, how would the real prophecy influence Xiang Qian's subjective judgment and make him speak the truth? This is no longer a question of the butterfly effect. The problem here involves complex issues such as soul, will, cause and effect, etc. Under normal circumstances, as long as Xiang Qian's subjective consciousness is not affected, it is impossible for Mingwe to tell the truth when she knows that she is going to tell the truth. So how did the real prophecy come to this result? This requires deep thought. I have also thought about this and conducted experiments. The final result tells me that to influence a person's judgment, it is necessary to influence the low dimension from the high dimension. Of course, this is just my speculation. Under normal circumstances, the invisible fluctuations when the real prophecy is launched cannot be seen, but the fluctuations do occur. But because they are not in the same dimension as our three-dimensional universe, we cannot observe them. For example, there is a pond in front of us. This pond is calm, and the fish living in the pond are us, and the world outside the pond is a high-dimensional space. We cannot see outside the pond from inside the pond, nor do we know whether there is wind outside. At this time, we use the real prophecy to make the pond fluctuate violently. Then as long as someone outside the pond throws a stone into the pond, the calmness of the pond will be broken. We only know that the pond fluctuates, but we don't know why the pond fluctuates, because we cannot observe the situation outside the pond. Therefore, using the true prophecy to interfere with the behavior of intelligent life is like a person outside the pool using a fishing net to block a fish from all directions, leaving only one exit. At this time, if the fish wants to escape from the fishing net, it can only leave from that one exit. In our case, it is the power of the high-dimensional space that binds the soul of intelligent life, leaving us with only one exit. The soul's instinct discovered the danger at that moment, and it could only choose to escape from that one exit. And our body is just following the instinct of the soul, and acting according to the result of the true prophecy, Vicadia said slowly. Xiang Qian did not speak after listening, and quietly considered Vicadia's speculation. If Vicadia's speculation is true, then the three-dimensional universe in which humans currently live is just a ball of mud. As long as you can control the power of high-dimensional space, you can do whatever you want. Although this speculation is a bit shocking, it cannot be said to be completely unreasonable. Take the current Mandi tribe for example. It is obviously incorrect to say that they are life in three-dimensional space. Because the Mandi tribe now has no body in the three-dimensional universe, as long as there is no condensation of particles, there is no data of length, width, and height. In the spiritual space, all scenes are imagined and all are illusions, even if they violate the laws of physics. In this case, who can still say that the Mandi tribe is a creature of three-dimensional space? But the Mandi tribe also thinks that they are not creatures of two-dimensional space, because two-dimensional space cannot apply three-dimensional space. Just like a book quietly placed on the table, even if the world in the book has been broken into pieces, the three-dimensional space has no effect at all. Since the Mandi tribe is not a three-dimensional life, nor a two-dimensional or even lower-dimensional life, the Mandi tribe can only be a life form in a high-dimensional space. As for how many dimensions it is still difficult to judge. But no matter what, the Mandi tribe can condense particles in three-dimensional space, which means that life forms higher than three-dimensional space can affect low-dimensional space, which is the fundamental reason why Vicadia made this speculation. Okay, let's not study the real prophecy and the high-dimensional space for now. Let's get back to the topic and study how to solve the problem of the 4 5th-level civilization-affiliated races of the Ming Empire. Xiang Qian threw away all the ideas in his mind and led the topic back to the main topic. Yes, these questions are too profound. Let's wait for scientists to study them. Reglo said hurriedly. He didn't understand these things at all. Xiang Qian and the others were thinking, but he was the only one in a daze. That feeling was very awkward, as if he was the only illiterate person in the world, and he was very unhappy. The other people all smiled after hearing what Reglo said, but they all stopped thinking about the real prophecy and put their minds back on the topic. I want to ask, Vicadia, can you use the real prophecy in reality to change the space? Dilong thought for a while and spoke. Absolutely. According to my calculations, without burning the soul, the most powerful power of the real prophecy should be able to affect a star system, such as destroying a star. Of course, I will not predict the destruction of stars directly, but through calculation, I will find out what conditions are needed for the destruction of stars, and then directly predict those conditions, and use the laws of physics to destroy stars. Vicadia said confidently. Physical laws, chain reaction. Xiang Qian looked at Vicadia in surprise. If he really thought as he thought, then the power of the true prophecy could be multiplied geometrically. That's right. For example, I used the true prophecy to destroy that star system just now, but everyone saw that it was because of the chain reaction of a series of physical laws caused by the change of the basic forces of the universe that caused the space storm in the universe, and finally destroyed that star system. If I use the real prophecy directly, the consumption will be very large, but if I use the chain reaction of a series of physical rules to achieve the purpose of triggering a space storm, the consumption can be said to be very small. Vicadia said immediately. Then how can you guarantee that the chain reaction of a series of physical rules is real? Xiang Qian asked the most core question. He estimated that even with the current computing power of the Mandi tribe, it is impossible to simulate such a huge amount of data. How did the specific data come from? It's easy. Just use the real prophecy in the spiritual space and predict that all the physical rules in the spiritual space will follow the physical rules of the three-dimensional universe. Xiang Qian was speechless. This was a typical cheat. It was completely letting the universe rules calculate everything, and then just recite it. After figuring everything out, everyone stopped discussing how to deal with the 4 level 5 civilizations of the Ming Empire, because it was no longer necessary. Even a level 5 civilization was just a small shrimp in the face of a series of cosmic disasters. Chapter 425. The ferocious white-boned beast was advancing rapidly under the impetus of spatial power. The surrounding scene was distorted, and even the light became rippled at the super high speed. Inside the skull of the core of the white-boned beast, countless cell-like life forms were chatting with each other with their minds. These life forms were the tribesmen of the white-boned beast civilization. After breaking through the 5th level civilization, all the tribesmen merged with the white-boned beast and became the cell tissue in the body of the white-boned beast. However, these tribesmen are not ordinary cell tissues, but cell tissues similar to the combination of parasitic cells and probiotics. Normally, the metabolism of the white-boned beast will not consume them, but once the white-boned beast has any problems or is damaged, these cell tissues will rush to the wound and use the abilities of the evolvers to help the wound recover. After becoming a level 5 civilization, the special abilities of the evolvers also change with the direction of racial development. For example, In the current white-bone beast civilization, after their people became cells, the special ability of the black technology controllers became gene seed cultivation. The special ability of the equipment manufacturer became the rapid division and proliferation of cells. As for the previous special abilities, they all disappeared and were transformed into the current special abilities. Similarly, the development direction of each civilization race is different, and the special abilities of the evolvers are also different. This changes with the change of the development direction of the race. Chief, there is a problem with the energy extraction organ. The speed of antimatter particle production has increased, and is about to reach a critical point. A wave of mental fluctuations traveled along the neurons into the brain of the white-bone beast, and was received by the core organ inside the brain. What caused it? The chief asked immediately. The specific situation is unknown, but it may be functional damage caused by long-term energy extraction. Yes, send someone to deal with it immediately. Don't let the antimatter particles overflow the storage cells. If necessary, you can replace the organ tissue. The chief thought for a moment and said, Yes, chief. For the white-bone beast, such a problem is not a big problem at all. Even if the entire functional organ is damaged, they can immediately cultivate a new one. But the bad thing is that when the energy extraction organ absorbs space energy, it will decompose antimatter particles. Once these antimatter particles break through the cell wall and come into contact with other cells, an explosion will occur. If it affects other cells that store antimatter particles and causes all of those cells to break, the consequences will be serious. However, this problem was in the body of the white-bone beast. It was not that troublesome for them to solve it, and they did not expect any danger. Following the order of the patriarch, a large number of cells flowed along the blood main channel to the vicinity of the energy absorption organ and began to process. Why is it a bit strange these 2 days? Under normal circumstances, the increased rate of antimatter particles will not be so fast. The cell that was clearing the circulatory system said strangely, What's the big deal? The universe is so big. It is possible that the antimatter content in the surrounding space where we are sailing is high, and the amount of antimatter absorbed will increase. It's no big deal. It's just that normal metabolism can't discharge so much antimatter, causing blockage. Another cell said indifferently, I'm not afraid of blockage, but I'm afraid of other things happening. Do you remember that special event more than 5,000 years ago? You mean the special disease event? Wasn't that an accident? What accident? It was simply an organ and tissue disease caused by a virus. How could it be an accident? Virus, what a joke, we are afraid of viruses now, you are kidding me. TSK, don't disbelieve me, I'm telling you. That special virus can not only infect the cell tissues of the race's flagship, but also us. At the time of the disease, all the staff on duty in that organ tissue were infected. Later, many people who rushed there to rescue also died, all of them were infected by that special virus. Later, if that area had not been completely frozen, it would still be a question whether the mothership would still exist. I heard that until now, the solution to that special virus has not been developed. Really? That virus is so powerful. Nonsense, why would I lie to you? I'm telling you. When the two cells were chatting and unblocking the circulatory system, a trace of black began to erode a silver-white cell among a large number of cells, whose cell walls were shining with silver-white light. These silver-white cells are the cell tissues that store antimatter particles. Although the cells that store antimatter particles don't look very strong, even ordinary level 4 civilization weapons, as long as they are not main guns, really can't break the cell walls of such cells. This is the gap between the 4th level civilization and the 5th level civilization. This is a qualitative change. No matter how many 4th level civilizations there are, they are all ants to the 5th level civilization. Time passed slowly, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. Among a large number of silver-white cells, a pitch-black cell stood out from the crowd. At the same time, this pitch-black cell also split out silk-like tentacles and began to erode the surrounding silver-white cells. Because this pitch-black cell was in the middle of a large number of silver-white cells, no one noticed the changes in this cell. Even the surrounding immune system cells did not sound the alarm when they were being eroded, as if they did not see it at all. 10 days passed like this, and the dark cells had already eroded the surrounding large cells. It can be said that no matter whether it is silver-white cells or smaller immune system cells, they cannot escape this erosion. If you can study it carefully, you can find that this kind of cell erosion starts from changing the DNA structure of other cells. It can be said that by the time other cells react, the DNA structure has already changed, so there is no way to resist the erosion of this cell. Alas! When will this day end? It's been more than half a month. Why haven't the problem been solved yet? Who knows? Anyway, it's better to dredge the circulatory system here than to work inside. That's right, at least you don't have to think about so many problems, and you don't have to take responsibility. Hey, look, what kind of cells are those? Why are they so black? Well, is this the necrotic tissue they removed from the inside? But that's not right. Why don't the cell fragments flow out first? Forget it, never mind. The guy over there must be trying to save trouble by directly removing such a large piece of organ tissue, not caring whether the excretory circulatory system can bear it. This is just giving us a job to do. Stop looking at it, and start cutting it smaller. The rest is not our responsibility. After the cell finished speaking, it began to change its form. Tentacles with serrations appeared around the cell wall, and then it rushed towards the large mass of black cell tissue. No. That is, the other cell just remembered something, and before he could finish speaking, the other party had already taken action, and then nothing happened. After one of the black cells was broken, the antimatter particles instantly collided with the surrounding positive matter particles, and then exploded. The two cells were blown to ashes in an instant, and the large mass of cell tissue was also detonated. Chapter 426. The speed of the giant bone beast traveling in the universe was instantly reduced by 20% when the antimatter particles were detonated. There was a bulge in one part of the giant bone beast's body, and blood was still flowing between the cracks of the bone armor at the bulge. It looked a bit miserable, as if it had been beaten up and swollen. In the body of the giant bone beast, after the antimatter particles were detonated, 2/3 of the entire energy absorption organ was directly blown off, and all the staff inside died. This is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that there are still some black cell debris that have not spread to the whole body of the white bone beast along various capillaries and internal circulatory systems. Although these black cell tissues have been damaged, their infectivity has not been lost. As the blood circulates, various cells inside the blood are also infected. Some black cell tissues attached to the blood vessel wall actually began to erode the entire blood vessel wall. And all this happened silently, and the immune system in the white bone beast did not issue any warnings at all. What happened? Why did the energy absorption organ explode? Didn't I tell you to be careful of antimatter particles? How could this happen? The tribe leader roared immediately after receiving the neuron signal. Tribe leader, according to the last neuron information feedback from the tribe members working on the energy absorption organ, this explosion should be caused by the antimatter particle storage cells condensing together. The tribe members had problems when cutting the antimatter particle cells, which led to the explosion caused by the outflow of antimatter. Pathological changes. Immediately find out the cause, and activate the spare organ tissues to restore normal speed. Yes, Patriarch. Following the Patriarch's order, another organ tissue in the body of the white bone beast began to be classified frantically. Originally, this spare organ tissue is equivalent to the fat tumor in the body of the white bone beast, and it does not exist at all. But once needed, these organ tissues will quickly divide and form various functions. And all they need is a little bit of energy. It can be said that as long as the energy is sufficient, as long as the biological civilization is not destroyed into elementary particles, then the biological civilization can be said to be immortal. It can be said that before the fourth level civilization, the explosion of negative matter in the race flagship was so serious that it could destroy the entire race flagship. In the eyes of the fifth level civilization, it was just a minor injury. However, the nightmare of the white bone beast has just begun. When many tribesmen went to the scene of the incident, they suddenly found a large number of black cells in their blood, which could even erode the bodies of these tribesmen. Chief, it's bad. Nightmare virus cells have appeared and are eroding all the surrounding cell tissues. A high-ranking official said in panic after seeing these black cells. When he said this, it was transmitted directly through neurons, and all the tribesmen inside the white bone giant beast could hear it. This caused a big uproar. Although many tribesmen did not know what the nightmare virus cells were, seeing the high-ranking officials report to the tribe leader in such a panic, they knew how terrible the nightmare virus cells were. For a while, countless people talked about it. All personnel withdraw, and seal off the surrounding areas that may be infected. The clan leader gave a decisive order. It was no longer the time to pursue responsibility. If the nightmare virus cells really spread over a large area, it would be a big deal. As the clan members evacuated, the entire area within a 500-kilometer diameter around the explosion area was designated as a restricted area. All blood vessels and circulatory systems in the white bone beast that were connected to this area were cut off at the same time, and a drug was injected into the restricted area. Soon, the cell tissue inside the entire restricted area began to carbonize, turning from organic matter to inorganic matter. A large amount of water was instantly burned out, leaving only inorganic aggregates composed of various trace elements and carbon atoms. Even though the white-boned beast was a fifth-level civilization, it could not escape the range of carbon-based life. Therefore, after the water in the burned cells destroyed the black virus cells with super high temperature, the carbon elements and trace element aggregates left behind would not continue to infect other cells. However, the white-boned beast suffered heavy losses. All cell tissues within a 500-kilometer diameter were instantly destroyed, which was a great harm to the entire white-boned beast. Then all the tribesmen began to clean up the surrounding area on a large scale, ensuring that there was no trace of nightmare virus cells left before they began to recover. But this wound with a diameter of 500 kilometers is not so easy to repair, and it will take a long time. Fortunately, the fifth-level civilization has reached an extremely high level of material possession. Cultivating cells no longer requires various conditions, like the fourth-level civilization, as long as the energy composition can slowly transform various substances. Otherwise, with the current position of the white-boned giant beast, it would not be able to find a planet with life around it. But within 2 days, another energy-absorbing organ in the white-boned giant beast had the same problem, but this time, there was no explosion. After being discovered, the energy absorption organs were directly destroyed, and the disaster was nipped in the bud. But this greatly affected the energy absorption of the white-boned beast, and even the speed was slowed down a lot. Originally, the leader of the white-boned beast wanted other civilized races to wait for them, but after a phone call, they found out that other civilized races had also had various things happen. Although they had not caused a particularly big impact, they were also as exhausted as the white-boned beast. After discovering this problem, they knew that these things were not accidental, but someone was targeting them. They immediately sent the news back to the Minghui Empire and asked for support. After learning about this, Queen Minghui immediately asked the protectors to protect these civilized races. Because if it is not a coincidence, the only way to cause such damage to the race flagship is the true prophecy. So after protecting these races, the true prophecy can no longer work on them. The protectors of the Minghui Empire have taken action, and our warm-up exercise is over. The Kadia opened his eyes, and said to Xiang Qian and the others, "Are you familiar with this attack method?" Xiang Qian asked. "Yes, I am familiar with it. At the beginning, I was a little uncomfortable, and the consumption was a bit high. Now I know how to use the minimum cost to achieve the greatest effect," the Kadia said confidently. "That's good. Now we just wait for them to arrive at the designated location." Xiang Qian nodded and said, "Yes." In the room where Xiang Qian and the others were, the big screen showed a star system whose star system was disrupted by the debris of a supernova explosion, and there was a large circle of dark matter clouds around this star system. In Vicadia's eyes, there was no place more suitable for him to perform than here. Once the energy of the huge dark matter cloud was detonated, even the defense of the civilization guardian tree would be destroyed instantly. Chapter 427. At the edge of a star system whose star system had just been disrupted by a supernova explosion, a dark red planet core debris rushed out of the star system quickly. When it was very close to the star system, a gravitational fluctuation was emitted in the distant universe. Although this gravitational fluctuation had no effect on the star system, it caused a little interference to the star debris of the planet, causing some changes in its forward trajectory. 5 years later, the core debris of the planet was already far away from the star system. In the boundless universe, it became a very inconspicuous wandering asteroid. But this inconspicuous planet core debris happened to collide with another wandering planet. After the collision, the other planet was smashed into pieces, while the core debris of this planet directly crashed into the core of another planet. The planet core quickly merged with the core debris of this planet, and then a strong gravitational force burst out, attracting some planet fragments back. Under the influence of dark matter in the void of the universe, the core of this planet was reignited, and the process of the birth of a planet began. During this process, the planet was hooked to the gravity of the star system and began to be attracted, and a trace of gravitational fluctuations began to be exchanged between the star system and the planet. At the same time, within 5 light years around this star system, various unexpected events occurred, and the fluctuations in the universe began to change little by little. However, this change is insignificant to the entire universe, and was quickly smoothed out by the powerful laws of physics. However, the impact caused by this fluctuation is still brewing and becoming stronger over time. 10 years later, inside the cabin on top of the Earth Federation Continent Civilization Guardian Tree, Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the big screen in front of them with excitement. The big screen showed the 4 level 5 civilizations of the Minghui Empire. It has been 15 years since Vicadia's last move. The 4 level 5 civilizations of the Minghui Empire are now only 1,500 light years away from the Earth Federation, which can be said to be very close to the Earth Federation. In the past 15 years, Vicadia has been preparing for today's action, and today will be the time to reap the rewards. It's almost time, I'm going to start. Vicadia closed her eyes right after she finished speaking. Xiang Qian and the others looked at each other, and saw the excitement and slight nervousness in each other's eyes, and then looked at the big screen at the same time. In the void of the universe, a dark crack slowly appeared on the route of the 4 level 5 civilizations, and the space around this space crack became very unstable. Chief, a space crack was found ahead, and the surrounding space is very unstable. If the route is not changed, it is very likely to cause space tides. The observer in the scanning detector of the white-boned beast said. Avoid, change the route. The patriarch said without much concern. Yes. Although this kind of space crack is not common in the universe, it is a normal phenomenon and will not attract attention. Not long after changing the route, another space crack appeared in front of them. There was no choice but to continue changing the route. At this time, the routes of the 4 level 5 civilizations had deviated from the original route, and now they were heading in a direction that happened to pass through a chaotic star system. 10 minutes later, a large number of planetary debris appeared on their route, but these planetary debris could not cause any impact on them in the curvature navigation, so no civilized race chose to avoid them. But a minute later, a huge space fluctuation directly threw them out of the curvature space, making them appear in the universe in an instant. At this time, countless planetary debris collided with them without them reacting. Under normal circumstances, the collision of these planetary debris would not cause any damage to the hull of the flagship of the 5th level civilized race. But unfortunately this collision was not very normal. The impact angles chosen by these planetary debris were very tricky, and all hit the weak points of several race flagships. For example, the thin cracks in the bone armor of the white-boned beast, the joints of the multi-segmented insects, etc., which directly caused them to suffer minor injuries. However, no one cared about these minor injuries, but instead, they were all looking for the reason why they were ejected from the curvature navigation state just now. The conclusion was that the space was disturbed by an unknown force just now, so it was thrown out of the curvature space. Well, it was another accident, and several level 5 civilizations didn't care. Normally, they might stop to study how this power is generated, but now they want to attack the Earth Federation, so they don't have time to study this. They just record the data of the space power, and continue to enter the curvature navigation state. None of the 5 level civilizations noticed that there were a few black marks at the wound position hit by the planet debris, and the black marks were still spreading rapidly. 5 minutes later, another wave of space fluctuations swept through, and they were thrown out of the curvature space again, and the conclusion was the same as before. In the next hour, the 4 level 5 civilizations were repeatedly thrown from the curvature space, basically every few minutes. If normal navigation had not taken too much time, they would have sailed normally long ago, and would not have suffered this. They also thought that this was the profit of the Earth Federation playing tricks. After all, even if they could not make true predictions for them, this kind of interference was still possible. However, this idea was quickly abandoned by them. After all, no matter how powerful the prophet was, it was impossible for him to use true predictions all the time. Just your 1-hour prediction is enough to kill a prophet, so they finally judged that there might be some changes in the universe, or a new weapon of the Earth Federation to interfere with curvature navigation. But no matter what, they still have to move forward. In this way, the 4 level 5 civilizations disappeared in the universe for a while, then suddenly appeared, then disappeared for a while, and then appeared again, repeating over and over again. Half an hour later, when they were thrown out of the curvature space again, they found that they could no longer enter. At this time, the cosmic void around them began to distort, and space cracks appeared one after another, although they spread to the cosmic void of tens of millions of kilometers around them. Faced with such a situation, the 4 level 5 civilizations immediately opened their protective shields and broke through the space cracks. They did not think about calming the distance fluctuations in the surrounding universe, but compared to the huge and chaotic energy in the surrounding universe, they could not calm it down anyway, so they could only rush outward. At this time, several level 5s suddenly discovered that the nightmare virus cells from 15 years ago appeared again and had eroded the external armor tissue. These have caused them to collapse. Now even if they want to remove these eroded cell tissues, they cannot do so because the organs of the defense system are in the inner layer of the armor. If they want to remove these nightmare virus cells, they must remove the organs of the defense system together. But at this time, they have to resist the space cracks. How can they remove the organs of the defense system at this time? That would be courting death. With no other options, they can only take defensive measures while speeding up to rush out of this area with dense space cracks. It took more than an hour for the 4 Level 5 civilizations to rush out of the area full of space cracks. At this time, they were around the chaotic star system. 500,000 kilometers away from them was the wandering planet that had just been hit by the core debris of a planet and merged with the core debris of the planet. At this time, the 4 Level 5 civilizations found that they could not enter the curvature navigation state, but the surrounding space was relatively stable, so they decided to remove the nightmare virus cell tissue first. It happened that the dark energy around them was sufficient, which could completely replenish their energy consumption. As the 4 Level 5 civilizations touched the protective shield and began to exfoliate, they did not notice that the core of the planet next to them was already very unstable. Of course, even if they found out, they would not care. After all, it was just a wandering planet that was torn into pieces. Even if it exploded, its power would be at most 1 trillion tons of TNT. This kind of power is not enough to deal with a Level 5 civilization. Even a Level 3 civilization would not be afraid of such an explosion. At this time, in the cabin at the top of the civilization guardian tree of the Earth Federation continent, Vicadia opened her eyes. Xiang Qian and several others looked at Vicadia at the same time, but Vicadia did not speak, but turned her head to look at the big screen, and then counted. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, explosion. Chapter 428. As Vicadia finished speaking, an astonishing scene appeared on the big screen. The core of the shattered planet suddenly exploded, and the energy that erupted at the moment of the explosion only caused a slight fluctuation in this already disturbed space. And this slight fluctuation was like a tiger rushing into a flock of sheep, instantly stirring up the flock, and then a series of chain reactions occurred. Chief, it's bad. The gravitational fluctuation is abnormal. The spatial fluctuation is abnormal. The particle condensation speed is abnormal. And the dark energy has a large-scale aggregation reaction. We must leave here immediately. In an instant, the 4 Level 5 civilizations of the Ming Empire detected the abnormal situation around them at the same time. In fact, the abnormal fluctuations in the universe can be directly observed with the naked eye without the need for detectors. Now the universe around them began to become dark, and the surrounding light disappeared, as if there was no light around them at all. Seeing this situation, the 4 Level 5 civilizations immediately started the engine to start, but unfortunately it was too late. The surrounding universe was like boiling water, with endless dark energy emitting violent energy fluctuations, and began to stir the universe within billions of kilometers. Before the 4 Level 5 civilizations could leave, they were surrounded by the surging dark energy. No matter how hard they tried, they could not break free from the surging dark energy around them. Now the 4 Level 5 civilizations are like amphibians falling into the sea, and hurricanes and tsunamis are erupting on the sea surface. Although the amphibians will not die in the water for a while, the force of the seawater being stirred by the hurricane and tsunami is not something the amphibians can resist. So at this time, the 4 Level 5 civilizations could only go with the flow, being wrapped by the huge dark energy tide, rolling around in the cosmic void. If the resistance of the normal cosmic void is equivalent to air, then the resistance in the universe now is equivalent to a sea of sand, and the resistance is so great that the 4 Level 5 civilizations cannot break free at all. As time goes by, this fluctuation continues to increase, and a little bit of condensed objects begin to appear in the dark energy tide, which once again increases the density of the surrounding space. The consequence of the rapid increase in space density is that the space's bearing capacity decreases. The space around this cosmic void is not very stable. At this time, the space density increases, which directly makes the space here concave inward from the perspective of four-dimensional space. If the surrounding dark energy is stable and has been channeled, then at this time it can actually break the constraints of three-dimensional space and create a four-dimensional space wormhole here. Unfortunately, at this time, the surrounding dark energy is gathering to form a dark matter aggregate, and at the same time it is very unstable under the stirring of space fluctuations. So you can imagine, if you pour half a bucket of glass slag into the washing machine while it is stirring, and the drum of the washing machine is not particularly strong, and there is too much water in the drum, what kind of consequences will occur? The stirring water flow will bring the glass slag to hit the drum wall under the action of centrifugal force. When the drum wall cannot withstand the impact of the glass slag, it will of course break. And now the surrounding universe is in such a situation. The huge dark energy and dark matter are stirred by the fluctuations of space, and the bearing capacity of space is madly squeezed. When the bearing capacity of space reaches the critical point, sizzle. Suddenly, the space was torn apart. Countless space cracks appeared in this area. With the gathering of dark energy, the space energy could not repair the surrounding space normally, resulting in more and more space cracks. The space fluctuations generated by the space cracks would further stir the surrounding dark energy. The dark energy, which was already boiling like boiling water, instantly erupted with powerful destruction. At this time, the 4 level 5 civilizations could only support themselves with difficulty. All their previous bodies were abandoned, and now their images have completely changed. The white-boned beast turned into a bone ball, and its volume shrunk by 50%, completely turning into a defensive state. The other 5-level civilizations were similar. All of them abandoned their original hulls, and used huge energy to activate other genes from the core to form a completely defensive body. In this state, the 4 5-level civilizations can still survive in the surging dark energy tide. Otherwise, the countless dark matter around them would have rubbed against their hulls like grinding wheels, and would have ground the previous hulls into slag long ago, and they would not have survived until now. It can be said that just abandoning the original hull and changing to the strongest defense state has caused great damage to the vitality of the 4 level 5 civilizations. Now they have to survive under the squeezing of the violent dark energy tide, the erosion of dark matter, and the cutting of space cracks, which is simply testing their extreme survival ability. Every minute and every second, their consumption is an astronomical figure. Although there are no wounds on their surface, the cell division speed inside the hull has increased hundreds of times under such great pressure, otherwise they can't hold on at all. Level 5 civilization is indeed powerful. Even if the galaxy battleships cannot survive under the pressure of the surrounding level 5 dark energy tide, the level 5 civilization can persist for such a long time. The survival ability alone is more than 100 times stronger than that of the level 4 civilization, Xiangqian said while looking at the big screen. Indeed, if the Earth Federation faces such a situation, it can only rely on the Civilization Guardian Tree to hold on. The star system ring will definitely not last long. Di Long nodded and said, "How long will it take to destroy them?" Xiangqian asked. "It will take at least an hour and a half to gather energy. The energy condensed now is not strong enough," Vacadia said. After hearing Vacadia's words, Xiangqian was still shocked. If it was a level 4 civilization, it would have perished by now. And the level 5 civilization can still persist for a long time under such circumstances. If you want to destroy the level 5 civilization, this alone is not enough. You must use the last killer. In a blink of an eye, an hour and a half passed. The dark matter around the 4 level 5 civilizations increased. The space cracks have covered the entire universe like a spider web. The space density of this cosmic void has reached the extreme. Finally, under the huge density, countless dark matter began to slowly condense, and the originally disordered dark energy tide began to form a vortex. The 4 level 5 civilizations were also sucked into the dark matter condensation area, which once again multiplied the pressure on them, but they could do nothing. As more and more dark matter gathered, there was a tendency to condense towards a planet, but the space could not bear such a large mass planet, so the space of the entire dark matter condensation area had been damaged to a certain extent. If a singularity can appear at the core of the dark matter condensation area at this time, then a black hole may appear here. However, the core of the dark matter condensation area cannot form a singularity for some reason, so the dark matter particles begin to change under the pressure of huge pressure. A huge force begins to expand outward from the core of the dark matter, while the external force keeps pressing inward, which causes the confrontation between the two forces. The 4 level 5 civilizations in the middle of the two forces suffered a catastrophic disaster. The two huge pressures directly crushed the race flagships of the 4 level 5 civilizations into meat patties. If the two forces were not balanced again, they would have been torn to pieces long ago. At this time, it can be said that the 4 level 5 civilizations are already dead in name only. Their core parts have not been destroyed yet, but the main body has basically been destroyed by 99%. Even if their cores can escape the catastrophe, it will take thousands or even tens of thousands of years to recover. Unfortunately, all this is not over yet. When the internal expansion force becomes stronger and stronger, and the external pressure force begins to decrease, the entire sphere compressed by the dark matter becomes very unstable, and slowly expands outward. When it expands to a certain extent, the internal expansion force decreases again, and the external pressure increases again, and a fierce contraction occurs. Along with this contraction, The internal expansion force finally explodes at once. In an instant, this cosmic void becomes chaotic, the entire space disappears, and all kinds of energy tides rage in this space. 5 hours later, this cosmic void returned to calm, and after the return of calm, no matter can be seen inside the cosmic void, which is extremely clean. Chapter 429. That's it. The 5th level civilization was destroyed. Retros was the first to speak, while the others were silent in the shock of the shattering of the universe, and the chaos of the entire space. That's it. This is the power of a cosmic disaster, Xiang Qian said with emotion. The Earth Federation, which is between the peak of the 4th level civilization and the initial stage of the 5th level civilization, can be said to have a deep understanding of the universe. The technological means of transforming planets, destroying stars, triggering space cracks, and breaking the universe have made Xiang Qian and his team not pay much attention to cosmic disasters. After all, with the current technological level of the Earth Federation, before the cosmic disaster occurs, the Earth Federation can already calculate it based on the data of various races, and then use various means to calm it down. Even if it cannot be calmed down, the Earth Federation can still handle it with its strength. So far, the most cosmic disasters encountered by the Earth Federation are supernova explosions. As for space collapse, it is just a disaster simulated by a computer. As long as it does not touch the limit of more than 200 times the speed of light, it will not cause such a disaster. Space collapse weapons do not have much lethality for the Earth Federation, so until now, Xiang Qian and his team have not paid much attention to the dangers of cosmic disasters. But today, seeing 4 level 5 civilizations being destroyed, they realized that they were just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. As the level of science and technology becomes higher and higher, the various forces in the universe that can be mobilized will become more and more powerful, and the harm caused will be greater at that time. This disaster was caused by Vacadia through the true prophecy, and through the physical rules of the universe bit by bit, the cosmic void burst out with huge power. If the Earth Federation's technological level reaches a certain level, it can completely leverage the huge power in the universe through various devices to achieve the effect that Vacadia can achieve through true prophecy. Then it also means that the future civilization race war will become a new model, just like what Archimedes said, give me a fulcrum, and I will leverage the entire Earth. Through technological means, leverage the huge energy in the universe, let the huge energy in the universe reach the ideal state, and then lead these energies to attack the enemy. This kind of attack method is no longer an ordinary attack method. This kind of attack method is completely a map cannon style attack method. In the future, destroying a fleet with one move will become a reality. Vacadia, in the future, you will take over half of the exploration equipment of the Earth Federation. Once you find an abnormality in the surrounding space, immediately assess the danger brought by that abnormality. If it is very dangerous, then directly interrupt it with the true prophecy. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, "Yeah, I understand." Vacadia nodded. The other people's expressions were also very serious. Although it was great to see Vacadia destroy the 5th level civilization, it would be unpleasant if such an attack fell on the Earth Federation one day. Although they did not think that the current 5th level civilization could achieve the level of Vacadia, after all, the simulation ability of the mental space, the soul energy replenishment ability brought by the soul crystal, and the supercomputing power, these 3 abilities together created Vacadia. But it is better to be careful. If it were any other level 5 civilization, not to mention whether there are so many prophets who can perform true prophecies, even the lowest threshold of supercomputing power is not reached by ordinary level 5 civilizations. Now the Green Star civilization is a level 5 civilization. The biological computer uses the neuron terminals of the plants of the entire Earth Federation continent to perform cloud computing. Its computing speed is also 800 streets slower than Vacadia. The two sides are not at the same level at all. If there is not enough computing power, then it is a joke to use such an attack method. If you can't even find the node of the chain reaction of physical rules, how can you price such a huge cosmic energy? Okay, the crisis is resolved, so we should prepare to take over the Mingwei Empire. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, "Alas, this time we don't have a chance to show our abilities, but if we attack the Mingwei Empire, Vacadia will have no chance. After all, its lethality is too great. If we destroy a planet with life, we will be finished," Di Long said with a smile. "Then it depends on your performance this time. Anyway, our Green Star civilization is only responsible for defense, and the attack is all up to you," Lucen also said with a smile. "No problem. Let me teach that meatball mother nest what is the violent soldier flow," Di Long said confidently. "Okay, then go back and prepare." After the preparation is completed, we will set off immediately. Xiang Qianqi was also holding back his anger and waiting to find someone to help. If there were no things that had not been settled, he would have wanted to set off right now to find trouble with the Ming Empire. To be honest, if the Earth Federation did not take action, the Ming Empire would have been destroyed if the Earth Federation had not taken action. However, the Earth Federation, which had obtained the 2 complete biological subject data, was not in any danger. By the time the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet destroyed the Ming Empire, the Earth Federation's strength had already reached its current strength. So when Xiang Qian gave the data to the Ming Empire, he also knew that the Ming Empire would pay attention to the Earth Federation after defeating the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization race fleet, but he still gave the data to the Ming Empire. For no other reason, it was because the Ming Empire was a human civilization. At that time, the Ming Empire was surrounded by a huge fleet, and it was surrounded very suddenly. Queen Mingwe didn't know why. But Xiang Qian clearly felt in his conversation with Queen Mingwe that the reason why the Ming Empire was besieged by the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy was probably because the Ming Empire was a human civilization. So no matter what the Earth Federation does, no matter whether the Ming Empire will deal with the Earth Federation in turn, he will help. Otherwise, such a thing is likely to happen to the Earth Federation in the near future. If the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy can send so many 4th-level civilization races to besiege the Ming Empire, then they may also send 5th-level civilizations to besiege the Earth Federation. So whether it is from the perspective of saving the Ming Empire, from the perspective of everyone being a human being, or from the perspective of helping the Earth Federation to share the firepower, the Earth Federation must help the Ming Empire at that time. However, after the Ming Empire destroyed the fleet of the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy, it turned around and attacked the Earth Federation without saying a word, which also made Xiang Qian very angry. After all, the Earth Federation did not show any intention to attack the Ming Empire at that time. Although they thought so and were prepared for it, the Ming Empire's attitude still made Xiang Qian very unhappy. So after dealing with the 4 level 5 civilizations, Xiang Qian planned to give the Ming Empire a good beating, otherwise it would be easier to cause trouble after being incorporated. While the Earth Federation was actively preparing to attack the Ming Empire, the atmosphere inside the Ming Empire's mothership was very depressing. Queen Mingwe looked at the big screen with a frosty face, sitting in her seat with lifeless eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 430. After seeing the 4 level 5 civilizations surrounded by the dark energy tide, Queen Mingwe knew they were in danger, but she still didn't expect that the last piece of cosmic void would explode with such a terrifying force. The 4 level 5 civilization race flagships were destroyed in such a short time without leaving even a trace of wreckage. Now the Ming Empire's last chance to turn things around is gone. If the Earth Federation attacks the Ming Empire, the Ming Empire will not be able to stop it at all. Queen Mingwe sat in a chair dejectedly, and had no time to appease the people below. Now there are only 2 options for Ming Empire. The first is of course to wait for the arrival of the Earth Federation fleet, and then Ming Empire will be incorporated into the Earth Federation. The second is to let the only level 5 civilization now take the mother planet of Ming Empire away from here. With the speed of level 5 civilization, if Ming Empire wants to escape, even if the Earth Federation tries its best, it will not be able to catch up with it even if it dies of exhaustion, as the distance between the 2 sides is 10,000 light years. However, in that case, the rebel organization headed by Yuxing would not necessarily return to the Ming Empire. Of course, if she gave in, adjusted the rights of men in the Ming Empire, and improved their social status, it would not be impossible for the rebel organization to return to the Ming Empire. But in that case, without strong means of suppression, the social contradictions within the Ming Empire would be very intense. Unless one side overwhelmed the other, or one side compromised, it was unknown how long the fight would end. This situation is not something she can stop by force, and that would require fundamentally changing the ideology of this generation. Even if they escaped, it would take tens of thousands of years for the Ming Empire to restore its peak strength. What would other civilized races develop into by then? Other civilized races would not wait for them. Now the Ming Empire has the protection of a level 5 civilization, but it is absolutely impossible for the Ming Empire to break through the level 5 civilization within at least 10,000 years. By that time, other civilized races have become level 5 civilizations. Will the Ming Empire still have a foothold in the vast universe? But if she didn't leave, she would have to wait for the Earth Federation to incorporate the Ming Empire. Although the Earth Federation was also a human civilization, she was unwilling to accept it. And the Ming Empire's actions, this time, could not be said to be wrong. From the perspective of the entire civilization, it was correct, but in fact, the Ming Empire was sorry for the Earth Federation. And she was not sure what kind of status the Ming Empire would have after joining the Earth Federation. Would it be completely annexed, or would it retain its autonomy? Queen Mingwei was very conflicted. She was always decisive, but now she was very conflicted. Two thoughts kept rolling in her mind, making it impossible for her to make up her mind. When Queen Mingwei was very conflicted and could not make up her mind, Yuxing was facing the same situation. Now the rebel organization no longer had much initiative. With the 4 level 5 civilizations of Ming Empire being eliminated by the Earth Federation, what was waiting for Ming Empire would be the fleet of the Earth Federation. And Ming Empire, at present, would definitely not be able to withstand the attack of the Earth Federation. Although he had thought about letting Ming Empire join the Earth Federation in his previous plan, he was very reluctant to do so when it really came to this point. If Xiang Qian knew Yuxing's current mood, he could give Yuxing a good summary. Because Yuxing's current mood is like the feelings of the Tianqiao College students towards their alma mater in the Earth era. What is the alma mater? It is a place where you can curse 8 times a day, but no one else can curse it. Although for men, the system of Ming Empire is very bad, they have no social status, and many times they have achieved results, but they cannot get corresponding rewards. The entire government of the Ming Empire is basically controlled by women, and the situation is better only in the Academy of Sciences. So when they saw that the ruler of the Earth Federation was a man, they were very eager to live in the Earth Federation, but when the day came, they became very nervous. A week after the 4 level 5 civilizations of the Ming Empire were destroyed, Xiang Qian finally received a communication from the Queen of Mingwei. Your Majesty, Queen Mingwei, I am very happy to see you again. Xiang Qian said with a smile, just like the 4 level 5 civilizations before were not sent by the Ming Empire to attack the Earth Federation. Hello, Chairman Xiang Qian. Queen Mingwei was a little stunned by Xiang Qian's attitude. She originally thought that Xiang Qian would be angry with her, or would respond coldly. But she didn't expect Xiang Qian to still have the same attitude as before, as if nothing had happened. I wonder what Her Majesty Queen Mingwei wants to talk to me about. Xiang Qian continued. Well, I want to ask Chairman Xiang Qian a question, that is, after the Earth Federation conquers our Ming Empire, what attitude will it take towards our Ming Empire? Queen Mingwei said bluntly that she came here today to find out an answer, and this answer would determine her choice. If you put it that way, I don't think Her Majesty Queen Mingwei would believe it. Why don't we both cast a true prophecy on each other? There are no other requirements, as long as we tell the truth. But we have the right not to answer some questions, but we cannot lie. Xiang Qian said to Queen Mingwei. Okay, I will notify the prophet right away, please wait a moment. Queen Mingwei was stunned. She didn't expect Xiang Qian to say that, but she immediately reacted and nodded in agreement. Soon, the prophets on both sides used the true prophecy on Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwei. If the Ming Empire joins the Earth Federation, we will treat you Ming Empire the same as we treated our previous allies. We are all one family, and there will be no discrimination. This will be written into the civilization race contract. You can rest assured. Xiang Qian said sincerely. Then our Ming Empire sent a level 5 civilization to attack the Earth Federation. Don't you hate us? Queen Mingwei asked. I don't hate you, but I am a little unhappy. Xiang Qian said, spreading his hands. Why? If you didn't give us the information before, we might have fought with the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy and suffered heavy losses. At that time, we might have joined the Earth Federation in exchange for protection. Wouldn't that be more in the interests of the Earth Federation? Why did you still provide information to our Mingwei Empire? Is it because our Mingwei Empire is a human civilization? Queen Mingwei continued to ask. She really couldn't understand this question. Let's put it this way. If Mingwei Empire is not a human civilization, I would really consider providing information. Maybe Her Majesty Queen Mingwei doesn't quite understand my way of thinking, but I really don't hate you because your Ming Empire attacked our Earth Federation after destroying the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy. As early as the first level civilization, our home planet had more than 200 countries. In the history of thousands of years, our home planet basically had wars every year. It can be said that the history of our human development is a history of war, and our understanding of war and national interests may be much more thorough than yours. From the perspective of the Ming Empire, there is nothing wrong with what you did. It is entirely for the interests of your Ming Empire, and I can fully understand it. As for why I know that I will provide you with scientific and technological information, it is because in the era of the Mother Planet, after a war that swept across our entire Mother Planet ended, a person said this. In Germany, first they came for the communists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a communist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out, because I was not a Jew. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out, because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Catholics, and I did not speak out, because I was a Protestant. Finally they came for me, but no one stood up to speak for me. I do not know why the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilization races would encircle and suppress your Mingwu Empire. But I know that our Earth Federation is also a human civilization. If I don't provide you with information, but wait until you and the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy are both injured and defeated before rescuing you, I can't guarantee that I can grasp the time so well. If the native civilization of the Andromeda Galaxy will first eliminate that civilization after destroying your Ming Empire, I think it should be our Earth Federation. Although you will attack the Earth Federation after the war, I want to ask you, if your Ming Empire wins the Earth Federation, will you enslave humans? Will you ignore the lives of the Earth Federation humans and let us be cannon fodder? No, our goal is to have a large population base of the Earth Federation humans. I will choose to let the Earth Federation humans merge into our Mingwu Empire. And I have never thought of letting you fight and be cannon fodder. Our Mingwu Empire has more than 2,000 affiliated races, and we humans don't need to take risks at all. The Queen of Mingwu said sincerely. That's it, and I am still very confident that your Mingwu Empire cannot defeat our Earth Federation. In fact, we have succeeded, haven't we? Okay, I admit that I was wrong. If I had known this, I would never have issued such an order. Queen Mingwu said decadently, her tone full of regret. In fact, even if you didn't issue such an order, our Earth Federation is already ready to attack the Mingwu Empire 200 years later. If the 4 level 5 civilizations were not next to the life planet, we would not dare to use that method, so I should say thank you to you. Seeing the look of Queen Mingwu, Xiang Qian said happily, and the breath in his heart was also vented. Chairman Xiang Qian, you don't actually need to tell the truth, that way I will feel better. Queen Mingwu said depressedly. She was hit hard by Xiang Qian. Now we are in the state of true prophecy, we can only tell the truth. Xiang Qian. Queen Mingwu. Chapter 431. After talking with Xiang Qian, Queen Mingwu has made up her mind to join the Earth Federation. In fact, if she had known the content of the Earth Federation civilization race contract earlier, she would not have been so entangled. Of course, before the 4 level 5 civilizations were destroyed, even if the terms of the Earth Federation civilization race contract were good, she would not join the Earth Federation. So, no matter how kind you are in the universe, you have to rely on strength to speak. Now that the Mingwu Empire has suffered a great loss of strength, and the 4 level 5 civilizations have been destroyed by the Earth Federation, it is natural to join the powerful Earth Federation. However, Mingwu Empire's joining the Earth Federation was not smooth sailing, and the rebel organization was a troublemaker. Under normal circumstances, if Mingwu Empire joined the Earth Federation would not interfere in the internal affairs of Mingwu Empire. After all, it was the internal affairs of others, not the Earth Federation's business. Every civilized race has its own culture and traditions, which every civilization must have. Let alone a civilized race, even in the Earth era, every country, every race, and every place has different customs. If we must require everyone to unify, it is simply too much to ask. Therefore, Xiang Qian did not want to care about the issue that the Mingwu Empire was a female society, because it was not worth it. But after Yuxing knew about this situation, he immediately contacted Xiang Qian and said that if they joined the Earth Federation, they must improve the social status of men in the Mingwu Empire, otherwise they would not join the Earth Federation. At that time, Xiang Qian was also stunned. What era is this? Everyone is a level 4 peak civilization. Now they have to face the attack of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy. At this time, they are still playing internal divisions. Is it not a good brain? Because of this, Xiang Qian's evaluation of the Mingwu Empire immediately lowered a level. Although the Mingwu Empire was very powerful and had a deep foundation in all aspects, the internal contradictions were too great and began to split. This was simply unimaginable for a level 4 peak civilization. Facing one challenge after another, even the contradictions within the civilization could not be resolved. How could they unite to face the outside world? Aren't they afraid of being stabbed in the back? In this situation, Xiang Qian had no choice but to mediate between the two parties, hoping that both sides would take a step back. After all, the social status of men in the Mingwu Empire was too low, similar to the status of women in the feudal society of the Celestial Empire. For a level 4 peak civilization, this was simply a social regression. Although we cannot say that men and women are absolutely equal, At least in terms of social welfare and other aspects, we should treat them equally. As for the social environment, it depends on which side has the ability and controls more social resources. If men control more social resources, then women's social status will definitely be lower in some aspects. If women control more social resources, then men's social status will be lower. This is complementary. If a man or a woman controls too many social resources, problems will arise sooner or later, just like the current Ming Empire. After Xiang Qian's in-depth understanding, the social contradictions in Ming Empire have reached a point where they cannot be adjusted. Even if they have not erupted now, they will definitely erupt after Ming Empire joins the Earth Federation. After all, the men in Ming Empire are not blind. They can definitely see what the society of the human beings in the Earth Federation is like, and then compare them. The gap will be even greater. Therefore, if Ming Empire wants to join the Earth Federation, this issue must be absolute. Otherwise, even if it is forcibly suppressed now, it will definitely erupt again in the future. This is definitely a very big hidden danger. But what bothered Xiang Qian was that even if he came forward to mediate, the two sides could not reach a consensus. In the eyes of the women of Ming Empire, the demands of men were too much, and the men felt that they had finally fought for their rights, but they only got a little bit, which was better to be called alms. Xiang Qian really didn't want to care about such trivial matters, but he didn't want to give up Queen Mingwei, Yuxing, and the 5 princesses. Only by adjusting their conflicts could they give full play to their abilities. Otherwise, what's the point of doing it all day long, especially when he knew that Queen Mingwei was the controller? After Yuxing was the first-generation deceiver, he was overwhelmed. These two people are not easy to deal with, and their special abilities are more difficult to deal with. If they start fighting in the Earth Federation, it will be a mess. Fortunately, this conflict does not need to be mediated in a short time. At most, there are still 100 years before the Ming Empire reaches the Earth Federation, which is enough time to find a solution. In order to solve the problem of the Ming Empire, Xiang Qian gathered all the think tanks, sociologists, psychologists, religious professionals, and other professionals of the Earth Federation to find a solution together. He did not set an absolute goal to completely eliminate the contradictions within the Ming Empire. But at least the Ming Empire should be stabilized first and stop making trouble. After that, it will depend on time and the environment to slowly change. As a result, when the Ming Empire was taken to the Earth Federation by the 5th-level civilization, the Ming Empire simply stopped conducting scientific research and directly divided into 2 groups to have a big discussion with the expert group of the Earth Federation. The bottom line of both sides was refreshed again and again, and the expert team of the Earth Federation negotiated with both sides again and again, according to the requirements of both sides. In the end, even the humans in the Earth Federation got involved, some supported different sides, and some even had a quarrel over this. When Xiang Qian knew this, his head hurt even more. The Ming Empire hadn't even arrived in the Earth Federation yet, but it had already made such a big scene. If it arrived in the Earth Federation, the women of the Ming Empire would definitely lead the women of the Earth Federation to demand independence. Time passed bit by bit, and 70 years passed in the blink of an eye. The contradictions within the Ming Empire had basically been resolved, but the most critical issue had not been resolved, that is, the ideological issue. It can be said that this is the most fundamental problem. At least it is not discrimination against the other party, and it is clearly stipulated in the law, but whether it will be done in practice is unknown. After 70 years of negotiations, the men of Ming Empire are obviously more confident. After all, the Earth Federation that Ming Empire wants to join has a high social status for men. Although women have a high status in the family, men are still in power in the mainstream of society. This makes the men of Ming Empire feel proud and feel that they have finally found an organization. The women of the Ming Empire were increasingly worried that if they came to the Earth Federation, their social status would be greatly weakened, and the men would bully them back just as they had bullied them before. This made them even more afraid to give up their rights, and they would never allow the law to be amended, and they would hold on to it tightly. It can be said that the negotiations between the two sides had stalled 20 years ago, and no consensus could be reached at all. In the end, the expert group of the Earth Federation had only a bad idea. Since they could not mediate the conflicts in the Ming Empire, they should let the Earth Federation assimilate the Ming Empire. Anyway, the Ming Empire has only tens of trillions of people now, which is nothing compared to the Earth Federation's hundreds of trillions of people. It can only be considered a minority. The expert group has also considered that the Ming Empire has a population of tens of trillions, and it is still a disunited population of tens of trillions. It is still within the Earth Federation, and can't even make a splash. Instead of wasting time and effort to mediate the impossible conflict between the two sides, it is better to assimilate them with the society of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian thought about it, and agreed to this plan. He had thought too much before, fearing that the conflict in the Moon Empire would affect the stability of the Earth Federation, but the expert group gave a different opinion. In the Earth era, there were only 6 billion people. Some wanted to be single for life, some were homosexuals, and even more wanted to marry several wives. But what was the real situation in society? Everyone still got married and had children, and the human race continued to exist. At that time, there were movies with homosexual themes, and there were calls for women's rights and independence in society, and the media paid attention to it every day, but the final result was still not affecting the overall environment. So with a population of more than 10 trillion in Mingwu Empire, it is impossible to influence the population of hundreds of trillion in Earth Federation and change the ideology of Earth Federation. So after considering it, Xiang Qian told Queen Mingwei about this idea. Since you can't reach a settlement, then you can live your own lives. Men can abide by the laws of Earth Federation, and can marry, and have children with Earth Federation humans. You women in Mingwu Empire want rights and social status, then the social status of Mingwu Empire is all yours, so there is no need to quarrel. The women of Mingwu Empire were opposed to Xiang Qian's method. After all, there were no men, so who could they bully? But in the current situation, it was impossible to make men stay and be bullied by them willingly. Finally, before Mingwu Empire reached the Earth Federation, they finally agreed to this plan. The next step was to wait for Mingwu Empire to reach the Earth Federation, and then sign a civilized race contract. Chapter 432. Boss, the exploration fleet of the Pabatalong civilization has arrived at the mother planet, and you can choose the technology data. Shinkong's figure appeared beside Xiang Qian and said to him, "Finally arrived. Select the biotechnology alien life evolution data." Xiang Qian looked at the familiar technology selection screen and said directly without hesitation, "Okay, boss. The data selection is complete and is being transmitted. Where are the other fleets? How long will it take to reach the destination?" Xiang Qian continued to ask. Fleet 1 is still 17,000 light-years away from its destination, and it will take 170 years. Fleet 2 is still 9,200 light-years away from its destination, and it will take 92 years. Fleet 3. Fleet 9 is still 3,600 light-years away from its destination, and it will take 36 years. Starry Sky reported. The nearest one will take 36 years, and I hope that the home planets of those wiped-out civilizations have not been taken by others. After the Mingwu Empire was absolutely incorporated into the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian asked the Pabatalong civilization to send biological warships to the home planets of those wiped-out civilizations, hoping to obtain the information inside the host of the home planet. After decades of sailing, a fleet finally arrived at the home planet of a civilized race today and obtained the scientific and technological information inside. According to the plan that had been studied before, the first scientific and technological information selected was the information that helped Reglos evolve. After all, Reglos' single combat power was still very strong. Once it broke through the 5th level civilization, it would greatly enhance the strength of the Earth Federation. That's why Xiang Qian was so fast in selecting the information just now. This was all decided. If the evolutionary data of Reglos is selected, mechanical technology data will be selected first, so that the Silver Wing civilization can break through to the 5th level of civilization first. After all, with the multidisciplinary development route of the Earth Federation, the data required is several times that of the Silver Wing civilization, and it may not be possible to collect them in a short time. So it is better to let the Silver Wing civilization break through first, which will not only increase the strength of the Earth Federation, but also obtain the technology data needed for the breakthrough of human civilization, which is completely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Boss, the data transmission is complete. Print a copy for me. Xiang Qian nodded. Soon, a copy of the information was printed. Xiang Qian picked up the information and started browsing. He wanted to see what evolutionary routes Reglos had. As a result, he found that Reglos' evolution had begun as early as the 3rd level civilization. At that time, Reglos chose the stellar evolution, so when Xiang Qian saw Reglos, its body was so big. Then when it reached the 4th level civilization, Reglos chose the microplanet evolution route. Now Reglos is in the form of a microplanet, so if he wants to become a 5th level civilization, he has several options. The first is the energy microplanet evolution route, which is to become a planet like the energy core, storing huge amounts of energy and bursting out huge amounts of energy instantly. It has a very high utilization rate and conversion rate for energy, and is basically not afraid of energy consumption. The second is the material microplanet evolution route, which is to become an extreme star such as a white dwarf, neutron star, or quark star. To become such a star, the body defense is extremely strong, and the use of gravity and repulsion is very sophisticated. The third type is the biological microplanet evolution route, which is to become a mother nest or a super monster. One is to be invincible with violent troops, and the other is to be powerful and have a strong swallowing ability, which can convert all substances into biological energy. This is the direction that Reglos can currently change to evolve. As for the remaining evolutionary directions, they are no longer suitable for Reglos, because when he became a fourth-level civilization, he had already embarked on the microplanet evolution route and could no longer change. So Xiang Qian looked at the other types of evolutionary directions and could only sigh. If he had known that Reglos's evolution could be divided into so many types, he would never let Reglos choose the microplanet evolution route. Look at what is written above: dimensional evolution direction, 0-point creatures, 2-dimensional space creatures, 4-dimensional space creatures. Alien evolution direction, kinetic energy creatures, electromagnetic creatures, dark matter creatures, and so on. This long list of extremely awesome evolution directions are no longer for Reglos. Xiang Qian put down the information in his hand and said to the starry sky, "Send the information to Reglos and let him choose for himself." "Okay, boss." Xiang Qian was really speechless about Reglos. Even if he chose the giant star evolution direction, it would be better than the microstar evolution direction. Why did he choose the microplanet evolution direction at that time? He wouldn't have chosen other options. Xiang Qian said depressedly, "Boss, when we were in the large Magellanic Cloud, you said that Reglos was too big, which was not good. It would be conspicuous and easy to become a target. That's why he chose the evolution direction of the microplanet, with a smaller body when he evolved." Shinkong instantly made up for it. "Did I say that?" Xiang Qian looked at Shinkong in confusion. He didn't remember it all. It was tens of thousands of years ago, when he was in the large Magellanic Cloud. Who could still remember it? "As I said, the database still has this record," Shinkong said affirmatively. "Delete it." Xiang Qian was stunned for a moment, then said lightly, "Okay, boss." 3 days later, Reglos made a choice, and his final choice was the material microplanet evolution route. However, it would not be completed in a short time to complete such a thing, and the help of the Earth Federation was needed. Fortunately, to become a material microplanet, the Earth Federation did not need to look for scientific and technological information. The Earth Federation itself had the basic particle material science and technology information obtained from the Minghui Empire. With this information and the complete evolution steps, Reglos only needed time to become a 5th-level civilization. However, after Reglos made this choice, Xiang Qian specifically asked why he chose this evolutionary route. Reglos's answer was that his body would become smaller and smaller, and it would be more convenient, and would not become a target. Xiang Qian's mouth twitched after hearing this, and he said nothing more. 20 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Minghui Empire finally came to the Earth Federation under the escort of the 5th-level civilization. As for the more than 2,000 affiliated races of the Minghui Empire, they have been disbanded. This only remaining 5th-level civilization will also terminate the civilization race contract with the Minghui Empire after sending the Minghui Empire to the Earth Federation. Although Queen Minghui did not understand why the Earth Federation did this, under the insistence of the Earth Federation, the Minghui Empire still disbanded the huge affiliated race. Chapter 433. In the cabin at the top of the Earth Federation Civilization Guardian Tree, Xiang Qian, Lu Sun, Sephiroth, Kaya, Dilong, Queen Minghui, and the projection of Regtros sat around a small table, looking at the virtual star map above the table. This was a month after the Minghui Empire joined the Earth Federation, and it was also the first time that Queen Minghui attended such a meeting. According to the scanning detection, there are a total of 17 civilized races within a range of 3 light-years around us, and several of them have been wiped out by the rules of the universe. We sent an exploration fleet there 80 years ago, and have now obtained the technological data from the host of a civilization's mother planet. However, there are still nearly a dozen civilizations that have not been destroyed. Except for a few civilizations like us, the remaining civilizations are all native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy. These civilizations are all level 4 civilizations. With our current strength, we can completely destroy them. Now there are 18,000 years left before the 50,000-year time limit given by the rules of the universe. In these 18,000 years, we must destroy the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy. This time is not enough. Although we are not the only civilization fighting, we cannot completely rely on other civilizations. So we can't stay here any longer. We must collect scientific and technological data of all disciplines within 1,000 years, and let us all break through the 5th level civilization within 2,000 years, leaving 15,000 years to fight. Now we have to consider how to collect scientific and technological data of all disciplines within 1,000 years. I wonder what everyone thinks. Xiang Qian looked at the people and spoke. Leave it to us to deal with the Batalong civilization. Anyway, these civilizations are all level 4 civilizations. It's easy to destroy them. Just leave it to us. Dilong was the first to say. These dozen civilizations are distributed in different places, and some are in the opposite direction. It takes more than 1,000 years to run a circle. There is not enough time. Sephiroth immediately broke the plan. I will be responsible for 1/3. I will be able to break through the level 5 civilization in 300 years. Regtros continued. I think we should trade. We can trade with all races except the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilizations. After all, our goals are the same. There is no need to attack each other. That will only consume our strength and waste our time. Lu Sun said. I agree with Lu Sun's method, but Dilong and his civilization can't sit idle. They also have to go out to deal with the Andromeda Galaxy's native civilizations. After Regtros has evolved, he will also go out to fight. We exchange data with those civilized races, giving priority to mechanical data, so that Sephiroth and his civilization can break through, and after they break through, they can also go out to fight. It is enough for us and the Green Star civilization to guard the home, so that there is still a chance to collect all the scientific and technological data within 1,000 years. Kaya said. Xiang Qian nodded after listening, and he looked at Queen Mingwei, waiting for her to speak. I have no opinion. Our Ming Empire can only slowly restore the population within a few thousand years. We really can't help with the war. Now we only have scientific researchers left. Queen Mingwei spoke. Don't worry, we won't let Mingwei Empire go to fight. You are mainly resting now. The battle has nothing to do with your Mingwei Empire. We just want to ask what you think about this plan. Xiang Qian said to Queen Mingwei. It seems that Queen Mingwei has misunderstood. Sorry. Queen Mingwei saw everyone's expressions and knew that she was overthinking. It's okay. Once you are familiar with it, it will be fine. We won't care. Xiang Qian interrupted Queen Mingwei and said with a smile. In that case, let's execute the plan just now, Dilong. It's time for you to show your skills. Don't worry, leave it to us. Dilong said confidently. After that, everyone stopped talking about this matter and started to talk about other things, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Queen Mingwei also gradually integrated into it and talked more. In fact, this feeling was very strange for Queen Mingwei. When she was in the Mingwei Empire, she was the only one who had the final say. But she knew that she had no say here, and since she was new, she had no say at all. So after being notified by Xiang Qian to attend the meeting today, she had been thinking about how to face Xiang Qian and his team, and at the same time, how to show the advantages of the Ming Empire, so that other civilizations would not underestimate the Ming Empire. Then she looked at the power structure within the Earth Federation, the relationship between the several civilizations, and whether there was anyone she could use, or anyone who could be won over by the Ming Empire, etc. It can be said that Queen Mingwei thought a lot in a short period of time, but after the meeting, she found that she had thought too much. When leaving, Xiang Qian deliberately walked with Queen Mingwei. Does it feel a bit strange? It feels like this is not a meeting, Xiang Qian said with a smile. Yes, I am surprised. Queen Mingwei was stunned for a moment and nodded. It's strange, in fact, we are not professionals at all. Before the disaster, Lu Sun was just the chief of a small tribe. After the disaster, he led the race to rise. Everything was luck. Sephiroth used to be an ordinary official. In an accident, all the high-ranking officials of their civilization died. He was the highest-ranking official left, so he managed the entire race. I was just an ordinary scientific researcher, and I got this position by chance. It can be said that among the few people just now, except for Kaya, who is an Orthodox prince and has been trained since childhood, the rest of us are from wild backgrounds. So some things that seem strange to you are very normal to us. In fact, most of the things in the Earth Federation are discussed by the think tank, and then we decide which plan to choose based on several plans. If we really have to manage these things every day, we will be exhausted to death. Xiang Qian ignored the surprised expression of Queen Mingwei and said slowly. It's incredible. Queen Mingwe didn't know what to say at this time. She was defeated by these people. It was simply a big joke. Do you feel that it is incredible that you lost to us? In fact, your failure is normal, because you are using the power of one person to challenge the power of several civilizations. Sometimes, decentralization is very important. Xiangqian said with a smile. Decentralization. I need to go back and think about it. I'm leaving first. Queen Mingwe muttered a few words and turned to leave. Xiangqian looked at Queen Mingwe's back and felt a little sorry for her. He hoped that she could figure it out. Chapter 434. Boss, the Babadalong Civilization fleet has arrived at Starfield number 3 and is ready to launch an attack. It's already arrived. Turn on the projection. As soon as Xiangqian's voice fell, a virtual projection appeared in front of the desk. 2,000 huge spherical warships appeared in front of them. In front of the 2,000 spherical warships was a huge star field defense circle. Countless warships and planetary fortresses surrounded the galaxy ring, turning on the protective shield to resist the attack of the Babadalong Civilization fleet. This starfield is the starfield occupied by the native civilization race of the Andromeda galaxy closest to the Earth Federation. It is also the base camp of this civilization race. Its defense force is hundreds of times stronger than the H-199 star field that the Earth Federation had previously captured. But now the Earth Federation has the power to crush the 4th-level civilization race. As the 2,000 spherical warships approached, a gravity tunnel formed in front of the fleet, and then a huge bomb appeared from the gravity tunnel and exploded. The violent space force caused the surrounding universe to begin to vibrate, and then the space force began to collapse inward, and 2,000 warships were completely wrapped by the space force, bearing the squeezing force of the entire universe. Xiangqian narrowed his eyes, and watched the 2,000 warships fall into the attack of the space collapse weapon, without any nervous expression on his face. As a result, 15 minutes later, the space began to calm down, and there were 2,000 small black dots left in the universe void. These small black dots were the previous warships, but now their size is only 1/10 of the previous one. It seems that they were squeezed into this by the Space Force. However, after the space was restored, the size of these 2,000 warships began to slowly increase. In less than 10 minutes, the 2,000 warships were completely restored, and there was no trace of damage on the surface. Xiangqian shook his head when he saw this situation. The gap in strength between the 5th-level civilization and the 4th-level civilization was too big. Space collapse weapons are also a very powerful weapon for the 4th-level civilization, but facing the 5th-level civilization, these 2,000 warships do not need to open the protective shield, and the ship body can withstand it alone. It can be said that technological collapse weapons are of no use to a level 5 civilization. As the 2,000 warships approached, the starfield defense line began to attack, and countless warships formed a formation force field and rushed towards the fleet of the Babadalong civilization. At the same time, the planetary fortresses and galaxy rings on the defense line also began to attack. For a time, the entire universe was lit up, and the 2,000 warships were completely covered by the light column. However, after the concentrated fire attack ended, the 2,000 warships not only did not suffer any damage, but the hulls seemed to be bigger, as if they were full. The 2,000 warships of the Babadalong civilization rushed towards the star defense line without counterattack despite countless attacks. Anyway, no matter what attack, they could not cause any damage to them. After reaching the front of the star defense line, the 2,000 warships finally started the first attack. The spherical warship bloomed like a flower bud, splitting from the front of the hull and turning into huge flowers. The inside of the hull was filled with countless sesame seeds, hanging on the stamens inside the bud. The next second, 2,000 warships launched countless sesame seeds like flowers from heaven, covering the entire front. Even if the weapons of the starfield defense line hit these sesame seeds, they could not cause any damage to them. They could only watch these sesame seed-like things fall on the planetary fortresses, galaxy rings, warships, and resource planets. However, after these seeds hit all the objects, there was no explosion as imagined. After these seeds hit the objects, the shells on the surface began to crack, and the liquid that was not covered by the seeds splashed as the seeds broke. The low temperature in the universe did not freeze these liquids. After these liquids came into contact with objects, they began to quickly penetrate into the objects and erode them. As the liquid eroded the material, the liquid also began to multiply rapidly. A warship would be completely eroded in just a few minutes. The entire warship would turn into a huge mass of liquid and continue to invade the surrounding matter. Half an hour later, The defense line in front of the 2,000 warships of the Pabadalong civilization had been completely eroded by the liquid. All the liquids began to slowly condense together and turned into huge spheres, as if hatching something. Shinkong, ask Dilong what these giant eggs are hatching, and how long does it take to hatch? Xiang Qian said immediately after seeing this. Okay, boss. Boss, Dilong said these giant eggs are hatching biological weapons, and the hatching time takes at least half an hour. However, the longer the hatching time, the stronger the biological weapon. Under normal circumstances, the monsters hatched in 3 hours will reach the standard of biological weapons, and those hatched in half an hour can only be regarded as cannon fodder. Shinkong said. Is there a limit to the number? Xiang Qian continued to ask. There is no limit to the number. As long as there is enough material that aggregate cells erode, the number of biological weapons formed will also increase. Xiang Qian looked at the densely packed planets and defense systems in the star field and knew that this civilization was doomed. The strength of the Pabadalong civilization will become stronger and stronger, while the opponent will only become weaker and weaker. It is basically just a matter of time to destroy this civilization. Turn off the projection. There is nothing to see. When the time comes, choose the scientific and technological information, and directly choose the material type energy application scientific and technological information. Xiang Qian had no interest in watching anymore. This was not a battle at all, it was just a crushing defeat. There was nothing interesting to see, and the outcome was already predetermined. Okay, boss. After turning off the projection, Xiang Qian picked up the document he had just put down and started to read it. Now, except for humans in the Earth Federation, which have not yet started to break through to the 5th level civilization, all other civilizations have begun to prepare for the breakthrough. The mechanical technology data of the Silver Wing civilization was obtained 22 years ago, and preparations are now underway. The preparation for the evolution of Reglos was also carried out in an orderly manner, with the full help of several civilizations in the Earth Federation. It can be said that the main problem of the Earth Federation now is to make humans break through the 5th level civilization. But whether it is the human civilization on Earth or the Ming Empire, there are too many disciplines to develop and too much information is needed. It is simply not possible to collect them in a short time. However, the development direction of the 5th level civilization and the form of the race flagship are now under intense discussion. The document that Xiang Qian is reading now is a conceptual report on the 5th level civilization race flagship. Xiang Qian had to read several such conceptual reports every day, and this had been going on for more than a decade, but the specific form of the flagship of the 5th level civilization race of the Earth Federation had not yet been determined. Half a year later, 2,000 warships of the Pabadalong civilization, with tens of trillions of biological weapons, began to attack the core defense circle of the star system where the mother planet was located. 3 days later, the mother planet was captured, and the host fell into the control of the Pabadalong civilization. Chapter 435. 15 years later, another fleet of the Pabadalong civilization arrived at the star field where the second native civilization race of the Andromeda galaxy was located. 6 months later, the native civilization race of the Andromeda galaxy was destroyed, and the Earth Federation obtained another kind of scientific and technological information. 26 years later, an exploration fleet of the Pabadalong civilization contacted a civilization race. After the communication, the Earth Federation exchanged a kind of information with that civilization race. 31 years later, a civilization race was contacted again, and a kind of scientific and technological information was exchanged again. 57 years later. 317 years later, Regtros evolved into a 5th level civilization, and its body became a white dwarf. 5 years after the evolution was completed, Regtros also embarked on a journey. 495 years later, the Silver Wing civilization successfully broke through the 5th level civilization, and the race flagship became a huge steel planet. At the same time, all the members of the Silver Wing civilization changed their life forms and became silicon-based life forms, and their bodies became silicon-based life forms similar to the Terminator TX robot form. 3 years after breaking through the 5th level civilization, the Silver Wing civilization set out to conquer 4 native civilization races in the Andromeda galaxy within 200 years and obtain 4 types of scientific and technological information. 853 years later, the Pabadalong, Regtros, and Silver Wing civilizations returned to the Earth Federation, and all scientific and technological data were collected. Humans began to make the final preparations before breaking through the 5th level civilization. However, the first problem the Earth Federation is facing now is the design of the 5th-level civilization race flagship. Hundreds of years have passed, and the design of the race flagship has not been completed. Xiang Qian was also very troubled by this problem. In the end, he ordered that the problem of the race flagship should not be studied until all the scientific and technological data were cracked and consumed. Wait until all the scientific and technological data are fully understood before studying this problem. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has a new discovery. Please go over and take a look. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. What new discovery do you want me to go over? Now the new discoveries are calculated in hundreds of thousands every day. What is it this time? Xiang Qian asked curiously. Boss, Dean Li told me not to tell you. Okay, I go over. When Xiang Qian heard that it was Old Man Li who said it, he knew it must be a major discovery, otherwise he would have asked him to go over and not let Shinkong tell him. Soon, Xiang Qian came directly to the location of Old Man Li through the gravity tunnel. Now the area of the Earth Federation is so large that even a spaceship will take a while to fly, so in order to save time, the Earth Federation has gravity tunnels in many places. Although the gravity tunnel is not as good as the space gate, and is not instantaneous, it is faster than the time it takes for a spaceship to travel. When Xiang Qian arrived here, Lucasen and the others had also arrived, and a large group of scientists gathered in the middle of the hall and talked about something. What is this? Xiang Qian came to the group and said while looking at the big sphere in the middle. This is a 4-dimensional space experimental model. Old Man Li looked at Xiang Qian and said proudly. This is a 4-dimensional space experimental model, is it real? Not simulated by Vicadia? Xiang Qian said in surprise. Yes, this is a real 4-dimensional space, not a simulated projection. Xiang Qian was really surprised after hearing this. He knew very well what the 4-dimensional space technology meant to the Earth Federation. But for so many years, the Earth Federation's research on the 4-dimensional space has been simulated by Vicadia's huge computing power, and there has been no real use of scientific and technological means to form the 4-dimensional space. But now that the 4-dimensional space can finally be formed by scientific and technological means, the most critical step has been taken, and the subsequent research will be smooth. Didn't they say that the 4-dimensional space has time coordinates? Why can't I see the time coordinates? Xiang Qian carefully looked at the huge sphere in front of him, and found that he was a little dizzy, but he didn't find the timeline at all. Starry sky, turn time back 10 minutes. Old Man Li said with a smile. Instantly, the light inside the sphere in front of him was distorted and chaotic, just like watching a movie with the fast-forward button pressed, and it returned to normal after a few seconds. Can 4-dimensional space turn time back? Lucasen said in surprise. No, time is indeed a coordinate for 4-dimensional space, but each coordinate is just equivalent to a standard room, and time has nothing to do with turning back. Old Man Li shook his head and said, Didn't it just turn back? Di Long asked immediately. That's not going backwards. That's just a time point 10 minutes ago. We can observe what happened at that time point, but we can't change what happened 10 minutes ago. Old Man Li said. Does that mean that 4-dimensional space is just one more observable coordinate than 3-dimensional space, just like when we read a book? A book has 100 pages. When we read page 40 and suddenly forget a plot character, we can turn the book to page 20 and read the content of page 20 again. Because we are in 3-dimensional space, we can observe the situation in 2-dimensional space at will. For 2-dimensional space, the 100 pages are the time coordinates, because the story is coherent, and even if the people in the story want to go back to the past, they don't have the power to turn page 40 to page 20, because they are in 2-dimensional space. But although we can see the content of page 20, we cannot change the content of page 20. Even if we change the content of page 20, the content of page 40 is already determined, and it will be useless even if we change it. So our control over 2-dimensional space is the same as the control of 4-dimensional space over our 3-dimensional space. It's just that 4-dimensional space can see the timeline of 3-dimensional space, and the time we spend every day is like the coordinates of a book page. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, it can be explained this way. Although it is not completely correct, it can be understood this way. Old Man Li nodded and said, Then can the future be changed? Is the future we observe now the real future? Xiang Qian asked. The future can be changed, but the cost is very high, and the future we see now is uncertain. Only when our time flows into the future at that time is the real future, but at that time, the future is already the present for us. No one spoke after listening. Although what Old Man Li said was very confusing, everyone understood the general meaning. But now everyone is silent in the shock of the fact that the future can be changed, thinking about what this means to the Earth Federation, what they can get, and what they will have to deal with. Chapter 436. The future can be changed, but it is very difficult to change the future. At least it is impossible to change the future based on the four-dimensional space. At least it must be done in the five-dimensional space. With the current technological strength of the Earth Federation, it does not have the power to change the future, but when it reaches the fifth-level civilization, it may be able to do it, so it is too early to say anything now. However, the four-dimensional space technology has substantial help in improving the strength of the Earth Federation. Let's not talk about the improvement of combat effectiveness, at least in terms of detection, there has been a great progress. 10 years after the Earth Federation developed four-dimensional space technology, the first four-dimensional space detector was manufactured. Previous detectors were designed based on three-dimensional space, which were greatly affected by various factors, and had a limited detection range. Even the Earth Federation, which is at the peak of the fourth-level civilization, has a detection range of only tens of thousands of light-years. It cannot even fully detect the entire Andromeda galaxy, and the effective and accurate detection range is even closer. But now there is a four-dimensional space detector, which directly increases one dimension and increases the detection range geometrically. Although it cannot detect the entire local galaxy group, the Andromeda galaxy can be fully detected, and it is an accurate detection. When Xiang Qian first saw the star map of the Andromeda galaxy scanned by the four-dimensional space detector, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is completely putting the Andromeda galaxy on the table, watching without any secrets. Starry sky, what's the matter with the 7 blank areas in the core of the Andromeda galaxy? Xiang Qian looked at the star map for a while, and suddenly found that there were 7 huge blank areas around the black hole in the core of the Andromeda galaxy. In the blank areas, let alone stars, there was not even a meteorite. You should know that around the core black hole of a galaxy, the matter is the most dense, and it is impossible for such a blank area to appear. This is not scientific at all. Boss, those areas are blocked by a force, and the four-dimensional space detector cannot scan the situation there. The star map displayed now is the star map obtained after the four-dimensional space detector scans. Shinkong replied. What does the Academy of Sciences say? Why does this happen? Xiang Qian continued to ask. The answer given by the Academy of Sciences is that there is a shield in those 7 places, and the shielding force is similar to that around the black hole. After the power of the four-dimensional space scans there, it is distorted by the huge gravity, and time is also distorted at the same time. Since the space around the black hole can be regarded as a 5-dimensional space, the power of the four-dimensional space cannot scan it. And there cannot be such a massive black hole inside those 7 areas, so the experts of the Academy of Sciences believe that those 7 areas are artificially shielded. Artificially shielded, then inside the 7 blank areas, there should be a civilization that can use 5-dimensional space technology, and the level of civilization should be a level 5 civilization. Xiang Qian thought of this, and felt that something was wrong. There are hundreds of thousands of native civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy, but these civilizations are all level 4 civilizations, and there are only 7 level 5 civilizations, which is too abnormal. Let alone other things, there are dozens of level 5 civilizations known to the Earth Federation, not to mention the unknown ones. According to the star map of the four-dimensional space detector, there are at least hundreds of thousands of civilizations in the entire Andromeda galaxy, in addition to the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy that have not been destroyed. These civilizations are from the Milky Way, the galaxy where the Ming Empire is located, and the galaxy that Xiang Qian does not know. It is only a matter of time for these civilizations to break through the level 5 civilization. Then, if hundreds of thousands of level 5 civilizations attack 7 level 5 civilizations, the effect. You don't need to think about it. But Xiang Qian didn't think that these 7 level 5 civilizations were easy to destroy, otherwise it would be too easy. According to the rules of the universe, it is impossible to allow hundreds of thousands of civilizations to pass. Let the four-dimensional space detectors scan the 7 blank areas all the time. Once a level 5 civilization is found to attack, report it immediately. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian has decided that before he has a clear understanding of the situation inside the 7 blank areas, or before he is confident enough, he will never let the Earth Federation enter that area. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. With the help of the four-dimensional space detector, the Earth Federation found it much easier to find the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy. The fleets of the Babadalong civilization and the Silver Wing civilization began to attack everywhere according to the star map. Although the Earth Federation's upgraded technology has been collected, no one has too much scientific and technological information. If you miss this opportunity, no one knows if there will be another chance. So Xiangqian planned to get all the scientific and technological information of several major categories. Anyway, now that he knew the situation of the core of the Andromeda Galaxy, Xiangqian was not in a hurry to go there. It was just right to collect all the information before breaking through the 5th level civilization. Now with a 4-dimensional space detector, Xiangqian can already understand the situation of the entire Andromeda Galaxy. In the past few hundred years, more and more native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy have been eliminated, and more civilizations have broken through the 5th level civilization. At this rate, the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy will be completely eliminated in a maximum of 1 or 2,000 years, and everyone will break through the 5th level civilization at that time. At that time, we will know whether the civilizations in the 7 regions are bluffing or really powerful. While all the native civilizations outside the core of the Andromeda Galaxy were in dire straits, the 7 huge seats in the metal disk around the black hole in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy were looking at the projection screen in front of them. More than 10,000 civilizations have already erupted with fluctuations in the 4-dimensional space. It is estimated that the situation around our mother planet has also been discovered. I just don't know if these civilizations will think we are easy to bully. A figure on a huge seat spoke. The civilizations that have survived to this day are not fools. Even if we don't shield the area around our mother planet, they dare not easily attack us. When they all become level 5 civilizations, they will come to attack us. I really want to know how they will feel when they suddenly find out that they are the ones being crushed when they are ready to crush us. I am really looking forward to it. Humph. Crush them. Don't forget that there may be human civilization among them, so you must not fail to destroy them when the time comes. That human civilization seems to be in the area controlled by your 3-eyed tribe. Even if we destroy it, we will destroy your 3-eyed tribe first. But don't worry, we will avenge you 3-eyed people when the time comes. It's not certain who will help whom to avenge. Well, I have chatted with you for tens of thousands of years, and it's time to go back. Everyone, I'm leaving first. I'm leaving too. I go back and prepare. Don't scare them at the beginning, that would be no fun. That's a good idea. I go back and prepare too. The figures on the 7 huge thrones left one after another. Only the projection in front of the seat was still working inside the huge disk. Chapter 437. In a star field 62,000 light-years away from the Earth Federation, a water ball with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers is suspended in the center of a huge galaxy battleship. There are thousands of civilization race flagships around it, and 2/3 of these civilization race flagships are level 5 civilization race flagships. From this, it can be seen that this civilization race federation is very powerful. In the center of the water ball is a soul crystal the size of a little finger, and around this soul crystal, there are more than 20 soul crystals the size of basketballs. The 20 or so soul crystals had not yet fully formed. There was still gray mist around the soul crystals. The soul crystals absorbed the genetic nuclear force fluid in the water ball, and quickly merged with the surrounding gray mist. A few years later, when the 20 or so soul crystals were formed, they began to rotate around the smallest soul crystal in the center according to a certain pattern. Kaka. As the rotation speed became faster and faster, cracks appeared on the surface of the 20 or so soul crystals, and the small soul crystal in the center began to merge. A few hours later, several soul crystals instantly shattered, turning into a ball of powder and beginning to merge into the soul crystal in the center. At the same time, the genetic nuclear force fluid inside the water ball also rapidly decreased. The soul crystal in the center of the water ball absorbed the genetic nuclear force fluid crazily, and even with the volume of the water ball, it could shrink rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After more than 10 days, the water ball shrank, leaving only a huge soul crystal suspended there. Then the particles around the soul crystal began to gather, and a few seconds later a man in black appeared above the soul crystal. How many years have passed since I fell asleep? The next second, the man in black appeared inside a race flagship and said to the clan leader of that race, "Master, you have been asleep for 8,300 years. According to your request, we have selected more than 20 civilized races with the highest mental synchronization rate to condense soul crystals. I wonder if the master is satisfied." The clan leader bowed his head and said respectfully, very good, I am very satisfied." The man in black said with narrowed eyes, "As long as the master is satisfied. Has the civilization race flagship been built?" The man in black continued to ask. "Master, according to your request, the civilization race flagship has been built. Have you researched the 4-dimensional space detector?" "It has been researched, master." "Give me the star map of the Andromeda Galaxy." Okay, Master. The man in black opened the star map of the Andromeda Galaxy, without looking at the situation outside the Andromeda Galaxy, and directly clicked on the core area, his eyes resting on the 7 blank areas. 7 level 5 peak civilizations. It seems that this is a test for 7 galaxies together. The man in black whispered, then turned and asked, how many native civilizations are left in the Andromeda Galaxy now? Master, yesterday's statistics showed 3,297. What about other civilizations? More than 137,000 civilizations, including more than 120,000 level 5 civilizations, and only more than 10,000 civilizations have not yet broken through. After listening, the man in black found the location of the Earth Federation, clicked it, and looked carefully, but he did not find the soul crystal of the Mandi tribe under the civilization guardian tree. Before I break through the 5th level civilization, stay here and don't go anywhere, understand? The man in black closed the star map and said seriously. Yes, Master, I understand. Yes. After the man in black finished speaking, the condensed particles suddenly dispersed, and his body disappeared without a trace, and the soul crystal in the void of the universe began to fly towards a civilized race flagship. This civilized race was a race flagship formed by the fusion of the race flagships of more than 20 civilized races, plus special equipment. The core of its ship is a huge steel planet. Inside the planet are several civilizations' mother planets. Around the steel planet are suspended metal rings. These rings are not linked together, but are in sections. There are tens of thousands of such arc-shaped steel rings rotating around the steel planet. When the soul crystal enters the steel planet, human figures appear one after another around the soul crystal. The bodies of these people are all formed by particles. One last check, and then execute according to the plan. The figure of the man in black stood above the soul crystal, and said to the figures around him, Yes, Master. After the many figures finished speaking, they instantly disappeared, and then appeared inside the home planet of their respective races, or the race flagship. The figure of the man in black also disappeared again, and returned to the soul crystal. Inside the soul crystal, there was a huge civilization race flagship, which looked exactly the same as the one outside. However, this civilization race is extremely huge. The steel planet in the middle alone is more than 10 times larger than the average star system. If the arc-shaped metal ring surrounding it is included, the entire civilization race flagship is about half the size of a star field. Moreover, there are complex lines on the surface of this civilization race flagship. These lines are flashing and look extremely complex. When these lines flash, the surrounding space fluctuates with the flashing of these lines. The man in black stood in the core hall of the flagship of the civilized race, looking at the countless seats around him. In the middle of the seats was the broken scepter of the civilized race. The next second, the seats were full of people, and everyone's appearance was clearly visible, especially the seat next to him, where a very beautiful woman smiled at him. But that smile was so unreal. He knew that everything in front of him was just a simulation of his spiritual world, and all the beauty was an illusion. Don't worry, wait for me. Master, everything is ready, and you can break through at any time. A voice interrupted the black-clothed man's muttering, and his expression became serious. Start the breakthrough. The black-clothed man appeared above the soul crystal again, and said to everyone, Yes, Master. The next second, the light of the civilized race scepter shone inside the race flagship, and the figure of the black-clothed man disappeared in this endless light. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has released the final modification plan for the civilized race flagship. When the black-clothed man broke through the 5th level civilization, Shinkong appeared beside Xiang Qian in the office of the Earth Federation and said to him, Well, tell them, I be there soon. Xiang Qian raised his head and said, The final flagship of the Earth Federation has finally been designed. If there are no major problems, then the final design plan this time will be the form of the future manufacturing flagship of the Earth Federation. Xiang Qian glanced at the manufacturing flagship sketch on the desk, and stood up to leave the office. Chapter 438. When Xiang Qian arrived at the conference hall, Queen Minghua and all the scientists of mankind had already arrived. Inside the conference hall, not only the scientists of Earth, but also the scientists of Ming Empire were here. Okay, the meeting begins. Let's show the design of the race flagship first. Xiang Qian sat down and nodded to Queen Minghua. The sound inside the hall disappeared immediately, and everyone looked at the virtual projection in front of them, which showed the design of the flagship of the 5th level civilization race of the Earth Federation. It is better to say that it is a small universe than a race flagship. The appearance of the race flagship of the 5th level civilization of the Earth Federation is a huge bubble, But the space inside this bubble is not in the same space as the big universe. The wall of the bubble is the legendary cosmic crystal wall, which isolates the material connection between the race flagship of the Earth Federation and the big universe. Inside the bubble is a huge continent. The area of the continent is very large, occupying 1/3 of the size of the entire small universe, and it looks extremely spectacular. Around the continent, there are nearly 1,000 steel planets, which slowly rotate around the continent. With the technological level of the Earth Federation, can it achieve this level? Xiang Qian said after reading the data of the race flagship. Yes. The scientist in charge of the race flagship design immediately answered. By the way, what are those steel planets? Why are they not introduced in the data? Xiang Qian asked again. That is the civilization race flagship of our Minghui Empire. After the breakthrough of the Earth Federation, the scope of the microcosm is too small, and our civilization race flagship can make up for this shortcoming, so it is just right to upgrade together. Queen Minghui answered first. Civilized race flagship. Xiang Qian turned to look at Queen Minghui, not knowing what she was doing. Yes, after the last war, our Minghui Empire already hates war, so the 5th level civilized race flagship is not developing in the direction of a war-type war flagship, but in the direction of auxiliary. I hope Chairman Xiang Qian can agree to our request, and let our civilized race flagship form a symbiotic relationship with your civilized race. Queen Minghui said to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian was a little stunned. This happened too suddenly, and he couldn't react all of a sudden. If he agreed to Minghui Empire, the benefit would be obvious, that is, the space of the microcosm would be expanded. But if he didn't agree, not only would the space of the microcosm shrink, but as a multidisciplinary human civilization, Minghui Empire also had the strength to create a microcosm. After all, the scientific and technological information that the Earth Federation had, Minghui Empire also had, and there was no technical gap between the two sides. If there was a gap, the only gap was the population size of both sides. In terms of technology, civilization potential, and race background, the two sides are basically the same. If Xiang Qian disagrees, the Minghui Empire may build a similar microcosm, which will not be fun at that time. However, the only thing that Xiang Qian is worried about is that if there is any problem with the Minghui Empire, the Earth Federation will also be affected. If the Minghui Empire uses this as a threat in the future, it will be very troublesome. You must know that once the flagship of a civilized race is destroyed, the entire race will be destroyed. This is not a joke. Your Majesty Queen Minghui, are you serious? Xiang Qian looked at Queen Minghui seriously, with thoughts flashing in his mind. I am serious. In fact, this matter was decided after most people discussed it. Because in the past, Minghui Empire always crushed the enemy with absolute technological advantage or military advantage, but when encountering an evenly matched enemy, our Minghui Empire actually has no war command talents. Historically, our Minghui Empire has not experienced any wars, so we don't know much about the cruelty of war. But this time, facing the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, we found that the war command talents of our Minghui Empire are not even comparable to those of ordinary civilization races, let alone the Earth Federation. If we had a certain number of war command talents to command the battle in this war, with the fleet of the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy, instead of relying on the main brain and need to issue orders, the final result might not be what it is now. Moreover, this battle has dealt a heavy blow to our Minghui Empire, and the remaining people are very opposed to war. In this case, we in the Minghui Empire might as well become an auxiliary civilization and specialize in technology research. The Queen of Minghui said sincerely. For the Queen of Minghui, since joining the Earth Federation, the people of the Minghui Empire are very satisfied with the social environment and everything else here. In addition, the last war with the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy made the Minghui Empire realize its own shortcomings. They are not a fighting civilization. Although they are powerful, their strength at that time was based on the strong foundation of technology, not all-round strength. They prefer to research technology rather than fight. And so many people died this time, and basically all the people of Minghui Empire who are alive now have relatives who died in the war, which makes the people of Minghui Empire hate war very much. If war is not necessary in this universe, they would like to never be involved in war. Now that they are attached to the Earth Federation, Minghui Empire has a backer. They don't need to fight, just research technology. This is nothing new in the Earth Federation. The previous Mandi tribe and Green Star civilization were both auxiliary civilizations, and they were also living well. However, Queen Minghui believes that if the Earth Federation is in crisis, then their Minghui Empire may be abandoned by relying solely on the civilization race contract. Although this is only a possibility, Queen Mingwe still feels that it is not safe. The safest outbreak is to let the Ming Empire merge with the Earth Federation. Once their Ming Empire is harmed, the Earth Federation will also be harmed. Only in this case will the Ming Empire not be abandoned, no matter how dangerous the situation is. This is why Queen Mingwe made such a request. Everything is to prevent any eventuality. Okay, if you are serious, then I agree. When Queen Mingwe answered, Xiang Qian had asked Shinkong to secretly find the designer of the race flagship and ask about the situation after the future civilization race flagship joined the Ming Empire. The answer was that the Earth Federation was completely dominant, and the Ming Empire was just auxiliary. But the only problem was that the Ming Empire could not have any problems. If the civilization race flagship of the Ming Empire was destroyed, the Earth Federation would also be implicated. However, this problem is not a problem for the Earth Federation at all. When the Ming Empire race flagship is destroyed, the Earth Federation will probably no longer exist. In this case, what else is there to consider? Just agree. In the next meeting, Xiang Qian asked some other questions, and finally the design method of this civilization race flagship was determined. Chapter 439. After the plan for the civilization race flagship was finalized, preparations began to be made for the breakthrough to level 5 civilization. This time, the race flagship was actually the easiest part of the breakthrough to level 5 civilization. With the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is impossible to build a small universe alone. But with the help of the rules of the universe, that is not a problem. Why does the race flagship develop in leaps and bounds every time the civilization level is upgraded? The fundamental reason is the help of the rules of the universe. Under the light of the civilization race scepter, the time accumulation and material accumulation required for the civilization level upgrade are all filled by the rules of the universe. Therefore, the Earth Federation only needs to have an absolutely reasonable civilization race flagship design, and then when the civilization level breaks through, this civilization race flagship will eventually be formed. As for why the Silver Wing civilization built a civilization race flagship before, it was just a template for a single civilization. When breaking through the 5th level civilization, the civilization race flagship of the Silver Wing civilization instantly became larger, and all the internal equipment was replaced with 5th level technology equipment. Now the Earth Federation is completely waiting for the Ming Empire civilization race flagship to be completed. After all, these civilization races need a template, and the Earth Federation civilization race flagship is just to increase the volume and form space, both of which are impossible for the Earth Federation to do. Of course, it has to wait for the universe's operation rules to help solve them. Of course, the universe's operation rules can't help solve everything. If the Earth Federation does not have a complete scientific and technological system, and does not have all the scientific and technological data from one-dimensional zero-point technology to 11-dimensional space technology, this small universe cannot be formed. After all, the rules of the universe can't help you fill the technological gap out of thin air. If the Earth Federation is a level 5 civilization now, it can completely build a small universe by itself, and the rules of the universe are just to eliminate the process of time accumulation. Otherwise, even if the peak level 3 civilization breaks through the level 4 civilization, the time required is an astronomical figure, not to mention the level 4 civilization breaking through the level 5 civilization. It is estimated that there will be tens of thousands of years. Don't even think about it. In the blink of an eye, 500 years have passed, and the Ming Empire civilization race flagship has been built. On this day, all the personnel of the Earth Federation and the Ming Empire were gathered on the Earth Federation continent. The Earth and the Ming Empire's mother planets were suspended above the Earth Federation continent and the Ming Empire civilization race flagship respectively. As Xiang Qian and Queen Mingwe raised the civilization race scepter at the same time, the dazzling light enveloped the interior space of the entire Earth Federation galaxy battleship. At this time, the Green Star Civilization, Silver Wing Civilization, Regtros, Mandi Clan, and Pabadalong Civilization were all covered by the light. Although this light did not do them any good, it would not harm them either. After all, they were all affiliated races of the Earth Federation, and their race flagships were also part of the fusion of the race flagships of the Earth Federation civilization. So when human civilization was upgraded, they could observe clearly inside the light. As the light covered the Earth and the mother planet of the Bright Moon Empire, they melted and merged into the Earth Federation continent and the Bright Moon Empire civilization race flagship. At the same time, the figures of the humans on Earth and the Moon Empire began to dissipate, leaving only gray shadows. As humans, whether they were Earthlings or people from the Moon Empire, they did not choose to change their racial genes. They did not become similar elves like the traveling civilization, nor did they become silicon-based life like the Silver-Wing civilization, nor did they become soul bodies like the Mani tribe. After this upgrade, humans still reproduced in a normal way. The only change may be that the genes were strengthened a little, and the lifespan was longer. At the same time, the only restriction is that you cannot give birth to offspring outside the microcosm. After all, humans did not choose to give birth to offspring between the flagships of the race, so this restriction will definitely occur. Inside the microcosm, humans can reproduce normally, but outside the microcosm, humans cannot reproduce, which can be regarded as both advantages and disadvantages. As time passes, when all human bodies disappear, the universe also begins to change. The universe within the range of light begins to separate from the surrounding universe, and huge space energy explodes in the universe. However, no matter how powerful the power of the universe is, it does no harm to the Earth Federation under the light. Then the space within the range of the light began to shrink or collapse. From a distance, it looked like a point of light in the middle of a black hole. Because the recovery speed of the space could not keep up with the shrinking speed of the light, it became a huge black disk between the outside of the light and the normal universe, and violent space energy raged around it. 3 hours later, the last bit of light disappeared in the void of the universe. When the space was repaired again, the Earth Federation had disappeared in the universe. At this time, the Earth Federation, covered by the light, appeared in an extremely chaotic place. There was no space, no time, only the most primitive and most frantic energy, or an unknown substance. However, under the cover of the light, the extremely chaotic energy around could not erode the Earth Federation. As countless lines appeared on the edge of the light, a layer of cosmic crystal wall slowly formed. When this layer of cosmic crystal wall was formed, some of the surrounding energy would be absorbed by the crystal wall after it came into contact with the crystal wall. As time went by, a vortex appeared around the crystal wall. This vortex was formed entirely by the crystal wall absorbing energy. Inside the crystal wall, the universe was formed, the chaos of the dimension disappeared, and the civilization races of the Ming Empire began to split up and appeared on space nodes one by one. The stability of each node would make the entire space expand a little. The Earth Federation continent also began to expand, and it did not stop until it expanded to 1/3 of the diameter of the small universe. At this time, the length of the Earth Federation continent has reached 1.5 billion kilometers, and the width has reached 1.2 billion kilometers. Now the civilization guardian tree on the Earth Federation continent is just a small sapling, which is much different from the towering tree that covered the sky before. When the light was about to disappear, the human figures began to condense again. When everyone's body condensed again, the light slowly disappeared. This is the 5th level civilization. There is nothing special about it. Xiang Qian moved his body and muttered to himself. But when he looked up, Xiang Qian found that the sky full of stars had disappeared, and what replaced it was a dark, deep and dark universe without a trace of light. Chapter 440. 700 years after the Earth Federation broke through the 5th level civilization, the Earth Federation received news from many civilization alliances one after another. The content was similar, hoping that everyone would discuss the issue of attacking the 7 civilized races in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy. After everyone broke through the 5th level civilization, distance was no longer an obstacle to communication. In the absence of conflicts of interest, everyone can still calmly exchange various information, and sometimes exchange some scientific and technological information. Although there are only 7 civilizations left in the Andromeda Galaxy, the civilizations that have survived until now are not fools. No one will rashly launch an attack before they understand the situation. Now everyone has broken through the 5th level civilization, and even those civilizations that have not yet broken through will break through in the next few hundred years. After all civilizations have broken through, they will inevitably attack the 7 civilizations, so now everyone is trying to win over other civilizations. After hundreds of years of communication, all civilizations know that they are all civilizations from the 7 galaxies around the Andromeda Galaxy, and everyone has also experienced various tests and finally reached this point. Among them, the Milky Way civilization has relatively many surviving civilizations. In some galaxies, the number of surviving civilizations is less than half of that in the Milky Way. The worst galaxy currently has only more than 8,000 civilizations. However, there are also very powerful galaxies, with more than 50,000 civilizations alone. The strongest civilization alliance is composed of more than 7,000 civilizations. That civilization alliance is known as the strongest in the Andromeda Galaxy. It has more than 300 flagships of fused civilizations alone, which is definitely a behemoth. The Earth Federation is currently the weakest among all civilization alliances in the Andromeda Galaxy. Of course, this is without using the map cannon. Once the map cannon is used, 100 civilizations and 500 civilizations are the same. As long as they are within the range of the map cannon, they will be killed in seconds. Of course, the Earth Federation does not know whether other civilization alliances have map cannons. After hundreds of years of development, the interior of the Earth Federation's microcosm is no longer a wasteland, as it was at the beginning. Now, looking up from the Earth Federation continent, you can see stars everywhere in the universe, and life planets and resource planets hanging in the sky. As for stars, there are not many of them, because the 5th level civilization no longer needs stars as energy reserves, so there are not many stars inside the small universe. The small universe now looks a bit like the universe, with stars all over the sky revolving around the Earth Federation continent. Unlike when the upgrade was just completed, the entire small universe was pitch black and there was nothing. At the exit of the channel connecting the small universe with the outside world, the Earth Federation also used all its strength to build a huge galaxy battleship. After all, there is a channel connecting the small universe. If the enemy wants to attack the small universe, they must pass through the channel to enter the small universe. Otherwise, even if the entire galaxy is destroyed, the small universe will not be in trouble. After all, there is no physical connection between the small universe and the big universe. The two sides are like two parallel lines that will never intersect. If you want to go from the small universe to the big universe, you must build a bridge between the two parallel lines. Only through this bridge can the two universes communicate with each other. Once the bridge disappears or breaks, the only link between the two universes will be broken. Although it can be connected again, the location of the link at that time is unknown. Because the time and space between the two universes are chaotic and disordered, when the bridge is broken, the only communication between the two sides disappears and each returns to its own trajectory. Under the influence of disordered and chaotic time and space, the timeline will change. Maybe after the two sides are connected again, hundreds or even thousands of years may have passed. After all, the time flow rate of both sides, or the changes caused by the influence of chaotic time and space, will have completely different effects on both sides. Therefore, before leaving the Andromeda Galaxy, this channel cannot be cut off. As for after leaving the Andromeda Galaxy, if there is no forced interference from the rules of the universe, and there is enough time, Xiangqian really wants to cut off this link channel and see what changes will happen. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed, and all civilized races have broken through the 5th level civilization. Everyone has reached a consensus to attack the last 7 civilized races together. Over the years, everyone has sent unmanned fleets into the 7 blank areas, but all have no news. So everyone was sure that the last 7 civilizations would not be so easy to destroy. After the final preparations were done, everyone went to their respective attack locations according to the results of the negotiation. Although everyone had the same goal, the civilizations did not trust each other very much, so even if they attacked the last 7 civilizations together this time, they did not form a group. Instead, after selecting the target, everyone kept a certain distance from each other, so that there would be no conflicts and they could attack and defend each other. The huge galaxy battleship was traveling at a speed 100 times the speed of light. It was sailing quickly towards the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy. In the center of the galaxy battleship was a huge space gate, which connected to the small universe of the Earth Federation. Boss, the galaxy battleship has entered a blank area. Most of the over-the-horizon detection equipment has failed. The detection distance of the optical exploration equipment is limited, but there is no danger at present. Shinkong appeared beside Xiangqian and said, "Gravitational wave resonance equipment doesn't work either." Xiangqian asked immediately. "No, the gravitational field in this area is affected by the chaotic gravitational waves, and no useful information can be obtained. Slow down, pay attention to the situation of other civilized races around, and notify the staff to prepare for emergency response." Xiangqian thought for a while and said, "Yes, boss. Your Majesty, the enemy has entered the range of the dimensional distortion field. Well, you don't need to report the specific arrangements to me in the future. Fel, you can do whatever you want next." "Yes, Your Majesty." "Okay, Father." His Highness Fel looked at his father, who turned and left, and said to the military commander in front of him, "Let's go to the command center." "Yes, Your Highness Fel." After arriving at the command center, His Highness Fel looked at the nearly 20,000 civilized races displayed on the big screen, and a disdainful smile appeared on his face. However, when he saw the galaxy battleships of the Earth Federation, the smile on his face froze instantly. Chapter 441. On the display screen of a special detector in the Three-Eyed Clan Command Center, there were 7 soybean-sized light spots around a huge light ball. Apart from the light ball and the light spots, everything was pitch black. But outside of these 7 light spots, there was another green bean-sized light spot that was sticking to the huge light ball and slowly approaching the 7 small light spots. Little universe. After seeing the space gate in the middle of the Earth Federation Galaxy battleship, His Highness Fair immediately turned his head to look at the special detector. After seeing the green bean-sized light spot, he said in great surprise, "Yes, Your Highness. This civilization alliance has a microcosm. The human civilization that was besieged by the outer 4th-level civilization more than 7,000 years ago has joined this civilization alliance. With the technological background of that human civilization, the microcosm technology cannot stop them." Thel did not speak after listening. He understood better than anyone that there was another human civilization in that civilization alliance. In other words, the 2 human civilizations of the entire Andromeda galaxy have come together, so the legend that their three-eyed tribe has been circulating for a long time may really come true. "Your Highness, do you want to launch an attack now?" "No hurry, let them in." Thel shook his head and said, "Okay, Your Highness." After saying this, Thel left the command center and returned to the palace. "I want to see my father," Thel said to the guard at the door. "Your Highness, His Majesty told you to make the decision and not to consider other things," the guard said immediately. Thel was stunned for a while before he said, "Tell my father that I will use all the power of the Three-Eyed Tribe to verify the legend. If human civilization fails to resist, I hope my father will not blame me." "Okay, Your Highness Fair, I will tell His Majesty." Faye turned and left, but his expression was very serious, but there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. But soon this trace of confusion was replaced by determination. "Haven't you found out what caused the exploration equipment to be affected?" Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. "Boss, at present, the Academy of Sciences can only confirm that the dimension of this star field is chaotic. Due to the influence of the high-dimensional space, the time axis, gravity, repulsion, electromagnetism, etc. of this star field have undergone irreversible changes, so the detector cannot scan useful information at all. If we want to solve it, we must first eliminate the influence of the high-dimensional space, but with the current technological level of the Earth Federation, it is impossible to eliminate such influence." "Even the time axis is chaotic?" Xiang Qian said in surprise. "Yes, boss. The time of this star field is disordered. Although the impact on large mass objects is basically negligible, it has a very large impact on electromagnetic waves and various radiation rays. This is the main reason why the detector cannot work properly." Xiang Qian stopped talking after hearing this. If even the time axis is in chaos, then the Earth Federation has no solution. If the 4-dimensional space can see the time coordinate, then the 5-dimensional space can connect the time coordinate into a line, which is the legendary time axis. In the 4-dimensional space, there is only one time coordinate, because the 4-dimensional space has one more time coordinate than the 3-dimensional space, which is a time point. But the time in the 5-dimensional space is no longer a point, but a line. This timeline runs through countless spaces, which is why the 5-dimensional space can change the future. Everything is because the 5-dimensional space has a time axis, which can be used. Now the Earth Federation has only made some achievements in the technology of the 4-dimensional space, and there is still a long way to go before the 5-dimensional space, not to mention changing the future through the 5-dimensional space. Even if the Earth Federation wants to use the 4-dimensional space to influence the 3-dimensional universe, it is a very laborious thing. However, these 7 civilized races can distort such a piece of cosmic void and disrupt the time axis of this star field. It can be imagined how powerful the other party's technology is. "Boss, 5,000 warships were found 80 trillion kilometers away. Can you display the image?" Xiang Qian frowned and asked. The detection equipment was now seriously interfered with, and the effective detection range was less than 1 light-year, which was just like finding the enemy only when they were right next to him. This made Xiang Qian, who had always been able to find the enemy dozens of light-years away, very uncomfortable. Yes, around the galaxy battleships, the time axis and various interferences will be much smaller, so the image can be displayed. As Shinkong spoke, the projection of the 5,000 warships appeared in front of Xiang Qian's eyes. The hulls of these 5,000 warships are not very large, and are basically 50,000 kilometers long. They do not look very different, and are standard mechanical civilization warships. However, Xiang Qian did not dare to underestimate these 5,000 warships. After all, the enemy was not stupid. The other party only sent 5,000 warships to attack, either very confident or to test, but in any case, through these 5,000 warships, the Earth Federation can also understand some of the other parties' situation. Xiang Qian did not command personally, and all combat orders were issued by the General Staff. While Xiang Qian was still observing the 5,000 warships, the General Staff had already issued more than a dozen orders. The speed of the Galaxy warships had been reduced to 1% of the speed of light. At the same time, the Biological Weapon Corps had been prepared and was rushing towards the enemy in formation. 1 billion level 5 biological weapon monsters instantly burst out at 100 times the speed of light and rushed towards the enemy. The various defense systems of the Galaxy warships had been activated, and other combat units began to stand by. Only after the Biological Weapon Corps obtained the specific data of the opponent, other orders would be issued. After all, it is impossible to send hundreds of billions of warships to attack just because you see 5,000 warships. Soon, the 5,000 warships launched an attack on the biological weapon army. The attack method was also very orthodox, which was a simple energy attack, but the attack power was much stronger than that of the 4th level civilization. But for the biological weapon army, this attack was nothing at all. But after the distance was shortened, the attack frequency increased, and the biological weapon army suffered great damage. Moreover, the defense of the enemy's warships is several levels higher than their attack power. The biological weapons army's attacks basically cannot break through the defense, and only concentrated fire attacks can work. The battle between the two sides lasted less than an hour, and all 5,000 enemy warships were destroyed, while the biological weapons army's losses reached more than 30%. It seems that the biological weapons army suffered a great loss. The enemy's strength is very strong. With 5,000 warships, it destroyed 1/3 of the biological weapons army's forces. But Xiang Qian didn't think so. He saw all the battle scenes of the two sides. The enemy's warships were just simple energy attacks. Don't say that the 5th level civilization has no special means of attack. Even a fool wouldn't believe it. Even if there is no special means of attack, for the 5th level civilization, the space technology is already very mature, so why didn't we see the opponent's space weapons? So the opponent's attack this time was not effective at all, and it was true that they sent cannon fodder to test the strength of the Earth Federation. But the opponent's artillery fire was about to sweep the biological weapon army, so the strength of the opponent's main army was known with a little thought. This gave Xiang Qian a real headache, but he was also thankful that it was not just the Earth Federation that was attacking, but nearly 20,000 civilizations and races. Otherwise, with the opponent's strength, the Earth Federation would definitely be killed in 1 second. The conclusion drawn by the General Staff was similar to Xiang Qian's, so after this exploratory attack, the Earth Federation immediately began to build warships on a large scale. Your Highness, all enemy data has been counted, and this is the threat coefficient report. Adjust the danger level of this civilization alliance to the highest level, and keep everything else the same. Launch the attack in a month. Fel looked for a while, found the data of the Earth Federation, pointed at the data, and said to the commander, "Yes, Your Highness." The command center of the three-eyed tribe began to act according to the data. Fair looked at the busy people around him, and then looked at the frantically refreshed data on the big screen, muttering to himself, "If you can't even pass this level, then let me bury that legend with my own hands." As the command center of the three-eyed tribe continued to issue orders, invisible fluctuations spread throughout the star field controlled by the three-eyed tribe. Chapter 442. On the big screen, in the command hall of the three-eyed clan, the amount of resource reserves and energy reserves is rapidly decreasing. As these two data decrease, the time axis of the universe around the three-eyed clan is rapidly distorted. The time in the area where countless automated factories are located is accelerated by tens of thousands of times, and the space battleships on the automated production line fly out of the factory at a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye. The whole picture is like fast forward. Then the battleships produced by these factories also disappear into the void of the universe at a speed exceeding 10,000 times the speed of light. However, it was not that the speed of the warships exceeded 10,000 times the speed of light, but that the speed of time around the warships was accelerated, causing an illusion. In this way, in just one day, the material and energy reserves of the three-eyed tribe dropped to 20%, but the number of space warships sent out by the three-eyed tribe exceeded 1 trillion. These trillions of warships have surrounded all civilized races without any civilization coming. The Earth Federation is also facing the same situation. When the detector discovered that the Earth Federation was surrounded by hundreds of billions of warships, there was no gap to break through. Although 100 billion warships are not many, compared with the number of warships of the Earth Federation, it can only be said to be very small. But think about the damage that the 5,000 warships brought to the biological weapon army before, and you will know how strong the actual combat power of these 100 billion warships is. Facing the fierce enemy, the biological weapon army accumulated by the Earth Federation for so many years was instantly dispatched and rushed towards the enemy fleet. As a result, after the exchange of fire, the opponent's attack destroyed at least 100 billion biological weapons. In this way, even with the biological weapon army's number of up to 100 trillion, it could not withstand such an attack from the opponent. Faced with this situation, the General Staff immediately dispatched hundreds of billions of warships to attack and support the biological weapon army. Originally, they had hoped that the biological weapon army could consume the opponent's strength, but they didn't expect this result. If the biological weapon army attacked alone, it would not consume the opponent's strength, but send heads to the opponent, which was just to fill the pit and had no effect at all. As a result, it was not easy for the biological weapon army to get close to the opponent's fleet. When it was about to launch an attack, it was swept by a wave of space fluctuations and instantly disappeared into the void of the universe. The next second, when the biological weapon army appeared again, it had retreated to a place 3 trillion kilometers away from the enemy fleet. It can be said that the opportunity to get close to the enemy fleet was completely offset by the loss of countless biological weapons. And the most terrifying thing is that the biological weapon army cannot get close to the enemy fleet, so it cannot launch an attack. Then the biological weapon army has no value even as cannon fodder, and has completely become a moving target, or a meat pad. Let the Academy of Sciences crack the situation as quickly as possible, Xiang Qian said immediately after seeing this. Okay, boss. This should be phase shift technology, Ludgerson said. I don't know, but it is definitely a technology developed by combining space technology and dimension technology, Xiang Qian said. This is mainly because we have accumulated technology for too short a time. Although the technology we obtained from the mother planet is complete, it is all theoretical data and various formulas, without actual practical technology. As for the technical data of multidisciplinary integration, there is even less of it, and we have to rely on our own research. However, in a short period of time, the technology of multidisciplinary integration cannot be developed at all, or there is not enough time, DeLong also said. He was very upset when he saw that the biological weapon army of his race was annihilated by the enemy like ants. But no matter what, the opponent's technology is real, biological weapons are mass-produced, and the technical gap between the two sides is so large, it is normal to be beaten like this. But they couldn't even get close to the enemy's warships, so they could only take the beating, which no one could bear. Boss, the Academy of Sciences can't crack the opponent's technology in a short time, so they can only let Bacadia destroy the space structure, or use high-powered space weapons to interfere with the opponent's space structure to stop the opponent. Shinkong appeared quickly, and conveyed the information of the Academy of Sciences to Xiang Qian. Let Bacadia take action. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, the Earth Federation has high-powered space weapons, but it is easy to cause accidental injuries. After all, space weapons are not as precisely controlled as energy weapons, and they are controlled within a rough range. However, after the biological weapon army approached the opponent, the use of high-powered space weapons, although it interfered with the opponent, also enveloped the biological weapon army, which was completely not worth the loss. Only by letting Bacadia take action can the biological weapon army not be accidentally injured while destroying the space structure. Okay, boss. 10 minutes later, Bacadia appeared and said to Xiang Qian, it has been handled. With the spiritual space and all the members of the Mandi tribe as a backing, Bacadia's ability is growing rapidly. Destroying the space structure is such a simple thing, which is very easy for him. How long will it take us to develop this technology? Xiang Qian nodded and asked. If it's fast, it will only take a year. This technology is very simple. It just locks the space within a certain range, and then switches from the front to the back. It can be said that this technology is an upgraded version of curvature navigation and a simplified version of space folding. We have complete scientific and technological theoretical support. We only need to study a few key points. It won't take long, Bacadia said. After all, the technical reserves are still insufficient. Xiang Qian sighed after listening. After a while, hundreds of billions of warships of the Earth Federation joined the battlefield and launched an attack under the cover of the biological weapon army. At this time, the enemy fleet did not seem to have opened the protective shield, and no traces of force field fluctuations could be scanned in the cosmic void around the warships. For this situation, the staff inferred that the enemy warships either did not open the protective shield or had no protective shield, relying entirely on the defense of the ship. However, After the Earth Federation attacked, the enemy warships finally opened the protective shield, and it was not an ordinary protective shield, but a four-dimensional space shield. The attack launched by the Earth Federation fleet, after entering the core of the four-dimensional space shield, directly turned into the energy of the four-dimensional space shield, which expanded the protection range of the four-dimensional space shield a little bit. Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian and others sighed again. What a technological gap. In the past, the Earth Federation always crushed the enemy with technology, but now it has finally reversed. Fortunately, the biological weapon army has approached the opponent's fleet. This time the opponent's tactics did not work. After Bacadia destroyed the space structure, the space fluctuations just spread out, causing cracks in the entire space. It is impossible to lock the space at all, and naturally it is impossible to transfer the biological weapon army away. Chapter 443. As the biological weapons army approached, the enemy's warship once again opened another kind of protective shield, which was like an eggshell, protecting the warship. Although the four-dimensional space shield was powerful, it could not prevent the biological weapons from approaching. After all, the four-dimensional space had no protective function. The four-dimensional space could resist energy attacks because the changes in the four-dimensional space made the energy field unable to hit the warship, rather than blocking the attack. However, after the biological weapons army approached the enemy's warship, it did not make much progress. After all, the materialized space protective shield could not be eroded by the bacteria of the biological weapons. The biological weapons core had only two options when facing such a protective shield. One was to use brute force to attack and consume the energy of the warship. The other was to absorb the energy of the space protective shield, which also consumed the energy of the warship. In other words, even if the biological weapons core approached the opponent's warship, it would be useless. The idea was that the technological gap between biological weapons and the opponent's warships was too large and could not be made up by quantity. After seeing this situation, the staff department no longer cared about those biological weapons. Even if they were withdrawn now, it would be useless to keep them. Since they were cannon fodder, they should fulfill their fate as cannon fodder. Now the main force of the Earth Federation is the 100 billion warships. Although the opponent has a four-dimensional space shield, the four-dimensional space shield is not invincible. Under concentrated fire attack, the four-dimensional space shield will reach saturation and then be broken. And the opponent's attack is impossible to destroy the Earth Federation fleet. After all, after becoming a level 5 civilization, the Earth Federation's warships are also equipped with mature space weapons. In terms of defense, although it is not possible to use space energy to form an eggshell-like entity to protect the warship, the Earth Federation's space defense technology can also form a space wall in front of the warship, and the defense is not much worse than the opponent's warship. However, the Earth Federation only has one layer of defense, and if you want to destroy the opponent, you must first destroy the four-dimensional space shield, and then break the space protection shield to destroy the opponent's warships. In addition, the Earth Federation's attack power is not as strong as the opponent's. It can be said that the Earth Federation consumes more than 5 times the opponent's warship to destroy one of the opponent's warships. A war with hundreds of billions of warships is not so easy to end so quickly, especially when both sides have good defenses and are not short of energy, so they can only fight a war of attrition. When the Earth Federation was in a stalemate, other civilizations were also in the same stalemate. Of course, the more warships were deployed, the faster the opponent's warships could be destroyed. Half a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Some civilizations that had deployed a large number of warships had destroyed 80% of their warships, and were about to win. However, at this time, the time axis around each civilization was distorted again, and the enemy once again sent hundreds of billions of warships to join the battle, which put a lot of pressure on many civilizations. The civilized race that was about to destroy the enemy had to reorganize its fleet to resist the enemy warships coming from all directions. The Earth Federation also faced the same problem. In half a month, it only destroyed 20 billion enemy warships, and it was still a long way from the end of the battle. Who would have thought that the enemy would send another 100 billion support fleets, and the Earth Federation had to send warships to resist again? Starry Sky, haven't you detected the situation of other civilized races around? Xiang Qian asked the Starry Sky. Not yet, boss, the detector can't scan that far. Xiang Qian looked at the 180 billion warships on the big screen, frowning and thinking. It stands to reason that no matter how strong the opponent is, facing the attack of nearly 20,000 level 5 civilizations, it is impossible for each civilization race to send out hundreds of billions of warships. In that case, the number of the opponent's warships would not exceed 100 trillion. It's less than half a month now. If the same number of fleets are sent again, the number of the opponent's warships must be at least 5 times higher, which would reach the level of tens of trillions. Is it possible? Xiang Qian doesn't think any civilization race will reserve trillions of warships at home. Of course, it is also possible that the Earth Federation was attacked, while other civilizations were not. But this is not reasonable. If the other party wanted to destroy the Earth Federation with all their strength, they would not have sent only 200 billion warships to attack the Earth Federation. Any level 5 civilization can still have more than 10 trillion warships, so the other party sending 200 billion warships can only be regarded as sending death. Even if 100 billion warships are sent for support every once in a while, it will not make any difference. It is just a tactic of adding fuel, and has no meaning. Even a level 5 civilization that can no longer fight would not make such a low-level mistake. So now Xiang Qian simply couldn't figure out why the other party did this. Was it to delay time, or for other purposes? In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed, and without anyone noticing, the time axis around each civilization was distorted again, and then each civilization race saw the enemy's support fleet arrive again. When Xiang Qian saw that the other party had once again sent a support fleet of 100 billion ships, he knew that this couldn't go on. No matter what the enemy is up to, we must not let the enemy lead us by the nose in war. Tell the staff to concentrate our forces, and destroy the enemy's fleet within half a month. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. Dilong, you can also take out your experimental weapons for a try. Xiang Qian turned to Dilong and said. Ever since the biological weapons army was used as cannon fodder to be destroyed by the enemy, the Pabo Dilong civilization began to cultivate new biological weapons. This biological weapon is no longer cannon fodder like before, but a very powerful monster, but it has not been tested in actual combat. Okay, we have cultivated 100,000 of them. Let's see how effective they are in actual combat. If there is no problem, we can cultivate such biological weapons on a large scale. Dilong nodded. Following Xiang Qian's order, the Earth Federation dispatched about 70% of its troops at once, and more than 8 trillion warships reached the battlefield from the inside of the microcosm through the space channel, and began to attack the enemy. The 100,000 biological weapon monsters of the Babadalong civilization also flew out of the small universe behind the large army. These biological weapons are not cannon fodder that can be cultivated in a short time. The cost of cultivating one such biological weapon is greater than that of cultivating 1,000,000 of the previous cannon fodder. The cost-effectiveness of the two sides is completely different. Chapter 444. Boom! A huge monster ignored the space shield of the three-eyed warship, penetrated the shield, and attacked the hull fiercely, instantly piercing the entire warship and drilling into the hull. In less than 2 minutes, the warship turned into a ball of fireworks and dissipated in the void of the universe. Ignoring space. Xiang Qian and others were surprised when they saw the performance of the new biological weapons cultivated by the Babadalong civilization. It can't be said that it ignores space, but it can be instantly within a short distance. The gene of this creature was extracted from an early alien beast civilization. We have not been able to study the principle before, but now that we have broken through the 5th level civilization, we have begun to study this gene. This can also be regarded as a byproduct. If it is a complete form, it should be 3 times stronger than the current biological weapons. Now their defense is too poor. Dilong said to several people. The difference between biological civilization and other disciplines is the development of science and technology. Under normal circumstances, the 4th level civilization studies space technology, the 5th level civilization studies dimension technology, and the 2nd and 3rd level civilizations cannot control space and dimension. However, many creatures in the universe are born with an instinct, such as Reglos, who could control space when he was in the 3rd level civilization. Many exotic beasts have special abilities of one kind or another, which are not possessed by other civilizations, and cannot be explained scientifically by civilizations of the same level. As long as biological civilizations can extract genetic samples of such creatures, they can obtain the genetic results of that special ability, and then use that gene to cultivate biological weapons. This also allows biological civilizations to sometimes control technologies that exceed those of their civilization levels, even though their civilization levels do not meet certain standards. Of course, this is not omnipotent. If biological civilizations could fuse the special genes of all organisms into one organism, then biological civilizations would have been invincible long ago. Most of the time, cells formed by each special gene organization are not compatible with cells formed by other special gene organizations. Only a small number of genes can be compatible with 1 or 2 special genes. As for biological weapons, like cannon fodder monsters, they only have one special gene, which is reproduction. Now the number of special genes in this biological weapon has reached 3. If it wants to continue to be compatible with other special genes, it is easy to cause gene collapse. After more than 10 minutes, all 100,000 experimental biological weapons of the Babadalong civilization were destroyed, but the results were still good. At least tens of thousands of the opponent's warships were destroyed. The biological weapon experiment is completed, and the full-scale attack begins. The galaxy warships are fully fired. After Xiang Qian saw the last monster on the big screen being destroyed, he immediately gave an order. Okay, boss. Following Xiang Qian's order, the star system ring outside the galaxy battleship began to adjust its angle, and at the same time, crystal-like gun muzzles appeared. A few minutes later, the galaxy battleship was full of energy, and more than 100 billion gun muzzles launched attacks at the same time. This attack was not an energy attack. It would be a waste if the galaxy battleship was equipped with energy attack weapons. With the size of the galaxy battleship, these 100 billion gun muzzles were all space technology weapons such as space distortion, space tearing, space collapse, space aggregation, etc., which were 100,000 times more powerful than the energy weapons on the previous galaxy battleship. At the moment when the galaxy battleship launched the attack, the cosmic void around the galaxy battleship was completely shattered, and countless space fragments were scattered. At the same time, billions of space weapons directly cut the entire space into countless pieces, and billions of black lines formed a sharp contrast with the cut area, looking like a huge hedgehog. As the Earth Federation launched a full-scale attack, the number of the opponent's battleships was less than that of the Earth Federation, and soon the four-dimensional space shields on the surface of these battleships were broken, like bursting soap bubbles. 5 days later, all the warships were destroyed, and the cosmic void around the galaxy warship was full of warship wreckage. Tell the staff to take back 50% of the warships, and the remaining warships will stay in the berth of the galaxy warship, and immediately move to the side to find the surrounding civilized races. Xiang Qian said to the starry sky. Okay, boss. After more than a month of fighting, Xiang Qian still did not find any abnormal situation. Even if the Earth Federation destroyed the opponent's warships, because it was less than half a month, the opponent's support warships did not arrive. If there is no support fleet now, and then the support fleet comes again in 10 days, then it means that the other party is teasing them, and is not at full strength, otherwise there is no such war. Of course, it is also possible that the other party has some conspiracy, but the Earth Federation has not discovered it yet. So no matter what, Xiang Qian decided to find the surrounding civilized races to see if they were also attacked. In fact, at this time, many civilized races are doing the same thing. According to the previous star map, they are moving closer to the surrounding civilized races, but no civilized race can encounter other civilizations. On the big screen of the command center of the Three-Eye Clan, nearly 20,000 civilized races are in a huge maze. This maze is composed of countless global spaces. If you don't pay attention, you can't find it at all. Even if you pay attention, it is difficult to be found due to the chaos of this cosmic void. Through the big screen, it can be seen that many bright spots representing civilized races appear in another spherical space the next second after touching the illusory wall of the space maze. And no matter how these civilized races navigate, they just keep shuttling through one space after another, and they can't encounter other civilized races. Around this giant maze, the Three-Eyed Tribe has deployed more than hundreds of millions of special devices, which are distributed around the entire space maze and surround the entire space maze. The location where these devices stay is exactly the space node, and these devices just occupy all the hundreds of millions of space nodes around the space maze. The space maze is like a black piece surrounded by white pieces on a chessboard, and it is directly trapped to death. Your Highness, the space annihilation weapon has been activated, and there are still 30 days before the destruction of the space maze. Yes, continue to deploy warships on time, and don't let them find any abnormalities. Thel nodded. Understood, Your Highness Fair. Thel looked at the countdown on the big screen, and then looked at the space destruction devices emitting weak fluctuations on billions of space nodes outside the space maze, and a smile appeared on his face. At this time, the civilized races inside the space maze did not notice the arrival of danger at all, and were still moving quickly in the space maze. Chapter 445. Shinkong, haven't you detected any civilized races yet? Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Sorry, boss, we haven't found anything yet. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian covered his forehead. It had been 9 days since he last destroyed the other side's warships. Tomorrow is the deadline of half a month, and he will face hundreds of billions of warships again. And all the civilized races around the Earth Federation have disappeared. No matter which direction the civilized races are, there is no news. What worries Xiang Qian the most is that Xingkong has not found any traces of other civilized races in the surrounding universe. The traces of space left by the curvature navigation at 100 times the speed of light are as clear as footprints left on the snow-covered ground. Although the Earth Federation did not use 100 times the speed of light to navigate, 9 days was enough for the Earth Federation to reach the places where the surrounding civilized races were. But there was not even a trace of the existence of civilized races around, which was the most terrifying thing. In this chaotic space, the star map has lost its function. Because the detector cannot receive the cosmic magnetic field, the gravitational fluctuations of the stars, and even the optical equipment is sometimes effective and sometimes not, it is impossible to locate the planets in the Andromeda Galaxy. Therefore, the current Earth Federation can only use the situation within the scanning range of the Galaxy battleship as the actual basis, and the places outside the scanning range, even if observed, cannot be used as actual information. In other words, the current Earth Federation is equivalent to sailing in the universe without a star map, and without being able to distinguish the specific location. This situation is very dangerous for any civilization. The universe is too big. Once lost, it is basically impossible to turn back. Fortunately, even if the Earth Federation lost its way, as long as it left this cosmic void and returned to the normal place of the Andromeda Galaxy, it would be able to find its position immediately. The next day, hundreds of billions of warships arrived on time again. This time, the Earth Federation was not polite. Just like last time, it used all its strength and destroyed hundreds of billions of warships in less than 3 days. After destroying this group of warships, the Earth Federation set out again, but this time Xiang Qian asked the Earth Federation to increase the speed to the fastest and keep moving in one direction. Lost in the universe, especially in this situation, even if the direction of advancement is wrong, you cannot adjust the direction. Otherwise, you will only get dizzy in the void of the universe, and then circle around in a certain area, and never think of getting out. Now Xiang Qian just wants to go the dark way. Anyway, as long as he leaves this area, there will be no problem. 3 days later, Xingkong appeared beside Xiang Qian and said, "Boss, I found traces of the flagship of a civilized race sailing at a curvature speed." "Show it," Xiang Qian said immediately. Instantly, dozens of traces like space faults appeared in front of Xiang Qian's eyes. These traces were left by sailing at a curvature speed 100 times the speed of light, just like the waves splashed by a ship on the sea. In a short period of time, the space will leave such traces, and over time, the space will repair itself, and the traces will disappear. How long ago were these traces left? Xiang Qian asked after reading them. Based on the degree of repair of the space fault, it should have been left 7 days ago. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said, "Change course immediately and follow this space trace." "Okay, boss." 7 days is not a long time. Although both sides are sailing at 100 times the speed of light, everyone is at the same speed and can't catch up. But don't forget that in a few days, the other side will send out warships again. At that time, the Earth Federation can quickly destroy the fleet and then catch up. Even if it doesn't work once, it will catch up after a few times, and then we will know the situation faced by other civilized races. 5 days later, Xingkong said to Xiang Qian again, "Boss, the opponent's space traces suddenly disappeared." "Disappeared? What do you mean?" Xiang Qian was stunned and asked. "After scanning, there is no space trace within a light year around, even the traces left after the use of space weapons. But the space traces were still clear a minute ago, but for some reason, they suddenly broke off," Xingkong said. "It suddenly broke off. Turn around and go back." Xiang Qian muttered for a while, then suddenly raised his head and said seriously, "Yes, boss. There are no traces of space weapons being used, which means no battle has taken place. If there is no battle, why should we exit the curvature navigation? It is simply inexplicable. And there were traces just now, but they suddenly disappeared. The only explanation is that we exited the curvature navigation to fight. But the current situation is that the other party's space traces suddenly disappeared without any reason and without any battle, which gave Xiang Qian a bad feeling. It's like you follow the footprints left by a person on the snow, but in an open space, the footprints suddenly disappear. There are no traces on the snow around, and there is no place to hide, but the footprints suddenly disappear. Tell me, are you afraid?" 10 minutes later, Xingkong reported again that no space traces were found. But this time, even the space traces left by the Earth Federation itself disappeared, which made Xiang Qian stunned for a while. abandon an unmanned warship, leave our information inside the main system, use various information transmitters to transmit the situation we encountered 24 hours a day, and then turn around and return. After a while, Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, "Okay, boss." Half an hour later, the Earth Federation abandoned a battleship and asked the battleship to continuously broadcast, and then the Galaxy battleship turned around and left. 10 minutes later, Shinkong detected again, and this time he finally detected a space trace, but unfortunately it was not left by the Earth Federation, nor by the civilized race that the Earth Federation was pursuing. The trace was left by an unknown civilized race. Xiang Qian asked Shinkong to remember the data of this space trace, and then turned around and returned. As a result, 10 minutes later, the warship abandoned by the Earth Federation disappeared, and there was no trace of space around it. Seeing this situation, and based on the results of these several turns, Xiang Qian was finally sure that the Earth Federation or all civilized races had fallen into a trap. Every time the Earth Federation moves, it will move in phase, but the Earth Federation does not know, which is why the Earth Federation has not encountered another civilized race for so long. Chapter 446. Has the Academy of Sciences not found a solution yet? Xiang Qian asked. Boss, the space modeling has been completed, but the specific solution has not been found yet. Shinkong replied immediately. Can't we just destroy the surrounding space structure? Xiang Qian raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. No, destroying the space structure will only cause the entire space to collapse, and the chain reaction will surround the Galaxy battleship. Okay, I understand. Xiang Qian turned off the big screen and thought quietly. 3 days have passed since the discovery of this space maze, but so far the Earth Federation has not been able to crack it. The only thing that can be confirmed now is that every time this space maze moves in phase, it will appear inside the 18 spaces around the space it is traveling through. Through these 3 days of constant travel, the Earth Federation has established a huge space maze model, but through this scan of each space, not many space traces left by other civilized races have been found. This means that the area covered by the complete space maze is likely to reach tens of trillions of kilometers, or even hundreds of trillions of kilometers. According to the volume of 10 billion cubic kilometers of each independent space, there are definitely tens of billions of such spaces. Even if the Earth Federation travels through it at a speed of 1 per minute, it will take hundreds of years to explore it, not to mention that there will be repeated situations. In this way, thousands or even tens of thousands of years to complete the exploration is considered fast. It can be said that if you want to use a stupid method to find the edge of the space maze, you basically don't have to think about it. And since the enemy dares to set up such a space maze, it is impossible to leave here without finding a way to crack it in terms of technology. Time passed slowly, and in a blink of an eye, another 6 days passed, and the time was up to the half-month deadline. The enemy's hundreds of billions of warships also appeared on time, when the half-month time limit arrived, more accurate than the time report. Notify the staff to open a gap and move these warships in phase. Xiang Qian looked at the fleet on the big screen and said to the starry sky, Okay, boss. Xiang Qian wanted to try whether this space maze was controllable. After all, it was not easy to make such a large space maze completely controllable. But if those fleets followed the Earth Federation through, it would mean that the phase shift was completely controlled by the enemy, which was also the worst result. 1 day later, the Earth Federation opened a hole and rushed out with the powerful firepower of the Galaxy battleship. 5 minutes later, the Earth Federation once again crossed space and came to a new independent space. But after the Earth Federation stopped, less than 10 minutes later, the enemy fleet appeared again. 2 days later, the Earth Federation destroyed all the enemy warships. At this time, the Earth Federation's think tank also discovered a special situation, or a feature of this space maze. Based on the time difference, when the enemy fleet caught up last time, we think that the enemy fleet must have been teleported to one of the 18 independent spaces around. But after a brief adjustment, the enemy fleet caught up with us again. That is to say, every time we cross the space maze, 2 individuals will not cross into the same space. And in the subsequent crossings, 2 separate individuals will never meet. This is also the reason why we have not encountered other civilized races for so long. The think tank said, Even if we know this problem, what can we do? We still cannot solve this space maze. Xiang Qian said calmly. That's right. Although we can't solve the space maze even if we know this problem, we can use this feature to find other civilized races. The space maze model of the Academy of Sciences is still too small to find the edge of the space maze. But as long as we find the edge of the space maze, we can leave this space maze. So, We have to leave this feature to find the edge of the space maze. Is there any way? Xiang Qian finally got a little interested. We can launch a lot of unmanned spacecraft, and let these unmanned spacecraft shuttle back and forth inside the space maze with the information of the space maze. According to the calculation of the Academy of Sciences, the number of independent spaces inside the space maze should be around 10 billion, and even if it exceeds this number, it will not be too much. But according to the characteristics of the space maze that no two individuals can be in the same space, as long as we launch 10 billion warships, what will be the result? When the number of spaceships exceeds the number of spaces, this feature of the space maze will no longer be able to continue. At that time, the space maze will collapse, so this feature will be cancelled. Let's not talk about the collapse of the space maze. But when the number of spaceships exceeds the number of independent spaces, this feature will definitely be eliminated. Otherwise, there will not be so many independent spaces to arrange these spaceships when the spaceship shuttle. As long as this feature is eliminated, there may be new civilizations in the space we are in, and at the very least, it will be the spaceships we launched. At that time, we only need to copy the shuttle records of these spacecraft, and we will know the location of the edge of the space maze. Of course, it is also possible that after this feature of the space maze disappears, we can fly straight and leave the space maze directly. Although the probability is relatively small, it is not impossible. Okay, although this idea is good, this space maze is controlled by the enemy. The enemy will not arrange all the spacecraft to meet, but will not let the spacecraft reach the space where the civilized race is located. In this way, even if we launch tens of billions of spaceships, it will still be useless. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, although the enemy can do this, we can launch trillions of spaceships. These spaceships do not need to have strong attack and defense capabilities, as long as they can transmit information and launch pocket satellites. In this way, when other civilized races are crossing, they are likely to receive our message. At that time, as long as any civilized race does the same thing as us, the success rate of this plan will increase several times. If half of the civilized races can receive the message, then this plan will definitely succeed. Well, I agree with this plan. Let's cooperate with the General Staff to implement it. Xiang Qian thought for a while and nodded. Xiang Qian agreed to this plan mainly because it didn't matter if it didn't succeed, and it wouldn't waste many resources anyway. There are hundreds of billions of spaceships, but these spaceships don't need to attack and defend, and there's no need to load other equipment. They are just like bicycles in the era of Earth civilization. With the industrial power of a level 5 civilization, hundreds of millions of such spaceships can be manufactured in an hour. If the industrial power is fully opened, these hundreds of billions of spaceships can be manufactured in more than a day. Following Xiang Qian's order, the plan was immediately implemented. In less than an hour, the space gate began to continuously eject spaceships. Chapter 447. As the Earth Federation continues to cross, more and more independent spaces are discovered by the Earth Federation spacecraft. And every time these spacecraft arrive at a new independent space, they will drop a pocket satellite. These satellites have no other functions. They will only transmit information about the Earth Federation's plan, and also be used by spacecraft to identify whether an independent space has been there. In just 3 days, the Earth Federation has launched tens of billions of spacecraft, and is still launching. After launching so many spacecraft, the Earth Federation had no other options but to wait for news from these spacecraft. As for whether it would succeed, it all depended on fate. In an independent space, a huge flagship of a race had just crossed into this independent space. Chief, the detector found a set of information, which was sent by a micro device. Can it be translated? The chief asked. This set of information uses the cosmic language, which can be translated. Translate immediately and display on the big screen. Attention all civilized races. We are a civilized race in the Milky Way and are currently trapped in a space maze. If there are civilized races that can receive this information, I hope everyone can act together. The following is the plan of the Earth Federation. The Patriarch looked at the Earth Federation's exploration information about the space maze, and the plan of tens of billions of spaceships on the big screen, and his eyes sparkled. Immediately follow this plan. Input all the information about our exploration of this space maze into the spaceship, and have the spaceship eject micro-signal transmitters along the way. The clan leader said loudly. Yes, clan leader. After receiving the information from the Earth Federation, this civilized race immediately started launching spacecraft, and did the same thing as the Earth Federation. 1 day later, another civilized race received the information from the Earth Federation after traveling to a new independent space. This civilized race also made the same move and started launching spacecraft. 3 days later, there were 10 civilized races that received the information from the Earth Federation, and all 10 civilized races made the same choice. 7 days later, more than 3,000 civilizations received information from the Earth Federation or other civilizations, and these civilizations made the same choice. 10 days later, all civilizations in the entire space maze joined the plan, and each civilization received information from other civilizations, or their own spacecraft every day. Your Highness, the space maze can no longer control the connection between these civilizations. Don't worry about the space maze. There are still 3 days before the space destruction weapon will be launched. Next, 30 billion warships will be deployed to all civilized races every day. As long as they cannot leave the space maze within 3 days, they will not be allowed to leave. Fel narrowed his eyes and said, "Yes, Your Highness." As the three-eyed people gave up the control of the space maze, the civilized races inside the space maze could finally gather together, and then they would exchange their respective research results on the space maze. Boss, the Academy of Sciences has completed the modeling of the rectified space maze, and also found our location, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Show it on the big screen. Soon, a huge space maze model appeared on the big screen, and the Earth Federation was just outside the entire space maze, not far from the edge. How long will it take us to leave the space maze? Xiang Qian asked. More than a day is enough. Let's go now. Okay, boss. As a result, within a few hours, more than 30 billion warships appeared in front of the Earth Federation. Today is only the 11th day, less than 15 days. How come a fleet appears, and the number is not right? Xiang Qian looked at the three-eyed fleet on the screen strangely, thinking silently in his heart. But no matter what, these 30 billion warships must be destroyed. In less than a day, it took about 10 hours, and the Earth Federation destroyed these 30 billion warships, and continued to move forward. After the Earth Federation crossed 2 independent spaces again, it received information from a spaceship. This spaceship received a lot of information from signal transmitters during space transmission, including news that other civilizations were attacked by 30 billion warships. When the Earth Federation continued to sail for a few hours, it received more and more news. After statistics, it was found that basically all civilizations were attacked by 30 billion warships. And the number of enemy warships was the same, no more, no less, all 30 billion. At this time, even a fool would know that the enemy did this to delay time. How long will it take to leave the space maze? Xiang Qian asked seriously. Boss, there are still 13 hours to reach the edge of the space maze. Well, let the staff prepare the unmanned warships. If you encounter an interception fleet, ignore those fleets and directly let the unmanned warships stop them. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Originally, the Earth Federation should have reached the edge of the space maze at this time, but due to the obstruction of the three-eyed fleet yesterday, the Earth Federation still had 3 hours to reach its destination. But at this time, 30 billion warships appeared in front of the Earth Federation again. This time, the Earth Federation did not stop, but directly sent the unmanned warships to the top, and the Galaxy warships left the battlefield directly. An hour later, the unmanned warships were all destroyed, and the three-eyed fleet began to pursue the Earth Federation. However, inside the space maze, the sailing speed of these warships was not much faster than that of the Earth Federation. An hour's distance was enough for the Earth Federation to reach the edge of the space maze. Although Xiang Qian did not know why the enemy sent warships to intercept them, when the space maze could no longer block them, he held the idea that as long as the enemy wanted to do it, they would be right not to do it. Xiang Qian still ran away decisively, leaving the space maze first. 3 hours later, the Earth Federation came to the edge of the space maze, and used the space solidification technology to freeze all the surrounding space together. The Galaxy battleship slowly left the space maze, but when it left the space maze, the scene in front of Xiang Qian made him dumbfounded. Outside the space maze, countless spherical devices stopped at the space nodes, all of which emitted huge space fluctuations. The cosmic void outside these devices has turned pitch black. It is not that the light in the universe has disappeared, but that the cosmic space outside those devices has disappeared. Those black patches are all space cracks. The length of the entire space crack is more than 800,000 kilometers. Between the space where the Earth Federation is located and the large universe, there is a large space crack that is almost 1,000,000 kilometers wide. The huge space tides erupted at the space cracks, but the power of these space tides was blocked by the space on the side of the space maze. But according to this situation, it is estimated that it will not be blocked for long. Xiang Qian did not expect that he would face such a desperate situation just after leaving the space maze. Chapter 448. A warship with a space shield slowly entered the huge space crack. The dark space crack instantly swallowed the warship. In less than a second, a ball of fire flashed and was swallowed by the dark space crack in the blink of an eye. Have you calculated the data? Xiang Qian asked 10 minutes later. Boss, the data is calculated. With the tearing force inside the space crack and the huge space turbulence, the galaxy warship cannot pass through the crack area at all. Shinkong answered. Can the space channel resist the space turbulence in the crack area? Xiang Qian continued to ask. The Academy of Sciences has not yet calculated the specific data, but Vicadia predicted that it cannot be resisted. Okay, I know, let the Academy of Sciences find a solution quickly. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian looked at the dark space crack on the big screen, and felt as if a big stone was pressing on his heart, which was very aggrieved. This kind of technological crushing is the most troublesome, and the most difficult to crack. Before the Academy of Sciences came up with a solution, no one could think of a solution even if they racked their brains. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by tricks or strategies. The gap in technology was there. If it was achieved, it was achieved. If it was not achieved, it was not achieved. Without the same level of technology, it was impossible to crack it. 5 hours later, another bad news came. According to the analysis of space fluctuation data, the crack area was rapidly increasing. Every hour, the space crack would increase by 20%. Moreover, according to the calculation of the Academy of Sciences, after the space crack grows for 26 hours, this space of the space maze will be engulfed by the huge space turbulence. At that time, the entire space maze, including the area where the Earth Federation is currently located, will all be destroyed by the space turbulence. Under the impact of the huge space turbulence, this space where the space maze is located will be like a balloon that has been crushed and exploded, and it will be reduced to ashes. Then it goes without saying that the fate of all the civilized races in this space will definitely be destroyed along with this space. After seeing this news, Xiang Qian immediately figured out why the enemy played the tactic of adding fuel from the beginning, sending hundreds of billions of warships. That's because the enemy didn't think of using warships to destroy these civilized races, but to attract everyone's attention, and then quietly set up a space maze around all civilized races. Then, when all civilized races were overwhelmed by the space maze, and flew around like headless flies, they quietly set up the situation in front of them. If everyone was still wandering around inside the space maze at this time, it is estimated that when the space turbulence was detonated, all civilized races would not even know how they died. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian really wanted to slap himself. If he had not delayed time at the beginning, and directly destroyed the 100 billion warships with the most powerful means, and then quickly escaped from this area, he would not be able to do it. The enemy would give up other civilized races for the sake of the Earth Federation. But now everything is over. All civilized races have been trapped by the enemy's series of plans. Now they are just struggling to survive. In fact, Xiang Qian didn't know that even if the Earth Federation quickly destroyed the 100 billion warships at that time, the Three-Eyed Tribe would still send more warships to stop the Earth Federation. After all, how could the human civilization that Fel had highlighted allow the Earth Federation to escape? That would be a slap in the face of the Three-Eyed people. Not only the Earth Federation, but also several civilized races received the same treatment. However, everyone was the same. At the beginning, they did not take the hundreds of billions of warships seriously, and as a result, they were delayed. After the space maze of the Three-Eyed people was arranged, everyone began to break through quickly, but it was too late by then. Starry Sky, connect to Vicadia. After Xiang Qian figured this out, he immediately said to the Starry Sky, Okay, boss. 10 seconds later, Vicadia's figure appeared in Xiang Qian's office. Predict whether all the warships of the Earth Federation can withstand the squeeze and tearing force of the space cracks by cooperating with the defense system of the galaxy warships? Xiang Qian asked directly without any nonsense. No, the space crack area has now reached a length of 2.17 million kilometers. When the galaxy warship enters the area of the space crack, the huge squeeze and tearing force will cause the galaxy warship to drop sharply, and it will be impossible to sail in curvature. But at normal sailing speed, the galaxy battleship is half inside the space crack and half outside the space crack. The pressure at the space connection will instantly break the galaxy battleship's protective shield, and then the galaxy battleship will be directly destroyed by the huge space turbulence. Vicadia said immediately. The pressure at the space connection, what kind of pressure is there? Xiang Qian was stunned after hearing this. The Earth Federation has studied space cracks. Under normal circumstances, there should not be such a huge pressure at the connection of space. Even if there is a special case, it will produce a squeeze force, but it is impossible to instantly break the Galaxy battleship's protective shield. Pressure is just a way of saying it. Normally, there is no pressure at the junction of space and space cracks, because the space structures of both sides are the same. But now the space we are in is slowly shrinking, which will cause the atomic nucleus structure inside the space to change. Although from a physical point of view, the space has become smaller, the physical rules remain unchanged, because everyone inside the space has become smaller. But once you leave such a space, the atomic nucleus structure will expand instantly, and the explosive force will have a very large impact on all matter. The shield of the Galaxy battleship is the product of the aggregation and compression of space particles. If the space expands in an instant, the binding force of the shield cannot suppress such a collision at all, and the shield will have only one result, which is to dissipate instantly. Vicadia explained. Not to mention that this expansion force cannot be bound. Even the structure of matter will change, and the Galaxy battleship will disintegrate at that time. Xiang Qian said in surprise. It won't disintegrate, but it will be greatly affected, and many equipment will be unusable due to accuracy problems. Vicadia nodded. Is there no solution? There are many solutions, but there is not enough time. For example, the four-dimensional space shield. As long as the entire Galaxy battleship is wrapped in the four-dimensional space shield, the changes in the space structure will not affect the Galaxy battleship. However, the technical difficulties of the four-dimensional space shield have not been solved yet. It will take at least a few months, which is not enough time. There is also space freezing technology. If this technology is available, the space structure can be directly frozen to keep the space solution constant. After we leave here, we will slowly thaw. With the help of physical rules, the space expansion force will not affect us at all, but this technology cannot be completed in a short time. After Vicadia finished speaking, Xiang Qian's office was quiet for a while, and Xiang Qian did not say anything else, but the depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire office. Chapter 449. After a long while, Xiang Qian slowly said, if we cannot leave this space after 26 hours, can the Earth Federation withstand the impact of space turbulence with its strength? The success rate is less than 1 in a billion. Vika Movie shook his head and said. Instantly, there was another silence in the office. If the space channel connecting the Earth Federation's microcosm is destroyed, after connecting to the Andromeda Galaxy again, can the passage of time be controlled within 10,000 years, and the connection location is still within this star field? After a while, Xiang Qian continued to ask. I don't know. There is no data as a reference, so it is impossible to predict. There is still a chance, but no one can guarantee success. Vicadia told the truth that he was powerless in this matter. Although the spiritual connection of the Mandi tribe and Vicadia's ability are very powerful, he can't imagine things without any reference. As for the ability to predict, under the influence of chaotic time and space, there are countless variables at every moment, and the ability of the prophet is completely useless, because each prediction gets a different answer. Okay, I got it. You can go ahead and do your work. But remember to predict the time of destruction of this space, and notify me 1 hour before the destruction of this space. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, I go back first. Vicadia nodded, and her figure slowly dissipated, and countless particles drifted away. Now there are only 2 ways for the Earth Federation, or of course only one way. The chance of surviving the space turbulence is only 1 in a billion, basically a 100% chance of death. And destroying the space channel connecting the small universe, disconnecting the Earth Federation from the big universe, and completely isolating the connection between the 2 universes. Although this will prevent the Earth Federation from being affected by the space turbulence, no one knows what the Earth Federation will face when it connects to the big universe again. So making such a choice is basically a matter of life and death. But between a total of death and a life, Xiang Qian would still choose a life of death. After all, there is still a little chance. If he resists the space turbulence head-on, there is no chance at all. Having made up his mind, Xiang Qian stopped struggling and instead watched the situation of other civilized races on the big screen. As more and more civilized races left the space maze, the number of civilized races around the Earth Federation also increased. However, everyone had tried using warships, and the warships were basically destroyed the moment they entered the space rift area. In such a situation, no civilized race dared to say that their race flagship could withstand it, especially when everyone found that the current space was slowly shrinking, and no civilized race would seek death. Now, all civilizations and races have public communication channels that call on everyone to work together to study solutions to the problem. At the same time, all civilizations and races have established another communication channel, which is used by scientists from all civilizations and races to communicate. After nearly 20,000 civilizations and hundreds of millions of scientists have studied, everyone has only obtained one result, which is waiting to die. If it is still a year or half a year before the space turbulence breaks out, with the power of so many scientists, they can definitely study a solution to the problem. But now there are only 26 hours left for all civilized races. Even if the number of scientists increases several times, it will be useless in such a short time. Of course, not all civilized races can only wait for death. There are definitely more than one civilized race with a trump card, like the Earth Federation. However, some of these trump cards have very serious side effects, just like the Earth Federation. Some of them also have very high costs. For example, if you want to survive this crisis, the strength of the entire civilized race will decline after using the trump card. Anyway, there are few civilized races with trump cards, and even fewer with trump cards without side effects. Most civilized races will die in this space turbulence, no matter how hard they struggle. However, this time everyone's collective scientific research is not without benefits. Originally, the four-dimensional space shield technology would take at least half a year to develop with the scientific research strength of the Earth Federation. But now, in just a few hours, various technical difficulties and various difficult problems are being solved at a rapid speed. If nothing unexpected happens, the four-dimensional space shield technology will be solved within 20 hours, and then the remaining 6 hours will allow the 6 people to continue upgrading the four-dimensional space shield. Even so, no one believes that within 26 hours, any civilization will complete the four-dimensional space shield technology and equip the entire civilization flagship with a four-dimensional space shield. After all, researching the four-dimensional space shield technology is one thing, applying it is another, and large-scale application is another. This is like humans have developed airplanes, know the principles of airplanes, and have sufficient industrial foundations. But it is not possible to make airplanes fly at supersonic speeds in a short time, not to mention that it is impossible to make airplanes fly out of the atmosphere just after they are manufactured. So even if the four-dimensional space shield technology is developed within 20 hours, it is extremely difficult to apply it to the flagship of a civilized race. In the blink of an eye, 16 hours have passed, and basically all civilized races have left the space maze, and at this time the blocking fleet of the three-eyed race has arrived again. Now all civilized races have gathered together, and the blocking fleet of the three-eyed clan is no longer 30 billion warships of each race, but a large fleet. These warships are all under the four-dimensional space shield and rush into the space where everyone is, which looks very eye-catching. When Xiang Qian saw these warships, he smiled and said, "These warships are not here to stop the enemy, but to attract hatred." That's right, these warships rushed in with a four-dimensional space shield, making all civilized races hate them. At this time, no one could find someone to vent their anger on. Seeing these warships, each race rushed forward with a roar and crushed them in an instant. Xiang Qian also saw the special performance of many level 5 flagships of civilized races. The attacks of various types of flagships of civilized races in an instant made everyone terrified. Originally, it would take several hours for a single civilized race to destroy 30 billion warships. But now, as soon as these warships appeared, 1/3 of them were destroyed by the various civilized races, who were full of anger and despair. In less than an hour, the three-eyed race's warships were reduced to rubble. But after the three-eyed race's fleet was destroyed, the entire universe was silent, and even the voices of the various civilized races disappeared within the communication channel. Everyone knew that if there was no other way, most civilized races would die in 12 hours. Chapter 450. Chief, the Academy of Sciences has no solution, and the other civilized races in the Alliance have no solution either. What should we do now? If we have no solution, then we will find a civilized race that has a solution. No matter what the other party's conditions are, no matter how harsh the contract of the civilized race is, as long as there is a civilized race that can escape this disaster, we can become their subordinate race. The chief roared fiercely. But we have signed a civilized race contract with the Alliance. If we breach the contract, the civilization race contract we signed does not mean that we cannot leave the civilization race alliance. Even if the other costs are great, can they be greater than genocide? Yes, clan leader, I will go find it now. Soon, the public communication channel appeared with information about finding the master civilization. As long as they can avoid this disaster, they will agree to sign a slave contract. It can be said that at this time, for the continuation of the race, everything else can be abandoned. Your Majesty, the Alliance Academy of Sciences has no other way. Even if the research of the four-dimensional space shield is successful, it cannot be used in a short time. Does that mean we are doomed to die? Yes, Your Majesty. Ha ha. Okay, since we are all going to be exterminated, why bother with the civilization race contract? I order all warships to point their guns at the core flagship of the Alliance and launch an attack in 3 minutes. At the same time, set the self-destruction program for all warships to be executed in 5 minutes. Your Majesty, attacking the Overlord civilization will lead to annihilation. Isn't annihilation the same as waiting to die? Anyway, it's just a matter of revenge. Yes, Your Majesty. Prepare to modularize and decompose the race flagship. After the research on the four-dimensional space shield is completed, manufacture and equip all modular race flagships as soon as possible. Those who agree can vote. But what about other tribesmen? After modularization, the race flagship simply cannot accommodate all the tribesmen. At this time, it's good enough to survive. The tribesmen can't care so much. Okay, I agree. Me too. As time slowly passed, the critical point of 12 hours was approaching, and many civilized races were in turmoil. The public communication channel was full of messages asking for help. As long as any civilized race dared to say that it could survive this crisis, there was no telling how many civilized races would sign a civilization agreement with it, no matter how harsh it was. But no civilized race dared to declare at this time that their civilization could survive this crisis. Once they dared to admit it, they would be instantly destroyed by other civilized races. At this time, most civilized races are going to be exterminated. You dare to say that you are fine. Since you are fine, you will be in trouble. Anyone who dares to show off at this time, whether it is really awesome or just pretending, will be beaten into an idiot by all civilized races in an instant. The Earth Federation also sent someone to loudly call for help on the public channel. At this time, you have to follow the crowd. If you are unconventional, you will die. At this time, most civilized races are crazy, and many subordinate races have rioted and suddenly attacked the main civilization. These subordinate races were usually oppressed or subjugated by force. At this time, they attacked the main civilization with the idea of taking someone as a scapegoat. The most bizarre thing was when a subordinate race knew that the main civilization had a trump card that could survive this crisis, but could not protect them. These subordinate races immediately sent this news to the public communication channel, letting all civilized races know about it. There is nothing to say next. The trump card of the main civilization was just a special case, which could not help all civilized races survive the crisis, and was instantly killed by all civilized races. Anyway, now it is a mess. All civilizations are in a mess. Many civilizations have separated their fleets from their flagships and rushed towards the space cracks madly, and then disappeared heroically. Some civilizations dare not act openly even if they have a trump card, and they are preparing secretly. Otherwise, once they are exposed, they will be besieged by all civilizations. The Earth Federation is also making preparations. There are also fleets of the Earth Federation in the universe, and those warships are not unmanned warships. However, the Earth Federation could not withdraw the warships in a rush, otherwise it would definitely be besieged. So the Earth Federation could only send unmanned warships to rush madly towards the space cracks, and then let those warships that were truly controlled by people enter the space channel, giving other civilized races a sense of chaos in the Earth Federation. 11 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and now there was less than an hour left before the space turbulence broke out. At this time, all civilized races stayed in the void of the universe honestly. Those who vented had vented enough, those who were crazy had gone crazy enough, and those who wanted to die had almost died. The remaining civilizations are either those that have prepared their trump cards and still have hope of survival, or those that have let go of everything and are ready to face death. Everyone is quietly looking at the space cracks, ready to appreciate the spectacular sight of the huge space turbulence sweeping across the entire universe, and at the same time calmly facing death. We are unwilling. We have finally become a level 5 civilization from a wanderer civilization. We have not seen the magnificence of the entire universe, and have not yet escaped the control of the rules of the universe. We don't want to die like this. We don't want to. We are unwilling. Ah. Ah. A hysterical roar suddenly sounded in the quiet public communication channel. The emotions contained in the roar could be felt by any civilized race, but what else could they do except roar? No one is willing to accept it, but what can they do? I know that there are still civilized races that can survive this crisis, and I don't want to be as crazy as other civilized races before. Our civilization is just a pioneer civilization. We don't have any great ideals or ambitions. We just want to go with the flow. We were originally living peacefully on a planet, but our home planet was destroyed, and we had to embark on this dark journey. We are satisfied to have come here, and we are also tired. It is not bad to leave quietly. But I hope that the civilization that survives can find out the mastermind behind all this and ask him why he did this. Why he did this? Why? Xiang Qian quietly listened to the voices of the major civilizations in the public communication channel. At this time, each civilization would say a sentence or two, and when one civilization finished speaking, another civilization would continue. Among these voices, some were calm, some were excited, and some were hysterical, but no matter what the tone was, every civilized race could hear the unwillingness, the anger towards the existence that could control the entire universe, and the joy of escaping this game. Countless voices with complex emotions were spreading in the void of the universe, and time passed by in these voices. When the countdown pointer pointed to 0, all the voices disappeared, and a more grand voice passed through the barrier of the warship and reached everyone's mind. The roar of space. With the soul-shaking sound of shattering, the space turbulence broke out, the edge of the space exploded instantly, and the shattered space fragments were instantly swallowed by the surging space turbulence. The huge space turbulence was like an avalanche, carrying twisted space fragments and unparalleled power, sweeping towards all civilized races. In front of the Earth Federation, a huge 5th-level civilization race flagship was shattered under the impact of the space turbulence. Through the big screen, Xiang Qian could see the terrified faces of the members of the civilization race flagship before they died, as well as the strong unwillingness and resentment. If there really comes a day like that, I will ask for an explanation for you. Xiang Qian stood quietly in front of the big screen and said in a low voice, without his previous confidence. The next second, Xiang Qian sighed and said coldly, "Starry Sky, close the space channel." "Okay, boss." Following Xiang Qian's order, when the space turbulence was still 1,000,000 kilometers away from the galaxy battleship, the space channel flashing with silver-white light disappeared instantly. 2 seconds after the space channel disappeared, the galaxy battleship, which had activated all its defense forces, persisted in the tide of space turbulence for 5 seconds before being crushed. Chapter 451. In the Earth Federation microcosm, except for the Academy of Sciences, everything else has basically stopped operating. There are no warships flying around in the microcosm. All the planets are quietly rotating around the Earth Federation continent. The entire microcosm seems very peaceful. "Boss, time's up." Shinkong interrupted Xiang Qian, who was looking out the window at the night sky of the microcosm. "Well, I see." Xiang Qian nodded and said, then turned and left the office. Although the Earth Federation was not destroyed by the space turbulence, it also completely lost contact with the universe. Although it escaped the danger this time, the danger still surrounds the Earth Federation all the time. If it cannot accurately link the universe time and space, and cannot adjust the interference of chaotic time and space on the two universes, then the Earth Federation will be wiped out by the rules of the universe sooner or later. So just after closing the space channel, Xiang Qian summoned Lu Gusan and the Earth Federation's think tank to discuss solutions to the problem. Arriving at the conference room, Xiang Qian and the leaders of several other civilized races sat at the top, and the elites of the Earth Federation think tank sat below. Let's start the meeting now. Everyone knows the current situation facing the Earth Federation, so I won't say much. Let's brainstorm and think about how to solve the next crisis. You don't have to worry about scientific research issues. You just need to give us a plan. Under what minimum strength level can the Earth Federation return to the universe? And based on the information currently obtained, analyze how long you have to stay after returning to the universe to complete the goals set by the universe's operating rules. Xiang Qian said to the think tank. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, the think tank elites below did not answer this question immediately. Basically everyone was frowning and thinking. Although this question is more conceptual, no one can start bragging. If the decision is wrong, the entire Earth Federation will be doomed. Xiang Qian looked at the discussion below and turned to Di Long and said, "If there is no other way, I hope Ms. Sharwini can use the special ability of the guide to solve this crisis." "Yes, I understand." Di Long looked at Xiang Qian's serious face and nodded. Shalvini is the special evolution guide of the Pabo, Di Long civilization. Although the special ability of the guide is amazing, it can only be used once, and the price is life. If possible, Xiang Qian did not want to use the special ability of the guide at this time. After all, everyone is only a level 5 civilization now. After using the special ability of the guide, it is only a level 6 civilization. If everyone becomes a level 6 civilization, it will definitely be more valuable to use the special ability of the guide than at this time. But even if that is the case, Xiang Qian is not going to let any civilization race use the special ability of the guide without special circumstances. Not to mention that using special abilities will consume the life of the guide, and Xiang Qian does not believe that the civilization level raised by using the special ability of the guide will have no sequelae. So Xiang Qian would not have done that unless he was desperate. Now he raised this with De Long just to make sure we mentally prepared. After all, the development of the situation was no longer within the control of the Earth Federation. The next few people did not speak, and listened to the opinions of the think tank below. However, the opinions of the think tank were not unified. After all, everyone knew the strength of the enemy. The technological level alone was more than one level higher than that of the Earth Federation, not to mention the military strength. The most perfect way now is to let the Earth Federation develop in the microcosm for thousands of years, and then use scientific means to connect to the time axis of the macrocosm 1 year after the space turbulence broke out. In this way, the Earth Federation has time to develop, and does not delay the time to return to the macrocosm to eliminate the enemy. Unfortunately, this idea is good, but it is just a thought. Now the Earth Federation can only connect to the macrocosm. As for the location of the macrocosm and the time point, it cannot be detected. To accurately locate the location, you need to use the effect of the inconsistent time flow of the two small universes to increase the strength of the Earth Federation, and then use the time axis to leave plenty of time for attack. This is simply an impossible task. Okay, there is no need to discuss this plan. The technological level is not enough. Xiang Qian stopped the think tank from discussing this plan. It is not that this plan is bad, but it can only be said that the ideal is full and the reality is skinny. The gap between dreams and reality is still very large. If the Earth Federation has this level of technology, then what is there to worry about? Stay in this small universe for tens of thousands of years, and raise the technology to the peak of the 5th level civilization. Then no one will be afraid of anyone when you go back, but is it possible? However, thinking of this, Xiang Qian thought of another question, that is, whether the civilized races in other areas will also be annihilated. If the civilized races in the 7 areas all encounter such a situation, then even if some civilized races escape this danger, how can the remaining 2 or 3 big cats and small cats deal with the 7 civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy when the technological gap is so large, even if the Earth Federation returns to the universe? Xiang Qian has no information to fight against the 7 civilized races. The Kadi predict whether the Earth Federation will be wiped out by the rules of the universe in 10,000 years. Xiang Qian suddenly asked. Okay. Vicati nodded. The think tank below shut up after hearing Xiang Qian's question. If Vicadia predicted that the Earth Federation would not be wiped out by the rules of the universe in 10,000 years, then the Earth Federation would not have to worry. After all, if other civilized races destroyed those 7 civilizations, it would be considered that the Earth Federation had completed its mission, so after 10,000 years, the Earth Federation would definitely not be wiped out. But less than a minute later, Vicadia opened her eyes, and said in surprise, I saw that the Earth Federation was wiped out by the rules of the universe after 100 years. Instantly, the entire conference room was dead silent. 100 years. Not 10,000 years? Xiang Qian looked at Vicadia with wide eyes, wanting to see Vicadia say that he was joking, but unfortunately. Yes, it's 100 years. Vicadia also said with a wry smile. Predict once more. Xiang Qian frowned and said. Okay. Vicadia closed her eyes, and predicted again. However, Xiang Qian did not wait for Vicadia's message, but asked Shinkong to notify Zhang Ying and let Zhang Ying make the same prediction. A few minutes later, most people in the entire venue showed despair on their faces. Vicadia and Zhang Ying, the 2 prophets, came to the same conclusion. 100 years later, the Earth Federation would be wiped out by the rules of the universe. Chapter 452. What can you do in 100 years? Nothing. If we put it in the Earth era, the average life expectancy of humans is less than 100 years, so 100 years will seem very long. For a level 5 civilization, the average time a person spends from birth to school and graduation is 127 years. So for the current Earth Federation, 100 years is just a blink of an eye. Not to mention anything else, it will take 10 years to build a space channel from the Earth Federation's microcosm to the macrocosm. That is to say, the Earth Federation has only 90 years left at most. Even if the Earth Federation returns to the universe in 10 years, what can it do in the remaining 90 years? Is it possible to eliminate a 5th-level civilization race that exceeds the technological level of the Earth Federation? After reaching this conclusion, Xiang Qian waved his hand and asked the think tank to disband. There was no need to discuss it now. The Cadia give a rough estimate. After using the true prophecy to determine that the space channel of the microcosm is connected to the macrocosm again, the location remains unchanged, and the time is pushed to 1 year later. Can you bear it? Xiang Qian said to the Cadia. Okay. The Cadia nodded. A few minutes later, the Cadia opened her eyes, and shook her head at Xiang Qian, revealing a helpless look. Okay, that's it for today. If you have anything, please contact me at any time. I'm going back first. Xiang Qian stood up and said, By the way, Shinkong, notify the Academy of Sciences to put down their work first, and let them study why there are still 10,000 years left, but it has become 100 years. The Cadia, you go and help as well. Let me know as soon as you figure it out. After Xiang Qian left, several people looked at each other, and saw the heaviness and helplessness in each other's eyes. After sighing, everyone left one after another. The next day, Xiang Qian listened to Vicadia's explanation of the time difference in the office. After a night of analysis by the Academy of Sciences, plus the results I got from using the real prophecy, it has basically been determined why we only have 100 years left. When our small universe was connected to the big universe, the time axis of the small universe was synchronized with the time axis of the big universe. But now our small universe and the big universe have disconnected their material connection, and the time axes of both sides have also been disconnected at the same time. The time flow rate of the big universe is 100 times that of our small universe. So when we spend 100 years in the small universe, the big universe has already spent 10,000 years, which is why we will be wiped out after 100 years. The Cadia said slowly. That is to say, even if we open the space channel now, when it connects to the big universe, 1,000 years have passed. It is possible, but not absolute. Although the time flow rate between our small universe and the big universe is 100 times, when the small universe and the big universe are connected, the time of both sides is not fixed when the time axis of our small universe connects to the time axis of the big universe. In addition to the fact that time cannot go back, when we connect to the big universe, it is possible that 100 years have passed in the big universe, or it is possible that 10,000 years have passed. This is all uncertain. In addition, there is chaotic time and space between our small universe and the big universe, and the uncertainty is even greater. Okay, I know, send all the information to the think tank and let them find a solution. Xiang Qian said tiredly. Understood. The Cadia's figure disappeared, and Xiang Qian leaned back in a chair alone, rubbing his eyebrows slowly with his hands. Now, let's not talk about the time flow rate between the Earth Federation's microcosm and the macrocosm. Even the question of whether the Earth Federation will be wiped out 100 years later also gives Xiang Qian a clear answer, that is, the native civilization race of the Andromeda Galaxy has won. Otherwise, why would the Earth Federation be wiped out? It's because it has not fulfilled the requirements of the universe's operating rules. If all the native civilization races of the Andromeda Galaxy were wiped out, the Earth Federation would not be wiped out even if the time came. Then what can the Earth Federation do after returning to the macrocosm? It can fight 7 civilization races on its own. Don't be ridiculous. It's hard to fight against one civilized race, let alone 7, or even 2. In this case, the Earth Federation is waiting to die in this small universe, and returning to the big universe is seeking death. How to die is up to the Earth Federation to choose. Xiang Qian really wants to choose not to die, but it seems that there is no such option at the moment. Time goes back to half a day after the outbreak of the space turbulence in the big universe. At this time, the space turbulence crushed the space where the space maze was located and vented the huge space energy, and then began to slowly return to calm. Under the interference of the physical rules of the universe, the turbulent space began to slowly recover. However, in the entire universe void that was shredded by the space turbulence, in the boundless darkness, there were several bright spots. One of the biggest bright spots was the race flagship that emitted the dazzling light of the civilization race when it was promoted. This civilization race was indeed making a breakthrough, from the 5th level civilization to the 6th level civilization. Because the civilization race was protected by the rules of the universe when it broke through, it was absolutely invincible, so the huge space turbulence did not cause any damage to the flagship of the civilization race, but the price was the sacrifice of a guide. Not far from this civilization race flagship, there is another civilization race flagship. However, this civilization race has been crushed into a ball of iron, and it is still solid, and a faint blood-red light is still emitting on the surface of the iron ball. However, at this time, the blood-red light is already looming, and it seems that it will disappear soon. The reason why the civilization race flagship survived is also because a special evolver exchanged his life for it. This civilization is originally a material civilization, taking the extreme material route, and the civilization race flagship itself is a ball of extremely dense metal. After the space turbulence broke out, the killer of this civilized race merged into the race flagship, and at the cost of his soul, instantly improved the defense of the race flagship, allowing the civilized race flagship to survive. The remaining civilized races also paid a painful price of one kind or another to barely survive the space turbulence. When the space returned to calm, these surviving civilized races looked at the lonely civilized races in the void of the universe, and their hearts were filled with sadness. Are they all dead? We are the only ones left. A deep voice sounded in the public communication channel. We are the only ones left. A sad response. Can you still move? If you can, follow us. If you can't, enter the flagship of our civilization. We are going to take revenge. The race that had just broken through the 6th level civilization said angrily after hearing the answer in the public channel. But before the flagships of several civilizations around entered the interior of this 6th level civilization flagship, the space not far away fluctuated, and the next second countless warships appeared in the void of the universe, and the number was endless. Chapter 453. After the promotion to level 6 civilization, will there be weapons of mass destruction? The leader of the race, who had just broken through to level 6 civilization, asked. No, all technological weapons are still the same as before, but the power has increased. The scientist replied. How is it possible? We have just broken through to level 6 civilization. That's right. Our technology tree is still the same as Shichi, but the technology level has been improved and the power of weapons has been increased. But the principle of the weapon is still the same. Just like the energy weapons, we are making at the level of level 3 civilization technology. The power is stronger than that of level 4 civilization, but energy weapons are still energy weapons, and they are not as good as space weapons at all. Could it be that we sacrificed the guide to become a level 6 civilization, but we only improved the technology level, and nothing else changed? You can say that. For a time, this level 6 civilization also fell into despair. Breaking through the level 6 civilization did not improve their overall strength much. Now there are only a few other civilizations around that have suffered heavy losses. Under such circumstances, it was simply a dream to want to deal with the endless warships in front of him. The only consolation was that the warships inside the race flagship had also been upgraded to the 6th level civilization technology level. At this time, in the hall of the Three-Eyed Clan's core command center, Fair looked at the surviving civilization races on the big screen with a sarcastic smile on his face. As for the 6th level civilization race flagship, he didn't take it seriously at all. However, when he saw the Earth Federation's microcosm icon flashing on another screen, there was still a trace of solemnity in his eyes. At the same time, in an area next to the Three-Eyed Clan, inside the control area of another Andromeda Galaxy native civilization race, the same situation that the Earth Federation experienced a month ago also occurred. The huge space maze began to form little by little, but the civilization races inside it did not notice anything. All civilization races focused their energy on fighting the enemy fleet. However, there was an alliance of civilization races that did not entangle with the enemy fleet. After sending enough warships to resist the enemy fleet, this alliance of civilization races moved forward quickly. Just like that, 5 days later, this civilized race alliance escaped from the range covered by the space maze. Master, we have found the location where the abnormal space fluctuations are emitted. The leader of this civilized race alliance said respectfully. Send a fleet to destroy it. The man in black said slowly with his back to the leader, using his body condensed by particles. Yes, master. As this civilized race alliance destroyed the place where the abnormal space fluctuations were emitted, the space maze that was forming also disappeared. However, after a few days, more than 30 trillion warships slowly surrounded this civilized race alliance. The man in black closed his eyes, and after feeling that these 30 trillion warships were within his control, he snorted coldly and muttered, "It's the same trick every time, controlling the time axis to accelerate the passage of time, using the time difference to build warships, and forming a battleship sea tactic. There is nothing new. Master, the enemy fleet has entered the attack range. Should we start the attack? No, these small fry are too annoying, and you are too slow to act. Notify all civilized races to put on their mind-sensing devices, and connect to the host." The man in black said impatiently. Yes, master. Soon, all the members of the more than 1,000 civilized races in this civilized race alliance put on mind-sensing devices like helmets, and instantly connected to the host with a population of tens of billions. And in the center of this host is a soul crystal that is 5 times larger than the soul crystal of the Mandy race. When everyone connected to this host, the figure of the man in black disappeared and returned to the soul crystal. Then the spiritual space inside the soul crystal fluctuated, and a projection seen with the civilized race alliance as the core and a light year around appeared, and the man in black stood on a civilized race flagship and looked at the approaching fleet with disdain. At this time, the spiritual power of tens of billions of people from all civilized races was transmitted into the soul crystal through the mind-sensing device. With the support of this huge power, the man in black instantly completely controlled the space within a light-year range. When all the warships were within the range of 1 light-year, the man in black raised his hand in one direction and clenched his fist. Instantly, the space in front of the man in black's arm collapsed inward, as if some huge force was squeezing the void of the universe. A few seconds later, the collapsed space disappeared, leaving only a dark space crack, like a black patch in the universe. And the warships within the range of this black patch also disappeared along with the disappeared space. Hundreds of billions of warships were destroyed by the black-clad man so easily, just like crushing a mosquito. Although these 10 billion warships were nothing to the fleet of 30 trillion warships, this sudden attack also made the entire fleet pause, and then began to attack. Facing the all-angle blocking and covering attack, the black-clad man extended his hands outward. The next second, a huge space shield appeared outside the fleet of the Civilized Race Alliance, and all attacks were blocked by this space shield. I haven't felt this way for a long time. I really miss it. The man in black watched the fleet in front of him launch round after round of attacks, but failed to break the space shield. He finally smiled and said to himself. A few minutes later, when the space shield showed a crack under the huge attack, the man in black woke up from his memories. Alas! Let's end it. Let you see what a controller is before the end. The man in black clapped his hands, and a large space in the void of the universe was squeezed from 3 dimensions into 2 dimensions. In this 2-dimensional space, you can still see the 3-dimensional battleship scene. But the next second, the 3-dimensional images of these warships instantly turned into flat images, and the entire 2-dimensional space solidified. Then the man in black grabbed something in the void with both hands and broke it hard. The huge 2-dimensional space in the universe was instantly broken, and a jagged crack could be seen at the broken crack. Then the man in black threw his hands outward, and the 2 broken 2-dimensional space fragments in the universe flew out instantly like a flying knife, cutting the universe void on both sides at the same time. All the warships cut by the 2-dimensional space fragments were broken into 2 pieces, and 2 huge black lines appeared in the universe. These black lines also grew rapidly as the 2-dimensional space fragments moved forward. Then the man in black performed a series of actions, and a total of 30 trillion warships were destroyed in supernatural circumstances such as space cracks, space collapse, space compression, and space destruction. When all the warships were destroyed, the universe within 1 light-year around was also broken, like tens of thousands of black patches, very ugly. However, the man in black admired his work very much, which made him find the feeling of the past again. But after the man in black disconnected their mental connection, the tens of billions of people of all civilized races fell into a deep sleep in an instant, and their brains also entered a dormant state. Chapter 454. Your Majesty, the 30 trillion warships that went to stop that civilization have been destroyed, and the blocking plan has failed. What? In such a short time, that civilization destroyed 300,000 of our warships. Could it be that other problems caused data errors? Caesar said in surprise. Caesar simply did not believe that a mere level 5 initial civilization could destroy their 30 trillion warships in such a short time. Although those warships are cannon fodder warships, as cannon fodder warships of level 5 late civilization, their performance is not necessarily much stronger than the main battleships of level 5 initial civilization, but it is definitely not bad. Besides, even if there were 30 trillion meteorites, it would not be possible to destroy them in a short time, let alone warships. Your Majesty Caesar, all data is normal. This is the battlefield situation report sent back by the warship. The big screen showed the scene of the black-clothed man destroying the 30 trillion warships. Caesar was speechless as he watched the continuous space collapse, cracks, distortions, and dimensional attacks. Although the attack method shown on the big screen can be achieved with the peak technology level of the 5th level civilization, they cannot reach the attack speed on the big screen. Space weapons are not energy weapons or material weapons. As long as there is sufficient energy and materials, they can launch attacks at any time. After all, the medium of space weapons is space itself. Any space fluctuation will affect the power of space weapons. At the same time, The uninterrupted use of space weapons in a certain area will reduce the bearing capacity of that space. Once the bearing capacity of space decreases, the power of space weapons will be insufficient at the least, and space turbulence will break out in severe cases. If the space repair speed cannot keep up, the continuous use of space weapons will definitely cause the entire space to collapse and form space turbulence. But what Caesar saw now was different from the theory concluded by scientists. After 30 trillion warships were destroyed, the space within a light year was already tattered and riddled with holes. Under normal circumstances, the space would have collapsed at this time. But before the signal disappeared, the shattered space was not unstable at all. This result was the pinnacle of scientific theory, and Caesar couldn't understand why the space, which was already so broken, had not yet caused space turbulence. Your Majesty Caesar, will the original plan continue? Forget it. Since that civilized race can discover the fluctuations caused by space compensation, it is no longer necessary to continue the previous plan. Inform the subordinates to continue to build warships, but the next warships must carry space bombs. By the way, continue to extract space matter, and keep the space matter reserves above 50%. Caesar waved his hand and said, I understand, Your Majesty Caesar. But the speed of space matter extraction cannot be accelerated, otherwise it will affect the stability of the microcosm. Well, you can discuss the specific situation. Ms. Sharwini, I'm sorry, the Earth Federation really has no other solution now. Xiang Qian said very sincerely to Sharwini, the guide of the Papadalong civilization. Dilong beside Sharwini had a sad face, slightly opened his mouth, wanted to say something, but never said it. Lucen and others besides Xiang Qian also looked at Sharwini with admiration. It has been a year since the Earth Federation destroyed the space channel, but the solution to the Earth Federation crisis has been discussed, but unfortunately there is no result. The Academy of Sciences has also made its best efforts, but the level of science and technology cannot be improved in a short time. Although Acadia can use the true prophecy to successfully connect the space channel to the universe, the price paid is too high to control the location and time within the range that is beneficial to the Earth Federation. And even if we return to the universe, there is still a problem to be solved, that is, with the current strength of the Earth Federation, how to deal with the next war. With the outbreak of space chaos, Xiang Qian is not sure whether there are 100 civilizations that can survive among the 20,000 civilizations. With the enemy's strength, even if they send out 1 trillion warships, they can crush the Earth Federation. Then the Earth Federation went to great lengths to return to the universe, but after losing the combat power of Acadia, it was still seeking death. So what was the point of going back or not? So after a year of discussion and communication between Xiang Qian and others, there was no other way but to sacrifice Sharwini and let her upgrade the civilization level of Papadalong civilization to level 6. In that case, with the strength of level 6 civilization, it should be no problem to deal with level 5 civilization. Today is the day when Sharwini will promote the Papadalong civilization. Xiang Qian and others came to see Sharwini off for the last time. There is nothing to be sorry about. I have been ready since the day I became a guide. I am very satisfied to have lived for so many years, and there is nothing to miss. But I have one last request. I hope Chairman Xiang Qian and the clan leaders can agree to it. Sharwini said with a smile, but her eyes were looking at Xiang Qian seriously, waiting for Xiang Qian's answer. I don't know what Miss Shalvini wants. As long as I can do it, there will be absolutely no problem. Xiang Qian said immediately without any hesitation. I hope that after I leave, everyone can take good care of the Papadalong civilization. Although I can raise the civilization level of the Papadalong civilization to the level of the 6th level civilization, I am afraid that such a sudden reminder will cause a civilization fault or harm the future advancement potential of Papadalong. So I ask everyone, if the Papadalong civilization cannot break through in the future and become a more advanced civilization race, I hope you can still take in the Papadalong civilization and don't give up on our Papadalong civilization. Please. Sharwini said sincerely, and bowed to Xiang Qian and the others. Xiang Qian quickly stopped Sharwini and said, Miss Sharwini, don't worry. No matter what the future holds, as long as the Earth Federation exists, the Earth Federation will have the Papadalong civilization, and the Papadalong civilization is an inseparable part of the Earth Federation. Then I'm relieved. Sharwini smiled and said, then turned to Dilong beside her and said, Dilong, you should lead the Papadalong civilization well in the future. After returning to the universe this time, it depends on your performance. Yes, I know. Dilong nodded. For him, Sharwini has always been his elder. After Sharwini became the guide, he would often consult Sharwini about major events of the Papadalong civilization. It can be said that Sharwini is his relative, But today he is powerless to stop all this, and he can't stop it, which makes him feel very powerless. Shalvini smiled and nodded to Xiang Qian and others, and took Dilong into the interior of the Civilization Race flagship. 10 minutes later, the race flagship of the Babadalong civilization emitted a dazzling light. Chapter 455. Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the familiar light, but their eyes were filled with sadness instead of happiness. This was the first time that the Earth Federation sacrificed a special evolver, and used the special evolver's ability to save the Earth Federation. This was not a glorious thing for Xiang Qian and his companions, and it was even more of a humiliation for the scientists of the entire Earth Federation. But no matter what, in the face of the current crisis, this was the only way. No matter how sad it is, it has to be done. More than 10 hours later, the light of the flagship of the Babadalong civilization disappeared. At this time, Xiang Qian and others finally showed excitement in their eyes. This time, the Babadalong civilization was forced to sacrifice Sharwini to upgrade the civilization level, not only for the Earth Federation to have the strength to fight against powerful enemies after returning to the universe. It also wants to see if after this upgrade, can we find a way to accurately locate the space channel and adjust the time axis. According to scientists' calculations, a level 5 civilization should be able to adjust the timeline, but the cost is relatively high and the technology is not very perfect, but a level 6 civilization can definitely adjust the timeline at will. Half an hour later, as Xiang Qian and his group waited anxiously, Dilong finally left the race flagship. But at this time, there was no expression of joy on Dilong's face. Please accept my condolences. We will take revenge. Xiang Qian walked over and said to Dilong. Failed. Dilong shook his head and said, Failed? Hasn't it become a level 6 civilization? How did it fail? Lucen asked immediately. It's not that we failed to become a level 6 civilization, but that we didn't achieve our goal. Dilong's face was full of bitter smiles. He didn't expect that after becoming a level 6 civilization, it would be like this. What's going on? Xiang Qian saw that Dilong's face was not right, and he immediately had a bad premonition in his heart. When Dilong told Xiang Qian and others about the actual situation of the technology tree after breaking through the level 6 civilization, Xiang Qian and others were all stunned. That is to say, Ms. Salvini's sacrifice did not allow the Babadalong civilization to obtain the technological system that a level 6 civilization should have, but only enhanced the technological strength of a level 5 civilization. Xiang Qian said in a deep voice. Yes, I didn't expect it to be like this. If I had known. Dilong clenched his fists and couldn't continue speaking. Xiang Qian and his friends sighed to the sky. They didn't expect that the final result would be like this. It is true that man's plans are not as good as God's plans. The current strength of the Babadalong civilization has indeed improved a lot, but it is completely different from what Xiang Qian and his friends imagined. The gap is simply heaven and earth. If the strength, defense, cell strength, and number of special gene fusions of the biological weapons monsters cultivated by the Babadalong civilization in the past were all quantified as 1, 1, 1, 1, then the biological weapons cultivated by the Babadalong civilization now have a quantified value of 5, 5, 5, 1. The other aspects of the biological weapons have reached the peak of the gene limit, but the number of special gene fusions that really make the biological weapons undergo a qualitative change has not changed at all. The biological weapon cultivation technology is still the same as before, but at the 5th level of civilization, the Babadalong civilization cannot improve the performance of these biological weapons to the peak. However, biological technology has not changed much. This biological weapon can only fuse a few special genes. If too many genes are fused, it will still collapse. This is like taking out the earliest battleships and using current technology to make the battleship armor resistant to meteorite impacts, making the battleship's muzzle diameter larger, making the shells more powerful, and being able to hit farther and sail faster. But no matter how many times the overall performance of this battleship is improved, a battleship is a battleship, not a space battleship. There are no energy weapons or space weapons on the battleship, and it cannot leave the sea. No matter how far the shells are fired, they cannot leave the star system. It has become outdated since it cannot keep up with the battleships. Even if these outdated ships are transformed and made stronger, they are useless without technological improvements. Now the Babadalong civilization is in such a state. After becoming a level 6 civilization, their overall strength has become much stronger, but the most fundamental scientific and technological theory has not been improved. This is not the most important thing for the Earth Federation. To be honest, if Xiang Qian knew that things would turn out like this before the breakthrough, He might not agree to sacrifice Salvini in exchange for such a level 6 civilization. Okay, don't be pessimistic, at least back in the universe. We don't have to be afraid of the enemy's cannon fodder fleet. With the current single-unit strength of the biological weapon core, it can completely match the enemy's warships. We don't have to be afraid of the enemy's battleship sea tactics. Everyone knows the training speed of the biological weapon core. Dilong saw Xiang Qian and the others standing there with frowns on their faces, thinking and regretful expressions on their faces, so he tried to force out a smile and said, "Well, when we return to the universe, the enemy's fleet will rely on your biological weapon army." Queen Mingwe saw that the atmosphere was not right and said immediately, "Okay, let's go back first. Pabo Dilong's civilization has made a breakthrough, and we can slowly accumulate technology. And once the technology is developed, it will directly reach the peak state, and the improvement of strength will be much faster than ours." Xiang Qian nodded. None of them wanted to continue the discussion. The breakthrough of Pabodalong civilization was not successful this time, so the subsequent plans had to be reformulated. These issues were very critical, and could not be explained in a few words. Moreover, Sharwini sacrificed herself for the breakthrough of Pabodalong civilization. Even if it was not successful at this time, Xiang Qian and the others could not say anything. After all, Pabodalong civilization had tried its best. It was not their fault that they did not succeed. They could only say that they took it for granted when formulating this plan. However, after Xiang Qian returned to the office, he found Lung Ning sitting on the sofa. "Well, why did you come to my place today?" Xiang Qian was stunned when he saw Lung Ning when he entered the room and said, "There is nothing to do in the research institute. The main research and development direction is no longer biotechnology, so I will stay here for a while." "By the way, was the plan successful?" Lung Ning asked. It can only be said that it was half successful. Xiang Qian told Lung Ning about the matter. "Do we still have hope?" Lung Ning asked after listening. "There is hope. I will never give up until the last moment," Xiang Qian said in a deep voice. "Well, I will bring you food every day in the future, and accompany you in your office when I have nothing to do. How about that?" Lung Ning nodded and smiled. "That's the best." Xiang Qian took Lung Ning's hand. He knew why Lung Ning wanted to accompany him every day. That was because Lung Ning was not sure whether the Earth Federation still had a future. If this crisis could not be resolved, then the Earth Federation would have entered a 90-year countdown. Lung Ning wanted to stay with him in these last 90 years. But Xiang Qian had another idea in his mind, but he didn't know the success rate of that idea at all. But if there was no other way, he could only try it. Chapter 456. The 1193th spatial channel positioning failed. Data recording completed. Hearing this voice, the scientists just shook their heads helplessly, began to check the data, and then prepared for the next experiment. For more than a year, an average of 2.5 spatial channel accurate positioning experiments a day ended in failure. The experimental progress was pitifully slow. Under the influence of chaotic time and space, the data obtained from each experiment was basically useless, and could not be used as experience accumulation for the next experiment. Each experiment relied on luck. "Vicadia, is this experimental data helpful to you?" Princess Ziqing said to Vicadia after reading the experimental data. "No help at all, the data is too messy." Vicadia shook her head. "If you use the true prophecy to accurately locate the spatial coordinates and time points, how much consumption will there be?" Princess Ziqing continued to ask. "All the members of our Mandi tribe will consume a lot of spiritual power, and 1/3 of the members will fall asleep due to excessive consumption of spiritual power." Vicadia thought for a moment and spoke. "Spiritual power? Isn't it soul power?" "No, I thought it was soul power at first, but later I found that soul power is a kind of origin. Every time you use your ability, the soul origin will not be consumed much, but the external spiritual power will be consumed a lot. If the spiritual power is consumed too much, it will hurt the soul origin. This is why the spiritual power will fall asleep when it is consumed a lot, in order to restore the soul origin." The fifth princess' eyes lit up after hearing this. After thinking for a while, she said, "That is to say, if there is enough spiritual power to supplement, the effect of the true prophecy will be infinitely powerful?" "Not infinitely powerful. I feel that there is a limit to the true prophecy, but it is still far from that limit. If the power of the true prophecy I use now is 1, then the limit is 100, and there is still a lot of room for improvement. That's enough. I have thought of a way to provide you with enough spiritual power." In Xiang Qian's office, projections of Acadia and the fifth princess appeared and began to report what they had just discussed. "So this kind of mental linking device will allow the wearer's mental power to be transmitted to the soul crystal of the Mandi tribe, providing Vacadia with the power to use the true prophecy. Once there is sufficient mental power, there will be no problem in accurately locating the large universe. The fifth princess first talked about a lot of theories, and finally made this summary. Then do it. Find the stars if you need anything. Xiang Qian nodded after listening. But except for the Mandi tribe, no other civilized race in the Earth Federation has a soul technology branch in its technology tree. Without the soul technology branch, it is impossible to combine other technology categories with the soul discipline, unless the soul discipline technology branch is added. The fifth princess said a little embarrassedly. Use your ability to add the soul technology category to the technology tree of our human civilization, and then immediately research the spirit connection equipment. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Okay, I go back and prepare first. This matter still requires the cooperation of the civilization race scepter. The fifth princess said, Well, notify me when the time comes. Xiang Qian nodded. The special ability of the fusionist is technology fusion. For the fusionist, any technology classification can be integrated. Even if the current classification disciplines are fixed, with the special ability of the fusionist, new classification disciplines can be added to the technology tree. However, the only bad thing is that the level of the newly added classification disciplines is too different from that of other disciplines, and no one has studied it. It is not so easy to truly integrate it into the technology tree. At the same time, before the new classification disciplines are fully integrated into the technology tree, the civilization level cannot be improved at all. But now the Earth Federation has just broken through the 5th level civilization, and it is still far from the 6th level civilization. In addition to the current situation, the integration of soul disciplines has become irrelevant. 3 days later, Xiang Qian came to the Mandi Soul Crystal with the civilization race scepter. If there is no problem, I will start. The fifth princess looked at Xiang Qian and Kaya and said, No problem, you start. Xiang Qian and Kaya said at the same time, Yes. The fifth princess nodded, then picked up the 2 civilized race scepters and closed her eyes. The next second, the civilized race scepters began to emit a soft light, and under the light, the lines inside the civilized race scepters began to emerge. There are 9 lines inside the human civilized race scepter, which represents the 9 major classification disciplines of the Earth Federation technology tree, while the Mandi tribe has only 2, representing the Mandi tribe's mathematics and soul disciplines. The lines on both sides were the same length. After approaching each other, the line representing the soul discipline of the Mandi tribe began to split from 1 to 2, one of which slowly merged into the 9 lines of the Earth Federation. A few minutes later, when the light on the civilized race scepter disappeared, the inside of the human civilized race scepter had become 10 lines. Xiang Qian took the civilized race scepter and looked at the 10 lines inside. This was the first time he knew that the lines inside the civilized race scepter represented the number of disciplines. Then Xiang Qian closed his eyes again, and he could really feel the existence of the soul subject. However, the soul subject was all theoretical information, and there were not many kinds of equipment. Fortunately, there were still many types of equipment related to spiritual power. Shinkong, notify all scientists to put down their research topics except those not needed by the subject, and focus on researching spiritual connection equipment. Xiang Qian opened his eyes and said, Okay, boss. After Xiang Qian finished speaking, he realized that the fifth princess's face was not very good, so he quickly asked someone to send the fifth princess back and let her have a good rest. In the following days, all the scientists involved in the Spirit Link device of the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences gathered together and began to study. After resting for half a month, the fifth princess also joined the research team. With the efforts of everyone, the Spirit Link device was finally manufactured 3 months later. Vacadia, be careful. Xiang Qian said to Vacadia. Well, I will pay attention. The next second, Vacadia disappeared, and the scientists in the hall and the leaders of several races such as Xiang Qian stared at the 4 testers wearing the Spirit Link device under the big screen in front of them. If today's test is successful, then basically there will be no big deal, which also means that the Spirit Link device can be mass-produced. If there is an accident in the Spirit Link, or there is a problem with the tester, then it can only be studied again. Chapter 457. The big screen showed that Vacadia was performing a true prophecy, while the screen next to it showed the physical data and various indicators of the 4 test subjects. As Vacadia used the true prophecy, the mental power fluctuations of the 4 test subjects began to increase significantly, while the blood flow in the body accelerated, the heart rate increased, the amount of information transmitted by the neuron tissue increased and decreased, and the brain energy consumption doubled. After a few seconds, Vacadia's true prophecy was completed, and the physical values of the 4 test subjects began to fall back, slowly returning to their previous state. The next step was various inspections, equipment inspections, and personnel physical examinations. After more than an hour of work, we finally got the answer, that is, the test was successful, and the mental link device was successfully developed. However, success does not mean that it can be used. After all, the real prophecy used by Vacadia this time did not consume much mental power, so various levels of tests and limit tests will be carried out next to accurately determine the transmission limit of the mental link device and the upper limit of the human body's tolerance. After obtaining the human body's tolerance limit data, the mental link device must also be restricted. Once it is found that the human body's tolerance has reached the limit, the link will be automatically disconnected to ensure life safety. However, no matter what, this experiment was successful, which means that the Earth Federation can return to the universe at any time, and it is accurate. So the pessimistic atmosphere of the entire Earth Federation was swept away, and everyone regained their spirits, and was full of fighting spirit. The Pabatalong civilization even cultivated biological weapons 24 hours a day, waiting to return to the universe to take revenge. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed, and the mental link equipment has also carried out the last large-scale test, and has begun mass production. After the production of the spiritual connection equipment is completed, the Earth Federation can open the space channel to the universe, but now Xiang Qian and his friends have begun to argue about when to return to the universe. I insist on returning to the universe after 50 years. After all, it only takes 10 years to connect a space channel. The 20 years we have left are enough to connect twice, and there is no danger. The remaining 50 years are just enough for us to strengthen our strength. De Long said seriously. I think it's reasonable to go back after 40 years, leaving 3 opportunities to open the space channel, which is also safer. And returning to the universe, we have more time to strengthen our strength. At the same time, I think that this time when we return to the universe, we should not directly enter the enemy-controlled area, but return to the outer edge of the Andromeda galaxy to accumulate strength again. The Queen of the Moon said. Wait a minute, I want to ask a question. Now we can return to the universe, and we can do it at this time. So can we go back to the universe, spend 8,000 years in the outer edge of the Andromeda galaxy, and then disconnect the space channel? After that, we will connect to the universe again, and choose the time point 8,000 years ago, so that we can have another 8,000 years to strengthen our strength. If we can do this repeatedly, doesn't it mean that we have unlimited time to use? Lucen said suddenly. After listening to Lucen, the people present were all stunned. Although this matter sounds a bit far-fetched, it is not impossible from a logical point of view. However, everyone knows that there is no problem with this logic, but no one thinks that this matter can succeed. The theory of space-time has just begun to be studied, and many of the problems are still just speculations. But Xiang Qian and his team do not think that there will be such a bug in the rules of the universe. As for why it doesn't work, they really can't explain it. I have thought about this question, but I don't think it can succeed. As for why I don't know, I can only say it's a feeling. After all, this situation is too unreasonable. But I can let scientists study it. Now let's continue to discuss when to open the space channel, Xiang Qian said. Then, there was another round of discussion. Although it was not confirmed, it was confirmed that the space channel would be opened at least 30 years later, leaving 30 years for preparation. After the meeting, Xiang Qian found Vacadia and told him about Lejizan's problem. As a result, Vacadia was stunned for a moment, looked at Xiang Qian strangely, and then said, that idea is definitely not feasible. In fact, this guess has been found, but because it has not been demonstrated, it has not been announced, but everyone has already recognized it. For example, if we open the space channel now, and return to the time point of the universe 10 years after the space turbulence broke out, there is no problem at all. But it is impossible to return to the 10 years before the space turbulence broke out, because at that time, our Earth Federation existed in the universe. If we return to the 10 years before the space turbulence broke out, there was already an Earth Federation on that time axis, and we appeared again, then the entire space-time would become chaotic. So when we return to the universe, we can choose the time point at any time point after the space turbulence broke out, because at that time, there was no Earth Federation in the universe, but we cannot choose the time point before that. After listening to Vacadia's words, Xiang Qian finally figured out what the weird feeling was. It turned out to be a problem of time and space paradox. If the space channel we opened is connected to the big universe, and then the space channel is disconnected, do we still have 100 years? Xiang Qian asked another question. It's hard to say, but it should be no. Now 30 years have passed in our small universe. Now we open the space channel, so the normal time of the big universe should be more than 3,000 years after the space turbulence erupted. When the space channel connects to the universe, the time of the universe should be more than 4,000 years later, but the time point we choose is 1 year after the space turbulence breaks out, which is equivalent to distorting the time axis. After the time axis is distorted, if the space channel is disconnected, the time axis of the universe will return to normal, that is, no matter when we connect to the universe, our remaining time will not increase or decrease, and will remain at the ratio of 1 to 100. Vicadia said. Well, I understand. After the crisis of the Andromeda Galaxy is resolved, we should study the problem of time and space carefully. Xiang Qian ignored Vicadia and asked Shinkong to take out the latest space-time theory of the Academy of Sciences and start to read it. The next day, Xiang Qian told everyone what Vicadia said and the latest space-time theory of the Academy of Sciences. After several rounds of discussion, the final time to return to the universe was 40 years later, and the location connecting to the universe was outside the Andromeda Galaxy, and the time point was 1 year after the space turbulence broke out. Chapter 458. Boss, all the mental connection equipment has been issued, Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. At the same time, all personnel will conduct the connection test at 9 o'clock tonight. Xiang Qian nodded. Okay, boss. After 40 years, all the preparations for the Earth Federation to return to the universe have been completed. If there is no problem with the test tonight, the Earth Federation will open the space channel within a month. At 9 o'clock in the evening, all the people of all races in the Earth Federation put on the mental connection equipment and waited for the test. Xiang Qian and his companions came to the side of the Mandy Soul Crystal and asked Kaya to pull them directly into the spiritual space. Inside the spiritual space, in the simulated cosmic void, Xiang Qian and his companions looked at Vicadia in the distance. At this time, Vicadia was surrounded by light spots. As the spiritual connection device was activated, more and more light spots began to surround Vicadia. In the name of the Prophet, the space replacement technology of the Earth Federation will be successfully researched within 10 years. Wrapped in the light spots, Vicadia said seriously, and the light spots around him disappeared in the next second. At this time, Vicadia turned into a black hole, and all the light spots around him were swallowed up by him. This situation lasted for more than 10 seconds before it ended. Disconnect the connection between the mental connection device and the soul crystal, Vicadia said the first time he opened his eyes, and after he finished speaking, the light spots around him also quickly dissipated. How is it? No problem, right? Xiang Qian said to Vicadia. Everything is normal. Although these mental powers are not very pure, they do not have much impact on the performance of true prophecy. It is not possible to use such mental powers to improve the level of soul crystal, Vicadia said. That's good. Notify Shinkong to check the physical condition of everyone, and then integrate the data to establish a database. Xiang Qian nodded and said, If there are no problems with the personnel this time, then we will open the space channel in a month. Di Long said immediately. He was the most active. Well, if there is no problem, then we will open the space channel in a month. Xiang Qian gave Di Long a positive answer. That's good. Now the resources in the microcosm have been almost consumed. If there is no replenishment, the biological weapon army will not be able to continue to cultivate, which is a waste of time, Di Long said happily. For Di Long's statement, several people were speechless, especially Sephiroth, who had become a silicon-based life, and his eyes rolled over. Since breaking through the 6th level of civilization, the Babadalong civilization has begun to cultivate biological weapons on a large scale. Whether it is cannon fodder or elite, as long as there are sufficient materials, they will cultivate them crazily. In just a few decades, 85% of the materials stored in this small universe have been consumed. If Xiang Qian and his friends had not called for a stop, the materials in the small universe would have been consumed by them before they were connected to the big universe. However, Xiang Qian and his friends also understood the Babadalong civilization's approach. Anyway, they had to return to the big universe, so the consumption of materials was not a big deal, so they didn't care much. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the materials of the microcosm cannot be wasted like this. Once the materials are exhausted, it will be the end. Xiang Qian and the others chatted for a while, and then left the spiritual space. The next day, Xiang Qian received the statistical report from the starry sky. After the test last night, no one had any adverse reactions, which means that the test was successful. However, what made Xiang Qian curious was that the upper limit of the spiritual power provided by the evolver was 10 times that of ordinary people. This could not be seen in a short period of time, but it would be discovered over time. Although I don't know why, it makes sense when I think about the special abilities of the Evolvers. In the blink of an eye, a month passed, and everyone in the Earth Federation once again put on the mental connection equipment. This time it was no longer a test, but a real space channel. As everyone's mental power was transferred into the soul crystal, the Cadia in the mental space had turned into a huge ball of light, which was all composed of mental power light points. When the diameter of the light ball in the universe was about to reach the diameter of the moon, the Cadia began to use the true prophecy. In the name of the prophet, after the Earth Federation opens the space channel, the location of the connected universe is the H199 star field, and the time point of the time axis is 1 year after the Earth Federation leaves the universe. As soon as Vacadia finished speaking, the light spots around him quickly decreased. At the same time, the space channel also appeared in the spiritual space and moved forward madly, and the surrounding moments were distorted. When the interface of the space channel was about to reach the universe, the surrounding space changed again and became the image of a tunnel. The scenes of the universe can be clearly seen around the tunnel. However, these scenes are in sections, like pictures. A few seconds after the tunnel scene appeared, the scene in front of the eyes changed again. This time, the scene was a scene of countless thought spaces folding and intersecting together. In these countless four-dimensional spaces folding and intersecting, there is a time axis that flashes with countless scenes and is composed of countless time points linked together. This is the time axis of the universe. Xiang Qian and his team also observed the time axis with their naked eyes for the first time. If Xiang Qian and his group were not in the spiritual space, they would not be able to see the scene shared by Vacadia's mind, nor would they be able to see the time axis with their eyes. When the space channel entered the time axis and found the time point of the H199 star field 1 year after the space turbulence erupted, a space channel was linked to the picture at that time point. The next second, the space channel was formed, and the scene in front of Xiang Qian and his group once again turned into a dark cosmic void background. At this time, Vacadia had opened his eyes, and the picture shared by him also disappeared. Disconnect the mental link and check the physical condition of all personnel, Vacadia said immediately after opening his eyes. After hearing Vacadia's words, Xiang Qian and the others came back to their senses from the shocking scene just now. Was that the time axis just now? Greensun asked first. Well, that should be the time axis, and I saw it for the first time. The scene just now was the scene when the space channel was connected to the universe 10 years later. We just took a look in advance, and now we have to continue to wait for the formation of the space channel, Vacadia said. 5-dimensional space-time axis. When will the technological level of the Earth Federation reach the level of controlling the time axis? Xiang Qian said with emotion. After listening, several people nodded. The scene just now was indeed too shocking. Chapter 459. In the silent universe, a water-like wave suddenly appeared, and as time went on, the wave became farther and farther away. The next second, a space gate appeared, and then countless biological weapons rushed out of the space gate, followed by large spaceships and countless warships. Finally back, Shinkong checked the time according to the star map. Xiang Qian looked at the universe outside and said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss. Although there is definitely no problem with the space channel this time, after all, it uses the real prophecy, and basically there will be no accidents. However, in order to locate more accurately, it is still necessary to measure. According to the previous star map and the movement rules of the Andromeda Galaxy, as long as you compare them, you can calculate the exact time and position. Boss, the location of the space channel and the current time are exactly the same as the scheduled information," Shinkong replied quickly. "Okay, all departments at the same time, start to continue to implement it." Xiang Qian nodded and said. Following Xiang Qian's order, more and more spaceships and warships flew out of the space gate, and soon filled the star systems on the edge of the H199 star field, and began to build various factories inside these star systems. The race flagship of the Babadalong civilization even flew out, and began to accept the materials collected by the Biological Weapon Corps, preparing to frantically cultivate various biological weapons. 100 years later, the H199 star field has become a huge factory, and countless equipment manufacturing factories have been erected inside each star system, producing countless parts and equipment every moment. These parts and equipment were assembled into spaceships and various large special-purpose facilities, and sent to other star fields. 500 years later, 7 huge factories appeared in the star field outside the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy. These factories all occupied a star field and manufactured various equipment frantically every day. The Babadalong civilization was not idle during these 500 years. Although the race flagship did not leave the H-199 star field, countless branch bases were opened, which were several times more than the factories built by the Earth Federation. The number of biological weapons cultivated every day was an astronomical number. On this day, Xiang Qian and several others sat together for a meeting. To date, the factories for the 7 blank areas have been built. According to the production capacity of the 7 industrial clusters, all the required equipment can be produced in about 1,000 years, and it will take about 800 years to install those equipment. In addition, the inspection and debugging work will take 200 years, which means that we still have 2,000 years of preparation time. Dilong, if you prepare for 2,000 years, can you guarantee to cultivate 1 trillion biological weapons every day? Xiang Qian said slowly. No problem. Conservatively estimated, in 2,000 years, with the number of our biological cultivation bases, we can guarantee the cultivation of 1.2 trillion biological weapons every day, and it will last for 5,000 years. After 5,000 years, due to the consumption of materials, the number of biological weapons cultivated per day will be at most 1 trillion, and it will continue to decrease as time goes by. Dilong said immediately. That's good, Sephiroth. Are there any difficulties over there? Xiang Qian nodded and looked at Sephiroth. No problem. I have said 20 trillion people to install and test the equipment, and the data is transmitted back in real time. Once a problem is found, correct it immediately to ensure that the plan is not affected. Sephiroth said seriously. Well, Kaya, how is the calculation at your Academy of Sciences? Several routes have been calculated now. Xiang Qian asked again. 3 routes have been calculated, but the difficulty of the 4th route is the sum of the first 3, not to mention the 5th. Now I dare not say that I can calculate all the routes within 2,000 years. It would be good if I can calculate 5 of them. The rest can only be made up by Vicadia using the true prophecy. Kaya said with a wry smile. Try your best. It would be best if you can calculate all of them. If you can't, there is nothing you can do. Xiang Qian said helplessly. He knew how difficult the work of the Mandi tribe was. It was tens of millions of times more difficult than the execution of all races in the Earth Federation. It was normal that 2,000 years of preparation time was not enough. After a while of discussion, several people went back to their own business. After Xiang Qian left, he went to the Academy of Sciences to check the progress of scientific research, and then returned to the office. On his desk, the final attack plan was placed, which was also a very crazy calculation. In his words, it was an extreme one-wave flow. After returning to the universe this time, the Earth Federation was not in a hurry to take revenge. After all, the Earth Federation's technological level was not as good as the enemy. After entering the enemy's territory, the detection equipment was restricted. If they went in rashly again, they would really be looking for death. Therefore, after combining the advantages of the Earth Federation, the think tank and the general staff jointly produced this crazy attack plan. Since the Earth Federation's technological level is not good, the Earth Federation must break the opponent's control area, at least to restore the normal operation of various detection equipment, otherwise it is impossible to win. However, if you want to break the opponent's huge control area, the Earth Federation's technological level is really not enough. Finally, the think tank came up with a tricky way, that is, to move the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy, and use the black hole to break that large-scale space control force. Although the Earth Federation cannot move the black hole with its technological level, it can achieve this effect through other methods. The mass of the black hole is very large. As long as it fluctuates a little, it will cause changes in the entire Andromeda Galaxy. Similarly, if the entire Andromeda Galaxy emits changes at the same time, the black hole will also produce corresponding fluctuations. After all, the force is mutual. Therefore, the method chosen by the Earth Federation is to unite the power of most of the outer star fields of the Andromeda Galaxy, and induce changes in these star fields at the same time to change the black hole. If the power of one star is not enough, then 10, 100, 1,000. Hundreds of thousands of stars will be enough. When these stars shield their own gravity at the same time, and when these stars gather together, it will definitely cause an imbalance in the movement of the planets inside the Andromeda Galaxy. Especially when all the planets in the star field where these stars are located shield their gravity at the same time, that kind of imbalance will definitely cause the black hole to produce corresponding fluctuations. As long as the black hole changes, the 7 civilized races around the black hole will definitely be greatly affected. After all, it is the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy, and its mass is terrifying. Moreover, the Earth Federation did not change the Andromeda Galaxy in one direction, but in 2 directions on a straight line, shielding gravity on one side and strengthening gravity on the other, and then exchanging them several times. After several times, the black hole will definitely produce very large fluctuations. Rushing in foolishly like all the civilized races before was absolutely stupid behavior, but at that time no one thought that the other side was so powerful that it could instantly kill tens of thousands of civilized races. Chapter 460. Your Highness, that human civilization is reconnected to the universe, and the location of the space gate is outside the galaxy. Well, don't worry about it, wait until they come in. What's the situation in other areas? Your Highness nodded. 5 areas are about to end the battle, but there seems to be some problems with the Morty civilization, and there has been no progress so far. Humph, the Morty civilization is just a group of brainless idiots, don't worry about them. Fel said disdainfully. Yes, Your Highness. 100 years later, Fel looked at the big screen with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that the Earth Federation did not attack after returning to the universe, and built factories on a large scale in the galaxy. Your Highness, the opponent's factories have covered all the star fields outside the core area, and the number of warships produced every day exceeds 1 billion. No need, it's useless for them to build factories outside. As long as they dare to come in, they will die. Fel shook his head and said, I know, Your Highness. What's the situation with the Morty civilization? Fel asked again. They have blocked all monitoring systems. We don't know what the specific situation is now, but 30 years ago, they just wiped out 1/3 of the civilized races. Yes, I know, go down. 500 years later, Fel looked at the big screen with a very serious expression, which showed the huge factories of the Earth Federation covering thousands of star fields. Your Highness, the data has been analyzed. The opponent's production capacity is now 10 billion warships per day. If this continues, the opponent's production capacity will increase 10-fold in 1,000 years, 30-fold in 2,000 years, and 50-fold in 3,000 years. Prepare sufficient space materials, and start stockpiling warships from now on. Fel narrowed his eyes and said, Yes, Your Highness. Is there any news from the Morty civilization? Fel asked. No news. Okay, I got it. Fel looked at the Earth Federation production base on the big screen and muttered to himself, no matter how many warships there are, it's useless. We can't break the dimensional distortion field. No matter how many warships come, they will die. In the area controlled by the Morty civilization next to the Three-Eyed Tribe, more than 100,000 civilized races are frantically attacking the Morty civilization's production base. Turn on time acceleration, separate their formations, and eliminate them one by one. Caesar said angrily. No, Your Majesty, they can detect space acceleration. Every time we turn on space acceleration, they stop moving forward and start producing warships. Then cut that space from the universe. Caesar roared. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, space cutting has been tried, and it has no effect at all. Waste, a bunch of waste, are we going to waste time with them like this? You have made me lose face. Caesar said angrily. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, all large-scale space weapons are useless at present. We can only rely on time acceleration to produce warships to consume their warship reserves. They have no way to replenish supplies, and we will definitely win in the end. Increase the speed of time, and destroy them as quickly as possible. Caesar said after a moment of silence, and waved his hand to let people go. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years have passed, and the major star fields outside the Andromeda galaxy are full of factories of the Earth Federation and biological weapons training bases of the Pabatalong civilization. Now, 1,000 years have passed since the 2,000-year preparation time of the Earth Federation, and the strength of the Earth Federation has increased by at least 10 times. Just look at the busy warships, and countless super-large spacecraft under construction in the major star fields. The biological weapons army of the Pabatalong civilization has become so large that the materials consumed by each biological weapons training base have reached the total amount of materials of 350 Earths. And the material consumption rate is still increasing at the rate of 1 Earth mass per day. Shinkong, ask Kaya to see how many routes they have calculated. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. The Mandi tribe has calculated 4 routes, but Kaya said that the 5th route will take at least 800 years to calculate. As for the last 6th and 7th routes, they cannot be completed within 2,000 years, and can only be supplemented by Vicadia's ability. Shinkong said. Well, how is the construction going now? Xiang Qian asked again. The construction progress is normal, and 47 star fields have been installed so far. Notify Delone to drag away all the resource planets in the installed star fields to avoid affecting the operation of the equipment. Okay, boss. After Shinkong disappeared, Xiang Qian looked at the star fields on the big screen where all the equipment had been installed. In these star fields, all the stars were covered with large covers. Although these large covers did not prevent the light of the stars from spreading, they increased the consumption of the stars. The consumed star energy is all transferred to the equipment installed on other planets to ensure the operation of all the massive planets in the entire star field. After all, even if the Earth Federation is a level 5 civilization and the energy consumption problem has been solved, it is impossible to replenish the energy of so many devices installed in the star field. Therefore, all the equipment installed in these star fields is replenished by the stars in the star field. However, when the plan is started, these stars can only last for more than 10 minutes, and they will explode into a supernova explosion due to the exhaustion of energy. In the blink of an eye, another 800 years have passed. At this time, the Earth Federation's plan has been prepared. A total of 103 star fields, more than 70 million stars, and billions of planets have been equipped with various equipment by the Earth Federation. The entire core outer star field of the Andromeda Galaxy has been transformed by the Earth Federation. At this time, the biological weapon army of the Babadalong civilization has been countless, and the biological weapons cultivated every day exceed 1.2 trillion. These biological weapons are concentrated together and can surround a star field. At this time, there are still 200 years before the Earth Federation implements the plan. The last 200 years are the time for testing and simulating the operation of these devices. It can be said that once the test is completed and the simulation operation is okay, then the huge plan of the Earth Federation will be launched. At this time, except for the Mort civilization, the 7 civilizations in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy have their eyes firmly fixed on the Earth Federation. Even if the Earth Federation does not have the ability to accelerate time, the number of warships accelerated biological weapons produced by the Earth Federation every day is comparable to the number of warships they produce using time acceleration, which has to make them pay attention. Now both sides are waiting for the start of the final battle. Even Fel, who has always looked down on the Earth Federation, has taken it seriously. In a blink of an eye, 200 years have passed, and the Earth Federation is ready. Chapter 461. Data collection is complete. All equipment is operating normally, signal transmission is normal, energy output is normal, and the first stage of operation has been entered, Shinkong reported. Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the star map on the big screen. All the flashing green dots in the 103 star fields on the star map indicated that all equipment was operating normally. Kaya, there is no problem there, right? Xiang Qian said to Kaya. All the calculations this time were handed over to the Mandi tribe. After all, the data fed back by all the equipment in the 103 star fields was beyond the processing range of Shinkong. Therefore, the operation and control of those equipment were all completed by the Mandi tribe. Shinkong was only responsible for the final information summary report. No problem. Kaya nodded. Then let's get started. Xiang Qian took a breath and said, Okay. The next second, huge amounts of data began to be fed back, and all the equipment in the 103 star fields started. The gravity of star fields 1 to 10 increased, and the gravity of star fields 91 to 103 was shielded, and the repulsion exploded. The gravity of other star fields is constant, resisting the interference of external gravity fluctuations. Starry Sky reported the control instructions of the Mandi tribe. As the gravity of star fields 1 to 10 increased, all the planets outside these 10 star fields moved violently, and began to move closer to these 10 star fields. The gravity fluctuations condensed into one by these 10 star fields were pulled towards the black hole under the huge gravity of the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy. Star fields 91 to 103 blocked gravity and activated repulsion, directly disconnecting the force pulling the black hole. Coupled with the explosion of repulsion, the black hole was pushed to the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy by its huge gravity. The 20 star fields that the Earth Federation chose to open happened to be in a straight line, and the gravitational fluctuations of both sides pulled the black hole straightly like 2 traction ropes. Now one traction rope is disconnected, pushing the black hole outward, and one traction rope is strengthened, pulling the black hole outward. However, the mass of the black hole is too huge. Although it deviated a little due to the sudden interference of the huge external gravitational fluctuations, it quickly adjusted. The other star regions shielded by the Earth Federation were not disturbed by this huge gravitational fluctuation, because the gravitational fluctuation had been stabilized, and external interference would not affect it. But the outermost star region of the Andromeda Galaxy suffered, and the gravitational chaos of the core black hole caused devastating consequences. Countless planets left their orbits, star systems deviated one by one, and even the operation of the star regions was greatly affected. The gravitational force of star regions 1 to 10 is constant, and the gravitational amplification equipment of star regions 11 to 20 is turned on. Star fields 91 to 103 have gravity constant, and the repulsion device is turned off. Star fields 70 to 80 have gravity shielding, and repulsion devices turned on. The sound of the starry sky sounded again. The huge gravitational fluctuations broke out again, and the core black hole of the Andromeda galaxy moved a little bit again with this huge gravitational force, but stopped in an instant. Star fields 11 to 20 have constant gravity, and star fields 60 to 70 have gravity amplification equipment turned on. Star fields 70 to 80 have constant gravity, and repulsion devices are turned off. The gravity shield of star fields 31 to 40 turn on the repulsion device. The gravity of star fields 60 to 70 is constant, and the gravity amplification device of star fields 21 to 29 is turned on. In half an hour, all 103 star fields were run once, and the position of the core black hole of the Andromeda galaxy also slowly moved a small circle around the initial center point. All data has been collected, the equipment is operating normally, and the first route is ready to be opened. At this time, Xiang Qian and others began to look at the big screen nervously. The action just now was just to confirm whether the data was normal. Open it, Xiang Qian said. The first route is open. The gravity amplification equipment of star fields 1 to 10, 41 to 50, and 81 to 90 is running at 200% power, and the gravity traction channel is open. As the gravity of these star fields is connected, the huge gravity fluctuations directly act on the black hole, and the gravity of the black hole and the gravity of these star fields pull each other. Among them, star fields 1 to 10 began to move quickly towards the black hole, and the other two star fields also moved towards the black hole, but a little slower than the 10 star fields. The black hole also began to move under the gravitational pull of these star fields. In the command hall of the Three-Eyed Clan, Fair nervously looked at the gravitational fluctuation diagram on the big screen. The one that emitted the strongest gravitational force was the core black hole of the Andromeda galaxy. Now this core black hole is slowly moving towards the dimensional distortion field of a civilized race. Although the black hole cannot directly enter the range of the dimensional distortion field, the gravitational fluctuations emitted by the core black hole of the Andromeda galaxy are so strong that even a little fluctuation will break the dimensional distortion field. Damn it, can we stop the spread of gravitational fluctuations? Fel said. Your Highness, it is impossible to stop it. We have already smashed all the stars, so we cannot interfere with and stop the spread of gravitational fluctuations. Start time acceleration immediately. As many warships as can be produced will survive. The dimension distortion field cannot be preserved. Fel took a deep breath and said, Yes, Your Highness. Fel did not expect that the Earth Federation had prepared for 2,000 years just to break the dimension distortion field. Moreover, they were unable to stop this method of breaking the dimensional distortion field, which made people very angry. Originally, with the technological level of the Earth Federation, it was impossible to break this dimensional distortion field. The three-eyed people and other races of the fifth-level late civilization never thought that the Earth Federation could break the dimensional distortion field, because this force field was generated based on the microcosm technology. Therefore, if the microcosm is not destroyed, it is impossible to break this dimensional distortion field under normal circumstances. Even these fifth-level late civilizations cannot use technical means to break the dimensional distortion field. But now, the Earth Federation slapped these civilized races in the face, and they were all stunned. Although the Earth Federation was taking shortcuts, it must be said that they really had no way to stop this method. This is like artificial rainfall. These late-level fifth-stage civilizations use dry ice and other chemicals to make the clouds react to achieve the purpose of artificial rainfall. The Earth Federation does not have such means, but the Earth Federation knows that water vapor will turn into cumulonimbus clouds, so it takes a lot of effort to heat the seawater to boiling, produce a large amount of water vapor, let the sky form cumulonimbus clouds, and then the clouds will naturally rain, which is completely about brute force. This method basically has no scientific and technological content, and it completely relies on the laws of physics to achieve its goal. However, such a method is really unstoppable because they cannot stop the laws of physics. Now the Earth Federation relies on gravitational fluctuations, using the gravity of hundreds of star fields to induce the core black hole, making the black hole move, and the gravity explodes. These late-stage fifth-level civilizations can only watch the huge gravity of the black hole begin to interfere with time and space, directly conflict with the dimensional distortion field, and then break the dimensional distortion field. Chapter 462. Xiang Qian and his companions nervously watched the big screen, watching the gravitational waves of the black hole begin to contact the dimensional distortion field, and could not hear the explosion of the starry sky. Under such ultra-high-intensity operation, some of the equipment inside the 30 star fields had problems, but for the huge star field cluster, the damaged equipment was just a drop in the ocean. The 5-dimensional space around the black hole has begun to conflict with the dimensional distortion field. Grisun said while looking at the big screen. I hope it will succeed, but I don't know if the equipment can withstand it. Dilong also stared at the big screen and said, Shinkong, how long will the first route last? Xiang Qian asked immediately after listening to the conversation between the two. Theoretically, it can last for 3 hours, but in reality, it can only last for 52 minutes, otherwise the second route cannot be opened as planned. Shinkong replied. Xiang Qian did not speak after listening. The opening time of all equipment and the impact data on the black hole, as well as various gravitational fluctuation data, had already been calculated. If the plan is changed suddenly, all the previous calculation data will be unusable. In other words, even if the first route cannot break the dimensional distortion field after it is opened, the second route must be opened after the time limit is reached to allow the black hole to move according to the plan. After all, this time we are not dealing with 1-dimensional distortion field, but 7-dimensional distortion fields, so no matter whether the first one succeeds or not, the second route must be opened according to the plan. Before the plan was executed, Vicadia predicted that the gravitational fluctuations of the black hole would break the dimensional distortion field after 39 minutes. Regardless, we didn't know what the other party had in mind at that time, so we increased the opening time of the first route by 13 minutes. If we increase the time further, we will be out of control in the later stages. Seeing Xiang Qian's silence, Kaya quickly spoke up. Well, even if it doesn't work the first time, we still have a last resort. Xiang Qian nodded and said. In the blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the collision between the gravitational fluctuations of the black hole and the dimensional distortion field intensified again. The unstable fluctuations of the dimensional distortion field were clearly shown on the big screen. Under normal circumstances, the gravity of a black hole will not have any impact on the universe. After all, no matter how strong the gravity of a black hole is, it will not cause distance fluctuations in space. But now the space covered by the dimensional distortion field is like another 5-dimensional space in the horizon of a black hole, except that it is a 5-dimensional space without huge gravity. Black holes will not affect the 3-dimensional universe because the 5-dimensional space around the horizon of a black hole is higher in dimension than the 3-dimensional universe. Such an impact can only be found around a black hole. But now the dimensional distortion field has changed the dimension of the 3-dimensional universe, making the space inside the dimensional distortion field similar to the existence of 5-dimensional space. In this way, when the different fluctuations generated by two 5-dimensional spaces collide, one of them will definitely be destroyed. Compared with the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy, the dimensional distortion field transformed by the late-level 5th-level civilization with scientific and technological means is basically a toy, but this toy is a little stronger. The number of space channels has been saturated, and the bearing capacity of the dimensional distortion field has reached its limit. It is expected that the overall structure of the dimensional distortion field will collapse in 15 minutes, and the space channels except the main channel will also be destroyed. Patriarch, do you want to use space matter to reinforce the dimensional distortion field? No, just leave it as it is. Anyway, there is only one civilization left. Even without the dimensional distortion field, they can't destroy us within 8,000 years. And there is no need for us to fight so hard. Don't forget that we are not the only ones in this galaxy. The Patriarch of the 5th stage civilization race affected by the black hole said. Yes, Patriarch. 10 minutes later, the dimensional distortion field disappeared, and the area that was once a blank under the 4-dimensional detector was finally observed. Xiang Qian and the others breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the dimensional distortion field collapse. Although it took 40 minutes, 3 minutes longer than Vicadia predicted, it was already very good. This means that if the opponent did not resist, the opponent's persistence time was 37 minutes. Now the opponent must have resisted, but the dimensional distortion field was broken in 40 minutes, which means that the opponent has no way to prevent the dimensional distortion field from collapsing, or the cost of preventing it is too high. In any case, this is good news for the Earth Federation. Prepare to open the second route. Xiang Qian said immediately. Okay, boss. Now the dimension distortion field of a civilized race has been broken, but there are still 12 minutes left before the second route is opened. After all, these 12 minutes are wasted to keep the black hole's trajectory and gravitational fluctuation data consistent with the plan. Xiang Qian and the others also looked at the other side, where the star map inside the broken dimension distortion field was displayed. But after seeing the star map, there is actually no difference with not seeing the star map, because in the entire area, except for a huge space gate and a large circle of steel planets in the core, there is no planet in the entire universe. Under normal circumstances, there must be countless stars and extreme stars in the core area of a galaxy, and the number of planets and the total amount of matter will exceed the outside of the galaxy. After all, under the gravitational force of the black hole in the core of the galaxy, a large amount of matter is attracted by the black hole, and the probability of interstellar dust condensing into planets is tens of thousands of times that of the outside, so the number of planets is definitely large. But now, after the dimensional distortion field was broken, the results of the four-dimensional space detector scan showed that not a single planet was found, not even a single meteorite was found. The entire area was empty, cleaner than the cosmic void outside the galaxy. They wouldn't move all the planets into the microcosm. Seeing the situation shown on the star map, De Long said in disbelief. Who knows, but since the enemy has a microcosm, the chances of destroying the enemy will increase by dozens of times. Xiang Qian said, as he looked at the huge space gate in the center of the star map. Not necessarily. It is very difficult to attack by force, but if Vacadia takes action and directly destroys the structural stability of the opponent's microcosm, it seems to be easier. Kaya said with bright eyes. Ask Vacadia and see if this method is feasible. Xiang Qian was tempted as soon as he heard it. After all, it is very difficult to attack a microcosm by force. Soon, Vacadia tried it, but did not predict it directly, but felt the consumption problem. It's possible, but the cost of directly using the true prophecy to destroy a small universe is too high, and the Earth Federation cannot afford it. But if we can attack the opponent's small universe, and obtain the data inside the opponent's small universe, then the consumption will be much less. Vacadia said. Well, we talk about it later. Now the main thing is to break the opponent's dimension distortion field, otherwise the war can't be fought at all. Xiang Qian nodded and said. 12 minutes later, the second route was opened, and the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy moved again. Chapter 463. The black hole at the core of the Andromeda Galaxy is moving slowly, but with the opening of the second and third routes, the black hole is moving farther and farther, and the force that wants to push the black hole to move is getting stronger and stronger. Boss, all equipment is damaged by 12%, and the damage will reach 21% after the fifth route is opened. After hearing this, Xiang Qian did not invite the maintenance ship to replace the parts because there was not enough time. 12% of all the equipment in 103 star fields, that is, the number of equipment is tens of trillions. Even if all the maintenance ships of the Earth Federation are used to replace those equipment, it will not be completed in a short time, so Xiang Qian is too lazy to spend that effort. However, judging from the current data, the plan should be completed before all the equipment is damaged. So far, the Earth Federation has destroyed 4-dimensional distortion fields, and the blank areas that were once blank are now displayed on the big screen. But it is not necessary to watch it, because the areas inside these dimensional distortion fields are all the same. There is no planet that only has a huge space gate and some production bases at the core, and there is nothing else. It is useless to watch it. But no matter what, without the obstruction of the dimensional distortion field, it is basically impossible for these civilized races to use the previous space maze and destroy the entire space to deal with the Earth Federation again. The only thing that made Xiang Qian and others look unhappy was that after the dimensional distortion field of these 4 civilizations was broken, they did not see any surviving civilized races at all. Moreover, the situation around the open space gate did not seem like any civilized race had hit the inside of the other party's microcosm. So far, in the entire Andromeda Galaxy, except for the 7 native civilizations, only the Earth Federation remains. The other hundreds of thousands of civilizations that attacked with the Earth Federation are estimated to have been destroyed. In other words, in the last 8,000 years, if the Earth Federation fails to destroy the remaining 7 native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, it will be wiped out by the rules of the universe. As for whether there are surviving civilizations in the last 3 unbroken dimensional distortion fields, Xiang Qian and his team no longer have any ideas. Now we just need to wait until the dimension distortion fields of the 7 civilizations are broken before we start the attack. More than half an hour later, when the 5th route was closed and the 6th route was opened, all the equipment in the 103 star fields had been turned on. Otherwise, if 35% of the equipment was lost and the distance between the black hole and the black hole was getting farther and farther, it would not be able to provide enough gravity. Even so, after the equipment was turned on, the true prophecy of Acadia was needed to assist, otherwise the plan would be over here. The sixth route of the black hole's movement is heading towards the dimension distortion field of the three-eyed tribe. Your Highness, the time acceleration ability of the dimension distortion field cannot be operated, and the production base has stopped. Produce warships at a normal speed, and don't worry about the dimension distortion field. If the other races don't contribute, we don't need to work so hard. Anyway, there are only 8,000 years left, and they have no hope. By the way, take all the warships back to the small universe, and don't let anyone see them. Fel nodded. Yes, Your Highness. As the black hole approached, a red alarm began to flash on the big screen of the Three-Eyed Clan Command Center, and the microchannels connecting the small universe to the large universe began to break one after another. The dimensional distortion force field supported by the small universe also began to fluctuate violently. The entire dimensional distortion force field was formed by countless microspace channels connecting the small universe to affect the time axis of the large universe. Now the microspace channel of the small universe was forcibly disconnected from the large universe under the five-dimensional space fluctuations of the black hole itself, and the dimensional distortion force field was destroyed. 35 minutes later, the dimension distortion field of the Three-Eyed Tribe was broken, and the Three-Eyed Tribe was officially exposed to the detection range of the Earth Federation. At this time, among the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, only the dimension distortion field of the Morty civilization had not been broken, and the dimension distortion fields of the other 6 civilizations were all broken. Boss, the equipment is damaged by 47%, and it is expected that all equipment will be completely scrapped in 45 minutes. Without Shinkong saying it, Xiang Qian and the others could see that now, the 103 star fields on the big screen were full of red dots, the remaining 30% were still yellow dots, and only the last 23% were still green dots. This means that the service life of all equipment is close to the scrap stage, and the 23% of good equipment is not the main equipment at all. At this time, the main equipment has been overloaded and is close to being scrapped. It can be said that at this time, the power that the 103 star fields can exert is less than 1/3 of the previous one. But now the black hole is farther away from the location of the Morty civilization than ever before. Acadia, let's start. Xiang Qian said to Acadia. Yes. The Kadi nodded and disappeared. It can be said that at this time, the Earth Federation's plan has been completed. If they want to move the black hole again, they have to rely on Acadia's true prophecy. Otherwise, it is impossible to move the black hole. The 7th route is open. All equipment is 300% overloaded and is expected to stop in 45 minutes. With the sound of the starry sky, Xiang Qian and the others knew that Acadia had begun. At this time, it can be seen, outside the Andromeda Galaxy, that the spiral arms between the core area and the outer area of the Andromeda Galaxy dimmed in an instant. Because all the star energy extraction equipment was overloaded, the star's light could not be emitted at all, and the energy of the entire star was extracted in a large amount in an instant. In line with Acadia's prediction, all the star fields in the opposite direction of the Morty civilization turned on the repulsion devices, and the operating power was turned to the maximum at the cost of destroying the equipment, while the star fields in the direction of the Morty civilization turned on the gravity amplification device to the maximum to provide a strong gravitational force for the black hole. It took a full 27 minutes for the black hole to slowly approach the dimension distortion field of the Morty civilization. At this time, there were still 18 minutes left before all the equipment was damaged. Your Majesty, the black hole has begun to collide with the dimensional distortion field. If you want to break the dimensional distortion field, I will not let you succeed even if I reduce the range. Give up 1/3 of the outer space, and reduce the coverage of the dimensional distortion field. Caesar snorted coldly. Your Majesty, if you do that, it will be impossible to repair it. The time and space node has been cut off by us. It will take more than 100,000 years to find it again. Do as I say. After destroying these civilized races, there is plenty of time to restore the dimensional distortion field. Now we must not let other races, especially the three-eyed race, catch those ants before we destroy them. Caesar said angrily. Yes, Your Majesty. Caesar looked at the big screen and saw more than 10,000 civilized races that had persisted for more than 2,000 years. He was so angry that his teeth itched. If he hadn't been afraid of losing face, he wouldn't have given the order to abandon the spacetime node. Although such a large range was abandoned, the black hole could no longer affect the dimensional distortion field that was only 2/3 left, but their loss was definitely greater than that of other races. Because other races only need 10,000 to 20,000 years to restore the dimensional distortion field. But if they are unlucky, they may not be able to restore such a large range of dimensional distortion field in more than 100,000 years. Boss, the other party has reduced the coverage of the dimensional distortion field, and the black hole can no longer affect the other party's dimensional distortion field. Xiang Qian and his men looked ugly. They didn't expect the last civilized race to do this. They really couldn't understand why the previous civilized races didn't use such means. Even if they used such means, they couldn't destroy the 6 dimensional distortion fields. But at this time, Xiang Qian and his men had no direction, because they still had the last killer to use. Vikati, use the best means. Can you move the black hole again? Xiang Qian asked seriously. With the help of the real prophecy, yes. Vikati closed his eyes for a while before speaking. Then get ready. Xiang Qian nodded and said. Chapter 464. The other level 5 civilizations were very confused about the Mort civilization's narrowing of the dimensional distortion field, and they didn't understand why the Mort civilization did this. In particular, the Mort civilization didn't even respond to the communications of the other civilizations, which made the other civilizations think that something was wrong with the Mort civilization. However, the Mort civilization's problem had nothing to do with them, so after seeing that the Mort civilization didn't want to answer, they didn't continue to ask. Now they are focusing on the Earth Federation, not the Mort civilization. Because the Mort civilization has reduced the coverage of the dimensional distortion field, the Earth Federation's plan has not succeeded, and they are all waiting to see what the Earth Federation is going to do. At this time, the Earth Federation has shut down all the equipment, because even if it continues to be turned on, there is no way to move the Andromeda Galaxy's core black hole by hundreds of light years. So at this time, those equipment are no longer useful. All spacecraft are in place. Start to pull the star to the designated location. Xiang Qian and his companions watched on the big screen that countless spaceships were sailing with stars in curvature, heading towards the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy. Dilong, is the biological weapon army ready? Xiang Qian asked. It's been ready for a long time. Dilong nodded. Then start the attack according to the original plan. Xiang Qian continued. Don't wait until the last dimension distortion field is broken. Lucen asked. No, the final plan will take several months to execute. Now our time is precious, and we can't waste it. Xiang Qian shook his head and said. Okay, I give the order now. Dilong said immediately after hearing it. Following Dilong's order, countless biological weapons in the star field around the Three-Eyed Tribe rushed to the location of the space gate in the core area of the Three-Eyed Tribe. The Earth Federation's plan is not to attack all civilized races at the same time. Xiang Qian and his men are not stupid enough to do that. Now they only attack the Three-Eyed Tribe, just to see if other civilized races will come to help. If other civilized races send troops to rescue, it means that their relationship is relatively good. At that time, even if the Earth Federation does not want to attack them together, it will not be possible. But if other civilizations do not help when attacking a civilization, then the Earth Federation will have an easier time. At that time, the Earth Federation can mobilize all its forces to attack a civilization, and the force will be much stronger. The biological weapon core of more than 20 star fields around the Three-Eyed Tribe rushed towards the Three-Eyed Tribe. Even in the universe, these biological weapon core are like a large nebula. You can imagine how huge their number is. And behind the biological weapon core, there are continuous supplementary forces joining in, like countless rivers flowing into the sea, increasing the total amount of biological weapons bit by bit. The current biological weapon core is no longer the cannon fodder of the past. Its combat power is comparable to that of warships, and its flexibility is much higher than that of warships. When the Earth Federation sent out the biological weapon core, warships began to pour out of the space gate of the Three-Eyed Tribe. However, this time the Three-Eyed Tribe did not launch an attack. After leaving the space gate, these warships gathered at a location 10 trillion kilometers outside the space gate and began to deploy troops. Your Highness, we have contacted other civilizations, but they have all rejected our request. Yeah, I understand. Fel didn't show any anger after hearing this. He knew this would be the result. This request for assistance was just an excuse to shut up other civilizations later. There are only 7 level 5 late civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy now. If their Three-Eyed Tribe is eliminated, there will be only 6 level 5 late civilizations left in the Andromeda Galaxy. Then the vacant quota can support a civilization race under them, and their voice will increase greatly at that time. If a certain civilized race controls all the 5th stage civilizations, with the consent of all civilized races, this civilized race can leave the cage of the Andromeda Galaxy. Although the possibility of controlling all the fifth-stage civilizations is very small, almost slim, these civilized races that have survived in the Andromeda Galaxy for tens of millions of years will still want to seize this opportunity. After all, no civilized race likes to be imprisoned in a galaxy, unable to leave, unable to break through to a higher level of civilization, and even unable to set foot outside the galaxy. This is a nightmare for any civilized race. The 7 level 5 civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy have been having nightmares for tens of millions of years, so they will not give up even if there is a glimmer of hope. 6 months have passed in the blink of an eye, and the biological weapon army is still charging, but it is still hundreds of light years away from the space gate of the three-eyed race, which cannot be reached in a few months. But the preparations for dealing with the dimension distortion field of the Morty civilization have been completed in these 6 months. At the edge of the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy, more than 1,000 stars were shipped here by the Earth Federation. "Vacadia, are you ready?" Xiang Qian asked. "Already ready?" Vacadia nodded. "Then let's start." After Vacadia's figure disappeared, within 2 minutes, it could be seen on the big screen that 3 stars with a mass 10 times that of the Sun were being carried by tens of millions of large spaceships, and were moving rapidly towards a star with a mass 50 times that of the Sun. When the star's gravity is shielded, the star is just a larger planet. With the technological level of a level 5 civilization, moving a star is a simple matter. As the large spacecraft accelerates, the 3 stars are also getting faster and faster. Many of them have reached 1/10 the speed of light, and are still accelerating. In a blink of an eye, the 3 stars flew over a distance of tens of millions of kilometers, and at a speed close to 1/5 the speed of light, they slammed into the massive star in the middle. At the moment when the gravitational shielding devices outside the 4 stars were destroyed, the 4 stars suddenly paused. This was the huge gravitational force of the 4 stars. After all, if stars with such large masses want to collide, it is impossible to collide straight like a car crash without shielding gravity. Instead, they circle around each other. Finally, under the action of gravity, the small mass star begins to lose mass after approaching the large mass star, and is finally swallowed by the large mass star. However, if gravity is shielded, this situation will not occur. At a speed close to 1/5 of the speed of light, the 3 stars are only 500,000 kilometers apart, and they cannot continue to circle. In an instant, the huge gravity of the 4 stars caused the lava on the surface of the stars to erupt, and endless flames burst outward. But in less than a few seconds, the 4 stars collided with each other. Chapter 465. Under normal circumstances, the collision of these 4 stars can turn them into a giant star due to various reactions, or a supernova explosion or other reactions may occur. However, under Vacadia's control, after the collision of these 4 stars, the core of the massive star exploded with super strong gravity. At the same time, the space around these 4 stars also solidified for a moment. In this case, the matter of the 4 stars began to be compressed under the super strong gravity, and then the rebound effect appeared, and the supernova explosion occurred. But after the supernova explosion, most of the mass of these 4 stars was absorbed by a singularity, which is a black hole. The huge gravity of the black hole quickly spreads around, and soon forms a unique horizon of the black hole. Part of the matter ejected during the supernova explosion is also bound by gravity. Under the physical rules accelerated by gravity, it rotates rapidly around the black hole. Some of the matter escapes, forming a jet of matter at both ends of the black hole. The black hole data scan is completed, the error does not exceed 1.5%, the plan is successful. Xiang Qian and his companions looked at the gorgeous edge of the black hole's event horizon, and the jets of matter at both ends on the big screen, and all of them smiled. The black hole pull begins. A supermassive neutron star accelerated to 0.93 times the speed of light quickly flew over the edge of the black hole's event horizon, and the newly formed black hole also moved forward rapidly under the drive of this supermassive neutron star. This supermassive neutron star was specially found by the Earth Federation. Its mass is 16,400 times that of the Sun. Just to accelerate this neutron star, the Earth Federation has to work very hard. The mass of this newly formed black hole is only 47 times that of the Sun, which is not comparable to that of the neutron star. In this case, although the gravity of the black hole exists, it cannot change the direction of the neutron star, not to mention that the speed of the neutron star is still close to the speed of light, and its mass has increased by many times. When the neutron star flew over the edge of the black hole shot into the interior of the neutron star like a bullet. That's right, it shot into the interior of the neutron star. If the mass of a black hole is not as large as that of a planet, Then how does the black hole swallow the planet without considering how the planet ignores gravity and reaches the black hole? Just like now, it directly shoots into the interior of the planet, and then quickly rotates around its core, swallowing the planet's matter. It is not until the mass of the planet is not as large as that of the black hole that the planet begins to rotate around the black hole. But at that time, there is not much time before the planet is swallowed up. Now the massive neutron star that the Earth Federation has found is enough for the black hole to swallow. At least in the short term, the newly formed black hole cannot swallow the neutron star quickly. Then the neutron star will wrap the black hole and move forward quickly. However, letting the neutron star wrap the black hole and move forward is not the purpose of the Earth Federation, because no matter how fast the neutron star is, it cannot exceed the speed of light, which is still too slow in the universe. So after the black hole enters the neutron star, the Earth Federation spacecraft begins to approach the neutron star, forming a gravitational constant force field outside the neutron star, and then forming a four-dimensional space shield outside the force field, and finally dragging the four-dimensional space shield to perform curvature navigation. All this is to avoid the huge gravitational force of the black hole, and also to increase the mass of the black hole. When countless spaceships were moving forward with the black hole, the remaining stars were not abandoned, and were also carried forward. When the spaceship of the Earth Federation reached the edge of the dimension distortion field of the Morty civilization, it stopped. At this time, the volume of the neutron star had shrunk several times, and there was a circle of raised mountains, like a lifebuoy in the middle. Under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a neutron star to have such a mountain range, but under the impact of the jet produced by the black hole absorbing the neutron star matter, this mountain range also appeared on the neutron star. However, the jet of matter from the black hole did not eject the neutron star due to the huge gravity of the neutron star, and the binding of the solid neutron degenerate matter. After the Earth Federation arranged all the stars around the neutron star, Vicadia made the second true prediction, and then the swallowing capacity of the black hole increased by thousands of times. The neutron star shrank rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then revolved around the black hole. The surface of the surrounding stars also ejected pillars of fire, which began to revolve around the black hole. The pillars of fire carried the matter of the stars, and were quickly swallowed by the black hole. When the black hole devours these stars, it is also moving, and the direction of movement is the location of the Andromeda Galaxy black hole. The Earth Federation created this black hole to destroy the dimension distortion field of the Mort civilization. Before, the Earth Federation had no way to make the Andromeda Galaxy core black hole continue to move. After all, the mass of the Andromeda Galaxy core black hole is too huge. With the Earth Federation's technological level, there is no way to move such a massive black hole. However, the inability to move the Andromeda Galaxy core black hole does not mean that the Earth Federation cannot move a smaller black hole. Moreover, if you want to destroy the dimensional distortion field, you don't necessarily need such a massive black hole. A smaller black hole can also do it. However, if a small mass black hole wants to destroy the dimensional distortion field, the speed is not as fast as the core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy. Therefore, the Earth Federation can only create a small mass black hole, put this black hole next to the dimensional distortion field of the Molt civilization, and then use the true prophecy to quickly increase the mass of the black hole. A supermassive neutron star and 1,000 massive constants are enough to feed this newly formed black hole, and it is estimated that it is a bit overnourished. After feeding this black hole, the Earth Federation doesn't need to worry about it. The core black hole of the Andromeda Galaxy will naturally pull this black hole to a fixed orbit near it. However, when this black hole moves, it can completely destroy the dimension distortion field of the Mort civilization. Of course, black holes are not impossible to destroy, but the Mort civilization has no energy to destroy black holes now. It can only watch the black hole enter the range of the dimension distortion field and begin to destroy the stability of the entire dimension distortion field as it moves. Destroy that black hole for me. Caesar roared angrily. Your Majesty, if you want to destroy that black hole, you need to mobilize a lot of equipment. Now that the space gate is attacked, it is impossible to send so many devices out at once. Then open a new space channel. Your Majesty, it takes time to open a space channel. By the time the new space channel is successfully opened, the dimension distortion field has been destroyed. Is there no other way? Sorry, Your Majesty, there is no other way at the moment. Get out, all of you, a bunch of trash. Caesar looked at the thousands of civilizations on the big screen that were constantly attacking the space gate with a dark face. He didn't know what the other 5-level late civilizations would think when they saw that their Morty civilization had not yet eliminated these civilizations after the dimensional distortion field was destroyed. But he knew that the three-eyed people would never miss this opportunity to laugh at him. Thinking of this, Caesar's anger began to boil, and he wanted to destroy those civilizations on the big screen immediately. This was really too embarrassing. When Caesar was so frustrated that he was about to vomit blood, the biological weapon army of the Earth Federation finally arrived at the core area of the three-eyed people. Chapter 466. 10 light-years away from the space gate of the core area of the three-eyed clan, the Earth Federation's biological weapon core and the three-eyed clan's fleet are fighting fiercely. As biological weapons cultivated by level 6 civilization technology, the ratio of casualties between the two sides against the three-eyed clan's fleet is basically around 1 minute and 1.5 seconds. However, the three-eyed clan has a large number of offensive weapons, which are more harmful to the biological weapon core, so the damage of both sides is about the same now. Send out elite biological weapons to destroy the opponent's defense equipment first, Xiang Qian said while looking at the big screen. Elite biological weapons have been dispatched, and they will reach the front line in 3 days. Di Long nodded. Shinkong, how is the last dimensional distortion field? Xiang Qian asked again. Boss, the opponent's dimensional distortion field has shown obvious fluctuations. If the opponent has no countermeasures, the opponent's dimensional distortion field will be broken in 5 days. Shinkong replied immediately. Sephiroth, you should also start preparing. You will have to take action in 100 years at the latest. Xiang Qian said to Sephiroth again. Okay, 100 years is enough. Sephiroth nodded. Then several people looked at the big screen without saying anything. On the big screen, a biological weapon fought with the opponent's warship to death, grabbed the warship with the remaining half of its body, and launched a self-destruction, blowing the warship into pieces. Seeing such a scene, everyone unconsciously thought of the sacrifice made by the guide Salvini. If the Pabatalong civilization is still a level 5 civilization, then even if the number of biological weapon core is 100 times the current one, it will not achieve such an effect. The biological weapons core used to be cannon fodder, but now they are the main force. Apart from the elite biological weapons of Pabatalong, few warships of the Earth Federation can match the combat effectiveness of the biological weapons core. As the Earth Federation and the Three-Eyed Tribe invested more and more troops, the battle lines of both sides began to lengthen. With the Three-Eyed Tribe space gate as the core, the battlefield is all outside the 10 light-year radius. It is estimated that in a few years, the troops invested by both sides will be able to surround the entire core of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Currently, the number of troops lost by both sides is about 80 billion per day, but as the battle line expands, this number is rising every day. If the Earth Federation's troops increase tenfold, then this number will at least increase tenfold. When the strength of both sides is similar, whichever side can't withstand such consumption will fail. However, from the current point of view, the Earth Federation's troops are absolutely sufficient within 5,000 years. Even after 5,000 years, the Earth Federation can transport materials from the outer periphery of the Andromeda galaxy to the interior to build warships and cultivate biological weapons. Anyway, the Earth Federation is not afraid of consumption. With the resources outside the regular Andromeda galaxy as a backing, the Earth Federation is not afraid of consuming anyone. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the elite biological weapons also arrived at the battlefield. As elite biological weapons, their strength is at least 10 times stronger. The number of special genes alone is 2 more than ordinary biological weapons, and the abilities of these 2 special genes are also very powerful. As an elite biological weapon arrived at the front line, a wave of water waves came out from the organs in front of its body. This wave of water waves is very similar to sound waves, but this wave of water waves vibrates space, not air. As the water-like space ripples spread, the protective shield of the warship in front of it was instantly damaged. For any material with a space structure, this kind of vibration ripple is fatal. Without the protection of the protective shield, the warship was directly distorted by the space ripples. When the ripples swept through, the warship looked unchanged, but its interior was completely damaged, and any equipment was torn apart by the distorted space. Now, as long as a little external force acts on the hull, the entire hull will be torn into pieces. The sudden force of the elite biological weapons directly penetrated the Three-Eyed Tribe's defense line at hundreds of locations, and then quickly rushed into the production base behind the defense line to wreak havoc. But even elite biological weapons can't last long under the endless attacks from the enemy's rear. At most, they can launch one attack, and then be destroyed by the overwhelming attack. The Three-Eyed Tribe space gate has been spewing out warships continuously. Even if 80 billion warships are lost every day, the strength of the Three-Eyed Tribe's defense line has not decreased, but has been slowly increasing, but not as much as the Earth Federation. This also shows that the war potential of the Three-Eyed Tribe is very strong and cannot be eliminated in a short period of time. Xiang Qian is also prepared for a long-term war. After consuming the opponent's war potential, he will send elite troops to raid the opponent's microcosm. As long as the data of the opponent's microcosm is obtained, the Cadia can also take action. Boss, the dimension distortion field has reached the edge of collapse, and is expected to dissipate in 5 minutes. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. A few days have passed, and the black hole artificially created by the Earth Federation has begun to erupt the powerful gravitational fluctuations of the black hole, causing damage to the dimension distortion field. As the dimensional distortion field fluctuations displayed on the big screen became farther and farther away, a crack finally appeared after a burst of rapid fluctuations, and then the crack continued to expand, and finally the entire dimensional distortion field collapsed. Of course, all this was displayed on the big screen. If you use optical equipment to observe, you can only see that the light in the range covered by the dimensional distortion field suddenly distorted, and in less than a few seconds, the fluctuations of the light returned to normal, and nothing else happened. However, under the scanning of the four-dimensional space detector, at this moment, when the dimension distortion force field was broken, a space gate appeared in the universe, and at the same time, there were thousands of civilizations, and countless warships fighting in front of the space gate. When Xiang Qian and his friends saw so many civilizations, and various flagships, with academic characteristics, they were also stunned. They didn't expect that after 2,000 years, there are still civilizations that persist until now. After the previous 5-dimensional distortion fields were broken, even the remains of the attacking civilizations could not be seen, and after 6 consecutive times, Xiang Qian and his team had no hope. Who would have thought that after the last dimensional distortion field was broken, so many surviving civilizations could be seen, and these civilizations had already attacked the other party's space gate, which made Xiang Qian and his team so happy that they could not find the north. Xiang Qian and his team were happy, but the other 5-level late civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy were speechless. They did not expect that after more than 2,000 years, the Mort civilization did not eliminate those attacking civilizations, and almost let the enemy hit the small universe, which was a shame for them, the 5-level late civilizations. Chapter 467. Caesar was about to collapse when faced with the help offered by several other civilizations. What do you mean by needing help? Is it not working? What's the matter? It hasn't been solved yet. Anyway, one by one, after opening the communication, although the words were nice, they were full of malice, and the mocking expression on their faces was not concealed, and they almost laughed. After a few words, they turned off all the communications, and smashed the cup in their hands. Speed up the flow of time in the microcosm, stop making junk warships there, and make main battleships. Caesar roared angrily. Yes, your majesty. When Caesar went crazy, the man in black was also stunned. At the moment, when the dimension distortion field was broken, he also got the news of the Earth Federation. He didn't expect that the Earth Federation actually built so many bases in the Andromeda Galaxy, and the troops produced every day were not less than the troops produced by time acceleration. This was also a strange story for him. In his memory, it was very simple to end this battle. All he had to do was capture a small universe. He had never thought of using such a brainless method to fight the enemy with his troops and defeat them. However, the current situation was also a good thing for the man in black. After all, the dimension distortion field disappeared, and many methods of the 5th stage civilization could not be used. He no longer needed to be a Nani all the time and carefully protect the remaining civilized races. Boss, the identities of these civilizations have been confirmed. Among them, 2,307 civilizations are from the Milky Way. Among these 2,307 civilizations, there is also the Hope Alliance that we have talked to. Among them, more than 1,000 civilizations were the civilizations that broke through the blockade with us at that time. Shinkong immediately confirmed the identities of those civilizations based on the data fed back by the detector. I didn't expect that I could still meet them at this time. Xiang Qian looked at the big screen with a strange expression on his face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Seeing Xiang Qian's expression, Ludgerson asked curiously. It's not that there is something wrong, but that everything is wrong. Xiang Qian said seriously. Think about it. Is it possible for so many civilized races to survive under the attack of space destruction? Even if they did not encounter space destruction, with the military strength of these civilized races, can they hold on until now? The strangest thing is, Within the range of the dimensional distortion field, how did they find the enemy's space gate? Not to mention that there are high-level civilizations among these civilizations. According to the data, these civilizations are all level 5 early civilizations, and there is not even a level 6 civilization. It is really hard to imagine how strong they are to have persisted until now under the cover of the dimensional distortion field. Lucen and the others were silent after hearing this. They knew better than anyone how strong the enemy they were facing was. The strength of the Earth Federation is not the strongest among all civilizations, but it is also at the top. But even with the strength of the Earth Federation, they have suffered such a big loss, not to mention that Xiang Qian and his people look down on other civilizations. How can these civilizations survive until now? Is it by strength or luck? You mean there is something wrong with these civilizations? Dilong said. There must be a problem, but I don't know what the specific problem is. Now I just want to know how they survived until now, and what their trump card is. Xiang Qian squinted his eyes, and looked at the big screen and said. While Xiang Qian and the others were thinking, Shinkong suddenly said, Boss, the Hope Alliance sent a communication request. Connect? Xiang Qian nodded. Soon, the figure of the Hope Alliance chairman Hill appeared on the big screen. Although Xiang Qian knew that they had a problem, he couldn't help but feel a little close to them when he saw the influence of the same Milky Way civilization race at this time. Hello, Chairman Hill. I'm so glad to see you at this time. Xiang Qian spoke first. Hello, Chairman Xiang Qian. We are also very happy to see you. If you hadn't broken the dimensional distortion field, we would have been waiting for death. We didn't expect that the dimensional distortion field would be broken when we were about to despair. When we saw the Earth Federation Galaxy battleship, we didn't know how excited we were. Hill said with a smile. It should be, after all, we are all comrades. The only pity is that the civilized races in other regions have been annihilated, and now only our civilized races are left. Moreover, the enemy is so powerful that I don't know how to fight the next war. There are only 8,000 years left. The time is too short. Xiang Qian shook his head and said, Yes, the time is too short. In the past 2,000 years, we have been holding the line. As the civilized races were destroyed one after another, we were almost desperate. But now we see hope again. This feeling is really good, Hill said with emotion. After listening to Hill's words, Xiang Qian sneered in his heart. What a joke, holding the line for 2,000 years, fooling fools. Can your family hold the line to the enemy's home? You have already reached the enemy's home, and you still have the nerve to say that you are holding the line. I'm a fool. Don't worry, the final victory will definitely be ours. I don't know if Chairman Hill has anything else to say. If not, I hang up. I still have a lot of things to do later. If you have no problem, please go back to the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy to rest. Xiang Qian said. Well, we hope that the Earth Federation can give us some support. After more than 2,000 years of consumption, our material reserves have been greatly depleted, and the number of warships is getting less and less. We can't hold on any longer. I wonder if Chairman Xiang Qian can provide us with some supplies. It would be even better if he could send a fleet to help us, Hill said with an embarrassed look on his face. Supplies, no problem. I will allocate 10 star regions for you, and you can replenish them at will. But we can't do anything about sending a fleet. After all, we have to face the other 6 civilized races, and their military strength is even tighter than yours. But don't worry, if the enemy dares to pursue you when you evacuate, I will definitely send troops to help you back, Xiang Qian said righteously. Ah. Okay, thank you Chairman Xiang Qian, but I can't decide on the specifics. I go back and have a meeting to discuss it. I'm really sorry. Hill was stunned for a moment, then said, Okay, then I get busy too. Xiang Qian nodded and closed the communication. Boss, more than 3,500 civilized races just sent communication requests. There are more than 1,900 civilized races waiting online, hoping to contact you. Just as I dared to hang up the call, Shinkong spoke. You go and write down all their requests, and you don't have to agree to them. Just say that I am in a meeting to discuss their problems, and ask them to send the battle records of the past 2,000 years, and tell them that we need them as a reference. Xiang Qian thought for a while and said, Okay, boss. Chapter 468. Master, that's all he said, Hill said respectfully to the man in black. After listening to Hill's story, the man in black was thinking about what Xiang Qian meant. Based on the current practices of the Earth Federation, he was sure that the Earth Federation did not know how to win, otherwise the Earth Federation would not have dispersed its forces, but would have concentrated on attacking a civilized race. But Xiang Qian's attitude towards the Hope Alliance made him very strange. Under normal circumstances, the Earth Federation should send troops to help them, but now they are asking them to go back to recuperate, which is obviously not in line with the current situation. So what is Xiang Qian thinking? The man in black was thinking quietly, and Hill didn't dare to disturb him. Time seemed to have stopped. An hour later, Hill received a report that some civilized races had withdrawn from the battlefield and returned to the Andromeda Galaxy to replenish resources. Although they said they were replenishing resources, everyone knew that these civilized races were preparing to leave the battlefield. Before the dimensional distortion field was broken by the Earth Federation, these civilized races could not leave safely, and could only attack with all their strength under the protection of the Hope Alliance. But now the dimensional distortion field has been broken, and these civilized races are not controlled by the black-clothed man, so of course they will not stay and fight to the death. What's the matter? The black-clothed man suddenly asked when he saw Hill's hesitant expression. Master, hundreds of civilized races have already left the battlefield, Hill said hesitantly. Well, let's evacuate as well. The black-clothed man thought for a while and said, Okay, master. After Hill left, the black-clothed man saw that many civilized races began to move and wanted to evacuate the battlefield, and he knew that the previous plan was no longer feasible. At this time, other civilized races began to evacuate the battlefield. If they still insisted on staying here, even a fool would know that there was a problem. And even if they stayed, without so many civilized races acting as cannon fodder, they would not be able to rush into the space gate and reach the interior of the microcosm. So after comprehensive consideration, the black-clothed people decided to evacuate first and return to the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy to replenish resources. After reading the combat records sent by those civilized races, Xiang Qian and his companions all showed solemn expressions on their faces. After all, in the past 2,000 years, there were countless opportunities to be destroyed by the enemy, but every time there was a crisis, the enemy's warships would be directly destroyed by an invincible force. Xiang Qian and his men saw those warships that were crushed by space and cut by two-dimensional space, and a question came to their minds. What means were used to destroy those warships? Why did they have such a powerful means, but could not directly attack the opponent's microcosm? Even Bacadia, after analyzing those pictures, directly denied that the attack came from the real prophecy. After all, the attack methods generated by the real prophecy are too different from the attack methods played on the screen. Even if Bacadia has the mental support of all the regular Earth Federation, it is impossible to use such a rough attack method. In that case, no matter how many people the Earth Federation has, it will not be able to withstand the consumption of the real prophecy. Boss, the fleet of the Hope Alliance has also evacuated the battlefield. Starry Sky reminded. Well, continue to monitor, and when they return to the outside of the Andromeda Galaxy, even how much resources they have collected must be recorded clearly. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Okay, boss. Now Xiang Qian is sure that the Hope Alliance should have a civilization similar to the Mandi tribe, which is to unify the spiritual will of the entire race and condense it into a soul crystal. At the same time, there must be a special evolver in that race. Otherwise, Xiang Qian doesn't think that other types of civilized races can do such a strange attack method. But he couldn't guess what kind of special evolver the Hope Alliance was. After all, he still didn't know how many types of special evolvers there were. He used to think that there were only a few types of special evolvers, but the emergence of the star field made him realize that there is another type of special evolver that is not rewarded by the rules of the universe, but is born with its own abilities. This type of special evolver is called the first generation of special evolvers with the most complete abilities. The abilities of the first generation of special evolvers are not castrated by the rules of the universe. Although they may not be more powerful than these special evolvers, their weirdness and unlimited use of special abilities are incomparable to the special evolvers that are bred by the rules of the universe. So now Xiang Qian is not sure whether the Hope Alliance has any special evolvers. With the withdrawal of the Hope Alliance, the War of the Morty civilization ended. Although Caesar wanted to send troops to hunt them down, they could not leave the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy under the constraints of the rules of the universe. Although they can open the space gate at any location inside the Andromeda Galaxy through the space channel of the microcosm, they cannot send warships. So Caesar can only watch these enemies, who brought shame to the Morty civilization, and made him a joke of other civilizations leave. In this way, the war in the core area of the Andromeda Galaxy was only between the Earth Federation and the Three-Eyed Tribe. As the Earth Federation sent more and more troops, the Three-Eyed Tribe's defense line finally began to slowly retreat, getting closer and closer to the space gate. But it would take a long time for the Earth Federation to really attack the Three-Eyed Tribe's space gate. After all, the smaller the defense circle, the fewer troops are needed, and the Earth Federation's huge troops do not seem to have much advantage in front of the shrinking defense circle. After all, no matter how many biological weapon core you have, the enemy's defense circle is so small that it can only withstand 100 people's siege. Even if you have 10,000 people, you can't do anything. Unless the Three-Eyed Tribe's troops can't keep up with the speed of consumption, no matter how many biological weapon core arrive at the front line, they can only watch from behind. Only when the front battlefield loses personnel can the back make up for it. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. For the war of the 5th level civilization, this 100 years is just the beginning. In the past 100 years, the Earth Federation organized dozens of elite troops to attack. Although the tactical results were brilliant, many warships of the Three-Eyed Tribe were destroyed. However, the entire battle was a failure, because every time the Three-Eyed Tribe's defense line was breached, their defense range would be reduced a little. This caused the number of troops consumed by both sides to decrease again every day, and it became difficult for the Earth Federation to consume the war potential of the Three-Eyed Tribe. The Earth Federation did not say that it had not thought about expanding the defense line, but after the Three-Eyed Tribe's defense line expanded to a certain extent, it would no longer move, which was a headache for the Earth Federation. Finally, 100 years later, when Sephiroth's fleet was ready, Xiang Qian issued an order. That was to let Vicadia directly use the true prophecy to destroy all the space within 10 light years, whether it was the biological weapon army or the fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe, directly destroy it. Although doing so would cause the Earth Federation to lose tens of trillions of biological weapons, the loss of the Three-Eyed Tribe was no less than that of the Earth Federation. This was a typical case of using one's own strength to hurt others, and it was completely a competition of military strength and war potential, without any technical content. Chapter 469. During the past 100 years, Sephiroth has relied on the huge production bases of the Earth Federation covering 103-star regions, and with a continuous supply of countless raw materials, he has manufactured 300 trillion warships. These warships are not cannon fodder warships, but the pinnacle of the current technological level of the Earth Federation. Although they are not as good as the elite biological weapons of the Pobatalan civilization, they are not much different from ordinary biological weapons. At least compared with the cannon fodder fleet of the Three-Eyed Clan, they are definitely on the same level. Although this is very hurtful, the current peak technology level of the Earth Federation is indeed similar to the artillery fleet of the Three-Eyed Clan, because the civilization level gap between the two sides is there. This is not something that the scientists of the Earth Federation can catch up with by staying in seclusion in the laboratory for decades. Without more than 10,000 years of accumulation, it is impossible to become a late-stage 5th-level civilization in a short period of time. Following Sephiroth's order, these 300 trillion warships began to gather in the star field on the edge of the Three-Eyed Clan, and then rushed to the battlefield. At the same time, the Earth Federation sent a trillion-level biological weapon army to the core area of the Three-Eyed Tribe. This huge force was ready for a decisive battle. However, those civilized races that were resting outside the Andromeda Galaxy and making up for the losses of the war did not think that the Earth Federation's attack would have any effect. After all, the wars over the past 100 years have proved that without overwhelming strength, the consumption attacks of ordinary troops alone cannot cause any harm to the Three-Eyed Tribe. But everyone thought so, but no one said it. After all, they are now learning from the Earth Federation and starting to build a huge production base in the outer star field of the Andromeda Galaxy. Relying on the endless resources of the Andromeda Galaxy, they began to increase their troops. "Let's get started," Xiang Qian said to Vicadia. "Okay." At this time, the Earth Federation's fleet and biological weapon corps were about to arrive at the battlefield. When Vicadia's true prophecy ended, this fleet would rush directly into the space gate. At this time, the Earth Federation and the Three-Eyed Clan had more than 100 billion troops fighting on the battlefield. However, as an invisible wave enveloped the battlefield, the power of the space vibration ripples of the elite biological weapons began to increase exponentially. If the coverage of the space vibration ripples was 1,000,000 kilometers before, it has now expanded to at least tens of millions of kilometers, and the power has also increased several times. This explosion of more than several million elite biological weapons caught the Three-Eyed Clan fleet off guard. However, the Three-Eyed Tribe did not care about the outbreak of elite biological weapons. Even though these elite biological weapons were powerful, their number was too small to have any impact on the overall defense of the Three-Eyed Tribe. However, the Three-Eyed Tribe did not realize that the location where these elite biological weapons broke out was exactly the location of a space node in the universe. With the outbreak of elite biological weapons, the entire universe appeared to have a slight abnormal fluctuation, but this space fluctuation had been covered by the space vibration ripples of the elite biological weapons, and no one could find this. Next, the elite biological weapons did not charge into the defense line, but squatted in place, continuously exploding space vibration ripples. Once, twice, 100 times, 200 times. Finally, the abnormal behavior of the elite biological weapons attracted the attention of the Three-Eyed Tribe. Although the Three-Eyed Tribe did not know what these elite biological weapons were doing, they instinctively began to stop them. After all, the enemy's abnormal or weird behavior on the battlefield is 100% a conspiracy, and since it is a conspiracy, it must be destroyed. But unfortunately, it was too late. As the elite biological weapons continued to generate spatial vibration ripples at one location, more than 1 million biological weapons moved the space at the location of the spatial node, making the cosmic void extremely unstable. At this time, the Cadia pushed twice at the key point, resulting in a series of physical chain reactions in the vast cosmic void. Countless cracks suddenly appeared in the cosmic space on the battlefield, making the entire cosmic void become like when explosion-proof glass was broken, with dense and tiny cracks covering the entire cosmic void. Then at this time, millions of elite biological weapons erupted the last space vibration ripples, and the entire universe was broken, and boundless darkness descended. In the darkness, space fragments like mirror fragments could be seen, and in these space fragments, life-like warships and biological weapons could be seen. However, after the subsequent space turbulence erupted, all these space fragments were swept away by the space turbulence and disappeared in the darkness. After the space turbulence erupted, the Cadia's true prophecy issued one command after another. These commands themselves were not absolute commands, but rather some increase or decrease commands. For example, increasing the impact of spatial turbulence at a certain node position, or reducing the stability of a spatial node at a certain position. Such orders are not a big burden for Vacadia. Even if all the tribes of the Earth Federation are not needed to help, the power of the Mandi tribe alone can be used. After all, these orders are of the nature of adding fuel to the fire, and they are all very subtle changes, and they do not conflict with the current cosmic physical rules, which also makes the consumption of true prophecy quite small. With the help of Vacadia, the space turbulence became more and more violent, spreading from the damaged cosmic void to the surrounding areas. At this time, whether it was the biological weapon army of the Earth Federation or the fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe, it was too late to escape. When the space turbulence fluctuated violently, curvature navigation was impossible, and conventional navigation was not faster than the explosion speed of the space turbulence, so they could only stay where they were and wait for death. The space turbulence crushed the cosmic void like a tsunami, and the fleet in the cosmic void was ruthlessly crushed like an ant. Faced with the violent and huge space turbulence, even the warships of the 5th-level civilization and the biological weapons of the 6th-level civilization had no way to contend. Half an hour later, the space turbulence had covered all the space in the core area of the Three-Eyed Tribe, except for the 2 light years around the space gate. All the Three-Eyed Tribe fleets and biological weapon core in this cosmic void were destroyed. The Three-Eyed Tribe fleet did not continue to pour out of the space gate, but instead called back the warships that had just left the space gate. An hour later, the space turbulence slowly calmed down, and under the great recovery force of the universe, the cosmic void gradually healed. At this time, except for the cosmic void within a light year around the Three-Eyed Tribe space gate, all were swept by the space turbulence, making the entire cosmic void extremely clean. In the past 100 years of war, the bodies of dead biological weapons and the wreckage of destroyed warships were all cleaned up. This is the map cannon, which directly clears all enemies within a certain range, and of course, it is also a covering attack that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Elite biological weapons take the lead and rush into the space gate. Xiang Qian gave the order as soon as the cosmic void began to recover. Chapter 470. Your Highness, should we send out an elite fleet to drive them out of the space channel? No, just wait and see. At the same time, send a message to several other civilizations, telling them that if they don't send a fleet to support us, when we are about to fail, we will make all the scientific and technological information public, so that they can think about it carefully. Fel shook his head and said, Yes, Your Highness. Fel looked at the battle in the space channel, and his eyes no longer had the disdain before the battle began, but only unwillingness. The previous space turbulence destroyed about 60% of the Three-Eyed Tribe's warships. Although it didn't hurt the Three-Eyed Tribe, it was not so fast to replenish them. Even if the time axis of the small universe was distorted to speed up the production of warships, the cost was not comparable to the warship book. So Fair would rather let the creatures and legions of the Earth Federation rush into the space channel and fight a blocking battle inside the space channel, rather than forcibly drive the Earth Federation out for the sake of face, and set up a defense line again. In that case, the Three-Eyed Tribe would suffer a lot of losses, and it would be unnecessary. But no matter what, the losses of the Three-Eyed Tribe should still be attributed to him, Phil. Even though the Earth Federation's attack has been determined by the Academy of Sciences to be a causal weapon and an unstoppable attack, the losses of the Three-Eyed Tribe are still due to his improper command. If the previous defense line had been narrowed a little, the losses would not have been so great, but unfortunately there are no ifs in this world. The third eye on Fell's forehead trembled several times, but finally regained its composure. He did not use the ability of the Three-Eyed Tribe. This was the rule set by the superiors when he became the commander. Chief, the Three-Eyed Tribe has sent a request asking us to send a fleet to support them. Otherwise they will publish all technological information before they fail. Don't pay any attention to it. Your Majesty, the Three-Eyed Tribe has sent a request asking us to support them. If we don't send a fleet, they will publish technological information. The Three-Eyed Tribe is trash. Reply to them. If Fiode asks me personally, I will send troops. Caesar said coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. One after another, civilized races rejected the Three-Eyed Tribe. No civilized race was willing to send a fleet to support them. Even if they agreed to send a fleet to support them, they would make requests that the Three-Eyed Tribe would never agree to. Fell had been mentally prepared for this, and was not surprised at all after receiving the reply. Okay, I get it. You command here first. Don't worry about the rest, but you must not let the enemy fleet enter our small universe. Fell stood up and said, Yes, Your Highness. Fell left the command hall, boarded a small spaceship, and headed for the Three-Eyed Clan's palace. Along the way, Fair did not speed up the small spaceship, but instead slowed it down and swayed slowly. When Fair arrived at the palace and entered the hall, the Three-Eyed Clan's Emperor Fiode, Commander Tan Sands, and a group of Three-Eyed Clan's royal family members were already waiting in the hall. How is it, Fair? Have you figured it out? Fiode said slowly when Fair was still in a daze after entering the hall. I'm sorry, Father. Although I have confirmed that human civilization has good luck and potential, I don't think our Three-Eyed people are worse than humans. Fell said slowly with a look of unwillingness in his eyes. I have never said that our Three-Eyed people are inferior to human civilization, but you have to know that we have been waiting for this opportunity for 490,000 years. If we miss this opportunity, who can guarantee that we will have the next chance? Fiode was not angry, but just said with emotion. But, Father, if there was no prophecy from our ancestors, what would you do? Fell wanted to continue to defend himself, but after thinking about it, he immediately changed his words and asked, If there was no prophecy from our ancestors, I might continue to persevere and wait for the day when the restrictions of the universe's operating rules are broken. But you may not know that our Three-Eyed Tribe came here because of the last order from our ancestors. Fiode thought for a while before speaking. How could it be the order from our ancestors? Didn't they say that we hid here after our ancestors failed? Fell said in surprise. In fact, it was not just Fell. All the royal family members in the hall looked at Fiode in surprise. Only Tansangs looked puzzled, as if he had thought of something. That was said to outsiders. Originally, only the emperor of each generation of the Three-Eyed Tribe could know the real situation, but at this time, there is no need for me to hide it. Fiode stood up and said, Everyone come with me, I will take you to see the real secret of the Three-Eyed Tribe. All the royal family members of the Three-Eyed Tribe followed Fiode to the depths of the hall with excitement. Many of them were destined not to become the emperor of the Three-Eyed Tribe since birth because of their insufficient qualifications, which means that they were not qualified to know this secret at all. But now that Fiode was ready to reveal the secret, how could they not be excited? Walking to the depths of the hall, in front of a wall, Fiode's third eye on his forehead opened, and he slowly walked to the wall. When Fiode approached the wall, a beam of light shone from the wall onto Fiode's third eye, and then the wall slowly opened. After the wall opened, it was not a staircase or a secret room as people imagined, but a small space door. The entire space door was only 3 meters in diameter, and covered the wall in a circular shape. Let's go, Fiode said and walked in first. After everyone felt confused for a while, they appeared in a void space. There was no ground under their feet, and they were floating in the air. There was no sight around them, because looking around, it was all gray mist, without a trace of light. And all the luminous objects in the space were suspended in front of them. This is the true prophecy that has been passed down by the Three-Eyed Clan, which is the order given by the ancestors. Fiode picked up a glowing scroll and slowly opened it. The scroll clearly said, when encountering a human civilization that has developed a microcosm, the Three-Eyed Tribe will be incorporated into it. After the scroll was opened, there was only one sentence, but this sentence has been circulated in countless versions within the three-eyed tribe. Some said that the prophecy of the three-eyed tribe is that if they encounter human civilization, they must kill them all, otherwise they will be exterminated. Some said that the prophecy is that after encountering human civilization, the three-eyed tribe can escape from this cage. Some people also say that when human civilization appeared, the opportunity for the three-eyed tribe came, but no one knows what the opportunity is. Anyway, there is no native civilization race in the entire Andromeda galaxy who does not know that the three-eyed tribe has a language about human civilization, but no one knows what the real content of the three-eyed tribe's language is. After all, even the royal family of the three-eyed tribe does not know. How can other civilizations know? Chapter 471. Father, this prophecy is correct, right? How can we merge into human civilization? One of the princes said in surprise, after reading the contents of the scroll. Others also looked at Fiodi curiously, wanting to know the answer. After all, the three-eyed tribe is a native civilization of the Andromeda galaxy. Fundamentally speaking, the three-eyed tribe and human civilization are completely hostile civilizations, and this hostility cannot be changed. Because this is the rule set by the rules of the universe, they, the three-eyed tribe, cannot change this rule at all. At the same time, they also don't believe that human civilization can break away from the restrictions of the rules of the universe. If human civilization has such great ability, how could it not break through the three-eyed people's small universe until now? If human civilization doesn't need to pay attention to the rules of the universe, why are they still fighting with them? Why not leave the Andromeda galaxy earlier? Similarly, if the three-eyed people can get rid of the rules of the universe, they would have left here long ago and would not stay here. I don't know either, but the ancestors left a few other things. When we encounter human civilization with a small universe, we will hand those things over to human civilization, and we don't need to care about the others. Fiodi shook his head and said that he didn't know what was going on here, but every generation of three-eyed emperors passed it down orally. He was sure that there must be a way to get rid of the current rules of the universe. Unfortunately, he didn't know this method, and every generation of three-eyed emperors didn't know it either. Only after the predicted human civilization appeared, it would be possible to know. After listening to Fiodi's words, everyone looked at the remaining items. 2 scrolls, and a sphere with complex patterns flashing. These 3 things were all the items left in the entire space, except for the scroll that Fiodi had just opened. Father, what is written inside the remaining 2 scrolls? Fel asked. I don't know. I can't open them. Every emperor wants to open them, because we know that there must be a way to crack the rules of the universe inside these 2 scrolls. But for hundreds of thousands of years, no one has been able to open these 2 scrolls. Fiodi said disappointedly. Then what are the uses of these 2 scrolls? A prince said. Give these 2 scrolls to human civilization, and they will naturally know how to use them. Fiodi said. Everyone looked at the 2 scrolls. Their hearts were like cat claws. They really wanted to know what was inside, but they knew that the scrolls that could not be opened for hundreds of thousands of years were not something they could open. At this time, Fel walked to the sphere with complex patterns, grabbed the sphere and looked at it carefully, then said, I think the sphere is the key to cracking the rules of the universe. Well, many people in history think so. After all, the scroll is just a carrier for recording information. There is no introduction to this sphere. So many of the three-eyed emperors believed it. Some of them even took the sphere out to the Academy of Sciences for analysis and cracking. But unfortunately, no matter what technology we use, we can't crack this sphere. We don't even know what material this sphere is made of, let alone crack the secret. Fiodi nodded. Fel looked at the flashing patterns on the sphere for a long time, but couldn't see any clues, so he could only put it down in disappointment. Okay, let's go back, Fiodi said to everyone. When everyone returned to the hall again, they all had thoughtful expressions on their faces. If we did not follow the orders of our ancestors, but instead used the strongest force to stop human civilization, what would the result be? Fel suddenly said on the way back. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They did not expect that after reading the orders left by the ancestors, Fel still wanted to deal with human civilization. This was too rebellious. Fel, do you think we can destroy human civilization if we mobilize all our forces now? Fiodi did not get angry, and asked back immediately. It should be no problem. Fel was about to say yes, but after thinking about the performance of the Earth Federation over the years, he did not dare to say that he was absolutely sure. Tens of thousands of years ago, you tried to stop human civilization, but they ran away. Thousands of years ago, you set a trap, but human civilization still ran away. A few days ago, you thought the defense line was foolproof, but it was destroyed by human civilization. Fiode did not argue with Fair, but just stated a fact. But we did not mobilize all our forces, the Light of Destruction warship, the supergravity collapse weapon, black hole bomb, the four-dimensional folding. Thea hurriedly explained, but before he finished, he was interrupted by Fiode. Okay, we are very strong, but can these things you said really defeat the opponent? What stage have you awakened to now? Fiode waved his hand, and looked at Fair seriously. The third stage, Fel replied. Fiode shook his head. Turning around, he said slowly, it's just the third stage. The future you can see is just a small fragment. In the past tens of thousands of years, the ancestor of our three-eyed royal family, who has awakened the highest level of blood, has awakened to the 8th stage, and is only one stage away from the limit of blood awakening. But this ancestor said this when he was at the peak of the 8th stage, and infinitely close to the 9th stage. We are all frogs in the well, and the current three-eyed blood is just a little ability left by the ancestors. After the ancestor finished speaking, he was seriously injured because of the backlash of his bloodline power. Before he died, he wrote down the names of the 36 emperors of our three-eyed clan since then, their birth dates, and the time they took over the position of emperor. This list spanned a full 310,000 years, without a single mistake. Even if an ancestor wanted to change the fate written in this list, he never succeeded. Even if he delayed the time of the emperor's succession by one day, it would not work, and all failed. After listening to this, Thayer stared at Fiode blankly, wondering if this legend was true. Because he had never heard of this legend, he wanted to see from Fiode's face whether this was a lie. But what he saw was helplessness, shock, and enthusiasm. You are the last name on this list, and the succession time is 6,000 years later, Fiode said to the stunned Fel, and left quickly. Fel stood there alone, with a puzzled look on his face. At this time, he finally understood why his mother wanted to return to the three-eyed branch of the 4th-level civilization. Why did others not know whether he could awaken his bloodline, but the royal family was so sure? At this time, many mysteries in Fel's life were solved, but he was not happy at all, because his life trajectory was destined. Chapter 472. In the command center hall of the Earth Federation, the big screen showed the scene of the biological weapon army and the three-eyed tribe fleet fighting inside the space channel. It was half a year after the Earth Federation attacked the space channel, but the Earth Federation only advanced less than 1,000 meters, and the entire space channel was tightly guarded by the three-eyed tribe. Since the space channel was only 300,000 kilometers in diameter, the biological weapon army of the Earth Federation could not play a numerical advantage at all. Under such circumstances, it was extremely difficult to attack the small universe of the three-eyed tribe. Still no solution? Xiangqian said to Acadia. Yes, the space channel is very fragile. Once the space energy bursts too violently, the entire space channel will be destroyed. Without using space energy, it is impossible to quickly destroy the enemy's warships, which will fall into a dead loop. Acadia shook his head. Xiangqian looked at the battle scene on the big screen, and had no way to solve the current situation. The think tank has been discussing for half a year, but no results have been reached. Just as Acadia said, the high-powered map cannon cannot be used. Once the space channel is used, it will be destroyed. The number of warships that are not adapted to the map cannon is enough to compete with the Earth Federation for consumption until the end of time. This is simply an unsolvable problem. Even if the biological weapons used by the Earth Federation to attack the space channel have been replaced with elite biological weapons, it is useless. Master, the Earth Federation has been attacking the space channel for 10 years. Should we take action? Hill said to the man in black. No, you just need to keep an eye on the Earth Federation. Once they send a massive extreme star into the space channel, tell me. The man in black shook his head gently, and said slowly. Yes, Master. Hill answered respectfully, and then left the room. The man in black thought, and instantly took control of the detection system of the flagships of the surrounding races. Then a huge stream of data entered his mind, allowing him to understand all the current situations in the Andromeda Galaxy. A few seconds later, the man in black gave up the control of the surrounding race flagship detection system and closed his eyes again to think. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. During this 100 years, the Earth Federation's attack on the Three-Eyed Tribe space channel has not made any progress. The think tank has thought of countless ways, but there has not been much progress. The most successful one only advanced 10 kilometers, and then was blocked. After all, without the use of powerful space power, such a narrow space channel is simply a copper wall, an iron wall, and it is completely impossible to penetrate. But today, the Earth Federation's think tank once again came to the conference room with full confidence, ready to report their latest research plan. Is the plan different this time? Why are you so mysterious? Xiang Qian said directly after entering the conference room. Nothing, just excitement. This time, we will definitely be able to make the plan work. The elite of the think tank immediately spoke up. It can be said that this is the first time in the past 100 years that Xiang Qian has seen the think tank regain its former confidence. Although they have proposed countless plans before, they have never been so confident. When he asked about the success rate of the plan, they all answered with possible, probably, and almost. This is the first time in 100 years that Xiang Qian has heard the think tank say so confidently. So sure? Then tell me, what plan makes you so confident? Xiang Qian also smiled. The plan is very simple, but we have fallen into a misunderstanding before. That is, we cannot use high-powered weapons inside the space channel to prevent the space channel from being destroyed. But 3 days ago, we finally realized why we should worry about the destruction of the space channel. It is because we are afraid that after the space channel is destroyed, we will not be able to attack the opponent's microcosm, so we are afraid that the space channel will be destroyed. But we forgot one thing, that is, will the rules of the universe allow the other party's space channel to be destroyed? If the space channel is really destroyed, as long as the other party does not open the space channel for decades, we will be wiped out by the rules of the universe. Then the question is, since the enemy can completely destroy the space channel, and then open the space channel after we are wiped out by the rules of the universe, why do they still try so hard to stop our attack? They don't need to do this at all. As long as they destroy the space channel, we can only wait to die. Since the enemy didn't do that, there is only one possibility. The rules of the universe restrict them while restricting us. It is possible that when the space channel is destroyed, they will also be destroyed. Or the space channel is protected by the rules of the universe, and will never be destroyed. It is also possible that after the space channel is destroyed, if they don't open the space channel immediately, they will be wiped out by the rules of the universe. Anyway, no matter what the reason is, now we just need to know that the other party cannot destroy the space channel. That is to say, even if we attack the opponent's microcosm and completely occupy the entire space channel, the opponent cannot use the method of destroying the space channel to stop us. The think tank elite said excitedly. Xiang Qian was also in a trance after hearing this. Sure enough, he was wrong before. That's right, if the opponent can destroy the space channel at will, there is no need to continue fighting. Because when you are about to occupy the space channel, as long as the opponent destroys the space channel, then everything will start from the beginning. If the space channel cannot be occupied, how can we attack the opponent's microcosm? That's a joke. So as the think tank said, no matter what kind of restrictions the space channel has, one thing is certain, that is, the opponent cannot actively destroy the space channel. But does the opponent's inability to destroy the space channel have anything to do with our attack? If we use high-powered weapons, I think the space channel will still be destroyed. After all, the rules of the universe will not restrict us, and make it impossible for us to destroy the space channel. Xiang Qian continued to ask, can we destroy the space channel? We can do an experiment later. However, as long as we know that the other party cannot actively destroy the space channel, we can definitely attack the other party's microcosm. The think tank elite said very confidently. Really? Then let's experiment first, Shinkong. Notify Dilong and Bacadia to use space vibration ripples to destroy the space channel, and at the same time test the strength of the space channel, and also get accurate data. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong. Okay, boss. Shinkong replied immediately. Chapter 473. After receiving Xiang Qian's notice, Dilong and Bacadia immediately began to prepare. Half an hour later, Bacadia told Dilong that he was ready, and then the elite biological weapon inside the space channel began to launch space vibration ripples. As the space vibration ripples erupted, the scene around the space became more and more distorted. The light, which was already a mess, began to vibrate in an instant, and the surrounding scene began to break. At the same time, a few spider web-like cracks appeared on the crystal wall of the space channel. At this time, various data inside the space channel also appeared on the big screen in the Earth Federation Command Hall. Bacadia made a true prediction based on these feedback data. 1 minute later, the space vibration ripples of the elite biological weapon broke out again. After the space vibration ripples broke out this time, visible space cracks appeared inside the space channel, and at the same time, the chaotic and disordered space-time power outside the space slowly penetrated into the space channel. Under the interference of this chaotic space-time force, the time in some places inside the space channel began to accelerate, the time in some places began to slow down, the space in some places became high-dimensional, and the space in some places began to reduce dimension. For a time, the space channel became extremely chaotic, and at the same time, the cracks on the crystal wall of the space channel began to gradually increase. Even if the elite biological weapons no longer launched attacks, the space channel would still collapse as time went by. After the elite biological weapons launched the third attack, the space channel began to break, and the space inside became piece by piece. At the moment, the crystal wall broke, whether it was the biological weapon army of the Earth Federation or the fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe inside the space channel, they were annihilated by the chaotic spacetime force, and no trace of their existence was left. In the universe, the Three-Eyed Tribe space gate flashed twice, and then disappeared into the void of the universe. Signal interrupted, data collection completed. Transmit this information, Di Long said immediately. Xiang Qian and the elites of the think tank saw the Three-Eyed Tribe space gate disappear in the conference room, and the starry sky appeared and displayed the data of the space channel's bearing limit. Okay, now the space channel's bearing limit has been confirmed. So what is your plan? Now I can tell you. After looking at the data displayed in the starry sky, he said to the people in the think tank, "Our plan is very simple, that is, to take advantage of the opponent's weakness that cannot destroy the space channel, and after testing the endurance limit of the space channel, use a warship that can withstand the upper limit of the space channel's weapons and force its way in," the elite of the think tank said. After listening, Xiang Qian understood what the think tank meant. For example, if the technological channel has a tolerance limit of 100 points, the Earth Federation can only use a warship with a defense of 101 points to force its way into the opponent's microcosm. Because the space channel's bearing capacity limit is 100 points, the opponent's fleet's attack power can only be below 100 points, and cannot be higher than 100 points, otherwise it will exceed the space channel's bearing capacity limit. Therefore, as long as the Earth Federation can build a warship with a defense power of 101 points, it can rush into the opponent's microcosm with a swagger. Starry Sky immediately send this plan and the data just obtained to the Academy of Sciences, and let them concentrate their efforts to research a warship with a defense power stronger than the space channel's bearing capacity limit. Xiang Qian said immediately. Okay, boss. Although Xiang Qian didn't know whether the Earth Federation could build such a warship, he was still very happy to have a way to solve the problem of the space channel. Boss, the space gate is open again. As Xiang Qian finished speaking, the starry sky appeared again, and this time the big screen showed the moment when the space gate opened. How long did it take from the space gate closing to opening again? Xiang Qian asked. 59 seconds. Shinkong said immediately. Notify Dilong and Bacadia to destroy the space channel again, and check the endurance limit of the space channel. Xiang Qian continued. 10 minutes later, the space gate on the big screen disappeared again, but within a minute, the space gate opened again. Boss, the data has been checked. The error with the previous data is 39 decimal places. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. What is the interval between the closing and opening of the space gate this time? Xiang Qian asked. It's still 59 seconds. Okay, tell Di Long to continue the normal attack. Xiang Qian waved his hand and said that through this test, he was sure that there was no problem with the data of the space gate's bearing capacity limit. After the space gate was destroyed, the time point for the local government to open the space channel again must be within 1 minute after the space gate was destroyed. Xiang Qian expressed his idea and was also agreed by the think tank. However, the think tank also came up with a message, that is, the local technology level has reached the point of countless chaotic time and space, and it is completely possible to use technology to accurately connect the universe and find the time point at the same time. After discussing the details of the plan with the think tank for a while, Xiang Qian left the meeting room and returned to the command hall. Bacadia, you have already tried the attack just now. Can you guarantee that you can continue to use the maximum intensity attack without exceeding the endurance limit of the space channel? Xiang Qian said to Bacadia. No, there are too many data to calculate, and the consumption is too high. Bacadia immediately shook his head and said, Is that so? Forget it. Let's wait for the news from the Academy of Sciences. Xiang Qian was not disappointed. He was just asking casually. It didn't matter if it didn't work. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Academy of Sciences' feedback on the think tank plan came out, but the result was unexpected. Shinkong, can you confirm that the Academy of Sciences really has no other solution? After reading the feedback report from the Academy of Sciences, Xiang Qian was stunned for a while before speaking. Okay, boss. When Shinkong went to ask the Academy of Sciences, Xiang Qian and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Because the feedback from the Academy of Sciences was that they could not research the warships required by the plan, but the Academy of Sciences did not say that this plan could not be completed. As long as Reglos took action, then this plan was basically tailor-made for him, and there was no one more suitable than him. However, letting Reglos execute this plan was still very risky. After all, once the space channel was destroyed, not to mention one Reglos, even if there were 100 Reglos, nothing would be left. Boss, the Academy of Sciences said there is no way. Even if the enemy's warships cannot break through our warship's armor, our warships cannot break through. Because our technology is not superior in terms of power, materials, and defense. To complete such a plan, we must manufacture special biological weapons. But if we want to reach the endurance limit of the space channel in defense, then we will have no attack power at all. So to complete this plan, only Reglos is the most suitable. As long as another 4,000 years pass, Reglos's body will evolve into a neutron star, and its size will be just enough to enter the space channel, and it will also meet all the requirements of the plan. After listening to Shinkong's words, Xiang Qian and the others said nothing, and all turned their heads to one direction, where the projection of Reglos was located. Chapter 474. No problem, leave it to me. Reglos saw everyone's eyes, and said directly without any hesitation. Why don't we transform a neutron star to open up the space channel? Lu Sun said immediately. Because of the power of space, although powerful weapons cannot be used in the space channel, and the use of space power cannot be too strong, it does not mean that the opponent cannot use space power. If it is just a neutron star, the opponent can use the space power to condense at the front of the battleship and directly hit the neutron star. Such means will neither reach the limit of the space channel's bearing capacity nor destroy the neutron star. So a massive neutron star alone cannot force its way through the space channel and enter the other party's microcosm. Shinkong replied immediately. Then add a space shield to the neutron star, and if it is not equipped with enough energy, then mount hundreds of thrusters. Di Long stopped talking halfway because he realized when he was talking that what he said could not solve the problem at all. If you want to install equipment on a neutron star, you must first shield the gravity of the neutron star, otherwise there is no point. To shield the gravity of a neutron star, the equipment required is very large, and the most important thing is that the gravity shielding device must cover the entire neutron star. The gravity shielding device also has enough energy to drive it, which requires loading more energy systems, and then installing protective covers and thrusters. What is the use of a neutron star after such a transformation? Can a neutron star wrapped by a gravity shielding device still be called a neutron star? If the Earth Federation has such powerful technological means, why would it need to transform the neutron star? Wouldn't it be enough to directly equip a warship? Therefore, installing equipment on a neutron star is simply a waste of time and effort, and it is completely meaningless. However, Reglos is different. Although his body is a neutron star, he is actually a life. And his instinct is to control space. The opponent's warships do not use powerful attack weapons, and cannot break his defense at all. That's why it's said that this plan is tailor-made for Reglos, because no matter from which aspect, only Reglos meets this condition. Okay, Reglos, think about it carefully, don't rush to make a decision. Anyway, it will take 4,000 years for you to evolve. It's possible that before you evolve, the Earth Federation will have developed a suitable warship, and you don't have to do anything. So you don't have to feel any burden, after all, it's still early. Xiang Qian said with a smile. Yes, there are still 4,000 years of preparation time, maybe the technology will break through one day. Ludgerson also said. Yes, in 4,000 years, our Pabatalong civilization can also cultivate new super biological weapons. It depends on us then. Dilong also said with a smile. Although everyone's face has a relieved expression, everyone still has worries in their eyes. That being said, no one is sure that the Earth Federation can develop such a warship in 4,000 years. If there was a glimmer of hope, the Academy would not be so sure. Civilized race flagships can reach this level, but the size of each civilized race is 2 or 3 times that of the space channel, and it is impossible to enter the space channel at all. Although the size of the space channel can be adjusted, Xiang Qian and his friends all think that the other party will expand the size of the space channel, unless the other party's senior executives collectively go crazy. Next, everyone did not continue the previous topic, but started to talk about some unnecessary topics that have nothing to do with the war. Reglos did not shout that he must implement this plan, but he remained silent while everyone was chatting happily. After everyone chatted for a while, the meeting ended. After Xiang Qian returned to the office, he squinted his eyes and looked at the star map, thinking about Reglos's question. Although the conclusion drawn by the think tank elites has no problem in theory, the native civilization race of Andromeda cannot destroy the space channel. But Xiang Qian did not believe that this restriction was unsolvable. Even the civilization race contract was full of loopholes. Even if there were no loopholes, special evolutionists could use various methods to offset the restrictions brought by the civilization race contract. What's more, the other party is a race with a higher level of civilization than the Earth Federation, and has been operating in the Andromeda Galaxy for so many years. He doesn't believe that the other party has no trump cards in his hand. Although offsetting the restrictions of the universe's operating rules may cost the other party a very high price, in the face of the survival of the entire race, what are those costs? Once the other party is forced into a corner and actively destroys the space channel, then Reglos inside the space channel will definitely have no hope of survival. But if Reglos doesn't take action, he won't be able to open the space channel and enter the other party's small universe. Thinking of this, Xiang Qian had a headache again. In the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years have passed. During this 1,000 years, the Earth Federation is still entangled with the Three-Eyed Clan in the space channel. Neither side can do anything to the other, and the battle is deadlocked there. However, the civilized races saved by the Earth Federation have grown rapidly in strength during this 1,000 years. Now, these thousands of civilized races have built countless production bases in the star field outside the Andromeda Galaxy, and have begun to increase their military strength like the Earth Federation. After the strength of thousands of civilized races has reached a bottleneck, they are not willing to be lonely, and have begun to send troops to attack the space gate of the Morty civilization. Master, according to your instructions, our fleet will also follow the large force to attack the space gate. Hill said respectfully to the man in black. Well, the Earth Federation still has no reaction? Asked the man in black. No, it's still the same as before. Okay, I got it, go down. Yes, master. After Hill left the room, the man in black finally showed a puzzled expression on his face. He really couldn't guess what the Earth Federation was thinking. It stands to reason that the Earth Federation has been attacking for more than 1,000 years, and this attack method is simply not feasible. But the Earth Federation has not changed at all. Is there something wrong with the people of the Earth Federation? The man in black frowned and thought for a while, then shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. Anyway, there are still 6,900 years before the time limit given by the rules of the universe. He is not in a hurry at all. It is still early, and it is not the time for him to take action. If he takes action now, the Earth Federation will definitely cause trouble for him, but by the end, even if the Earth Federation wants to cause trouble for him, it will be impossible. So now what he has to do is to wait for time to pass slowly, and when everyone is helpless, he will take action. Chapter 475. Boss, the technology of the space channel has been cracked. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Well, has it succeeded? Xiang Qian said excitedly. It has succeeded. The Academy of Sciences has successfully opened a space channel from the macrocosm to the microcosm. Xiang Qian's eyes sparkled after hearing this. The Academy of Sciences experiment was successful, which meant that the two plans could be launched. Okay, start mass production of those devices immediately. Okay, boss. In the past 1,000 years, the Earth Federation has not done nothing. Regtros is still preparing, and the think tank has come up with another solution. Since one space channel cannot reflect the advantage of the Earth Federation's military strength, then what about 100 space channels, 10,000 space channels? At that time, the advantage of the Earth Federation's military strength can be reflected again. However, when opening so many space channels, the Earth Federation's small universe cannot be used to open the large universe space channel. Instead, the method of opening up the small universe from the big universe must be used. Otherwise, the small universe of the Earth Federation will be connected to the other party's small universe, and it is still unknown who will destroy whom. After 1,000 years of hard work, the Earth Federation finally developed a large-scale space channel opening device. As long as the coordinates of the other party's small universe are known, the space channel with the other party's small universe can be opened from the big universe. As for the space coordinates of the other party's small universe, it is easy to know. Just scan from the space channel. The open space channel cannot cover the coordinates of the other party's small universe at all. 10 years later, the Earth Federation has manufactured 1 million large space channel devices, and the earliest open space channel device should be able to connect to the other party's microcosm today. Starry Sky, how long will it take? Xiang Qian asked, looking at the 200 space channel opening devices on the big screen. Boss, it will take another 26 minutes. Xiang Qian nodded without saying anything. Although so many space channels have been opened, he is not sure whether this plan can succeed. According to the think tank, the Earth Federation has opened so many space channels, and whether the stacking is still restricted by the rules of the universe is still a question. After all, when there is only one space channel, the rules of the universe do not allow the other party to actively destroy the space channel in order to ensure fairness. But now that the Earth Federation has mastered the method of opening the space channel, it is difficult to say whether the rules of the universe will cancel this restriction. After all, if this restriction is not cancelled, the Earth Federation will have an advantage, and the other party will be very passive. 26 minutes later, a silver-gray vortex began to appear in the middle of the 200 simultaneous spatial devices on the big screen. Seeing this, Xiang Qian knew that the spatial channel had been opened, and the scene of the formation of the spatial gate was now displayed on the big screen. Enter the spatial gate and launch an attack, Xiang Qian said immediately the moment the spatial gate was formed. Under Xiang Qian's command, the biological weapon army that had been waiting around the spatial gate quickly entered the spatial gate. In less than 2 minutes, the biological weapon corps that entered the space channel encountered the opponent's fleet, and the two sides immediately started a battle inside the space channel. Half an hour later, Xiang Qian and his men saw that the opponent's fleet did not maliciously destroy the space channel, and they put their hearts at ease. It seems that there should be no problem. If the opponent can destroy the space channel, they will not send a fleet to stop the biological weapon corps, but directly destroy the space channel in the microcosm. There is no need to be so troublesome, DeLong said. I hope so, but we can't draw a conclusion based on these 200 space channels. Let's see what happens after the space channels are open tomorrow. Xiang Qian was not very excited. These 200 channels alone could not prove anything, and the plan was executed too smoothly this time. He felt a little incredible. Well, even if it fails, it doesn't consume any biological weapons, so it won't have any impact on us. DeLong nodded. But after DeLong finished speaking, Queen Mingwe suddenly said, if we open 1 million space channels, and the other party still has no intention of destroying the space channels, will it make you think that the other party is indeed limited by the rules of the universe and cannot destroy the space channels? Xiang Qian and the others were stunned for a moment, then nodded, indicating that they would indeed think so. Since you all think so, then after 3,000 years, even if we open 5 million space channels, we still cannot attack the other party's small universe. Will you send out Reglos? Queen Mingwe continued to ask. You mean the other side is paralyzing us? Xiang Qian immediately reacted and said, that's right. I don't think 5 million space channels can do anything. When the other side defended the space gate before, the number of troops we invested far exceeded the number of troops that 5 million space channels could accommodate. But at that time, if Acadia hadn't used the true prophecy to directly trigger the space turbulence and destroy all the other side's warships, could we have entered the space channel at that time? If the other party can withstand our attack in that situation, then even if we open 5 million space channels, the other party can easily withstand our attack. Unless we open 500 trillion space channels. But unfortunately that is impossible. Queen Mingwe said seriously. Then do we need to continue? DeLong said disappointedly. It is necessary. Xiang Qian, Queen Mingwe, and Kaya spoke at the same time. Since they want to paralyze us, then in turn, we can also paralyze them. When Rectros is ready, we will destroy all the space channels. I think we will catch them off guard. Xiang Qian narrowed his eyes and said, yes, although our losses are not small, the other party's losses are definitely greater than ours. Kaya also nodded. And by then, there will only be one space channel. The other party is limited by the rules of the universe, and will definitely not be able to destroy it. The Queen of the Moon continued. Lu's son, Sephiroth, Dylan, and Regtros looked at each other, and saw what was expressed in each other's eyes. Really insidious. Master, the Earth Federation has opened a space channel to the other party's microcosm. When the Earth Federation opened the space channel, Hill came to the room where the man in black was and reported the matter. Well, I understand. Go down. The man in black nodded slightly and said, yes, Master. After Hill left, the man in black once again controlled the detection equipment of the flagships of the surrounding races and observed the space channel that had just been opened by the Earth Federation and the space channel that had not yet been opened. After the man in black retracted his power, he gently uttered 2 words, stupid. Chapter 476. 100 years passed in the blink of an eye, and the Earth Federation opened more and more space channels. However, no matter how many space channels the Earth Federation opened, the Three-Eyed Clan never took the initiative to destroy any of them. Instead, they fought fiercely with the Earth Federation's biological weapon core in so many space channels, and several times the Earth Federation almost rushed into the microcosm. Later, the Three-Eyed Clan dispatched a real elite fleet to repel the Earth Federation's offensive. However, the more this happened, the more wary Xiang Qian and his team became. If the Earth Federation's real attack method was not to rely on warships, Xiang Qian and his team might really put a lot of elite forces into these space channels. But now, Xiang Qian and his team didn't feel anything about it at all. It didn't matter if they didn't get in, there was nothing to be disappointed about. Time passed slowly, and 1,000 years passed. At this time, there were less than 4,000 years left before the time limit of the universe's operating rules. Other civilized races have begun to show signs of anxiety. After all, up to now, neither the Earth Federation nor them have made any progress in attacking the space channel. This is just to deal with 2 civilized races. As for the remaining 5 civilized races, according to the current attack speed, it is obvious that the remaining 4,000 years are not enough. As early as 1,000 years ago, everyone began to integrate scientific research forces, but because the time was too short, a lot of scientific research results were indeed produced, but they were powerless to deal with the current predicament. The progress of scientific research is too slow, which is why everyone is pessimistic. If the Earth Federation had not been relatively calm, and Xiang Qian and his team were confident every time they communicated with other civilizations would have been desperate. However, this atmosphere quickly grew among the major civilizations as time passed. Master, now all the major civilizations are beginning to feel desperate, and even the intensity of their attacks has begun to slow down. Hill said to the man in black. Is there any movement from the Earth Federation? Asked the man in black. According to the feedback from other civilized races after contacting the Earth Federation seems to be preparing something, and is very confident. I see you go down? Yes, master. After Hill left, the man in black frowned slightly, thinking about what trump card the Earth Federation had. At this point, he didn't believe that the Earth Federation was not anxious. He originally thought that the Earth Federation opened so many space channels for the final attack. But in the past 1,000 years, the Earth Federation has not done so. Just like before, it still does what it should do. It seems that opening so many space channels is just to be able to deploy more troops. According to the original plan, if the Earth Federation still has no way out at this time, he should take action. At this time, whether the Earth Federation is willing or not, it can only help him, but cannot take action against him, unless the Earth Federation wants to perish with him. But up to now, the Earth Federation still seems to be in no hurry, which makes him a little confused about the Earth Federation's trump card. The last 7 civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, even if he takes action and executes the plan, there will be no accidents. If you want to eliminate these 7 civilizations, the fastest time will be about 1,500 years. If something unexpected happens, it will be hard to say. So at most, 3,000 years is left, which is just when all civilizations are about to despair and have nowhere to go. This is the time for him to take action. He can use the power of all civilizations to destroy the 7 civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy, and at the same time control the life and death of these civilizations. When the last civilization is destroyed, the other civilizations will have no value. At that time, the only winner will be him. But the current situation makes him a little unsure. If the Earth Federation really has a trump card that he doesn't know, then his plan will fail. If he exposes his existence without being able to contain the Earth Federation, the danger is very great. So he can't make a move without absolute certainty. While the men in black rack their brains to think about what the Earth Federation's trump card is, the Earth Federation is also preparing nervously, and it is not as leisurely as other civilized races. Including Xiang Qian and the others, they are also under great pressure. If Reglos fails, it means the end of the game, and they have no time to organize the next attack plan. So this is the last plan of the Earth Federation, and it is also the only chance. They can only succeed and cannot fail. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another 1,000 years have passed. At this time, many civilized races began to slack off. The tribesmen in each civilized race no longer discussed how to attack the enemy's microcosm every day, but what to eat today, and where to go tomorrow. The academies of science of major civilized races are the same. Except for scientists, who regard scientific research as nothing else, many scientists with families have left the academy, and are no longer doing scientific research. After all, in their opinion, they only have less than 3,000 years left, and if they can't find a way to destroy the enemy in the remaining 3,000 years, there is no need to waste time in the laboratory. In the last few thousand years, all they have to do is to accompany their families, and do whatever they want, without having to think about those experiments every day. It can be said that at this time, few civilized races are still persisting. Although everyone is still attacking, It is completely controlled by computers, and does not require human control at all. In the Earth Federation Center building, Xiang Qian was in his office, looking at the countless green dots displayed on the big screen, and he sighed deeply. Those green dots on the screen were all signs of people from other civilizations, traveling in spaceships in the universe. Although the people of these civilizations were all level 5 civilizations, there were really not many people in these civilizations who had actually traveled in spaceships in the universe. So everyone used the last time to complete their unfulfilled dreams, and traveling in the universe was the dream of most people. Shinkong notified Dilong to control all biological weapon core and attack the remaining 5 civilized races. Xiang Qian said to Shinkong, "Okay, boss." As the Earth Federation once again dispatched a huge biological weapon core, all civilized races also felt the Earth Federation's final struggle, which also shattered the last glimmer of hope in their hearts. Because all civilized races know that no matter how huge the biological weapon core is, it is useless if it cannot invade the opponent's microcosm. However, Xiang Qian's order made the man in black more and more confused about what the Earth Federation was thinking. Chapter 477. The man in black now completely doesn't understand what the Earth Federation is doing. Sending countless biological weapons to attack the space gate is completely useless. The space gate is so small, what's the use of more biological weapons? They will just surround the space gate and wait for the biological weapons inside the space channel to die, and then replenish them immediately. What else is there? Anyway, he can't think of it. But now there are only 2,800 years left before the time limit of the universe's operation rules. And his plan must start. If it is not implemented now, if there is any accident during the implementation of the plan, it is very likely that the last civilized race will not be eliminated before the time limit expires. Such a result is unacceptable to the man in black. He still has a lot of things to do, and the revenge of the entire race to be avenged. He cannot die here. But he cannot control the Earth Federation to join his plan, which is also unacceptable to him. Otherwise, once his plan starts to be implemented, the Earth Federation will watch the fun from the side, and wait until the last moment. The Earth Federation will do something behind his back, and he will die without knowing how he died. It can be said that the man in black is now in a dilemma. The Earth Federation may not join the plan because it seems that the Earth Federation is still preparing something, and is not desperate. That means that the Earth Federation will not follow his plan. After all, once his plan is implemented, it means that the Earth Federation will hand over its fate to him. Life and death are all in his hands. Based on his understanding of the Earth Federation will never agree to his plan unless it is desperate. If the plan is not implemented and it drags on, even if the Earth Federation agrees to join, what's the use if there is not enough time left? The man in black thought about it, and finally decided to let Hill go to test Xiang Qian's mouth. "Boss, Hill, the chairman of the Hope Alliance, sent a communication," Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. "Finally, you can't sit still anymore, answer it," Xiang Qian said with a sneer. For thousands of years, he has been letting Shinkong monitor the Hope Alliance, but after thousands of years, the Hope Alliance has not made any abnormal moves. But the more this happened, the more Xiang Qian felt that the Hope Alliance was abnormal. After all, Xiang Qian had learned from other civilized races that the Hope Alliance had a special attack method, but for thousands of years, the Hope Alliance had remained silent. It cannot be said that they had not moved at all, as they had built a warship production base, and they had also contributed to the warship sent out to attack the space channel. But that kind of attack method had never appeared again. So Xiang Qian dared to conclude that the Hope Alliance was preparing something. But now that Hill's communication has arrived, Xiang Qian knows that the other party has reached the limit of patience, so he sent the message. Soon, Hill's image appeared on the big screen. "Hello, Chairman Xiang Qian, I'm sorry to bother you," Hill said. "I wonder if Chairman Hill has anything to say? Or do you hope that the Alliance has some way to break through the space channel?" Xiang Qian was a little impatient, and not enthusiastic at all. "No, I want to ask Chairman Xiang Qian, does the Earth Federation have any good solution to the current situation? After all, we don't have much time left. If we don't find a way to break the space channel, we will be wiped out by the rules of the universe when the time limit comes," Hill said hopefully, as if he regarded the Earth Federation as a savior. "Alas! If there was a way, I wouldn't sit here and wait." Xiang Qian shook his head dejectedly. "There is no way. But you said before that the Earth Federation has a way, why now?" Hill said in surprise. "It's not that there is no way out. We are still preparing for the previous plan, but we overlooked a problem before. If this problem is not solved now, our plan cannot be implemented." Xiang Qian said depressedly. What is the problem? We can find other civilized races to solve it together. Hill asked. It's useless. This problem can only be solved by ourselves. Others can't help us. Xiang Qian waved his hand and said, How long will it take to solve this problem? After all, we don't have much time left. If it doesn't work, let's think of other ways. Who knows? It may take 100 years at the fastest and 1,000 years at the slowest. If it gets stuck, even 10,000 years will be useless. Xiang Qian said helplessly. After hearing what Xiang Qian said, Hill knew that the Earth Federation must be facing a huge difficulty, and that difficulty was just a layer of window paper, which could be solved by breaking it. But if there was no way to find a solution, and the idea was stuck, the window paper would never be broken. Hill hesitated. He knew the situation of the Earth Federation, but the task entrusted to him by his master was also difficult to handle. Now you say that the Earth Federation has no hope, but he still has hope. But you say that he has hope, but that hope is still very slim. Under such circumstances, if he tells the master's plan, the Earth Federation will probably not agree. After all, the Earth Federation still has hope. But if the Earth Federation disagrees, then they can only wait. Hill sighed with Xiang Qian for a long time, and finally said, Chairman Xiang Qian, in this case, we hope that the alliance will have a way, but the way there is too dangerous, but at this time, we can only give it a try. Oh, what's the method? Tell me about it. Xiang Qian showed great interest. The method is very simple. Now we are stuck in the space channel, and cannot attack the opponent's microcosm. We hope that the alliance will have a special evolver, the killer. I think Chairman Xiang Qian should know the special ability of the killer. Hill said slowly. Yes, I know you want. Xiang Qian nodded and said, Yes, we just want to build a powerful warship for the killer, and then let the killer merge with this warship and forcefully break into the enemy's microcosm. But we are now facing 7 civilized races, and the killer can only break through one space channel, so we have no way to deal with the remaining 6 civilized races. However, we hope that the alliance has developed a mental link device that can transfer everyone's mental power to the killer. After the killer merges with the battleship, it does not consume his own power. In this way, the killer can attack 7 space channels continuously. However, the side effects of using this device are too great. After ordinary people use it, they are likely to die directly because of consuming too much mental power. So far, we have not made a decision whether to implement this plan. After Hill finished speaking, he stared at Xiang Qian and observed the expression on his face. Hill seemed to hear Xiang Qian agree. At that time, as long as the Earth Federation entered the range of the Hope Alliance's race flagship within 1 light year, and then brought the mental link equipment, the Earth Federation would be meat on the chopping board, and they could do whatever they wanted. But Xiang Qian's next sentence made him collapse. No, that's too inhumane. Xiang Qian said decisively without any hesitation. Chapter 478. Hill stood behind the man in black in fear, trembling all over. After he reported the conversation with Xiang Qian to the man in black, the man in black fell into deep thought. But the longer the man in black thought, the more afraid he became. Because he had not completed the task assigned to him by the man in black, he had been talking nonsense with Xiang Qian for a long time, but he did not get any substantial information. So he was not sure how the man in black would punish him. Now he'll curse Xiang Qian tens of thousands of times in his heart. If you don't want to talk, just reject him directly. Why bother talking so much nonsense? Especially the last answer, which made him collapse. At this time, the man in black was also thinking quietly. He was sure that the Earth Federation had a final trump card, but that trump card was not ready yet. As for the nonsense that Xiang Qian said, he didn't think about it at all. The last sentence alone showed the confidence of the Earth Federation. Otherwise, for the continuation of the race, there would be no humane or inhumane. But although he was sure that the Earth Federation had a trump card, he was also in a dilemma. After a long time, the man in black slowly said, I understand. You can go down. Yes, master. Hill turned around and left as if he had been pardoned. The man in black took over the exploration equipment of the race flagship and displayed the scene of the Earth Federation space gate inside the room. He looked at it for a long time before closing the screens. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart, that is, to wait. When he can't wait any longer, he will take action. Now is not the time for him to take action. Although this is very dangerous, once there is a problem with the opportunity, there is no time to remedy it. But it was just as dangerous to execute the plan now, and there was a possibility that the Earth Federation would make moves from behind, so he had no choice but to wait. When the men in black decided to continue to fight the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian and the others were also discussing the method Hill had just mentioned. According to Xiang Qian and the others, what Hill said was complete nonsense. If the killer was that powerful, he would not have waited until now. As for the method of gathering the spiritual power of all civilized races, it was even more nonsense. The Earth Federation was not ignorant of the use of spiritual power. If the killer really wanted to exert such a powerful force, the power of the thousands of civilized races would be enough, and the Earth Federation would not be short of such a small number of people. Moreover, when the killer merged with the battleship, unless other people were also in the battleship, it would not be able to receive the spiritual power of everyone. So the opportunity Hill just mentioned was completely deceptive, and could not be trusted at all. However, although Hill was talking nonsense, his meaning was very clear, that is, he hoped that the Alliance had a way to break the space channel and enter the other party's microcosm. As for what method it is, Xiang Qian and his team guessed that it should be related to that strange attack method, and it requires all the tribesmen of civilized races to provide spiritual power, which also represents the method of the Hope Alliance, which is related to special evolutionists and soul crystals, just like the Mandi tribe of the Earth Federation. After figuring this out, Xiang Qian and his team's pressure was also relieved a little. If Reglos fails, the Hope Alliance still has a way. However, without figuring out all the problems, Xiang Qian and his team will not easily agree to the other party's plan. Otherwise, in the state of spiritual connection, the other party wants to do something to the Earth Federation, which is not too easy. Time passed by little, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had passed. There were still more than 2,200 years left before the time limit set by the rules of the universe, which could be said to have entered the countdown. On this day, Xiang Qian and his companions took a small spaceship to the vicinity of Reglos' body, and watched his body through the porthole. What is the situation of Reglos now? What did the Academy of Sciences say? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. Boss, Reglos himself is not in any danger now. The Academy of Sciences explained that Reglos is in the state of body evolution. In this state, it cannot receive external information, nor can it send any information, which is why the current situation has occurred. Shinkong answered immediately. Then after 200 years, can Reglos complete his evolution? Xiang Qian asked again. According to the changes in Reglos' current body, it will take about 230 years to complete the evolution. After hearing Shinkong's words, Xiang Qian and his friends breathed a sigh of relief. Now Reglos is the savior of the entire Earth Federation. If something happens to him suddenly, Xiang Qian and his friends will have nowhere to cry. At this time, Reglos' body is already the size of an Earth, but its mass is thousands of times that of the Earth, and its density is even more amazing. If it were in the universe, with the mass and size of Reglos, it should have become a neutron star long ago. But Reglos is not a star, but a special life, so now Reglos is stuck in the evolution process from a white dwarf to a neutron star. Xiang Qian circled around Reglos' body several times, and only returned to the Earth Federation continent after confirming that he was indeed fine. Days passed one by one, and the native civilizations of the Andromeda galaxy waited for victory to come. The three-eyed Fel waited for the Earth Federation to create a miracle. The men in black waited for the Earth Federation to show its trump card. The Earth Federation waited for Reglos to wake up, and other civilizations waited for death to come. As the countdown stuck at July 21st, 2086, 16 hours, the body of Reglos in the Earth Federation microcosm began to change. Reglos' body began to shrink, and the surrounding matter was also sucked into his body by the huge gravity. Since Xiang Qian and the others did not know what kind of situation Reglos needed in such a situation, they did not dare to block Reglos' gravity, and could only watch quietly. An hour later, Reglos' body had shrunk to 2/3 of the Earth. At this time, his spinning speed was getting faster and faster, and the gravity he emitted was getting bigger and bigger. 3 hours later, Reglos' body had shrunk to the size of the moon, and its spin speed increased again, and its gravity began to grow exponentially. At this time, the monitoring system of the microcosm showed that the time axis of Reglos' location had been distorted. The time flow rate at his location was already twice that of other locations in the microcosm, which means that Xiang Qian and his team felt that only 3 hours had passed, but Reglos had actually passed 6 hours. As Reglos shrank, when his body shrank to a sphere with a diameter of 28 kilometers, it finally stopped shrinking. Then the spin began to slow down, and finally stopped, and the huge gravity slowly disappeared. The next second, Reglos' projection appeared beside Xiang Qian and his team, which also meant that Reglos had successfully evolved. Chapter 479. Master, the Earth Federation has made a big move. They have sent all biological weapons to the front of each space gate, and also created a lot of solid spheres. Hill came to the big room of the man in black and reported respectfully. The man in black ignored him after listening, and directly controlled the flagship of the Hope Alliance and began to observe. At this time, the huge biological weapon army accumulated by the Earth Federation for 6,000 years was all dispatched, covering almost all star regions, and occupying a large area on the star map. At the same time, there are tens of thousands of huge dead heart spheres among these biological weapons. According to the detector scan, these spheres are basically made of degenerate matter. With the technical support of the 5th level civilization, these spheres are larger than the mass of white dwarfs, and have exceeded the critical point of white dwarf collapse. The men in black were speechless when they saw this. This is the trump card of the Earth Federation. What a joke, it takes so long to make these spheres. And now there are so many space channels open. If you just send those spheres in, they can destroy the space channels. Although the black-clad man is helpless now, he still has to watch patiently. Maybe this is a conspiracy of the Earth Federation. At this time, not only the black-clad man is observing the actions of the Earth Federation, but all the civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy are watching the actions of the Earth Federation. Although many civilized races do not think that the big move of the Earth Federation is of any use, they still can't help but feel a little hope in their hearts. As tens of thousands of spheres slowly enter the space channel, all civilized races also quickly send warships to those space channels to watch the battle situation inside the space channel. But before the warships of these civilized races entered the space channel, Xiang Qian had already ordered the destruction of all artificial space channels except the main space channel. In an instant, the millions of shining light points of space gates in the universe were extinguished at the same time. All the matter inside these millions of space channels, whether it was the biological weapon army of the Earth Federation or the fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe, all disappeared with the destruction of the space channel. At this time, in the universe, the Three-Eyed Tribe only had the first space channel left. In this space channel, Reglos's body slowly moved forward under the disguise of a sphere. Because the space channel is so small, it is impossible to overtake. The biological weapons behind can only move forward after the biological weapons in front die. An hour later, the sphere disguised by Reglos finally arrived at the battlefield. When the solid sphere arrived at the battlefield, it directly blocked the entire space channel. The fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe faced the sphere like a wall. Under the push of the sphere, the fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe could only be forced to retreat, but with the attack of the Three-Eyed Tribe warships, the size of the sphere began to decrease. 2 minutes later, when the sphere with a diameter of 200,000 kilometers was knocked down by 190,000 kilometers, the core of Reglos was finally revealed. With the appearance of Reglos, a small space domain appeared again inside the space channel, and Reglos could launch attacks as much as he wanted inside this domain. In an instant, the Three-Eyed Tribe fleet in front of Reglos was all crushed into slag by the power of space. The Regtros that has evolved into a neutron star is basically equivalent to the combat power of a mid-level 5th level civilization, and is even more powerful than the race flagship of a mid-level 5th level civilization. Inside the space channel that the race flagship of this civilization cannot enter, the strength of Regtros is basically invincible. Even the strongest fleet of the Three-Eyed race, unable to deploy a formation and unable to concentrate fire, cannot redeem any civilization race flagship of the initial level 5 civilization when it sees the channel, not to mention these cannon fodder warships. After a while of enjoying himself, Reglos took back the space domain. Although the space domain is very powerful, it cannot be opened for a long time inside the space channel, otherwise it will be easily repelled by the space force inside the space channel. If it is pulled out of the space channel, it will be finished. So after destroying the Three-Eyed fleet in front of him, Reglos took back the space domain, condensed a layer of space force on his body as a defense, and rushed forward frantically. Although Reglos did not use the space domain, with the mass and density of the neutron star, the effect of hitting the Three-Eyed warship is no different from a stone hitting an egg. After each Three-Eyed warship touched the body of Reglos, the hull was instantly broken and the wreckage was scattered. On the big screen of the Earth Federation, Xiang Qian and his team just happened to see the scene. As Reglos was several circles smaller than the Three-Eyed warships, it quickly crashed through one Three-Eyed warship after another. Sometimes Reglos was in high spirits and moved forward in circles in the space channel, and each warship was hit by him, and several holes were made. Reglos has been holding back for hundreds of thousands of years, and today he finally got his fill. Seeing the scene on the big screen, Xiang Qian said with a smile, "Yeah, I didn't expect that none of us would be there in the end. The entire Earth Federation of 100 trillion people actually relied on Regtros to escape the crisis. It's depressing to think about it. Ludgerson also said with a smile. This time Regtros's image has been improved again. I guess our reputation in the tribe is not as good as his. Queen Mingwa said with envy. Our reputation has long been inferior to his. When we went to the Andromeda Galaxy, Regtros was already the biggest star in the entire Earth Federation. Xiang Qian explained to Mingwa how Reglos interacted with everyone in the Earth Federation. Queen Mingwa didn't know what to say after hearing this. After all, Reglos had nothing to do in that situation. What else could he do but play games? But as an existence of equal status with Xiang Qian and others, representing the existence of this civilization, he actually played games. Queen Mingwa really didn't know how to comment. While Xiang Qian and others were chatting happily, other civilized races were dumbfounded. He didn't know what was going on inside the space channel, but they could see that the space gate that the Earth Federation had painstakingly built for hundreds of years disappeared at the same time. And those biological weapon core and spheres that entered the space gate never came out again, so you can imagine how much of a blow it was to them. The little flame that had just been lit, they had just seen a little light in the darkness, but it was ruthlessly blown out. No one could bear it. At this time, the Earth Federation's communications were almost blown up by the major civilizations. They all came to ask if there was a problem with the Earth Federation's plan, and whether there was still hope. Xiang Qian did not answer any of these communications, leaving them all to Shinkong to handle. As for the answer, it must be that everything went smoothly. Whether those civilizations believed it or not was none of his business. As time went by, the Three-Eyed Clan also sent elite warships into the space channel, but there was no effect. No matter what kind of warship it was, it could not stop the speed of Reglos. 3 hours later, Reglos plunged into a silver-gray vortex, and then appeared in a dazzling cosmic void. Chapter 480. After the image of the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm was displayed on the big screen, Xiang Qian and the others stopped talking and their expressions became serious again. On the big screen, Regtros was seen blocking the space gate, preventing the fleet in the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm from attacking the warships behind him. But in the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm, the Earth Federation was a weak group. After all, the number of warships coming out of the space gate was limited. Under the attack of countless Three-Eyed Tribe warships, they were blown up as soon as they appeared. Even Regtros's movement speed was not as fast as it was at the beginning. Now there were countless attacks hitting him every moment. The bearing capacity of the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm was much stronger than that of the space channel, and even compared with the normal large universe, it was much stronger. Therefore, the Three-Eyed Tribe's warships did not need to worry about the bearing capacity of the microcosm inside the microcosm, and could use powerful attacks to their heart's content. Has the data not been collected yet? Seeing this situation, Xiang Qian asked nervously. So far, only 31% of the data of the microcosm has been collected, and the rest of the data is still being fed back. Shinkong replied. Hurry up. Xiang Qian looked at Regtros, who could only take the beating on the big screen, and could not fight back, and felt very nervous. 10 minutes passed, and the situation inside the microcosm became increasingly unfavorable to Regtros, especially after the elite fleet of the Three-Eyed Tribe joined the siege. However, the data collection percentage on the big screen was only 50%, and it would take a long time to get the complete information of the microcosm. Just when Xiang Qian was about to ask Regtros to retreat to the space channel first, the Three-Eyed Tribe's warships suddenly stopped attacking. Boss, the Three-Eyed Tribe sent a communication request. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian, who was stunned. What? Communication request? Xiang Qian asked in surprise. Yes, the other party sent a communication request. Shinkong answered again. This time Xiang Qian was really stunned. What was he trying to do? Make peace, surrender, it's impossible. When they were destroying other civilized races before, they also made a communication request, but no native civilized race of the Andromeda Galaxy responded. Even if the entire civilization is destroyed immediately, no civilization can connect to the Earth Federation. At first, Xiang Qian and the others didn't understand, but later they figured it out. After all, under the control of the rules of the universe, these civilizations and the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy are completely opposite. There is no such thing as surrender, because even if the other party surrenders, they will not accept it, because the task given to them by the rules of the universe is to destroy all the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, so they will never accept the other party's surrender. Over time, no matter the Earth Federation or other civilized races, They will not have any communication with the native civilized races of the Andromeda Galaxy. The existence of both sides is in opposition. Unless one side destroys the other side, there is no possibility of reconciliation. But now the three-eyed tribe has stopped attacking and sent a communication request, which has to surprise Xiang Qian. Connected, Xiang Qian said immediately after calming down. Anyway, the other party has stopped attacking, and the Earth Federation has time to collect microcosm data. It's just right to waste time with the other party. No matter what the other party's purpose is, the microcosm data should be collected first. Instantly, the figure of the three-eyed Emperor Fioti appeared on the big screen. Hello, respected leader of human civilization, I am the ruler of the three-eyed clan, the current patriarch of the three-eyed clan royal family, Fioti. Fioti said slowly. I am Xiang Qian, the chairman of the Earth Federation. I wonder if His Majesty Fioti has anything to say. Based on the positions of both of us, there should be nothing to talk about. When Xiang Qian saw Fioti, he was also stunned. He didn't expect that this three-eyed emperor was no different from humans except for an extra eye on his forehead. No, under normal circumstances we have nothing to talk about, but now I think it is necessary to talk about it. I wonder what Chairman Xiang Qian thinks of the current situation. Fioti said with a smile. What do you think? At present, everything is under our control. Your three-eyed tribe will perish soon, and several other civilizations will perish with you. This is the current situation, Xiang Qian said very firmly. Chairman Xiang Qian is indeed confident, but I don't think so. I think the Earth Federation is in danger now. After listening to Xiang Qian's words, Fioti continued to smile without any angry expression. Danger? Haha, where is the danger? Can you three-eyed people destroy our Earth Federation? Xiang Qian looked at the rising data percentage on the big screen and said confidently. No, our three-eyed people cannot cause any harm to the Earth Federation. With the strength of the Earth Federation, we can destroy our three-eyed people and the other 5 civilized races. But there is one civilized race that you really cannot destroy. Well, I don't know which civilization His Majesty Fioti is talking about. Xiang Qian frowned slightly after hearing this. Rabina Civilization, a 5th-level peak civilization, and the chairman of the Andromeda Galaxy Federation Civilization Management Council, Fioti said slowly. The name is quite scary, but what's the use? If we have the ability, let him stop our Earth Federation from destroying other civilized races. Xiang Qian said disdainfully, but in his heart, he remembered this Rabina Civilization. Rabina Civilization does not need to stop the Earth Federation from destroying us, because even if our three-eyed race and the other 5 civilized races are destroyed, it can support more civilized races. As long as the Rabina Civilization blocks your attack, you will be wiped out by the universe operation rules when the time limit is up, Fioti said seriously. Then I don't know what His Majesty Fioti means by telling me this. Are you three-eyed people going to help our Earth Federation and destroy the Rabina Civilization together? Xiang Qian asked with narrowed eyes. Now Xiang Qian really couldn't figure out what Fioti meant. What's the point of telling him this? Can we still form an alliance with the Earth Federation? But Fioti's answer shocked Xiang Qian. Yes, I represent our three-eyed clan and form an alliance with the Earth Federation to deal with the Rabina Civilization together, Fioti said firmly, with a serious expression on his face. Xiang Qian was completely speechless. Did His Majesty Fioti not take medicine today, or take the wrong medicine, or take too much medicine? Why is he talking nonsense? Chapter 481. Your Majesty Fioti is not joking, or trying to make me happy, Xiang Qian asked curiously. Of course not, you can't understand our pain. It has been hundreds of thousands of years since we, the three-eyed clan, became a level 5 late civilization, but in these hundreds of thousands of years, we have never left the Andromeda Galaxy. Every 100,000 years, a group of civilized races like you will come here to attack us. We have eliminated batch after batch of civilized races that came to attack, but who can guarantee that we will always succeed? Like now, if the civilized three-eyed tribe is not on the verge of extinction, in a few months at most, our three-eyed tribe will be extinct because of the collapse of the microcosm. Therefore, for our three-eyed tribe, leaving here is the only choice, Fioti said with great emotion. I don't know how His Majesty Fioti knew that you were extinct because of the collapse of the microcosm. Xiang Qian didn't have time to think about the other information in Fioti's words, and directly asked the question he wanted to know most. Prediction. Although we don't have special evolutionists like prophets, we have similar energy. For example, our three-eyed royal family has people who have awakened the prophetic bloodline in every generation. So we are of course very clear about the next attack method of the other party, the Earth Federation, Fioti said, as he opened the third eye on his forehead. Xiang Qian looked at Fioti's open third eye and suddenly thought of the cartoon he watched when he was a child, as well as the solar civilization transmission that was circulated in the Earth era. Among them, the three-eyed race, no matter from which aspect, is related to superpowers. Okay, I sympathize with your three-eyed clan's plight, but how can we form an alliance? Can you three-eyed clan ignore the rules of the universe? Xiang Qian thought about it for a while before speaking. I know what Chairman Xiang Qian is worried about. We, the native civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, do not have the civilization race scepter, and we cannot sign a civilization race agreement with you. But this does not mean that we, the three-eyed clan, have no way out. As early as hundreds of thousands of years ago, our ancestors of the three-eyed clan had predicted the arrival of this day, and at the same time, we prepared a way out for our three-eyed clan. Fioti mentioned the ancestors of the three-eyed tribe, and said it very proudly. Xiang Qian was shocked after hearing this. The ancestors of the three-eyed tribe predicted this day hundreds of thousands of years ago. That was too scary. Oh, then what methods do you three-eyed tribe have to make us completely believe in the Earth Federation? Or what methods do you have to let us complete the tasks limited by the rules of the universe without being destroyed by us? Xiang Qian was very curious. He didn't know what methods the three-eyed tribe used to fight against the rules of the universe. I'm not very clear, but the prophecy left by our ancestors mentioned that when our three-eyed tribe is in danger of extinction and encounters human civilization, let us hand over the things left by our ancestors to human civilization, and then human civilization will help us three-eyed tribe complete all this. Fioti said a little embarrassedly. After all, he didn't know what the ancestors could do. This time Xiang Qian was even more surprised, and at the same time he was very confused. If the ancestors of the three-eyed tribe were really so awesome, why would the three-eyed tribe be trapped in the Andromeda Galaxy for so many years? Couldn't they find a better place? Your Majesty Fioti, do you believe in your ancestors so much? Aren't you afraid that I will deny it after I get the things? Xiang Qian asked. We are not afraid, because I believe in the ability of our ancestors. Fioti said very confidently. Okay, then I want to see what it is. Xiang Qian didn't want to continue arguing with Fioti about this issue. Anyway, after getting the things left by the ancestors of the three-eyed clan, everything can be explained. Okay, I will send someone to deliver the things now. Please ask Chairman Xiang Qian to send someone to receive them. After hanging up the call, Xiang Qian was still confused. What the hell was going on? Are the ancestors of the three-eyed clan mentally ill? If they had figured out all this, why would they fight each other? Why didn't they say it earlier? While Xiang Qian was complaining in his heart, he was also thinking about the meaning behind all this. He didn't believe that the three-eyed clan had formed an alliance with the Earth Federation just for the illusory freedom or the impending demise. If the ancestors of the three-eyed clan were really as divine as Fioti said, it would be impossible for them not to leave behind items or instructions to help the three-eyed clan through the difficult times. A day later, the 3 items left by the ancestors of the three-eyed tribe were delivered to Xiang Qian's office. After the 3 items were inspected by the Earth Federation Academy of Sciences and confirmed to be safe, they were delivered to Xiang Qian. Xiang Qian looked at the 2 scrolls and a ball on the desk. He took the ball first, but was stunned for a long time, not knowing what it was used for. Then Xiang Qian picked up another scroll, but he couldn't open it no matter what, and Xiang Qian was speechless again. At this time, Xiang Qian was extremely disappointed. He felt that the things of the three-eyed tribe had been stored for too long and had expired. However, when Xiang Qian picked up the last scroll, he pulled it gently, and the scroll was opened. After the scroll was unfolded, there was no writing on it, but a portrait of a three-eyed tribe member appeared. But when the scroll was fully unfolded, the portrait on it suddenly smiled at Xiang Qian. Fuck. Xiang Qian was startled and threw all the scrolls away. The scroll fell to the ground, but the portrait on it changed from 2-dimensional to 3-dimensional. However, Xiang Qian was no longer afraid at this time. The incident just happened too suddenly. Now the three-eyed figure is just a virtual image. There is nothing to be afraid of. Dear human leader, hello, I am sorry to scare you. Let me introduce myself first. I am the prophet of the three-eyed tribe, and the first generation of prophet. You can call me Vidin. The prophet Vidin said with a smile. However, Xiang Qian looked at the smile of the Vidin prophet, and he felt it was vulgar, especially when he apologized to him for the first time. His words were full of bad taste. Although Xiang Qian didn't want to give him a good face, he had to be cautious after hearing him say that he was the first generation of prophet. Any first generation of special evolutionists is not comparable to the current special evolutionists. Hello, Vidin prophet, can you hear me now? Xiang Qian asked curiously. After all, he felt awkward talking to a virtual image hundreds of thousands of years ago. Of course, although I am not the complete Vidin himself, I am also a part of his soul. Before Vidin died, he kept me in this scroll and waited for this day to come. So if you have any questions, you can ask me. I have all the complete memories of Vidin. Vidin Prophet said. Is that so? Then I want to know why you left this prophecy, or what you saw and why you arranged it this way. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and said seriously. Chapter 482. Before answering these questions, we need to do some preparation. Please wait. After the Vidin Prophet finished speaking, the spear on Xiang Qian's desk floated in front of the Vidin Prophet. Then a beam of light shot out from the scroll, and began to scan the entire sphere. As the light from the scroll, the stream of light inside the sphere became brighter and brighter, and the entire sphere began to glow. 2 minutes later, the surface of the sphere was as bright as a 500-watt light bulb. At the same time, the sphere also projected complex patterns on the wall of Xiang Qian's office. Crack! The surface of the sphere shattered, the light disappeared, but the lines on the wall were still slowly flowing. Okay, now we don't have to worry about being known. The Vidin Prophet looked at the complex lines on the wall, and said with satisfaction. What is this? Xiang Qian looked at the slowly flowing lines on the wall, and asked curiously. This is the materialized true prophecy. Before I died, I saved the pre-stored true prophecy in this sphere, and kept it for use now. With this as a defense, the rules of the universe, and the irreversible rules in the dark can no longer detect our conversation. The Vidin Prophet said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. It's really good at pretending. It would be a pity if he didn't tell fortunes for people. Xiang Qian looked at the Vidin Prophet, who looked like a master, and thought to himself. Could it be that the rules of the universe, and the irreversible rules in the dark are still monitoring us all the time? Xiang Qian continued to ask. It's not surveillance, but once our conversation involves sensitive words, a huge force called the Cosmic Guardian Alliance will know. At that time, both our three-eyed tribe and your human civilization will be destroyed by the Cosmic Guardian Alliance. And once the content of our conversation exceeds the limit of what each civilized race can know, then disaster will come. This is determined by the irreversible rules of the universe, and all civilizations must abide by it. The Vidin Prophet said seriously. Xiang Qian stared at the Vidin Prophet, trying to figure out if he was lying. After all, what he said was a little too exaggerated. But looking at his serious expression, it seems that he is not lying, so the water in this universe is too deep. What kind of force is the Universe Guardian Alliance? How can it be so strong? How should I put it? The Universe Guardian Alliance is the most powerful force in the entire universe. You don't need to know how powerful it is now, and I can't explain it clearly. When your human civilization breaks through the 7th level civilization race, you will be qualified to know what kind of force the Universe Guardian Alliance is. Even if you know it now, it is meaningless. Xiang Qian was annoyed by the ambiguous and suspenseful answer of the Vidin Prophet, but he couldn't force the other party to speak, so he could only take 2 deep breaths to get the question to the point. Okay, I won't ask these questions first, then can the Vidin Prophet answer my previous questions? Xiang Qian said calmly. Of course, if Chairman Xiang Qian doesn't mind my long-windedness, can you listen to my story? The Vidin Prophet said. No problem, please. Xiang Qian spread his hands and said. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, our three-eyed tribe participated in this cosmic disaster under the control of the rules of the universe. At that time, our three-eyed tribe, like many civilizations, was stepping into the cruel world of the universe for the first time. In the beginning, our three-eyed tribe failed, paid a very heavy price, and also learned many profound lessons. In such a bumpy road, our three-eyed tribe became a 4th-level civilization. That year, my family died in the war to defend the three-eyed tribe. I was very sad at that time, and I thought, if I could stop my family from going to the battlefield before they go to the battlefield. I thought about this problem every day, until one day, I fell ill. When I woke up again, I found that I had become an evolver and had a very special ability, which was to predict the future. As the first awakened prophet, my ability is very powerful, far beyond the current universe operation rules reward profit can be compared. So since then, our three-eyed tribe has never lost a battle, and I have used my ability to become the prophet of the three-eyed tribe. In this way, the three-eyed tribe has been promoted from the 4th-level civilization to the 8th-level civilization. It is a relatively powerful civilization in the entire universe. That period is also the most glorious period of the three-eyed tribe. But the 8th-level civilization is the limit of our three-eyed tribe. We can never become a 9th-level civilization. We are very unwilling. But in the end we knew that no matter how hard we tried, it was useless. Because we were not qualified, we lacked the qualifications to become a 9th level civilization, and the qualifications for 9th level civilizations in the universe had been used up. Unless a 9th level civilization fell, there would be no 9th level civilization. With the strength of our three-eyed tribe at that time, plus my ability as a prophet, we could completely eliminate the lowest civilization race among the 9th level civilizations. But when we wanted to take action against a 9th level civilization, the Universe Guardian Alliance warned us and did not allow us to take action. That is the Cosmic Guardian Alliance, a civilization alliance composed entirely of level 9 civilizations. Even if our three-eyed tribe is 10,000 times stronger, we cannot fight against the Cosmic Guardian Alliance, so we can only give up. However, we did not give up. We continued to look for ways to become a level 9 civilization. After tens of millions of years of searching, we actually got news about the qualifications of a level 9 civilization. Then, after another million years of verification, we finally formulated a plan to become a level 9 civilization. Now we have finally waited for the moment when the plan will be launched. After the Vidin Prophet finished speaking, he looked at Xiang Qian with eyes as hot as a woman seeing jewelry. The qualification to become a 9th level civilization. Is it related to our human civilization? Xiang Qian digested it for a long time before looking at the Vidin Prophet in shock and saying in a very surprised tone. Yes, the qualification to become a 9th level civilization is actually related to the evolution of the universe itself in the early days of the universe. Only the races evolved by the universe, and its subordinate races are qualified to become a 9th level civilization. Humans are the only evolutionary race in the universe that has not yet become a 9th level civilization. So humans are qualified to become a 9th level civilization, and other civilized races, no matter how powerful they are, cannot become a 9th level civilization under the suppression of the rules of the universe. The Vidin Prophet said with great emotion. Chapter 483. Xiang Qian was very surprised after hearing the words of the Vidin Prophet. He never thought that the three-eyed tribe would ally with the Earth Federation for this reason, and he never thought that there would be such strange rules to break through the 9th level civilization. Then I can't figure it out. With the strength of the three-eyed tribe, why don't you find those 9th level civilizations and become their subordinate races? Instead, you come to our human civilization and take such a big risk. What are you trying to do? Just to become a 9th level civilization? Xiang Qian said slowly. Just now, the Vidin Prophet said so much, which really shocked Xiang Qian. What a 9th level civilization, what a race of cosmic evolution, which gave people all kinds of high-end feelings. But if you think about it carefully, there are too many loopholes. At that time, the three-eyed tribe had the strength to challenge the 9th level civilization. Why didn't they join a 9th level civilization? Are those 9th level civilizations all fools? Actually, we are interested in the potential of human civilization. We, the three-eyed tribe, are not willing to become only a 9th level civilization, but to surpass the 9th level civilization. Now the potential of those level 9 civilizations in the universe has been exhausted, and it is impossible to surpass the level 9 civilization. The Vidin Prophet showed a hint of embarrassment, but it disappeared immediately. What does this potential refer to? Why do we say that human civilization has potential? Xiang Qian asked curiously. In fact, this potential does not refer to how unique human civilization is, but human civilization itself. This involves the evolution of the early days of the universe, which is very difficult to explain. When your human civilization becomes a level 7 civilization, you will know. Even if I say it now, it will be meaningless. The Vidin Prophet shook his head and said. Xiang Qian obviously saw that the Vidin Prophet could not talk about this topic. As for why he didn't know, but he would not dwell on this issue. Okay, then I won't ask, but now I want to know, if I don't accept your alliance request, what will happen to you? Xiang Qian said jokingly. You won't disagree, because you have no choice. The Vidin Prophet said very confidently. There is no choice. Now I give an order, and your three-eyed tribe's microcosm will be destroyed. I really want to know where your three-eyed tribe gets the confidence from. Although Xiang Qian said it with disdain, there was a hint of solemnity in his eyes. You won't do that. That would be equivalent to pushing human civilization into the abyss of destruction with your own hands. The Vidin Prophet said. Oh, what does that mean? Xiang Qian asked with interest. According to your method, you can indeed destroy 6 civilizations, but in the end, you were wiped out by the rules of the universe because you could not conquer the Rabina civilization. The Vidin Prophet said affirmatively. Rabina civilization. Can this Rabina civilization offset the true prophecy? Xiang Qian asked with a frown. It's not that Rabina civilization can offset the true prophecy, but Rabina civilization itself is a pawn of the Universe Guardian Alliance, and its purpose is to monitor our three-eyed people. For hundreds of thousands of years, no civilization has been able to successfully leave the Andromeda galaxy because of the intervention of Rabina civilization. So your method is fine for dealing with other civilizations, but it has no effect against Rabina civilization. Because the Rabina civilization can close the space channel at will, you have no way to enter the small universe of the Rabina civilization, so you can only be wiped out by the rules of the universe. Can they ignore the rules of the universe by closing the space channel at will? Xiang Qian was really shocked. The rules of the universe are something that can be changed at will for the Universe Guardian Alliance. If the rules of the universe were not related to the core issues of the entire universe, the rules of the universe would not exist long ago. In fact, any level 8 civilization can ignore the rules of the universe, so you don't have to take the rules of the universe so seriously. Ignoring the rules of the universe, what a domineering concept, but unfortunately for the current Earth Federation, it is something that cannot be violated at all. At this point, Xiang Qian already knew what the Vidin Prophet was going to say. Without the help of the Three-Eyed Clan, the Earth Federation would definitely be wiped out by the rules of the universe. This is also the key to the Earth Federation's agreement to the Three-Eyed Clan's conditions, and it is also the confidence of the Vidin Prophet. Otherwise, why did the Three-Eyed Clan come to the Earth Federation at this time? Why didn't they form an alliance with the Earth Federation when the Earth Federation just entered the Andromeda Galaxy? It's because the Vidin Prophet has already calculated that the Earth Federation has no time to think of a solution now. If the plan fails to be implemented, the Earth Federation will be wiped out. If the Vidin Prophet came to tell him this when he just entered the Andromeda Galaxy, he would agree even if the Vidin Prophet broke his mouth. But now Xiang Qian had to agree, because the positions of both parties were not equal, so when it came to this point, there was no need to say much. Just now, the current emperor of the Three-Eyed Tribe said that you should join the Earth Federation. I wonder if the Prophet Vidin has any requirements. Xiang Qian thought for a while and asked. There are no conditions. As long as the Earth Federation treats US Three-Eyed Tribe the same as other subordinate civilizations, that's enough. The Prophet Vidin said with a smile. If our Earth Federation treats the civilization race contract of the subordinate race very harshly, will you agree? Xiang Qian asked again. Yes, as long as the Earth Federation is willing to accept our three-eyed race, any terms are fine. The key is whether you will propose such terms? Vidin Prophet said mysteriously. Xiang Qian saw Vidin Prophet's expression, and suddenly realized that the other party was once an 8th level civilization. They must know about how to treat subordinate races. Although Xiang Qian didn't know what was hidden in the clause about the subordinate races, he still believed in the hints he got in the large Magellanic galaxy. So over the years, so many subordinate races of the Earth Federation have been integrated into the Earth Federation. Compared with other civilized races that rely entirely on the civilized race contract to control subordinate races, the Earth Federation's method is much better than theirs. Okay, I agree to the conditions of the three-eyed race, but don't rush to sign the contract. Wait until we have wiped out the other 5 civilized races, and only the Rabina civilization is left before signing the contract. Xiang Qian said in a deep voice. Absolutely. The Vidin Prophet said without hesitation, and in great pain, obviously determined to defeat the Earth Federation. Chapter 484. After reaching an agreement with the Vidin Prophet, Regtros once again hid inside a solid sphere, and slowly withdrew from the Three-Eyed Tribe's microcosm. At the same time, in order to express their sincerity, the Three-Eyed Tribe also handed over all of their technological information to the Earth Federation. Anyway, even if the Earth Federation had these technological information, it would not be able to forcefully invade the microcosm of the Rabina civilization. Giving it earlier would be more valuable than giving it later. To put it bluntly, it was a matter of attitude. As an old fox, who has lived for tens of millions of years, the Prophet Vidin knows the intricacies of this better than anyone else. Although he looked like a master when talking to Xiang Qian, and used all kinds of high-sounding terms, he was a dead man anyway. After the Three-Eyed Tribe became a subsidiary race of the Earth Federation, they still had to make a living in the Earth Federation. If he made Xiang Qian unhappy now, Xiang Qian might make the Three-Eyed Tribe unhappy for tens of millions of years. Although Xiang Qian is not that kind of character, it is better to make people feel comfortable than to make them unhappy. After Xiang Qian left the office, the Vidin Prophet stayed in his office. According to the Vidin Prophet, he could not leave the office. Once he left, it would be easy for him to be discovered by the rules of the universe. At that time, he would be attacked by the Universe Guardian Alliance, and then he would be finished. What is the thing left by the ancestors of the Three-Eyed Tribe? After Xiang Qian returned to the command hall, Lugerson and others immediately asked. It is an unexpected thing. I can't tell you the details, otherwise it will cause a big accident. But you can go to my office later, and you will be surprised. Xiang Qian said mysteriously. It's not that he deliberately kept people in suspense, but he really couldn't say it. You can say whatever you want in his office, but he can't say a word when you leave his office. This is what the Vidden Prophet has repeatedly reminded and emphasized. From this, we can also see the strength of the Universe Guardian Alliance and the omnipresence of the rules of the universe. Several people were speechless about Xiang Qian's statement, but when they saw that Xiang Qian's expression was very serious and his tone did not sound like a joke, they did not continue to ask. What should we do now? What should we do with the Three-Eyed Tribe? Queen Mingwei asked. The data has been collected, so let's continue to attack the next civilized race. But we should contact other civilized races. We can't just let the Earth Federation do the work while they just watch from the sidelines. Xiang Qian saw that the data collection information on the big screen had been completed, and spoke. That's right, they can't help attack the small universe, but they can help with Vicadia. Everyone nodded. Following Xiang Qian's order, the biological weapon army began to fly to another civilized race with the iron ball. At the same time, Shinkong also began to contact those civilized races that were about to blow up the Earth Federation's communications, and discuss with them the problem of mental connection equipment. As for what to say, that's not simple. For example, the Earth Federation just returned in defeat because the Prophet's ability was not enough, so it needed to gather the strength of all civilized races. Then the manufacturing method of the mental link device was passed on to all civilized races, allowing them to produce it themselves. The Earth Federation's mental link device is not like the devices used by the men in black, which can directly drain other people's mental power. The Earth Federation's mental link device has an upper limit. Once the mental power extracted exceeds that limit, the link will be automatically disconnected, and there is no danger to the user. Under such circumstances, no civilized race would disagree. After all, the Earth Federation now has a way to destroy the enemy, and they don't have to pay any price. They just support the Earth Federation spiritually. What else can they say? When the major civilized races began to produce spiritual connection equipment, the Earth Federation also began to attack the space channel of the second civilized race. With the first experience, Reglos played much better this time than last time. In less than 3 hours, Reglos rushed into the small universe with the biological weapon army. The plan of the Earth Federation went very smoothly, but the man in black was in a bad mood. His original plan was taken over by the Earth Federation, and what was even more hateful was that the Earth Federation cut off his retreat. If the Earth Federation had no solution, or the plan failed, the man in black's plan would be much more ruthless than the Earth Federation's. Not only did the mental link device have no upper limit on extraction, but when he eliminated the last civilization, he also wanted to kill all other civilized races. But now that the Earth Federation's plan was in front of him, even if the Earth Federation failed, when he proposed the plan, so many civilized races would not agree to the mental link device to extract mental power without limit. After all, things would be different with a comparison. Increase the population as much as possible, and don't worry about the Earth Federation. After listening to Hill's report, the man in black thought for a while before speaking. Yes, Master. The man in black had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that the Earth Federation also had a civilized race that condensed soul crystals, and that there were special evolvers within that race. The most terrifying thing was that the special evolver was also a prophet. He knew better than anyone what kind of power a prophet could unleash after having the spiritual power of thousands of civilized races to help him. So now the man in black has no doubts about whether the Earth Federation can break through the small universe. There is absolutely no problem. But now, he has to consider what he should do. The Earth Federation has not discovered him yet, so even if the Earth Federation destroys all the civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy, it will not attack the Hope Alliance. But if the Hope Alliance does not get the scientific and technological information left by one of the civilizations, it will be much more passive. So now the man in black is considering whether to cause internal conflicts between the Earth Federation and those civilized races after the Earth Federation destroys the first civilized race. After all, destroying a civilized race can only get one piece of information, and civilized races are all kinds of strange, specializing in all kinds of subjects. Once there is a problem with the choice of subjects, there will definitely be a gap between the Earth Federation and those civilized races that provide spiritual power to the Earth Federation. At that time, he can strive for those civilized races. When the man in black was calculating the Earth Federation, Reglos had already returned to the space channel from the microcosm of the second civilized race, leaving only the biological weapon army still rushing into the microcosm. At this time, the data of the microcosm has been collected, and we can launch the attack only after the spiritual connection equipment of those civilized races is produced. 5 months later, all civilized races except the Hope Alliance have been prepared. A total of 5,925 civilized races have participated, and more than 70 trillion people wear spiritual connection equipment to provide spiritual power to Vacadia. When Vacadia received such a huge spiritual power, it immediately became more confident. At this time, Vacadia was undoubtedly very terrifying. Chapter 485. As one of the 7 ruling civilizations of the Andromeda Galaxy, the Aero civilization is not strong but not weak either. However, no civilized race has been able to attack their microcosm for hundreds of thousands of years. But today, the enemy not only attacked their microcosm, but also resisted their attacks and occupied the exit of the space gate, making it impossible for them to regain control of the space channel. This is simply a shame for their Aero civilization. Use the dimensional weapons to take back the space channel. The chieftain of the Aero civilization shouted angrily. Yes, chieftain. But before they could launch the dimensional weapons, Reglos had completed his mission and returned to the space channel. Without the powerful fighting force of Reglos, the biological weapon army was quickly wiped out under the attack of the dimensional weapons. The Aero civilization also regained the space channel again, and the two sides once again fought from inside the space channel. 5 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the Aero civilization guarded the space channel tightly, not allowing the biological weapon army to enter the microcosm even a step. At this time, the Aero civilization had relaxed its vigilance. In their view, as long as the space channel was not lost, no matter how powerful the Earth Federation was, it would be useless, and would not pose any threat to their Aero civilization. In fact, it was not only the Aero civilization that thought so, but also the other 6 civilized races except the three-eyed race. It can be said that until now, the power of these civilized races has not been exerted by even 30%. After the dimensional distortion field was destroyed, the enemy could freely shuttle between the core and the outer star fields of the Andromeda Galaxy, and they could not leave the core of the Andromeda Galaxy, so they did not use all their strength to destroy the Earth Federation. Because once the Earth Federation hides outside the Andromeda Galaxy, no matter how powerful their weapons are, they will be useless. On the contrary, because the weapons are too powerful, they may accidentally destroy the planets outside the Andromeda Galaxy, and they will be wiped out by the rules of the universe. So they don't need to use such a powerful force at all, just guard the Space Channel Bureau. After all, the Earth Federation has built so many factories outside the Andromeda Galaxy, and it really doesn't make sense for them to compete with the Earth Federation in consumption. As long as they delay until the day when the time limit is reached, the Earth Federation and those civilized races will naturally be wiped out by the rules of the universe, and they don't need to take action at all. There are less than 2,000 years left. For them, the enemy's death is imminent, so they will not care about the actions of the Earth Federation. It's just that the Aero civilization was attacked by the enemy into the microcosm, which is a bit embarrassing. As for the people of the Aero civilization, 90% of them are immersed in the virtual world, and many people of the Aero civilization simply freeze themselves and fall into an endless sleep. After all, the people of the Aero civilization cannot leave the core of the Andromeda Galaxy, let alone the Andromeda Galaxy, and there is nothing in the core of the Andromeda Galaxy, so they can only stay in the microcosm. With the technological level of the late 5th level civilization, the lifespan of the people of the Aero civilization is more than 300,000 years. Think about a lifespan of 300,000 years, and being unable to leave the microcosm is actually no different from being in prison. The long life is also a kind of pain, or torture for them. Therefore, more than 90% of the people of the Aero civilization do not do serious work, and the remaining 10% are young people who were born less than 10,000 years ago. To put it bluntly, they are not tired of living yet, so they are still a little motivated. When they live to 50,000 years, they can retire. No one will care whether they choose to be frozen or commit suicide. On this day, the alarm in the command hall of the Aero civilization suddenly sounded, and the big screen showed that the core of the microcosm had abnormal changes. This situation scared the staff on duty in the command hall. They had never encountered such a situation before. The microcosm stabilization equipment is running at 300% overpower. It is expected that the equipment will be damaged in half an hour. Please prepare for replacement in advance. The central intelligent brain of the Aero civilization reminded. Analyze the cause of the abnormality of the microcosm core, and repair it accordingly. The staff on duty immediately said to the intelligent brain, "The cause of the abnormality of the microcosm core cannot be determined. The data of the abnormality of the microcosm core has been collected. The three-dimensional space is transitioning to the four-dimensional space. The space energy reserve is rapidly consumed. Currently, the space energy remains at 82.5%. The intelligent brain replied, "Notify the Academy of Sciences, and let them find a solution." The duty personnel had no choice but to send the data to the Academy of Sciences. Okay, it has been executed and the Academy of Sciences has accepted it. At this time, the duty personnel of the Academy of Sciences received the emergency data from the command hall. The duty personnel were not scientists in the field of space dimension, so they did not know the cause of the abnormality in the core of the microcosm. So they could only let the intelligent brain contact the space dimension scientists of the Academy of Sciences and let them make a judgment. At this time, the space dimension scientists of the Academy of Sciences were on vacation. As an aero civilization that could no longer continue to improve its technological level, the existence of the Academy of Sciences was just a decoration. Scientists are just a profession. They rarely study scientific research topics because everything that can be studied has been studied by their predecessors. So they just need to understand what their predecessors have studied. However, at this time, the space dimension scientists are all in the virtual world, and the laws of the aero civilization stipulate that when the tribesmen are in the virtual world, they cannot be disturbed without special reasons, because that is their private time and their deserved rights. The aero civilization attaches great importance to human rights. When the intelligent brain obtained the authority to enter the virtual world and wake up the space dimension scientists, 10 minutes had passed. Then these space dimension scientists rushed to open a conference room in the virtual world and began to study the cause of the abnormality of the microcosm core. However, they asked the intelligent brain to check the history of the aero civilization and did not find any abnormality of the same type as the abnormal data of the microcosm core this time. Without historical evidence as a reference, they could not make a conclusion at random. They could only give feedback to the command center and ask them to make more microcosm stabilization devices to delay the abnormality of the microcosm core. The command center could only issue orders according to the method given by the Academy of Sciences and start manufacturing the microcosm stabilization device. As a result, 3 days later, the mutation of the microcosm core continued, and the degree of four-dimensionalization became more and more serious. The Academy of Sciences still did not find the cause of the mutation. At this time, the space dimension scientists of the Academy of Sciences finally admitted that they had no way out and could only awaken the old scientists, who were frozen hundreds of thousands of years ago, through the authority of the Patriarch. In other words, when the Patriarch of the Aero civilization knew about this, 72 hours had passed since the mutation of the microcosm core of the Aero civilization occurred. Chapter 486. What? There is a problem at the core of the microcosm. Why didn't you report it earlier? The leader of the Aero civilization said angrily. According to the crisis handling plan, the crisis standard has only reached the standard for reporting to you now, and you need to use your authority to unfreeze the scientists. The intelligent brain said calmly. Unfreeze the scientists immediately, and let them come up with a solution as soon as possible. The leader of the Aero civilization said angrily. He was very angry that he had only received the report now, but there was nothing he could do. Although we are in a state of war now, unless the enemy reaches the microcosm of the Aero civilization, everything must be operated according to the laws of the Aero civilization. After obtaining the authority, the intelligent brain immediately began to unfreeze the frozen scientists. These scientists were frozen one after another tens of thousands of years ago. Their lifespans are coming to an end. Even with the life technology of the 5th level civilization, they cannot extend their lives again, so they can only choose to freeze them, hoping that one day the technological level of the Aero civilization will be improved and their lives can be extended again. An hour later, the scientists in the thawed space dimension recovered their body functions and began to study the cause of the mutation in the core of the microcosm. 2 days later, these scientists found the cause of the mutation in the microcosm, but they could not stop the mutation in the microcosm. Because the structure of the microcosm was tampered with, the normal microcosm is 3-dimensional space, but now the microcosm of the Aero civilization is being promoted to 4-dimensional space. This promotion is irreversible unless they evacuate the microcosm now, and then cut a microcosm again. But now they can't leave the small universe at all, because outside the small universe are all the biological weapons of the Earth Federation. It is a problem whether the Aero civilization can get out, not to mention gaining a foothold in the outside world. In the end, with no other choice, The Aero civilization can only suppress the speed of the small universe's promotion to the four-dimensional space, hoping that the speed of the small universe's promotion to the four-dimensional space will not be too fast, at least until the enemy is wiped out by the rules of the universe. Then, they can cut a new small universe again. Under normal circumstances, there would be no problem with the Aero civilization's approach. Unfortunately, the abnormal situation of the Aero civilization's microcosm was caused by Vicadia's true prophecy. How could Vicadia watch the Aero civilization suppress the speed of the four-dimensional space promotion without taking action? On the second day, after suppressing the four-dimensional space of the microcosm, the core of the microcosm once again emitted abnormal fluctuations. Patriarch, the time axis of the microcosm has been distorted. The time flow speed in the core area of the microcosm has increased by 100 times. The degree of four-dimensional space has increased again, and the space energy consumption has increased by 600%. The intelligent brain reported to the leader of the Aero civilization as soon as it got the information. The leader of the Aero civilization immediately asked the Academy of Sciences to find a solution. At the same time, he was a little annoyed with the scientists who raised the issue. It was fine yesterday, but it was suppressed just now. Why did it happen again today? In particular, the change in the time axis accelerated the flow of time, resulting in the current situation being worse than before. As the speed of the four-dimensional space of the core of the Aero civilization's microcosm accelerated, the conflict between the three-dimensional space and the four-dimensional space became more and more distant. The stabilization equipment of the small universe was quickly damaged due to power overload. At the same time as the stabilization equipment was damaged, a crack appeared in the stable space of the small universe. The appearance of this space crack also means that the life of the small universe of the Aero civilization has officially entered the countdown. Kaka. A huge space crack suddenly appeared in the small universe, and this space crack directly cut a huge space factory in half. What's going on? How can there be a space crack inside the small universe? The clan leader asked in shock. Clan leader, according to the analysis of the Academy of Sciences, it is because the speed of the four-dimensional space inside the microcosm is too fast, and the frequent replacement of the microcosmic stabilization equipment causes the stabilization power to fluctuate too much, resulting in a decrease in the tolerance of the microcosmic crystal wall. A trace of chaotic spacetime energy rushed into the microcosm, and then the energy burst caused a space crack. I don't want the cause of the problem, I want a solution to the problem. Does the Academy of Sciences have any solution to the problem? The Patriarch said angrily. There is no solution yet, but the frequency of replacing the microcosm stabilization equipment has been fixed, which will not cause the space fluctuation to be too large. In this way, 3 days passed again. At this time, 90% of the people of the Aero civilization did not know that they were in crisis, and only 10% of them knew how dangerous the situation faced by the Aero civilization was. How long can the microcosm last now? The Patriarch of the Aero civilization looked at the huge red area on the big screen, and said in a deep voice, "If it doesn't continue to deteriorate, the microcosm can still last for 800 years, but if the situation continues to deteriorate, it is estimated that it will be difficult to last even 100 years. Is there no other way? No way, this four-dimensional promotion is irreversible." Okay, I understand. The Patriarch of the Aero civilization said, and sat quietly in a chair thinking for a long time, and began to let the intelligent brain contact other civilizations and races, asking other civilizations to send fleets to help. Now if the Aero civilization wants to continue to survive, it must leave the microcosm, otherwise it will be buried with the entire microcosm. But if they want to leave the microcosm, they must destroy the biological weapon army of the Earth Federation inside the space channel, otherwise they, the Aero civilization, cannot leave the microcosm. When the other civilizations received the call for help from the Aero civilization, they all said that they would send fleets to support, but it was impossible in a short time. I hope that the Aero civilization can hold on until their support troops arrive. After all, at this time, not only the space channel of the Aero civilization is occupied by the Earth Federation, but also the space channels of several other civilizations and races. Now the Earth Federation and all the civilizations and races are in a stalemate inside the space channel. Even if these civilizations really want to support the Aero civilization, they are willing but unable to do so. The information of the Aero civilization's request for help was immediately told to the Earth Federation by the Three-Eyed Tribe. It is estimated that the Aero civilization would never have thought that the Three-Eyed Tribe was a traitor. Vicadia, the Aero civilization can no longer hold on. It is time to launch the final attack. Xiangqian said to Vicadia after receiving the message from the Three-Eyed Tribe. Okay, then destroy the Aero civilization today. After Vicadia finished speaking, the particle condensed body disappeared. 10 minutes later, the Aero civilization's microcosm changed again, and the time axis of the entire microcosm began to rotate rapidly, instantly speeding up the time flow of the Aero civilization's microcosm by 100 times. This time, the Aero civilization was really powerless. The energy reserves of the entire civilization space were instantly reduced, and it could no longer suppress any changes in the microcosm. It could only watch the microcosm collapse rapidly. Chapter 487. Under the 100-fold time acceleration, the internal space of the microcosm of the Aero civilization collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It took only a dozen minutes from the initial cracks to the spider web-like cracks in the entire microcosm. And it took only 5 minutes from the spider web-like cracks to the broken explosion-proof glass-like cracks. In the end, the space of the entire microcosm of the Aero civilization was completely shattered, but this shattered space maintained a fragile balance under the strange power, and did not cause the microcosm to collapse instantly. But the people in the Aero civilization were basically cut by the space cracks. Except for those who were very lucky, the Aero civilization people living in the outside world were all missing arms and legs, and many were directly split into several pieces by the space cracks, and died directly. And those people in the virtual world just suddenly felt the virtual time collapse, and then died. At this time, the command hall of the Aero civilization was pitch black, with only a little starlight shining through the glass on various equipment, reflecting a little light. The leader of the Aero civilization was basically completely cut off by the space crack at this time, and blood flowed along the seat. It's over, everything is over. In the core of the Aero civilization's microcosm, inside the four-dimensional space area, you can clearly see the entire four-dimensional space collapsing. When the entire four-dimensional space completely collapsed into a point, a terrifying explosion occurred, and in an instant the Aero civilization's microcosm began to collapse. Pieces of tiny space fell randomly like gravel, and then were blown away by the space turbulence. Even the relatively solid space around the star was quickly shattered by the turbulent space flow. The entire star was annihilated without the chance of a supernova explosion. The space fragments of the small universe were scattered by the turbulent space flow, but the space fragments around the core area were sucked into the singularity of the core of the small universe, where there was a black hole emitting infinite gravity. As the small universe collapsed, the cosmic crystal wall also shattered quickly, and the shattered cosmic crystal wall disappeared in an instant under the impact of the chaotic moment energy. Suddenly, the entire microcosm was exposed to the space-time energy. Under the influence of the space-time energy, the scene inside the space fragments began to change rapidly. The matter inside some space fragments began to condense and turn into new matter. The time inside some space fragments began to flow backwards, and even the wounds of the dead were instantly healed. However, without the protection of the microcosm crystal wall, these space fragments could only exist for a very short time under the chaotic space-time energy, and then they were assimilated by the space-time energy. As for the black hole at the center of the microcosm, after the surrounding space fragments were swept away by the space-time energy, its huge gravity also disappeared instantly, as if gravity could not work on the space-time energy. Moreover, it could not absorb even a little space-time energy, and the entire black hole instantly became a useless singularity. Without the support of energy, the black hole drifted in the space-time energy for a while, and then collapsed directly. So far, the traces of the existence of the Aero civilization have completely disappeared, and there is no Aero civilization in the universe anymore. Boss, the Three-Eyed Clan sent a message that the microcosm of the Aero civilization has disappeared. Shinkong said to Xiangqian. Nothing is left? Xiangqian asked. No, the entire microcosm was annihilated by the chaotic space-time energy after the collapse. Yes, I understand. At this time, Xiangqian looked up at the big screen, which still showed the space gate of the Aero civilization. At this time, the space gate had not collapsed. As a result, a few seconds later, the space gate on the big screen also disappeared in an instant. A late-stage 5th-level civilization race just disappeared like this. It seems simple, but in practice, no one can do it except Vicadia. But at this time, Xiangqian was not happy at all. How did the Aero civilization fail? Did it lose to the Earth Federation? No, the Aero civilization just lost to the rules of the universe. If the Aero civilization was not trapped in a small universe, if the Aero civilization did not have to abide by the rules set by the rules of the universe, even if Vicadia took action, it would not be so easy to destroy it. After destroying the Aero civilization, the Earth Federation rested for a month, but a lot of things happened during this month. First, After the Earth Federation destroyed the Aero civilization, rumors spread among many civilized races that the Earth Federation had embezzled the technological information left by the Aero civilization. However, after Xiang Qian signed a civilization race contract that the Earth Federation did not obtain any technological information after destroying the Aero civilization, this rumor was refuted. Originally, this rumor was nonsense. Before destroying the Aero civilization, Xiang Qian had already made the Earth Federation's plan clear when he discussed cooperation with those civilized races. Directly destroying the other party's microcosm, how could there be anything left? The reason why these civilizations did not prohibit this rumor was just to be on the safe side and let Xiang Qian give them an accurate answer. So after Xiang Qian signed the civilization race contract, the major civilization races no longer thought about the illusory scientific and technological information. Now that we finally have a way to deal with those civilization races, everyone will not go too far. After all, now is a stage where both sides benefit from cooperation. For a non-existent information, everyone knows what to do. The Earth Federation was calm, but the Hope Alliance had come up with something new. When the Earth Federation was about to start attacking the next civilization, the Hope Alliance began to claim that they also had a way to deal with the enemy. However, they did not directly destroy the opponent's microcosm, but destroyed the opponent's race, but would preserve the microcosm, so that the technological data of the late 5th level civilization would be preserved intact. At the same time, the Hope Alliance also claimed that as long as the civilization that helped the Hope Alliance break through the microcosm would share the technological data of the late 5th level civilization. Many civilizations were tempted, but they were not stupid. They didn't know whether the Hope Alliance could conquer the small universe. After all, there was no precedent. However, there was no problem on the Earth Federation side. What everyone was most concerned about now was not the scientific and technological information, but whether the remaining civilizations could be eliminated within the time limit of the universe's operating rules. So after the Hope Alliance sent this message, although many civilizations were tempted, few civilizations abandoned the Earth Federation and joined the Hope Alliance. Master, only 8 civilizations have joined our plan. Should we? No, it's useless to say anything when there is no result. As long as we conquer a small universe and obtain the scientific and technological information in it, other civilizations will come to us without us saying anything. The man in black said confidently. I understand, Master. Shall we start executing according to the plan now? Hill asked. Let's start. After the man in black finished speaking, his particle-condensed body disappeared instantly. Hill bowed to the place where the man in black disappeared and turned to leave the room. Chapter 488. Boss, the Hope Alliance has sent a large fleet to the Morty Space Channel. 90% of the fleet are manned spacecraft, and the number of warships only accounts for 10% of the total fleet. When the Hope Alliance took action, Shinkong reported to Xiang Qian. The Hope Alliance has taken action, show the picture. Xiang Qian said immediately after hearing it. Xiang Qian looked at the Hope Alliance fleet on the big screen, frowning and thinking. The plan that Hill told him last time was completely nonsense in his opinion. But the scene displayed on the big screen in front of him was really carried out according to the plan Hill said that day. Leading by more than a dozen warships, followed by all manned spaceships, which basically had no attack power. Once the dozen warships in the front were destroyed, the manned spaceships following behind were basically moving coffins. Unless the Hope Alliance was absolutely sure, it would not set up such a formation. But there was a fatal flaw in this plan, that is, there was no problem with such a formation inside the space channel. Because the space channel is so small, a dozen warships are enough to block the space channel, preventing the Morty civilization's warships from attacking the manned spaceships behind. But after leaving the space channel and entering the opponent's microcosm, it is simply impossible for the dozen warships to protect the manned spaceships behind. So this arrangement can indeed attack the opponent's microcosm, but it cannot occupy the opponent's microcosm. If there is time, it will be fine. Slowly consume it, and I hope the Alliance still has hope to destroy the Morty civilization. But now there are less than 2,000 years left before the time limit given by the rules of the universe, and the Hope Alliance has no time to waste with more civilization. In other words, the Hope Alliance's idea is good, but it is not practical. However, Xiang Qian does not think that the top leaders of the Hope Alliance are collectively brain-dead. Since they dare to say so confidently that there is no problem with their plan and recruit other civilizations to participate in this plan, it means that the Hope Alliance is sure to win. Send a few warships to follow the fleet of the Hope Alliance and see how they act. Xiang Qian thought for a while, and after seeing the fleet of the Hope Alliance on the big screen had already entered the space gate of the Morty civilization, he said to the starry sky, Okay, boss. Xiang Qian stared at the big screen for a while, then turned and left the room, heading for his previous office. Now that office has been occupied by the Vidin Prophet, Xiang Qian can only find a new office, but now they have to confirm one thing. Xiang Qian pushed open the door of the office, and saw the Vidin Prophet communicating with the royal family of the Three-Eye Clan. However, Xiang Qian did not recognize the Three-Eye Clan member on the screen, so he did not know who that person was. Okay, fair, let's stop here today, the Vidin Prophet said to the Three-Eye Clan member on the big screen. Okay, ancestor. Fair nodded and closed the communication. Xiang Qian sat on the sofa and said to the Vidin Prophet, how have you been recently? Very good, this kind of life without work is what I really want to live. It's a pity that I didn't live such a life until I died, the boiling prophet said with great emotion. Prophet Vidin, I want to know where the Rabina civilization is. Xiang Qian didn't want to talk nonsense with Prophet Vidin, so he asked directly. If he continued to argue with him, he didn't know how long it would take. Rabina civilization, their space gate is that. The Vidin Prophet pointed to a space gate on the star map and said. Xiang Qian looked at the space gate pointed by the Vidin Prophet and began to think. Now that the Hope Alliance has begun to act, whether they can destroy the Morty civilization is still an unknown, but Xiang Qian has to take the Hope Alliance into consideration. The location of the Rabina civilization is just separated from the Morty civilization by a civilization race. If the core area of the Andromeda galaxy is divided into 7 areas, and then these 7 areas are turned into a plain map, the right side of the Three-Eye tribe is the Morty civilization, and the left side of the Three-Eye tribe is the destroyed Aero civilization. The Rabina civilization is in the second area, to the right of the Morty civilization. If you look at it in a plain diagram, there are 3 civilizations on the left and right of the Rabina civilization. Now the Hope Alliance is attacking the Morty civilization. If the Morty civilization is destroyed by the Hope Alliance, then the next civilization to be attacked by the Hope Alliance will definitely be the one between the Morty civilization and the Rabina civilization. The Earth Federation is now attacking upwards from the Aero civilization, which means that if the Earth Federation wants to attack the Rabina civilization in order, it must also destroy 2 civilizations. Under normal circumstances, the Earth Federation would definitely destroy these 2 civilized races in the shortest time, but now, because of the emergence of the Hope Alliance, Xiang Qian changed his mind. If the Earth Federation really destroyed these 2 civilized races at such a fast speed, it would definitely face the Rabina civilization directly. However, the core purpose of the plan of the Vidin Prophet for hundreds of thousands of years is to rely on the Earth Federation's inability to destroy the Rabina civilization to force the Earth Federation to agree to accept the Three-Eyed Tribe. This means that the Rabina civilization is definitely not a soft persimmon. Without the help of the Vidin Prophet, the Earth Federation will never be able to conquer the Rabina civilization. This is where the Vidin Prophet's confidence lies, and it is also what Xiang Qian believes in. But if Xiang Qian does not verify the depth of Rabina civilization just because of Vidin Prophet's words, it is impossible. But to verify the depth of Rabina civilization, you must show the corresponding strength, and without the help of Reglos, the Earth Federation cannot test the depth of Rabina civilization at all. Let Reglos take the risk. Xiang Qian does not agree, and no one else will agree. Originally Xiang Qian was still worried, but with the Hope Alliance's move, Xiang Qian found a wayfinder. Xiang Qian didn't know whether the Hope Alliance was strong or not, but at least they could attack the microcosm, which was something the Earth Federation couldn't do without the help of Regtros. As long as they could attack the microcosm, the depth of Rabina civilization could be seen a little. So Xiang Qian thought for a long time, and decided not to attack the microcosms of other civilizations so quickly, at least to delay a little time. Of course, if the Hope Alliance cannot break through the microcosm of the Morty civilization in 1,000 years, Xiang Qian can't wait any longer. Xiang Qian chatted with the Vidin Prophet for a while, then left the office, and went to find Vicadia, telling Vicadia his idea and asking Vicadia to find a reasonable reason to slow down the collapse of the microcosm, and give an explanation to other civilized races. After Vicadia heard it, Xiang Qian was ready to cheat, but it had nothing to do with the Earth Federation, and he didn't care whether the Hope Alliance would be cheated. Even if it was cheated, it was considered to be helping the Earth Federation explore the way, and doing a good thing. Chapter 489. With the fierce attack of the Earth Federation and the Hope Alliance, the remaining civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy began to regret. If they knew this would happen, they would have pulled out their large forces and advanced and fought head-on. Although the losses would be greater than now, at least it would not be so easy for the Earth Federation and the Hope Alliance to attack the small universe. But now these civilizations have a lot of powerful weapons, but they can't use them inside the space channel, let alone take them out from the small universe. So now these civilizations can only guard the space channel, and the exit of the space gate inside the microcosm. Others can't intervene at all, can't take the initiative to attack, and can only passively defend. And they also stared at the exit of the space gate inside the microcosm based on the experience of the destruction of the microcosm of the Aero civilization, preparing to give a devastating blow to the fleet that just entered the microcosm. Boss, several civilizations asked us why we didn't destroy the Three-Eyed Tribe first, but continued to attack the next civilization. Shinkong said to Xiang Qian. Tell them that our biological weapon core is competing with the fleet of the Three-Eyed Clan for control of the Three-Eyed Clan's microcosm. If they can capture the Three-Eyed Clan's microcosm, the Earth Federation will share with them the technological information of the fifth stage civilization. So we can't use the method of destroying the microcosm to deal with the Three-Eyed Clan, otherwise we won't be able to get their information. Xiang Qian said immediately after hearing this. Okay, boss. Xiang Qian was speechless about those civilized races. They didn't know the seriousness of the matter yet. Did they really think that if they could destroy one civilized race, they could destroy all civilized races in the Andromeda Galaxy? Now they have just destroyed a civilized race, and they are already thinking about the technological information. I really don't know what to say to them. But Xiang Qian can understand their approach. After all, the Hope Alliance is now saying that it wants to capture a small universe and share the technological information of the late 5th level civilization with its allies. So now the civilized races on the Earth Federation side can't sit still, and they want to come to Xiang Qian to test the waters. Xiang Qian just used this as a cover for the Three-Eye Clan, and it was also a way for the Earth Federation to delay time. While the Earth Federation was stalling for time with another civilized race, the Man in Black and the fleet of the Hope Alliance were about to rush into the small universe of the Morty civilization. When the Man in Black just entered the small universe of the Morty civilization, he was greeted by attacks covering the entire universe. These attacks were not ordinary attacks, but the top attack weapons of the Morty civilization. In order to be able to use these weapons in this small universe, the Morty civilization also paid a great price to stabilize the small universe space. However, these attacks disappeared the next second after the Man in Black entered the microcosm. At the same time, all the weapons and equipment within a light-year range around the space gate also turned into ashes. How big is the microcosm of the Morty civilization? At most, it is only a dozen light-years, and the range that the Man in Black can control is a light-year. In other words, if the Man in Black wants to destroy the Morty civilization, it is a simple problem that cannot be simpler. Your Majesty, all our fleets have disappeared, and even the equipment around the space gate has disappeared in an instant. The commander of the Morty civilization said to Caesar in horror. Caesar had no time to pay attention to the commander, because he was already dumbfounded at this time, or to be more precise, he was frightened. Just now, a strange voice appeared in Caesar's mind. And, tell your men to stop, and then tell me about your core civilization, otherwise you will end up like these fleets. The voice of the Man in Black appeared in the depths of Caesar's mind. Caesar looked at the strange situation displayed on the big screen, and when he recalled the strange voice in his mind, he couldn't help but shudder. Stop! Stop the attack immediately! Caesar finally spoke as he watched the planets and fleets disappear one after another on the big screen. Your Majesty, are we? I told you to stop! Caesar shouted loudly without waiting for the commander to finish. Yes, Your Majesty. When the Morty civilization stopped attacking, the Man in Black stopped destroying the equipment inside the microcosm, but his voice once again entered Caesar's mind. Yes, now tell me about the situation in your core civilization circle, and give me a detailed introduction to the specific situation of each race. Who are you? What level of civilization are you from? Even if you are a level 6 civilization, you can't destroy our Morty civilization fleet so easily. You can't be a level 6 civilization, Caesar said in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense and answer my questions immediately, otherwise. The Man in Black controlled Caesar's whole body, and then pulled gently. With a click, a bone or key in Caesar's body broke. Ah! Stop! Stop, I say, whatever you want to know, I tell you. Caesar yelled in pain. Snap! Caesar's body was thrown heavily to the ground, and the Morty people in the command hall looked at Caesar stupidly, not understanding what had just happened. However, after seeing Caesar lying on the ground and yelling in pain, they subconsciously wanted to run to Caesar to rescue him. But before these people could get close to Caesar, a space crack destroyed all of them. For a while, there were still people left in the command hall. Except for those who were far away from Caesar, who looked at Caesar stupidly, and didn't know what to do. There was no living person around Caesar, only a pile of incomplete corpses. "Hurry up, my patience is very limited." The voice of the man in black came into Caesar's mind again, and his tone was very impatient. "We civilizations are mainly in charge of the entire outer part of the galaxy. I didn't ask you this. What I want to know is what are the differences between your 7 civilizations, what each civilization is good at, and which civilization is the real controller of this galaxy." The man in black interrupted Caesar, and said in a deep voice, "The technology that our civilizations are good at is similar. We are all late-stage level 5 civilizations, but there are some subtle differences in the branches of technology. But the strongest among us is the Rabina civilization." Under the coercion of the man in black, Caesar told all the information about several core civilizations in the Andromeda galaxy. After listening, the man in black thought for a while, and asked, "Have you heard of the Universal Guardian Alliance?" "The Universal Guardian Alliance? What is that?" "I haven't heard of it." Caesar was stunned for a moment, and asked curiously, "Since you haven't heard of it, then you have no value." The man in black directly killed Caesar, and began to clear out the surviving members of the multi-civilization. Chapter 490. What do you think is going on with the Hope Alliance? They have entered the Morty civilization's microcosm in large numbers, and I don't know how they are doing. Lucent said to DeLong. "I don't know. All the biological weapons I sent out were destroyed, and they couldn't find out what was going on inside the microcosm." DeLong shook his head. "Anyway, according to the news from the Three-Eyed Clan, it seems that there has been no change in the Morty civilization's microcosm, and there has not been any drastic fluctuations inside. I guess both sides are still fighting for consumption near the space gate. Who knows? Anyway, it's still early. We know in a few years. I don't believe they can keep us from knowing." When Lucent and DeLong were talking about the Hope Alliance, they didn't know that the black-clad men had already destroyed the Morty civilization and were planning to attack the next civilization. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. The Earth Federation destroyed the second microcosm and began to attack the third civilization. On the side of the Three-Eyed Clan, the Earth Federation still refused to attack and continued to attack. The civilized races did not ask any more questions about this. The stalemate lasted for more than 100 years. For a war that could not launch a destructive attack and was in the inner universe of another country, it was good that the Earth Federation could hold out until now, so the other civilized races did not doubt anything. The gains of the men in black were not small. After the multi-civilization was completely destroyed, they not only obtained all the scientific and technological information of the fifth stage civilization, but also inherited the industrial foundation of the multi-civilization. Since the Morty civilization does not have a civilization race flagship, their civilization level upgrade takes the orthodox path, which is to slowly climb the technology. Therefore, there is no civilization race flagship inside the Morty civilization's microcosm. But the industrial base left by the Morty civilization is what the black-clad men really need. In the past 100 years, the Hope Alliance has built a huge fleet with the help of the Morty civilization's industrial base and time acceleration, and has also built millions of microcosm connection devices. When all this was ready, the man in black ordered to close the space channel between the small universe and the large universe, and to open the space channel connecting the other small universe. Instantly, millions of space channel connection devices were activated, and began to connect to the small universe on the right side of the Morty civilization, that is, the small universe of the civilization race between the Morty civilization and the Rabina civilization. In fact, the black-clad man's approach is the truly orthodox approach. First, capture a small universe, then use the industrial base of this small universe to create a huge fleet, and then open millions of space channels at the same time to attack the small universe of the next civilization race. This kind of space channel between small universes is not as stable as the space channel between large universes and small universes. It can be said that once the space channel between small universes and small universes is destroyed, it will have a great impact on the small universes of both parties. Mainly because of the problem of the time axis, after the space channel between the small universe of the Morty civilization and the large universe is closed, the time flow rate of the small universe of the Morty civilization will return to normal, while the other party's small universe is still connected to the small universe. At this time, the big universe connects to the small universe, and then the small universe connects to the small universe. However, the small universe between the big universe and the small universe of the multi-civilization must balance the time flow rate of the big universe and the small universe. However, with a small universe as a link, its bearing capacity cannot be compared with that of the big universe. At this time, the destruction of each space channel will have a certain impact on the time axis. Once all millions of space channels are destroyed, the two small universes will be seriously injured. After all, both the macrocosm and the microcosm need energy replenishment. Once the energy consumption is greater than the absorption, the consequences will be disastrous. When a space channel is opened in the macrocosm and connected to a microcosm, more than 99% of the consumption is provided by the macrocosm. The microcosm is just a parasite on the macrocosm. Once the macrocosm is lost, it is completely dependent on the microcosm to maintain such an effect. No microcosm can withstand such consumption. The microcosm of the Morty civilization is just a tool for the black-clad man. Even if the entire microcosm is destroyed after use, it has nothing to do with him. But the civilization race that the black-clad man wants to attack is different. The microcosm is their lifeblood, just like the flagship of a civilization race is to the civilization races of the Hope Alliance. In this case, even if millions of space channels are opened, the other party can only endure it. It is impossible to directly destroy all these space channels. And even if all of them are destroyed, the black-clothed man can still open 2 million or even 3 million space channels. So in this case, the other party can only block the space gate and fight the Hope Alliance head-on. The black-clothed man looked at the millions of space channels in front of him, and recalled what their Holy Light civilization did during this period. At that time, their Holy Light civilization and tens of thousands of other civilizations rushed into the space channels one after another, after opening millions of space channels, destroying the last few civilizations in the entire galaxy and winning. But now, the black-clad man has a completely different mood. Of course, none of their civilized races can condense soul crystals, let alone a civilized race that can condense soul crystals and has special evolvers. Thinking of this, the black-clad man looked at the Earth Federation with a very complicated mood. When the black-clad man ordered the opening of 1 million space channels, the Three-Eyed Tribe immediately told the Earth Federation about this situation. At the same time, with the explanation of the Three-Eyed Tribe, Xiang Qian and his team understood the significance of these million space channels to the microcosm. It was at this time that the Earth Federation's think tank discovered that the game should be played like this, and this is the real way to pass the level. They, the Earth Federation, directly used cheats to pass the level, and there was no technical content at all. After confirming that the million space channels were opened by the Hope Alliance, Xiang Qian and his team had nothing to worry about. So far, the script is still proceeding according to Xiang Qian's ideas. However, Xiang Qian dared not guarantee what would happen in the later stage. In order to be at ease, Xiang Qian also went to ask the Vidin Prophet, but the Vidin Prophet had nothing useful to tell Xiang Qian. He only told Xiang Qian that plans were not as good as changes, but the Vidin Prophet would not say what the specific changes were. Xiang Qian hated this, but he could not do anything to the Vidin Prophet.